It was because the one struck by lightning was also their Wuwang divine lord. He was the most promising to ascend in 10,000 years. On this day, Wuwang divine lord calculated. Yes, today is a good day to go out, a lucky day for ascension. The lightning tribulation for a great cultivator's ascension was powerful beyond words. Cultivators watched from thousands of miles away. Fellow cultivators, if Wuwang Divine Lord succeeds in ascending today, the passage between the spirit true realm and the heavenly spirit realm will reopen. Then, spiritual energy from the upper world will flow down, and we will no longer be bound by the depletion of local spiritual energy. Success or failure depends entirely on Wuwang Xianyu. We must protect him and guard against demon spies taking advantage. Rest assured, if any demons cause trouble, I will make them vanish. I'll set up a formation. I'll craft talismans. Such unity among righteous cultivators was rare. Far away, inside the demon palace, old demon Qi was anxious. He glanced at the divination symbols and urged for the 18th time, "Respectful Lord, today is an inauspicious day. It's a big taboo. About the tribulation. Please think carefully." In the grand hall, on a luxurious throne, Demon Lord Shen Yan lounged freely. No need to persuade me further. I've made up my mind. In this demon realm, divining the heavens and acting against the flow is the way to go, he said confidently, playing with a piece of jade bone. Today is a lucky day for crossing the tribulation. I will make everything go smoothly. Old Demon Qi was stunned. Is this true? Has it been thousands of years? On the spirit true continent, no demon had ever survived a lightning tribulation during ascension. Demons and monsters all blame the heavens for favoring humans. Every demon in tribulation desperately suppresses their cultivation to survive until death. Who does this kid think he is? Once a demon is lonely for too long, it always wants to cause trouble or self-destruct, either harming others or harming itself. No matter how much you try to persuade, it's useless. Cultivators ascend, demons cross tribulations. These are eternal truths. Thousands of miles apart, the two worlds were almost identical. Dark thunderclouds rolled and surged, covering the sky and blocking the sun. The lightning tribulation began in an instant. Shen Yan's robes were already torn to shreds. The bolts of divine thunder from the 9 heavens grew thicker and more fierce. From afar, on the top of Tsihua Demon Cliff, a blackened mass of charred debris was falling apart, emitting a smell of roasted meat into the air. The charred, large lump of dough seemed unaware of its condition, instead showing its teeth and smiling brightly. No need to be polite. Thank you for coming. Lightning infused into his body, refining his muscles and soul, causing a tingling, numb feeling that was quite addictive. A small, excited swirl of clouds reached out from the thunderclouds, sparks flashing with anticipation of unleashing great power. In the dark, rumbling thunderclouds, a flash of purple suddenly appeared, and the purple aura thickened rapidly, hiding countless mysterious truths within. Primordial purple mystical thunder. Excellent. The demon showed no fear, instead eager to try. 99 thunderbolts, with the last one gathering strength, prepared to strike. The purple lightning carried immense power, intimidating all creatures beneath the sky, as if it could destroy heaven and earth. At the same time, above Fengqi Plain, the fearless divine master flew up, ready to face the final thunderbolt. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. All the cultivators saw a piece of charred debris falling from the sky, landing in the divine master's arms. The thunder had been gathering power, but upon seeing this, it seemed provoked, pausing briefly before expanding 1,000 times in size. Not finished yet, a bolt of purple lightning shot out from the vortex at the center of the clouds. It seemed to confirm something, turning fierce and wild to the naked eye. Eventually, the two lightning bolts merged perfectly and rapidly struck the divine master. White and purple light intertwined, and in an instant, the slender figure in the sky was swallowed by the light. Spectators were affected by the residual power of the lightning, scattering in panic. When everyone looked back, they found a scorched, desolate land within 1,000 miles, with no sign of the Divine Master anywhere. Confused and disoriented, not knowing where he was, could this really be the underworld's Fengdu? No, the place where ghosts wait wouldn't be so comfortable. This feeling was like the gentle breeze of Wanqing Valley in childhood, or the tender protection of mother's love and memory. Shen Yan, in a daze, couldn't help but think of surrendering to the moment, letting memories drift away one by one. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar, gentle glow like a thin veil covering him, small but resilient, seeming to block or protect. This light just happened to cut off the sticky closeness and clumsy schemes. Shen Yan instantly woke up. How ridiculous! A fake trying to deceive and replace the real. Didn't you hear the pigeon and phoenix soaring like muddy clouds? The Kun fish was born in the vast ocean. How could it be fond of filthy ditches? Time passed, and before he knew it, consciousness finally broke free from its bonds. Shen Yan opened his eyes, only to find himself lonely. What the heck? Where are my eyes? His awareness and perception seemed to drift apart, like floating dust in the air, without roots. Shen Yan remembered that he was about to fully unleash the last primordial purple mystical thunder, when suddenly, he was immobilized. His feet were on a golden array, and before he could resist, he was sucked into it. Damn, it was a teleportation array. As he was thrown out by the formation, he didn't know what he hit, and was struck by a sudden lightning bolt from the sky before he could react. He probably turned to ash. Ah, such is life. Sigh, no one to blame. It's all beyond control. Aha, damn it. Is there something wrong with him? Who the fool that set up the teleportation array on the Tsihua cliff? And he has such long legs, 1.20 meters. Iktian Puck-ups. Maintains a smooth, magical bone. Thinking about it is useless. Shen Yan spread out his divine sense. Now, with severe damage to his soul and no body, his strength could only barely reach the third level of qi refining. After 30,000 years of cultivation, he returns to find himself a weakling. The divine sense of the third level of qi refining can only perceive within a radius of 2 or 3 zhang. This place looks like the simple huts he saw during his travels in the mortal world. Inside the small space, there's a somewhat decent wooden chest in the corner. Next to it, an old bench with a half-burned red candle. A small window set in the earthen wall, with faint light barely passing through the paper. Nothing special, until Shen Yan saw on the bed a bride, covered with a red veil. Very close to him, Shen Yan relaxed his hearing. The woman's breathing was clear, and her heartbeat, seemingly right next to him, was impossible to ignore. The bride was anxious. Even trying to control her breathing, her rapidly increasing heartbeat was uncontrollable. Too close, Shen Yan felt like he was inside her belly. Just being reborn like this? Sometimes, the most absurd things are the most accurate. After a quick internal scan, he realized he was now just a tiny fetus about the size of a bean inside the woman's womb. Before Shen Yan could accept this harsh reality, in the dim candlelight, a man in red pushed the door open and slowly approached. Don't come any closer. His divine soul was trapped inside, unable to leave, only able to watch the red-clad man come nearer. Woo-woo, what kind of start is this? Damn it, I'm going to be unclean. Someone save me. Bazi has something to say. The whole story is fictional, with many personal assumptions. Shen Yan is not a good person. Whether he's bad or not, opinions on him vary widely on the Spirit True continent. The groom heard the sound and stopped silently, standing still without saying a word. Perhaps he thought his earlier reaction was a bit too much, so the bride quickly tried to make amends. I haven't been feeling well these days. Yes, I am unwell. It seemed she finally found her rhythm, and she lowered her voice, speaking softly with a charming tone. You're weak. I'm worried that if I get sick, it might affect you. Do you have a spare room? You should go sleep in another room. Su Jiao would never let Shin Jiwoo touch her. She was pregnant and precious. Besides, she didn't consider herself a flirt. Since she had already promised her lifelong commitment to Mr. Xie, she must stay faithful to him. How could she be with Shen Jiwu? Although her engagement to Shen Jiwu was arranged first, it was her father who made the decision. What did that have to do with her? When she got engaged, Su Jiao already felt Shen Ji was not suitable for her. The matchmaker praised him as outstanding, but she had seen enough. He was just an ordinary bookworm. A few days after the engagement, news came from Shunjia village. Shen Jiwu had lucked into passing the imperial exam and becoming a scholar. Her parents were happy because the engagement was settled, and her sisters-in-law and the village women admired and envied her. But Su Jiao couldn't feel happy. It was just about being a scholar's wife. Why did it seem like Su Jiao, was lucky to have climbed up? No, it was her good fortune. Su Jiao always thought she was different from the village girls. Shunjia village was a small place west of Shunjia village. She had 3 older brothers. Her mother, an older woman, had given birth to her at an advanced age, a rare thing. Farm girls weren't pampered, but her family didn't mistreat her. She only did light farm work every day. The sun and wind were unavoidable, but Su Jiao was still one of the few fair-skinned, delicate girls in 10 miles around. Her face and figure, even the village's noble daughters weren't as beautiful as her. Maybe heaven also thought she was too good to marry just a scholar. That's why, over 2 months ago, she met her true love, kind and wealthy. That day, she went out as usual to gather pig grass and unexpectedly found a handsome man injured and unconscious in the mountain valley. When she approached, she saw his clothes were covered in blood and dirt, but the fabric was luxurious and fine. Under the sunlight, the silver thread embroidery shimmered. Instinctively, she didn't want the villagers to find out about the man, so she hid him in a cave on the mountain and took care of him secretly, visiting occasionally. More than a month later, the man's injuries healed, and he was about to leave. Su Jiao was frantic. The man was gentle and polite, with extraordinary manners. Even if Shen Jiwu spent his whole life racing horses, he wouldn't compare. This was her destined fate, and opportunity. Missed chances don't come again, and she had to seize this one. Su Jiao boldly expressed her love, and they spent a brief moment together in a cave. Unfortunately, after the celebration, Mr. Xie said he couldn't take her away for now. She felt very disappointed. Mr. Xie explained that he carried a deep hatred and was afraid she might get hurt. Only after defeating his enemies and being free of worries could he come back for her. Su Jiao believed him and didn't ask to go with him. After all, she was a weak woman who couldn't even protect herself. She told Mr. Xie she didn't want to be a burden and was willing to wait in Su village for his return. He left her a jade pendant as a token of their promise. After Mr. Xie left, Su Jiao wanted to persuade her parents to cancel the marriage. She didn't know when Mr. Xie would come for her, and she couldn't betray him. Surprisingly, she was lucky to become pregnant. If Mr. Xie found out, he would be very happy. If she wanted to give birth to the child, she could only let Shen Jiwu take the blame. Shen Jiwu, though lucky to pass the imperial exam, had been in poor health ever since. He was a fragile man who wouldn't live long. Still, having a son for Su Jiao and Mr. Xie was a bit of good fortune. Yes, she thought she would definitely have a boy this time, feeling lucky enough to succeed in one try. Shen Jiwu stood silently in front of her, looking pale and gaunt, with cheekbones protruding and no color in his face. Seeing his sickly appearance, Su Jiao felt a little more at ease. If he dared to force himself on her tonight, she warned herself not to hold back. She deeply resented Shen Jiwu's silent pressure, thinking he was unhappy about sleeping apart on their wedding night. She continued to speak with a mixture of dislike and concern. "I truly care for you. You know, we have a long way to go," she smiled shyly, with a meaningful look. "You're weak now, so you should rest well. If I make you even weaker, I would feel guilty." Her eyes reddened with tears. Under the lamp, The beautiful woman shed tears, feeling so sad and guilty. The bookworm might be moved to tears. But Su Jiao was just thinking nonsense. After worshipping the heavens and earth at noon, Shen Jiwu's shoulders felt as if they were chained, heavy and burdened. He felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. By the afternoon, he had barely managed to see off the guests. Now, seeing Su Jiao's insincere words, he was truly annoyed. A cold glint flashed in his usually calm eyes. Why pretend like this? If you don't want to marry me, why not agree to cancel the engagement? Shen Jiwu felt helpless inside. His health was worsening, and he sensed he might not have much time left. A few days ago, he went to discuss with Su's parents about breaking off the engagement. The bride price paid at the time could be considered compensation for the Su family and didn't need to be returned. Breaking off the engagement was already harmful to a woman's reputation. He took the initiative to visit her and even asked the village chief of Zhajiakan to witness, aiming to minimize the negative impact on Su Jiao. By letting others know the truth, he hoped they wouldn't mistakenly think that the Su family regretted the marriage. Su's father and mother naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Although Shun's young man was a scholar, his health looked fragile and unlikely to last long. A talented scholar is a good son-in-law, but only a dead scholar can handle serious matters. They didn't want their daughter to marry a young widow. In the past, they hesitated to make a firm decision, fearing that the woman might take the initiative to break off the engagement and that it would sound bad if word got out. Now that Shen Jiwu came to withdraw the engagement himself, it was perfect. However, the old couple never expected that their daughter, who had been arguing to break the engagement earlier, would suddenly cry and insist she didn't want to end it anymore. Su's father and mother. Oh heavens, why did we have such a troublesome child? Su Jiao refused to break the engagement, so Shen Jiwu wouldn't force her. He had no intention of touching her today. As someone near death, with a flickering candle body, Shen Jiwu was not a lustful ghost. Until his death, his heart was only filled with noble books. In the past, it was just following his parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. Now that his parents had passed away, he only wanted to follow his own heart. No, didn't I? Shen Jiwu's attitude was cold and firm, showing no mercy or tenderness. Su Jiao, used to being spoiled since childhood, couldn't come up with a good excuse and hesitated, feeling awkward and angry. Shen Jiwu didn't wait for her to think of an excuse. He grabbed a piece of wax from the bench, turned around and left smoothly. Seeing the thin figure of his cheap father disappear at the door, Xin Yan finally sighed in relief. Luckily, his integrity was preserved. Su Jiao also breathed a sigh of relief. The candlelight flickered red, and Shun Yan saw the woman take out a plain jade pendant from her inner garment, calling softly with deep affection. "Thank you, my dear." Tender and lingering, full of affection.
Shun Yan. Ugh. It's hard to say, thank you.
It seems the hat on his cheap father's head is turning almost black from green. Shun Yan didn't know the full story. He had thought it was a marriage arranged after pregnancy, but after hearing their conversation and seeing her call him lover, he realized. Well, he never thought he would become someone disgraceful. The adulterer surnamed Xie. Got it. He would remember that in the north, outside the imperial city of Yongjing, 2 miles away. The setting sun was still lingering, casting an orange glow over the western sky. 4 sleek black horses pulled a carriage steadily along the official road. Occasionally, officials, merchants, and pedestrians met, and upon seeing the emblem on the carriage, they hurriedly stepped aside. "When will we arrive?" came a slightly impatient voice from behind the curtain. The side-mounted guard hurriedly rode forward, smiling as he responded skillfully, reporting to young master, "We will arrive at the residence before dark. I have already informed the household in advance. The old madam, and young madam are all happy to hear of your return and are waiting eagerly to have dinner with you." Good. Under the rule of 9 Rivers County, Xinjia Village in Qinghe Town is a large village with over 200 households, all from the same family. During the last days of the previous dynasty, Foreign invaders attacked, and northern wars broke out frequently, causing the royal family to decline. The head of the Shin family decided to lead everyone south to escape the chaos. After the new dynasty was established, they built an ancestral hall that took root in the land. Now, over 90 years after the founding of Daeong, the Shin family has lived here for more than 100 years. The Shun Ancestral Hall is built in the center of the village. Near it, there is a deep well, and not far away, a 1,000-year-old locust tree stands. In the bright summer afternoon of June, cicadas chirp loudly, and under the old locust tree, shade is rare. When villagers relax and chat, Shunjihua is always the main topic. Who else but him, the only scholar in Shinjia village for 100 years? It's hard to finally see a talented scholar, but we just can't keep him here. I say it's because our old Shin family's ancestors had no literary luck. When the great-grandfather and others fled, they should have dug up the scholar's tomb and taken it with them. Pfft. Old Shinlu, stop talking nonsense. If the clan leader finds out, he might punish you. Stop arguing. Hey, it's been 3 days, but I haven't seen Scholar Shin go out. The uncles and elders of Shinjia village, concerned about their nephew and younger relatives, couldn't help but feel worried and confused. They had to pass by Shun Jihua's house twice a day when working in the fields. After the celebration, no one had seen the door open again. Married a beautiful girl, probably can't get up anymore. The men, proud of their ability to boast about their wives, wink at each other. Dad, what's a beautiful girl? Why can't she get up after marrying one? The little kid, sniffling and clueless, asked. The man was annoyed and gave his unlucky child a big slap. Go play somewhere else. Watching his child wipe tears and run away, the man felt proud. Being a father's great. Showing off is just fun. Bang, bang, 2 big slaps. Good for nothing. You're just wasting time. I've fed you well and now you're bullying my grandson for no reason. Ha ha ha, old Shinlu, be gentle. If you hit too hard, the old master might get upset and come to scold you tonight. The worries of Shinjia villagers about Shun Zihua went unnoticed by him. Since the day he got engaged, he had been staying in his study. He stacked dried pancakes into piles, eating them when hungry, washing them down with water so as not to delay his reading. Even if he died, he wanted to die among books. Su Jiao secretly looked out the window and was so angry she shouted loudly. Bookworm. Sickly ghost. Look at you. You're about to die, and you're still reading that useless book. She was so ungrateful. She was willing to marry him, so shouldn't Shinji be taking care of her and pampering her every day? What kind of attitude is this? Oh yes, just keep licking him every day and don't read books. Su Jiao complained and cursed every day, like reciting prayers, making Shun Yen feel numb. Wanting to learn more about the scheming man Xie, she could only endure it. Perhaps because Su Jiao kept nagging, Shun Yen always felt something was pressing down on his mind, and even trying to control him. If he was not careful, he would fall into a daze and be unable to recover for a long time. Very strange. Soon it was late August and the weather turned cooler. The fetus gradually took shape, and her belly slightly showed, making Su Jiao more and more anxious. She had a dangerous way to ease her anxiety. She planned to secretly get rid of Shinjiwu. This man looked barely alive, but he was hanging on and couldn't die. She couldn't wait any longer. So, Su Jiao pondered day and night. She thought about mixing poison powder into the flour or wetting Shinjiwu's bedding when he went to the toilet. Her tricks were old, but clever. She squatted on the toilet, imagining her plan, pinched her nose, and made a wicked laugh. He. If everything went as planned, Shunjiwu's battered body would surely not last long. If nothing unexpected happened, something would definitely go wrong. All plans failed. Su Jiao suspected she was seeing ghosts. She had proof. Every time she took out the poison powder from her dowry chest, she would suddenly feel sleepy. It was like she hadn't slept in hundreds of years, yawning one after another. She was so drowsy, like being pulled by someone, and she would flop onto the bed and sleep for a whole day and night. Shun Yen kept his skills hidden. He used soul-capturing techniques to get Su Jiaojiao's memories, but he couldn't do it now. However, hypnotism was very effective, even though it made his soul weaker afterward. Despite feeling weaker, Shunyan couldn't ignore Su Jiaojiao's schemes to harm Shinjiwu. Because the cause and effect involved him deeply and personally. He wouldn't bear this burden. Su Jiaojiao's murder plans kept failing, but her belly was growing bigger. She could only hide in her room, feeling guilty, and avoided going out unless necessary. She could hide from the first day, but not from the 15th. One day, Shunjiwu finished eating his cake and went to the kitchen to make pancakes. Su Jiaojiao, holding a big bowl close to her chest, was about to come out when she saw him suddenly appear, and she was so frightened her face turned pale. Her pointed belly was facing Shinjiwu, and when he looked at her, she immediately panicked and tried to cover it with her hands, trying to hide it. She couldn't care less about the bowl and threw it back, which just happened to smash into the firewood pile under the stove. The soup and rice in the bowl almost spilled all over her head. Shunyan, oh wow. My cheap father has finally realized he's been wearing a green hat. Life and death are secondary. Nothing is more important than watching the gossip. Shinjiwu looked at Su Jiaojiao's prominent belly, froze for a moment, then his cold, sharp gaze appeared. But that expression only lasted a moment. He quickly ignored Su Jiaojiao as if she wasn't there and focused on making his pancake. Is that all? Is that all? Are you a fool? Or not a man? How can you tolerate this? Shunyan found it hard to believe. Could it be that the cheap father is really just a fool? Su Jiaojiao, covered in sweat and tears, was so frightened she broke out in a cold sweat. But Shunjiwu didn't say a word, as if nothing had happened. After a few days with no change, Su Jiaojiao, shameless and bold, convinced herself that she was right. Yes, she must have misunderstood earlier. Her baby was definitely a boy. Shinjiwu was her man. How could he not acknowledge it? He must have accepted it. After convincing herself, Su Jiaojiao strutted around the village the next day, heavily pregnant. Time passed quickly. Shinjiwu was over 8 months married, and Su Jiaojiao was almost 10 months pregnant. Scholar Shun, your wife fell by the well, and her water broke. A loud shout came from afar. Hearing someone call him, Shinjiwu struggled to get out of bed, staggering to the door of his study. In the small yard, 4 women carried Su Jiaojiao into the main house. Seeing Shinjiwu, the women hurriedly explained. Recently, Su Jiaojiao often talked with the village women. Seeing she was pregnant, everyone was happy Shinjiwu would be a father, so they gladly helped her with sewing and chatting. Scholar Shin, I swear I didn't push your wife. I was just drawing water by the well. Oh dear. What is this? I've already sent my son Dezhuang to ask the midwife Lu from the next village. 6th aunt, I believe you. Shinjiwu knew Su Jiaojiao was deliberately lying to make it seem like an early labor. Before their marriage, Su Jiaojiao strongly resisted breaking off the engagement. He was confused at first, but later, when he saw her belly, he understood. Before the midwife arrived, everyone stopped talking, busy boiling water, searching for scissors and cloths. The midwife is here, quick. It hurts. It hurts so much. From behind the door, Su Jiaojiao's screams continued. The baby's position is wrong. It might be difficult labor. Midwife Lu's heart tightened. Don't scream anymore, young lady. Save your strength so you don't tire yourself out. Don't push yet, let me check the baby's position. The baby must be head down to come out safely. Lady Lu is truly skilled at delivering babies, with her own secret methods. She quickly checks the baby's position while the amniotic fluid is still flowing. When Su Jiaojiao fell, she didn't notice her angle and hit her belly on a sharp stone, hitting Shunyan's head. As the fetus developed, his spirit and body gradually merged. The fragile body was easily hurt. Su Jiaojiao suddenly fell, and Shunyan, unprepared, was struck and lost consciousness from the pain. While unconscious, he sensed someone pushing him. He soon woke up and heard someone gently guiding him to change position.
Ah.
It's correct now. Lady Lu was delighted, showing her skill is still sharp today. Young lady, now you can push hard. Young lady. Su Jiao Jiao was both upset and scared of the pain, and she had already lost her strength to cry out. She didn't regret blaming someone for pushing her, but she felt so unlucky. Her belly just hit the stone when she fell. This is not good. Lady Lu saw Su Jiao Jiao weaken and didn't know what to do. She hurried out to find Shen Jiwu. Scholar Shen, you give us some advice. Your wife is having a difficult labor. I am not skilled enough, so I come to ask you, should we save the mother or the baby? From the afternoon until dusk, the setting sun sank like blood. Shen Jiwu leaned against the door of his study, looking at the last glow in the sky, his brow tired. After a brief silence, he softly said, "Save the older one." Okay. Lady Lu didn't have time to feel or confirm again. Once she got her answer, she hurried back to the delivery room. As evening fell, the small courtyard was silent. Shadows reflected in the eyes of everyone present, and in the dim light, Shen Jiwu's face was hard to see clearly. No one knew what he was feeling at this moment. All the women hesitated to speak, but no one really tried to persuade him. Shen Jiwu, without a successor, was sad, but childbirth was difficult. As women, they still hoped Su Jiao Jiao could get through this. Shen Yan was suffering from suffocating pain, and his instinct to survive made him search for hope. To live, he thought perhaps. Never mind, it's not necessary. As Shen Yan fainted again from suffocation, a gentle, luminous glow appeared, softly covering him and filling his fading life force. But the glow gradually dimmed, seeming to struggle to continue. Young lady, your husband said to save the older one. Don't worry, I will definitely save your life today. You must hold on. No, I don't care. My son too. You must save him, Su Jiao Jiao shouted desperately. You are exhausted now. The amniotic fluid has flowed out. To survive, this child cannot come out fully. Oh, don't waste time. Listen to me,
she said, about to act.
Su Jiao Jiao wanted to live, but she also didn't want the baby to die. Otherwise, what was all her struggle for? Could a pile of broken pieces protect her wealth and honor? Just then, suddenly, a loud thunderclap exploded in the sky, as if it couldn't bear it anymore and finally released a big, deafening sound with a lingering echo. The thunder roared loudly, seeming real, piercing Su Jiao Jiao's weak soul and tearing it apart. The pain was far worse than childbirth. Su Jiao Jiao struggled fiercely and naturally started to exert her strength. It's coming out. Old Mrs. Lu was stunned and muttered, "Bring a tool," looking at Su Jiao Jiao again. She was exhaling more than inhaling. Su Jiao Jiao knew she wouldn't survive. No. How could I die? Thank you, young master. Her cloudy eyes widened unconsciously, full of disbelief. Just as her consciousness was about to fade away, Su Jiao Jiao seemed to see young Master Xie coming to take her, and her son was made the heir. Just like in the opera, she became a top-ranked noble lady, full of glory, the most respected wife in Yongjing City. How could I die in such a broken mountain village? If I die, what's the use of having a son? Why? Why is it me who dies? Hate. I hate it. If only I knew earlier. Old Mrs. Lu supported the baby with one hand and reached out with 2 fingers to check Su Jiao Jiao's breath.
Dead. Dead?
Sigh. We couldn't save her. When a mortal dies, the body becomes cold and stiff, and the soul can no longer stay. It's like a light going out. No matter how much resentment or unwillingness, it's all in vain. As the saying goes, drawing water with a bamboo basket is just empty joy. Even a great celestial being can't predict everything. A full moon had already risen in the sky, shining with bright silver light, generous and clear, silent and peaceful. The world was calm, with no thunder to disturb it. 3 days later. Scholar Shin, children have soft bones. You need to hold them like this, yes, just like that. Make sure to support their bottom. Can you stop pulling? It hurts my butt. The cheap father's bones are too rough. Can I just lie on my stomach? Shun Yan's buttocks were swollen and high, born from a fight with a group of women on the day he was born. He fainted at birth and didn't move much afterward. The caring aunts saw he wasn't crying or shouting and immediately started to rescue him. They took turns, working hard, making a lot of noise. Oh, it was the cheap father's aunts. He had to call them grandma. Sigh, thinking about it makes me sad and frustrated. Wah, boo boo boo, protesting and complaining. Shun Yan pouted and made a fuss while being held in Shun Jiwoo's arms. She clung tightly to Shun Jiwoo's clothes with one hand and clenched her tiny fist, struggling to pull away. See, this is the right way. Look at the baby, so happy. Comfortable, right, little darling? Her protests were ignored, and she whined softly. Hey, older folks shouldn't be so unkind. The little baby sniffled and tiny tears rolled down her smooth, white face. Shun Jiwoo's lips curled slightly as he looked up and said, "Sixth aunt, thank you so much." At just 18, Shun Jiwoo was unexpectedly made a father. Handling such a small baby was really difficult for him. Su Jiao Jiao died after a difficult childbirth and was hurriedly buried that night. Surprisingly, she left behind this child, which caught him off guard. Luckily, Sixth Aunt had taught him how to care for her. "There's no need to thank me. Don't be polite. Auntie is happy to help," Sixth Aunt said sincerely. Su Jiao Jiao falsely accused her of pushing her, which made her feel uncomfortable, like she had been betrayed when she tried to do good. In Sixth Aunt's eyes, Su Jiao Jiao was sweet-talking and clever, but pregnant, and without her husband's family to support her, she was a poor girl. So, Sixth Aunt gave her new diapers and old clothes for her eldest grandson, Tai Dan, without hesitation, prioritizing Su Jiao Jiao first. Her own daughter-in-law was also pregnant after all. How could someone be so mean, falsely accusing her for no reason? She just couldn't understand. Luckily, Shun Jiwoo believed her, which made Sixth Aunt feel much better inside. Drinking rice soup isn't a big deal. My eldest son Dazhuang's wife just had a girl the day before yesterday. "If you don't mind, let her help feed the baby," said Xuanyang, who was already producing milk. Her milk was plentiful, and whether she fed one or two babies didn't matter. The little granddaughter couldn't finish her milk, so it went into Dazhuang's mouth. Wasted otherwise. Okay, Shun Jiwoo agreed without hesitation. Breast milk was precious. Hearing that there was milk to drink, Shun Yan quietly sucked her thumb and calmed down. She was a bit curious because she hadn't tried it before. "Mom, I'm back. Is the food ready?" Dad said he didn't eat enough this morning, so make a bit more at noon, Shun Dazhuang called out loudly as he entered the yard. Thinking his mother was in the kitchen, he hobbled toward his own room but accidentally bumped into Sixth Aunt coming out of her house. "Hey, Mom, here you are," he said hurriedly, stopping abruptly. The tall man scratched his head awkwardly. Sixth Aunt ignored her eldest son and rolled her eyes. This simpleton was just like his father. Inside, Shun Dazhuang's wife was wiping herself with hot water. "Xuanyang, I'm back. Let me see our girl. She wasn't there this morning when I left, and I didn't feel good working earlier," she said. People went to work in the fields, and the women waited at home for lunch. Shun Dazhuang had just had a daughter, which was a rare and happy event. It wasn't even lunchtime, but the filial son had already left his father in the fields and sneaked back home. "Keep quiet. She just fell asleep," someone whispered. The young lady glared at her husband, thinking, men are really so shameless. All right, Shun Dazhuang whispered softly. As he approached, he noticed her partially open dress and quickly moved closer. "Wow, you've grown. Let me see. It's daytime, and you're so shameless." "Go away," she pushed him away. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten? When Tai Dan's milk came in at night, he wouldn't wake up, and I had to suckle him." Dazhuang looked confused and a little hurt. Why was she now criticizing him? "Are you serious?" "I was just trying to wake Tai Dan." "And you," she said helplessly, worried he might do something reckless. She explained, "Mother said I should help feed Shun Xiaocai's child. I just called her mother to boil some hot water so I could clean him up so he wouldn't dislike being dirty. Why should I?" Dazhuang was unhappy. He never received such treatment. Besides, the baby was only a few days old. How could he understand cleanliness? For a copper coin, you should do your best. Every bit helps to earn some money, she said, her hand slowing as she wiped. She whispered softly to her husband, Dezhuang, I want to send Tai Dan to school. Dezhuang hesitated, scratching his head. Where can he go? The village school has been closed for years. The nearest is in Gujia village, over 10 miles away. The town's private school is a bit closer, but still 7 or 8 miles. Going to school isn't easy. Taking the ox cart twice a day costs 4 coins.
Can we afford that?
Besides, how many smart kids like Shin Xiaotsai are there? Tai Dan only knows a few characters, and as long as he can work without being cheated by his master, that's enough. I can teach him to read myself. When Dezhuang was young, the village hired an old teacher from outside to teach them, but he had recently passed away. He had only just started to teach their generation. The young lady shook her head, no longer paying attention to her confident, half-hearted plans. She sighed, if only our village school could reopen. Shin Dezhuang finished serving his wife and carried a basket with 2 lunches, walking outside while happily chewing a piece of chicken. He picked the fattest piece from the basket. His mother was so kind to him. His wife was drinking chicken soup and eating a big chicken leg at noon, and he was drooling, almost swallowing his own saliva. Mother, give me the chicken head. Let's each have a wing tip and a claw. Save the drumstick for Tai Dan. Hey, why isn't there a chicken butt? Did you give it to my brother? From the kitchen, his sister's cheerful voice rang out. The piece of meat Dezhuang was chewing suddenly lost its appeal. Mother, look. This child seems to be shy too, Xunyang said, observing the little one in her arms with curiosity. She sat beside her mother on the bed. At this moment, Shan Yin closed her eyes, her cheeks puffed up and flushed, looking like she had drunk a little fake wine. Kids don't know anything, said Aunt Shinlu with a smile, but she couldn't help feeling curious. She gently lifted the blanket and immediately frowned with concern. She must be starving. Poor child, hearing this, Shunyan shrank her small body and clasped her tiny hands nervously. Ignoring her remaining shyness, she still ate cautiously with small bites. Nonsense, she's clearly just drowsy. She looks really good, not much different from our Nyonyo. It's hard to tell she was born early. That's not something to say in front of outsiders, in case it causes trouble later. Aunt Shinlu knew her daughter-in-law was not a talkative person, but she instinctively reminded her. Be careful. Some words are spoken without intent, but others hear differently. Over time, rumors can change. Mother, don't worry. My daughter-in-law knows her limits. Your family, there are no outsiders here. In her heart, Xunyang felt her mother-in-law was kinder than her own mother. At her own home, she never felt so free. Days passed quietly, like flowing water, without much excitement. She slept and woke, either drinking milk or on her way to drink milk. Shunyan lay in a large bamboo basket, glimpsing only a blurry green shadow through the gaps in the bamboo strips. Fortunately, she had spiritual awareness, so she could see the spring scenery clearly. Along the small road in Xinjia village, rice seedlings planted after spring plowing grew taller with each passing day, swaying in the wind. Beyond her spiritual perception, vast green fields stretched to the distant mountain foot, where villagers bent over to clear weeds, scattered here and there. Scholar Shin, are you heading to Uncle Lu's house? The village chief's eldest son, Shindashin, straightened up and rested his waist, having seen Shin Jifu carrying a basket many times before. To Uncle Lu's, your complexion is getting better every day. Shindashin didn't ask further. Uncle Lu's family had recently welcomed 2 more chubby boys, which made Shindashin's uncle very jealous. Last night's rain made the road wet. You'd better walk slowly. Thank you, Shin Jifu replied with a smile and continued on his way. Shin Yogen's house was quite remote, on the outskirts of the western village near the mountain foot, with many paths leading from Shin Jifu's house close to the village center. Along the way, Shin Jifu often stopped to rest, mainly because his basket was too heavy. Thanks to the nourishing breast milk, Shunyan's weight was increasing daily. Shin Jifu hurried along, panting heavily. The hem of his gray-white robe was wet with dew from the grass on both sides of the road. He was too busy to care about his appearance, occasionally lowering his head to check. Sensing his father's gaze, Shanyan shook her chubby little arms like lotus roots and gave an innocent, toothless smile at Shinjifu. Are you here to collect a debt? Shinjifu couldn't find the right words to describe this feeling, anger, helplessness, and amusement all mixed together. He wasn't sure which was strongest. He muttered to himself, then shook his head with self-mockery. Shinshang, you're really regressing more and more. Why argue with the child? Shinyan's appetite grew larger. Even with Xiaonyang's abundant milk, he couldn't satisfy his need for more meals each day, and it wouldn't be good to take away the little girl's food either. Shinjiwu asked Sixth Aunt for help, to find more families in the village with plenty of milk for their children. He paid some coins, and naturally, some families were willing. Of course, Shunyan still enjoyed Xiaonyang's milk the most. Tastes perfect. But these families were spread throughout Xinjia village, so Shinjiwu had to take Shunyan out every day. The two of them, with a basket, became a charming sight on the village paths, adding some talk for the busy villagers. Drinking milk felt great at the moment, so much so that Shunyan kept drinking and kept feeling good. Afterwards, boo-hoo's so stinky. See, Shinyan was cleaned up and dressed in open-crotch pants, lying on the desk with a look of despair, motionless. The smell of ink on the book couldn't hide the lingering odor in the air. In his past life, as a naturally spiritual being, born as a divine spirit, he never suffered from the cycle of grains. The worst part of being an ordinary person was the mess. Shunyan had learned this quickly. He couldn't blame himself. Babies have tiny brains and everything is undeveloped. He simply couldn't control himself, which affected his performance. Alas, my reputation is ruined. He wrinkled his little nose and looked at Shinjiwu sitting beside him, flipping through a book. Why was his cheap father so calm? It made him a little embarrassed, so shameful. What's wrong? Feeling unwell? Shinjiwu put down the book, hugged Shinyan in his arms, and his movements had become very skillful. Come, today I will give you a proper name. Shinjiwu pointed to a few large black characters on the vertical lines of the open book, Xian, Shan meaning to show or to manifest. A noble gentleman, manifesting virtue, so your name will be Shin Xian. Shunyan stayed silent, throwing a tantrum. He couldn't understand. Besides his own name, he only knew the demon clan's script, inherited from half of his memory at birth. You don't like it? Then how about Xinjia? Might not be easy to control. Shinjiwu hesitated, pondering. Forget it. Forcing a name on you might not be good. Father only hopes you'll be safe in the future. Let's call you Shinyan. Are you satisfied? Shinjiwu gently tapped Shinyan's nose and made the decision. His nose itched, but this scene was so familiar that Shinyan felt a bit dazed. The figure before him gradually blurred, and old memories awakened. A clear voice crossed the years and worlds, echoing in his mind, growing clearer. Do you want to follow your mother's surname? What is this? Is it a command token? Why is it broken like this? Can I take a look? Shin?
Yes.
A noble gentleman, showing virtue and kindness. How about the name Jia? Good? Don't you understand?
Sorry, my mistake.
Let me think again. Since that's the case, good day and peace. I hope you stay safe and smooth in the future. How about I name you Xinyan? The revered deity Xiaqinggu, a genius born with extraordinary talent, was a remarkable person in the world. At that time he was young, with his fame just beginning. Thanks to the blessing of the secret realm of Wansheng, Shunyan was born. He clung stubbornly to the idea of recognizing the other as his father, but Xiaqinggu didn't respond then. Shunyan suddenly came to his senses and stared intensely at Shinjiwu's face. Recently, this person had gained some flesh, but he was still quite thin. It was better before, but now, with a closer look at his features and eyebrows, Shunyan could see a hint of Xiaqingwu's shadow. Could such coincidence really exist in this world?
Akug. Adiash. Ah.
Are you serious about recognizing me as your father?
Oh.
So I really am your father. Seeing Shunyan's completely different reaction, Shen Jiwu was stunned and smiled. Are you satisfied? Then let's name you this. No need to change it. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the clan leader to register your name in the family tree. Are you hungry? Let's go to your 6th grandma's house. Shen Jiwu checked Xinyan's diaper and carefully wrapped him again. Drink more so you grow strong. When you fall and break things in the future, you'll have the strength to handle it.
Huh.
Why are you silent again? Did I say something wrong? Or are you unhappy?
I was just talking casually.
You probably don't even understand what I said, right? Shunyan looked up at the sky and the ground, blowing bubbles. Don't talk nonsense, I don't understand. Haha, how amusing, so happy. The next day. It's good to record this in the family tree, leaving a name for the ancestors. Next year, during the New Year's rituals at the ancestral hall, I'll bring the child to show the ancestors and ask for their protection. Also, your parents can rest assured. Shun clan head sat at the main seat and looked at the strong child in Shinjiwu's arms, sighing. Now your branch has finally been continued. Earlier, Shunjiwu almost lost hope and even considered breaking off the engagement. Clan head was worried, losing a large part of his beard. Coincidentally, his 6th son's wife was pregnant, and he discussed with his 6th son about adopting Shinjiwu so that there would still be a family line. But that unreliable 6th son told Shinjiwu without hesitation.
Sigh, no need to mention it.
Later, his wife said that Xiaonyang looked like she was pregnant with a girl, which disappointed clan head for a while. His family and the 7th family only had 1 child each. He was ready to face his father openly and go see Shin Yuzhen, but then Su Jiao appeared pregnant, and he finally gave up his plan. Clan leader Shin secretly looked at Shinjiwu. I didn't expect that this young man, who was so sick before, could still. Scholars are also like this. Cough, cough, cough. Too hard to describe. At this moment, clan leader Shen remembered the past. When he was 13, the 3rd son caused a big stir, and their Shin family village became famous throughout Jua County. During that time, he was so excited he couldn't sleep all night, tossing and turning. His wife was annoyed, so he dressed and went to the ancestral hall. In the dark night, the eternal lamp in the Shen ancestral hall was bright, and he thought Shen's glory would continue from then on. But unexpectedly, Shen Jiwu's illness lasted for 5 years, intermittently. However, you look better now. You should put aside studying and focus on your health. It's most important to think of the baby, right? Thank you for your concern. I am much better now. Shen Jiwu paused, tightening his arm. You're right. I am his father, and I should take responsibility, teach him properly, and help him develop good character. It's only fair that this child came into the world. Clan leader Shin stroked his beard and nodded, though he felt something was a bit strange. Maybe the young man was excited to be a father for the first time? Cough, cough, normal, normal. Shun Yen, the real father, relax, relax. Oh no, thank you, adulterer, for misleading me. After Shun Yen turned 1-year-old and was weaned, the village school in Shin Family Village finally reopened, eagerly awaited by all the villagers, men and women alike. Heaven and earth are yellow. The universe is vast. Sun and moon. Winter ends. The way of learning is to clarify virtue, to be close to. Spring arrives. The cycle repeats. Shunyan was 6 years old. After the hot summer, the weather gradually cooled. Shunyan slept until late morning, kicked off his 2-layer quilt, and rolled out of bed. The small boy, only 3 feet tall, jumped down from the bed, stepped into his shoes with a thud, and rushed out of the house. The one spare courtyard was now surrounded by a circle of mint plants. Shunyan plucked 2 mint leaves and crushed them between his fingers as he walked. His father also seemed to have developed a fondness for mint. He had grown it quite well. Afraid of being caught, Shunyan always changed the branches he picked, never favoring the same plant twice a day, sharing the moisture evenly. Coming out of the latrine, the scent of mint was so strong it seemed to elevate his spirit. He plunged into the mint bushes and began his daily, soul-searching question. Life is so hard. When can I break free from suffering? 5 years had passed, and he still couldn't guide qi into his body. Shun Yan was not sure if the land beneath his feet belonged to the Lingjin continent. Cultivators are bound by the heavenly way, using their spiritual consciousness as a connection, but he couldn't sense where the rules of the heavenly way were. This world seemed to have no demonic energy, and even if there was, he had no demon bones and couldn't cultivate. In his previous life, he had practiced demonic cultivation for various reasons, but half of his bloodline was still human, and practicing with spiritual energy was also possible. Therefore, Xie Qingwu had shared many spiritual cultivation methods at that time. However, the spiritual energy here was too thin. Only after building a foundation could one stop eating, but building a foundation seemed far away. He could settle for refining qi instead, at least to block his sense of smell, right? Unfortunately, his physical cultivation hadn't improved at all over the years. The little spiritual energy he absorbed, mostly, went into strengthening his body. Well, at least he hadn't fallen ill. After washing up and preparing the ingredients, Shun Yan lit the fire in the stove hole. He took out a stool, climbed up, and started cooking. He put rice into the pot, chopped salted meat into pieces, and placed it on a bamboo rack to steam. When the rice began to boil, he lifted the lid, threw in 2 eggs with shells, and added a few vegetable leaves on top of the salted meat. Covering the pot again, he let it cook a little longer, and lunch was ready. Shun Yan wiped the water off his face. His cooking skills, inherited from Shen Jiwu and surpassing him, had sustained him and his father these past 3 years. After seeing Xiao Jiao's dark cooking, Shun Yan thought that his father's simple baked pancakes and thick porridge still smelled quite good. But eating porridge all the time wasn't ideal. He needed to urinate often. He had to cook himself. The water in the well was gone. Shun Yan carried out a tall wooden bucket from the study, lifted the cover of the well with one hand. Few people in the village had their own well, and this one was dug by Shen Jiwu's parents when they were young. The well water was close to the surface. Shun Yan stood on the edge of the well, bucket in hand, drawing water 1 bucket at a time. The reflection in the water was disturbed, shimmering with tiny waves. Just as he was getting into a rhythm, the gate outside the yard opened with a creak, and Shen Jiwu returned. "Dad, is the school finished? The meal isn't ready yet. Wait another 15 minutes. Shun Yan poured the last bucket of water into the big wooden tub, filling it to the brim. You leave it. I'll carry it, Shen Jiwu said, walking over quickly. He bent down and tried to lift the heavy tub, but it didn't budge. The solid wood bucket, filled with water, was like a weight. Shun Yan blinked, quickly grabbed the big bucket, and hurried away to avoid embarrassing his father. As he left, he called out, "Dad, don't forget to put the lid on the well." Shen Jiwu was left standing in the wind, questioning life. He knew his son was strong, but every time he saw it, he still found it unbelievable. The most incredible thing was, his son was growing more and more like him. Shen Jiwu struggled to push the manhole cover open. For now, there was nothing wrong. He walked around the small yard and used scissors to trim the mint plants. The sharp scissors cut off the unattractive branches, which he casually stuck into the soil. Shun Yan nervously poured water, with a small ladle nearby. "You're still young. Lifting heavy things can make you grow less tall, and it's not safe near the well. If the water runs out, I will scold you." Shen Jiwu glanced at his son, who looked like a little quail, and gently patted his fluffy little head, smiling. Since he stopped breastfeeding, his son was no longer a chubby baby, but still had a bit of baby fat on his face. Ayen was easy to take care of, but he was always playing on the edge of danger. He had hidden that bucket, so how did the boy find it? Also, he clearly filled the water in the morning. Sai, his son, liked to keep clean, so as a father, he had to be more careful. Looks like he'd have to get up even earlier tomorrow. "Got it, Dad. Got it. Next time, I'll do it again." In the afternoon, Shun Yan and Shun Jiwu went out together. Their father went to the academy to teach, and Shun Yan went to nap in an old locust tree near the school. At least, that's how Shun Jiwu saw it. In reality, the locust tree gathered spiritual energy. Most locust trees wouldn't do, but this one in the village was over 1,000 years old. If it were in a place rich in spiritual energy, like in a cultivation world, it would have already become a spirit. Shun Yan lay on a branch, crossing his legs, holding a piece of locust wood, absorbing the scattered spiritual energy around him. Feeling bored, he took out a large pancake he hadn't eaten in the morning. He chewed while listening to his father's lecture with his divine sense. A gentleman's word is his bond. Words must be careful. A gentleman should stand firm in the world, be cautious with words and actions, and avoid rash judgments. One must judge for oneself what is true and false, keep the true, discard the false, and avoid listening to biased opinions. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you, teacher. Shun Yan chewed his pancake and nodded along, understanding. Teacher Shun, please continue. The 4 C's are in hardship. Big brother.
Who is that?
He was so absorbed in listening that he was disturbed. Tianlu's eternal end. Big brother. His voice grew louder. Stop shouting. Afraid of disturbing Shun Jiwu's lesson, Shun Yan had to speak up to stop him. Standing under the tree were 2 little kids. He quickly stuffed the pancake into his pocket, then flipped down from the branch and stood steadily on the ground.
What do you want from me?
His smooth movements stunned the 2 little brothers under the tree. Both were Shun Yogen's grandsons. Ever since 4-year-old Shun Yan had killed a green bamboo snake with his bare hands, they saw him as even more powerful than their own father. Big brother, you're so amazing. The round-faced boy clapped hard, eyes shining with stars. Wow, big brother, you're getting stronger and stronger. Strong and sturdy. The cow eggs are also very impressive, but they're more worried about what their mother told them. Big brother, my mom wants you to come to our house to eat pork cracklings. And my mom, she soaked some persimmons, they taste so good. Big brother, we can eat persimmons and play with my little brother at the same time. The little eggs talk happily, holding on to Shun Yan's arm. Go. My little brother is very fun. He can pour himself tea to drink. I was invited, but I didn't really want to play. My grandpa said your family's fields were dug up by wild boars and a lot of rice was ruined. Before the cow eggs finished speaking, whoosh, their big brother disappeared. Wait for me, big brother. Shun Yan ran ahead and the 2 little eggs chased after him. Children's happiness is simple but short-lived. After some time, the 2 little eggs will understand this. Shun Jiu owns 15 acres of land, 14 of which are connected and right at the door of their house. The remaining 1 acre is at the foot of the mountain to the west. Beyond the mountains on the west side of Shun's village, crossing the long mountain valley, leads to Su's village, but the grass in the valley is thick and wild, probably unused for a long time, so it's no longer a path. From the foot of the mountain looking up, the surrounding vegetation is not tall. Shun's sensing ability scanned once and withdrew, as small animals like rabbits and mountain chickens looked up alertly. In the deep mountains, the distance is too far for Shun Yan's spiritual awareness to reach. With the naked eye, only dense forest and shadows can be seen. Readers, by now you should understand, the more mysterious it is, the more Shun Yan, this kid, longs to explore. Deep in the mountain forest, there are fierce beasts. Grandpa Lu said, there's a big axe in the deep mountains. The big axe, it's known to eat disobedient children. Shun Yan, a big tiger? Never rode one. He's only ridden a 9-tier demon beast, the 9-eyed Song Wolf King, which is his mount and pet. It's a giant dog-like creature. It's gentle, with soft, fine fur. Everyone who pets it knows. Those who haven't died say it's good. Shun Yan feels his strength is quite strong now. At first, his spiritual soul nurtured his fetus body, but as he grew, his physical body was constantly influenced and transformed by his spiritual soul. Plus, a little spiritual energy nourished him, giving him a strange power. When his spiritual soul merged with his fetus body, his awareness expanded several times. Over the years, his spiritual soul's injuries slowly healed. Now, his unsealed strength is equivalent to the 6th level of Qi refining, and within 100 meters, nothing can hide from him. The Shun family village has long been explored by his little short legs, nothing new. A simple life needs some excitement. It's time to venture into this mountain. Although Shan Yan is eager, there are people around him now, so he can't act freely and needs to find another opportunity. He walked towards his own field. The damage was not severe. About half of the rice plants had fallen, and the empty patch was very noticeable. As he got closer, he saw Shun Yu-Zhen busy working in his field, helping to support the slightly fallen rice plants, followed by 2 diligent daughters-in-law. Dad, take a rest and have some water. This is Dog Egg's mother. Dad, don't tire yourself out, I'll help. This is Cow Egg's mother. You two go up there and stop causing trouble. Shin Yu-Zhen stood up and scolded. These troublemakers, he just helped the plants upright, and they might step on them again. Shin Yogen's field was not a place for their mischief. Seeing their father-in-law being scolded and Shun Yan on the other side of the field, they stopped causing trouble, holding hands and pushing each other to the bank. Grandpa Yu-Zhen, Shun Yan called out sweetly, running around the ridge from the other side. It's little Yan. Coming to find Dog Egg and Cow Egg? Those naughty kids probably went somewhere wild today. Shin Yu-Zhen had almost finished supporting the plants, went ashore, washed his hands in the water ditch and wiped them. Seeing Shun Yan run over, he took his hand and led him home. Come on, sit at Grandpa's house. I'll give you some sugar candy. Shin Yu-Zhen didn't plan to talk about the field with Shun Yan. Children don't understand these things. He would tell Shin Xiu Kai at the right time. His own field had also been affected. The rice was in the critical stage of milk ripening and grain filling. The severely fallen plants were almost impossible to survive. The wild boar was a terrible pest, destroying the crops, and deserved to be punished by heaven. Shin Yogen's house was nearby. He took out a jar of sugar candy, picked the biggest piece, and gave it to Shun Yan. The candy was precious. Thanks to last year's bumper harvest, he had extra money from selling grain, and a peddler had come to the village, selling goods cheaply. Dog Egg kept pestering to eat, so he bought some, and had been eating it ever since. Eat quickly, or it will melt, and if not enough, there's more. Shun Yan thanked him, and just as he was about to put the candy in his mouth, Dog Egg and Cow Egg ran into the yard, panting. Big brother, you ran too fast, I'm exhausted. Exhausted, Dog Egg gasped, eyes brightening at the sight of the candy in Shun Yan's hand. Candy, candy. Grandpa, how did you know I wanted candy? Dog Egg clung to Shin Yogen's leg, shaking. Cow Egg went to his mother, who looked at him with a disappointed gaze. Cow Egg was confused. Why was his mother glaring at him? Didn't he call the big brother over? Shun Yu-Zhen couldn't refuse his grandson, so he took out 2 more pieces. Dog Egg held his, grinning and sharing with Cow Egg. You two stay at home and keep little Yan company. Don't run around the village all day. Shun Yu-Zhen hid the candy jar, finished scolding his grandsons, then looked at his 2 daughters-in-law. One of you stay at home. Who wants to go to the field with me? Father, I haven't swept the chicken poop in the yard. I'll stay home and watch little Yan and the others, so the dog won't play crazy and hurt him. Nyodon's mother spoke first. Hearing her son being scolded, Gooden's mother was very angry. Big sister-in-law, you forgot today is my turn to cook. Besides, those 2 chickens don't lay many eggs, so they're not that precious. They don't need to be served every day. Father, let big sister-in-law go. I can stay at home and watch. She knew very well who had stolen the eggs. Also, little Yan didn't grow up drinking only his sister-in-law's milk. Obviously, it's you. Are you the only one? Lu Tsuehua, who do you think you are? I, Hu Guifin, am second in line. Gooden's mother crossed her arms, full of confidence. She wasn't afraid of big sister-in-law. She had 3 sons. Big sister-in-law only had 2. Of course, she was stronger. Enough, stop talking weird in front of the kids. If she didn't want to go, she wouldn't. The people in the fields were enough. Shin Yu-Zhen was just worried they might start fighting again. The daughter-in-law still needed her own mother to take care of her. He wouldn't interfere. Shen Yan didn't know that he was just drinking milk. A few village ants had even made a ranking for how often they fed him. Now, he was happily pulled into the house by Gooden's mother to eat persimmons. Worried that Shen Yan might be too small to eat them, Hu Guifin carefully peeled the persimmons, cut them into small pieces, and put them in a bowl. The crispy, sweet persimmons weren't messy, and Shunyan liked them very much. I know you love to eat these. Aunt soaked a lot, so take some home. When you want to eat, ask Shin Shiotsai to peel them for you. You can't eat too many, just one a day at most, Hu Guifan said, then explained many taboos. Thank you, Auntie. Shunyan didn't mind her nagging. For him, it was a blessing to have someone care. Big brother, come quickly. Look, my little brother is drinking tea again. Gooden pointed at the cradle and shouted. What tea? Shunyan was curious and went over. Hu Guifan rushed over. Suddenly, her voice soared. Her round face twisted into a fierce expression. Her already tight eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth squeezed together almost into one. Why did I give birth to such a troublemaker? You're pulling your brother's diaper again. I'll beat you. Hu Guifan was furious. She took her sleeping, wet-faced third son out of the cradle and wiped his face. Then she pulled out a thin bamboo stick from behind the door. Help! Big brother, save me. Gooden couldn't dodge in time and was hit. He cried out in pain, then was chased around the house by his mother. Shunyan thought, this time, he deserved it. Before the lively scene finished, Shunyan was pulled away by Nyodan's mother again. Strange. It seemed like this family was especially lively today. Shunyan had a guess in his mind, but he wasn't sure, so he decided to watch more. The fatty meat pressed for oil, once squeezed dry. The pork fat crackled as it rendered. Shunyan took a few bites and gave some to Nyodan. Nyodan lowered his head and turned away, tightly pursing his lips and chewing quietly. Lu Tsuehua was too busy to tidy up her son. She patted Shunyan's head and asked, Little Yen, why don't you go to school? School is no fun. Actually, he couldn't sit still. His free spirit refused to be confined. Sitting on a bench all day would be a loss for him. Later, let Go-Dan play with you. Nyo-Dan is a bit shy and quiet, while Go-Dan is lively and active. You can tell Shin Shiotsai that you like playing with Go-Dan, okay? Lu Tsuehua's mind was working fast. When the beads of her abacus hurt her, Shunyan looked up at her and said, Auntie, if you don't look carefully, do you think I'm bad? Nyo-Dan was so anxious he almost cried, pulling on his mother's sleeve. Mom, I like playing with the older brother. Lu Tsuehua waved her arm. This naughty kid. I'm doing this for your own good. In a couple of years. No, too long. Play for half a year more, then go to school. Only studying can bring you success. Maybe you'll become a scholar like your father, and even a government official someday. Lu Tsuehua became more and more excited as she spoke. Shunyan, who looked like Shin Shiotsai, surely had a brain like him too. Unlike the clever Su Jiao Jiao. Lu Tsuehua didn't like Su Jiao Jiao. In fact, most women in the village didn't like her either. Except for Aunt Shinlu, who was very kind and friendly to everyone. Su Jiao Jiao's eyes showed her arrogance and snobbery, looking down on everyone, yet still trying to get advantages. Who couldn't see through her? She was full of airs and pretenses. Very pretentious. Back then, if it weren't for the fact that Su Jiao Jiao was pregnant with Shin Shiotsai's child, no one would bother with her. Lu Tsuehua was about to say more, but Go-Dan had already finished a meal of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat and was sniffling as he came in. He sat down heavily next to Shunyan, eyes red. Big Auntie, I want to eat pork fat scraps. Lu Tsuehua looked a bit embarrassed and pushed a small bowl toward her nephew. Eat it. Who's stopping you? Hee, thank you, Auntie. It's so delicious. Carefree and simple. The three kids sat together, munching happily. Shunyan said goodbye to Nyo-Dan and refused the two aunts who wanted to see him off. He carried a bag of persimmons, not much green vegetables, home to cook. Dad, the field on our west side has been dug up by wild boars. After dinner, Shinjiwoo washed the dishes, while Shunyan sat by the stove adding firewood and boiling water. The stove could heat both the meal and water at the same time, but it wasn't enough. Both he and his father liked to keep things clean. Your grandpa mentioned that too, Shinjiwoo said as he changed the water and continued washing dishes. Feeling sorry? Your dad can support you. That little bit doesn't matter. The scholar receives 30 acres of tax exemption land, and each month he can collect 6 measures of fine rice. Every year, he also gets an extra 5 taels of silver. He owns 15 acres of farmland, and after paying someone to manage it, he earns over 4,000 jin of rice from 2 harvests. Some of this rice is turned into flour and made into pancakes, while the rest is sold. Occasionally, he buys some meat and eggs to help his sons stay healthy. Additionally, he teaches at the village school, with about 10 regular students each year, and earns around 10 taels of tuition annually. Shen Jiwoo explains these details to his son, thinking the boy feels distressed, so he eats less at dinner. I don't feel distressed, Shun Yan insists stubbornly. Well, maybe just a little. If he ever encounters a wild boar, he might change his mind. Humph. Grandpa ever say he wants to send his grandson to school? Shun Yan changes the subject. He did, saying he wanted me to keep an eye on things and see whether dog egg or cow egg is more suitable for studying. Sure enough. What did Dad say? He refused. He said he wouldn't interfere in other families' affairs. That's good. Why not send both to school together? Does Dad collect a lot of tuition? Why does old 6th grandpa often say your tuition is too low and you've been at a disadvantage? Shunyan is puzzled. It seems contradictory. If the tuition is low, why are so few children in the village willing to study? Usually only 2 or 3 years of learning are enough. I'm a scholar, but I charge tuition based on the standards for a child preparing for the imperial exam, which is lower than what the town or county private schools charge. Even so, it's only 601. The villagers mainly farm, working hard in the fields. To come up with this 600 copper coins, they have to save and cut costs. Our family only has 2 people to feed, but normal families with 3 generations often have over 10 members. Their land doesn't necessarily produce more than ours. As the population grows, land doesn't increase easily. Every year, they pay taxes and perform corvée labor, which is a burden. Even if they work outside during free time, and even in good years, after a busy year without illness or disaster, saving some money is not easy. Shunjiwoo clears the dishes and looks back to see Shen Yan listening carefully, his cheeks flushed from the fire. Shun Jiwoo walks over, and the father and son squeeze together by the stove. Shun Yan loves asking questions, and satisfying his curiosity helps him sleep peacefully at night. How much does a scholar usually charge for tuition? In town, it's 2 taels. In the county, 3 taels. The rates for child scholars vary, from 600 won to 1 tael. Shun Yan ponders. So, Dad is worried that tuition might be too high for most families to afford. Many uncles, aunts, and relatives in the village help me a lot, but I only give back a little. So, there's a hidden reason.
Great.
Now I have a story to listen to. Shun Yan gets up, pours a bowl of hot water, and places it on the corner of the stove where the charcoal jar is. If his father gets tired of talking, he can rinse his mouth. After busying himself for a while, he finally leans into his father's embrace, raises an eyebrow, and signals, "Old Dad, please tell me more." Shin Jerhui chuckled softly, then quickly hugged his son, with a hint of sadness in his voice, recalling, "It's all old stories now. I fell ill and fainted just a few days after starting school. I grew weaker each day. The doctor in the county clinic said his skills were limited, and he only managed to keep me alive with a costly ginseng root, which used up all our savings. Since the county doctor couldn't help, your grandparents decided to go to Xianzhou City to find a famous doctor. They sold 15 acres of land, and some poor families in the village bought pieces of it at fair prices. Unfortunately, even the famous doctor couldn't find a cure. He did some acupuncture, and I finally woke up." Shin Jerhui paused briefly to organize his words. Shun Yan handed him a bowl. The water was just right, and Shin Jerhui immersed himself in his memories. As he drank, he suddenly realized something was off. Was it sweet? He was about to ask when he saw his son's eager face, as if saying, "What happened next? I really want to know." "No rush. Just wait until Dad finishes drinking." Not wanting to keep Shun Yan waiting, Shin Jerhui set down the empty bowl and continued his story. Gradually, the sadness in him seemed to fade a little. That sweet taste had entered his throat and would slowly seep into his heart. He said, "When I woke up, I could open my eyes but couldn't speak or move. Still, your grandparents saw hope. I heard that in Jingjiang Prefecture, There's a special pill that works wonders, but its effectiveness depends on sincerity and fate. Many seriously ill people are willing to spend 100 taels of silver for a chance at life. It sounds unbelievable, but some have been cured, so the medicine's reputation grew. Did those who didn't get better feel uncomfortable after taking the pill? Shun Yan asked at the right moment. Diarrhea for a day, Shen Zhihui replied. Shun Yan felt something was off. How could the medicine's effect be so superstitious? Was it really an expired elixir? Shen Zhihui continued. Your grandparents heard about this miraculous medicine and planned to sell the land again, but this time, no one bought it. The next day, the village chief brought 100 taels, which the entire village of over 200 households pooled together. Land was the foundation. No one wanted to sell unless absolutely necessary. Buying land with borrowed money was worthwhile. For farmers, the main inheritance was their house and land. So, this favor was more than just 100 taels. Words couldn't fully express it. Did they manage to buy the medicine? And how did Dad feel after taking it? Shun Yan wondered. The effect probably wasn't strong, or else his father wouldn't have looked so sick on their wedding night. He also wondered why his father suddenly improved so much after he was born. Could it be that the pill had a slow release, and the full effect only appeared after a few years? Shen Zhihui replied, once taken, it works immediately and my health improved a lot. Not saying he is fully recovered, but he is much better than before. Are the medicinal pills still sold at the Taoist temple now? Shun Yan is anxious. It's only 100 taels. At worst, he can go to the mountain to find ginseng, or even sell a tiger. He can buy a few more pills. His father said they are useful, so it must be true. Shun Yan originally thought his father was always in poor health before marriage, but it turns out he was doing better for a while. Since they are helpful, whether they work slowly or quickly, buying more is never wrong. They're not sold anymore. The temple was rebuilt on a new site. I heard the original was flooded, and after the water receded, only ruins remained. Seeming to understand Shun Yan's thoughts, Shun Jiwu comforts his son. Don't worry. I'm feeling much better now. It's true, he's much improved. At least now, he doesn't have that feeling that his time is near. His sudden recovery was coincidental, just at the time when Su Jiao Jiao was giving birth and passed away.
But there's no need to tell Ayan about that.
When Shun Yan heard the pills were gone, he was disappointed but quickly recovered from the sadness. His father was hiding something. Dad, you're not being honest. It's as if he didn't know anything while in the womb. Then why did Grandpa Lu say that you were almost seriously ill some time ago? Before I was born? Grandpa Lu felt guilty for using Shen Jiwu's name. Shen Jiwu was speechless. Sigh, Uncle Lu is still so irresponsible. How come he told, Yan all this? Dad, I hope you live 100 years. Shun Yan sniffled, tears in his eyes, hugging his father tightly. Without you, I'm like wild grass. I can't be without you. Shen Lao Lu told Shun Yan to stay close to Shinjiwu, saying his father would cherish his health more for his sake. Shun Yan took this to heart and acted accordingly. Honestly, that Uncle Lu can be quite clever sometimes. All right, Dad, I'll listen to you. Live 100 years. Shen Jiwu didn't argue with his son's innocent words. Are you still reading tonight? He reads with a lamp every night in the study. Isn't that too diligent? Not tonight. Since it was late and Shen Yan was in a bad mood, he decided not to read. Comforting his son was more important. Well then, tonight? He's tired. My hardworking dad. The next morning, Shen Yan rarely stayed in bed. Just 15 minutes after Shen Jiwu left, Shen Yan climbed over the wall and headed straight for West Mountain. Farmers don't sleep in, especially the old men. Shen Yan, small and sneaky, crouched behind the rice stalks, hiding to avoid the approaching Shen Lao Lu. Strange, am I seeing things? I clearly saw little Ayan here. Shen Lao Lu approached and circled around a few times. Forget it, that lazy pig must still be sleeping at home. Humph. Not seeing anyone, Shen Lao Lu muttered to himself, carrying his hoe and walking away. Shun Yan took a deep breath. Grandpa Lu's eyes were very sharp. Even with spiritual awareness, he felt inferior. After spending some time playing hide-and-seek with Shen Lao Lu, everything went smoothly from then on. Outside Shen Village, the village is surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, except for the south where the entrance is. There are no hunters in the village. Only women occasionally gather to dig wild vegetables or collect dry branches for firewood. Since it was rumored that Go Dan and Nyo Dan almost got bitten by a green bamboo viper in the mountain stream, they no longer come to the western mountains to play. To avoid others, Shun Yan used his spiritual awareness to travel straight up the mountain. His spiritual sense swept over the area. Small animals were very alert and kept trembling under an invisible pressure, all pretending to be dead. Shun Yan moved quickly through the bushes and weeds, soon reaching a deep mountain area. The higher he went, the taller the trees became. At this moment, his mind was fully focused on his surroundings, and he didn't notice his footing. He stepped forward.
What is that? Soft?
Not pressing hard, Shun Yan crouched down to examine. There was a yellowish-brown section blending with the ground, about 70 centimeters long, with dried tree bark patterns and a triangular head. It's a common land viper. We were kind of like relatives in our past lives. I'm not that fierce, and if you don't bite me, I won't bother you. From now on, this mountain is my territory. Next time we meet, stay away, understand? Shun Yan poked at it with a stick, flipped it over to see if it moved, but there was no response. Feeling bored, he used the stick to flick the pretending dead snake away, then hesitated a bit. Snake meat is nourishing. I should catch it and stew it to boost my dad's health. Just as he was feeling regretful, his spiritual awareness detected something rushing toward him from the dense forest. On the ridge, an old man with a thin, small body sat on the ground, holding a rice stalk in front of him. Seeing it was plump and slightly hard, he nodded with satisfaction. Dad, how is it? His son Shin Dazhuang asked anxiously.
Haha, not bad.
This year will definitely be a good harvest again. Shen Lao Lu had farmed all his life. He knew the quality of the rice just by pinching it. In Xianzhou, they harvest rice twice a year. The late rice in the fields was a good harvest, and now the early rice was growing even better. How could he not be happy? Really? I can't tell, Shin Dazhuang said, reaching out to feel it carefully, inch by inch. Damn, how did I raise such a fool? No matter how I teach you, you just don't learn, Shen Lao Lu scolded, raising his hand to hit his son. But this time, Shin Dazhuang didn't dodge. He stared blankly behind Shen Lao Lu, looking like he saw a ghost.
Dad, look.
Pig.
Ah Yen, nonsense. How can Ah Yen be a pig?
Look at you. Shen Lao Lu hadn't finished scolding when Shin Dazhuang suddenly spun around with a 180-degree slap. The situation was reversed, an unexpected turn of events. You want to create. Old Shin Six didn't continue, stunned speechless at the sight before him. What he saw was a strange scene he had never encountered in his long life. His son was right. The creature running wildly down the road was definitely a pig. Pigs are common, but the real question was, who's sitting on such a fine pig? And there, bouncing on the pig's back, with its head swinging back and forth, was none other than Ah Yen. Wow, he spoke too soon. Who rides a pig, really? Old Grandpa Lu, help me. Shun Yan shot past like a gust of wind, only the distant screams echoing behind him. Dad, it's a wild pig. Shin Dazhuang exclaimed in horror. Nonsense. Do I look like I wouldn't recognize one? Quick, grab the tools. Old Shin Six grabbed a hoe and chased after the dust cloud in the distance. If you're wondering what it feels like for Shin Yan to ride a pig, wait a moment. Let him wipe the drool from his mouth first. At this moment, Shun Yan's mind was spinning, his body almost falling apart, but compared to him, his pig brother was in worse shape. Nay. Huff, huff. Huff, huff. Breathing shallow, foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolling back. If Shun Yan didn't occasionally give it a squeeze to stimulate it, it looked like he was about to collapse. That couldn't happen. He wasn't finished acting yet. Shun Yan didn't settle the wild pig on the mountain. After all, he was only 6 years old. Fighting a wild pig alone was too strange to explain. So, when the pig suddenly charged at him with lightning speed, He closed his eyes, spun, and landed firmly on its back. Wild pigs aren't easy to tame. Seeing this pesky two-legged creature dare to offend it, the pig tried to roll and throw him off. Shunyan quickly grabbed a thorny vine, looped it around the pig's neck, and held both ends like reins. He squeezed his legs tight around the pig's body, controlling it as it rushed down the mountain. Their destination was clear, the threshing yard. Isn't that Shin Xiucai's Little Yen? Wow, Little Yen is flying? It's a wild pig. Quick, chase. Where's my knife? People gathered along the narrow path, all watching intently. To avoid hitting villagers, Shen Yen pulled hard on the rein, turned the pig's head, and rode onto the main road. Good pig, hold on a little longer. Worried the pig might not last, Shen Yen chose the north side of the village's threshing yard nearby. Every year after the early rice harvest, the villagers piled the remaining stalks into tall haystacks, some cylindrical, some conical. These haystacks lined the threshing yard, neat and orderly. Shen Yen quickly spotted his own haystack group. One of them looked particularly shabby, but it was the one he had helped build back then. The haystack was nearby. Shen Yen seized the moment and punched the wild boar on its head. The pig, startled, ran into the haystack, leaving only its chubby backside visible. Shen Yen. Of course, he also fell forward with the momentum. Bayou, as he landed peacefully, Shen Yen opened his eyes, seeing dust flying in the distance and a large crowd rushing toward the grain-drying yard. They all carried farming tools, led by his grandfather, Lao Lu. At that moment, Shen Yen felt a surge of courage and silently shouted in his heart, I, Shen Yen, am worth it. Next moment, Duang. Shen Yen forcefully fell into the grass pile above him, his legs kicking upward. Cough cough, that was a mistake. Pure accident. But since it's acting, of course, it should look convincing. Lao Lu hurried over, hitting the wild boar's rear with a hoe, pushing it deeper into the haystack, leaving only an eye exposed. Take this, the village pig butcher rushed over with a knife. He stabbed and struck repeatedly. Lao Lu watched from the side, seeing the wild boar no longer a threat, then dropped his hoe, climbed onto the haystack, and pulled Shen Yen out. Ah Yen almost scared his father to death. At that moment, Shen Jiwu was checking students' recitations at the school when Shen Dazhuang shouted from outside. He heard words like "Ah Yen" and "wild boar," and hurried out in a panic. Hearing the commotion in the north, he ran a short distance and saw a large group of villagers rushing over. His heart pounding, he ran after them. On the way, he was nervous and wondered, Parents, is it true that our child is cursed by bad luck, causing harm to you, and now he's dragging Yen into trouble too? Is he hurt? Shunjiwu took Shen Yen from Uncle Lu, trembling as he checked his son thoroughly. Seeing no obvious injuries, he finally relaxed a little. Dad, I'm fine. Look, I'm perfectly okay. Shen Yen jumped in place, spun around twice with his arms open, secretly pinched Shinjiwu's arm, and winked to comfort him. Dad, don't worry, the wild boar can't hurt me. Suddenly, a crisp sound. Ouch! Pain.
Who spanked me?
Lu Shu. What are you doing? Shinjiwu asked, confused. Still okay? You really believe him? Lao Lu, frowning and glaring, then lowered his head to scold the younger ones. Little brat, you think your butt is made of iron? The wild boar's back is rough, and your butt and thighs aren't that tough. After speaking, he tried to catch Shen Yen to pull down his pants publicly. Shen Yen dodged around his father's legs, trying to escape. A real man wouldn't consider a scraped skin as a serious injury. Sixth uncle, I'll take Ah Yen home to see. Shen Jiwu held his son and picked him up. Dad, I can walk by myself. Shen Yen struggled. He was quite heavy. All right, let's go see. Do you think I want to see too? Old Shin waved his hand dismissively, humming. He wasn't interested in looking. The little kid, even though young, knew how to feel shy, just like his father when he was a kid, boring. Shen Yen gave up struggling and obediently curled up. While the three of them were talking, the villagers saw that Shen Yen was lively and unharmed, so they worked together to pull the wild boar out of the haystack and gathered around to look at the strange sight. This beast is quite big. Old Shinju, you're an expert. How much do you think it weighs? Old Shinju didn't pretend. He stepped forward, lifted a pig leg, and weighed it with a little effort, excitedly saying, "Definitely around 200 jin." Shindazhuang took the opportunity to glance at the pig leg and said, "It's a male pig, big head, small body. Too ugly. Look at these tusks just grown out, probably not long since reaching maturity. Wow, just grown and already 200 jin. What will it be like if it keeps growing? This thing is very fierce. My great-grandfather's legs were broken by a wild boar back then. My great-grandfather also lost 3 fingers to a bite." Everyone knew these stories about Shun's ancestors. There aren't many lucky places in the world. When the Shun family first moved here, farming was difficult and unstable. The mountains around Shun village were full of wild boars, which caused chaos at night, destroying crops and large rice fields, making the ancestors who had just settled here despair. But those who survived the hardships had courage. At that time, food was scarce, so they formed teams and risked their lives to hunt the wild boars, eventually driving them to near extinction. Haven't seen wild boars come down the mountain in years. I didn't expect they still exist. That's because your fields aren't at the foot of the West Mountain. The wild boars have trampled several farms on the west side, causing big losses in rice. Old Shinlu suddenly interrupted and then asked Shinyan, "Kid, were you playing over there?" "Ayen, why are you riding on the wild boar?" "Tell everyone." Actually, Shin Dazhuang wanted to say, "You're really lucky. If it were me, the whole village would be celebrating, but since his father and others were present, he didn't dare to be too bold." All the men, women, and children quieted down and looked at Shinyan, clearly curious. Shinyan scratched his head and pretended to be naive, giving a pre-planned excuse. "I was climbing a tree to pick 5 flavor berries when the wild boar rushed down from the mountain and hit the tree. I fell and landed on the pig. That's too dangerous. Luckily, Xiaoyan was lucky. I knew Yan was blessed. Master Shin, take some rice wrapped in cloth and hide it under the pillow tonight. The child will definitely be scared." Several elderly women from the village gathered around, giving Shun Jiwoo advice. "Right. Should we call the soul to calm the fright? When the stars come out tonight, go outside and call the child's name loudly. After calling, don't look back. Hurry back inside and lock the door. The door must stay shut all night. Tomorrow, take out the rice and cook it to eat. Remember, not a grain can be left." They spoke in a mysterious way, and Shun Jiwoo listened carefully, thanking each one in turn. Shun Yan felt very uneasy inside, pretending to be dead on his father's shoulder, but he saw Shin Laozhu standing outside with a knife, as if he wanted to say something. "Master Shin, how do you plan to deal with this wild pig?" Shin Laozhu, mainly a farmer, still kept his traditional pig-killing skills. At the end of the year, he was responsible for slaughtering the pigs for Shin's village and nearby villages. Wild pigs are considered mountain delicacies, and wealthy people would be willing to pay for such rare food. Shan Laozhu knew the town butchers, and if Master Shin was interested, he could help find a way. "Now the meat is fresh. If you take it to the town or county, I guarantee it will sell for a good price." "Shin Laozhu, it sounds like you have a way? Tell me, how much do you think a pound of this meat can sell for?" Hearing that the wild pig meat was quite valuable, everyone became more interested. Shin Laozhu said, "Based on past prices, starting at 18 coins per jin, and only higher, never lower. But it has to be sold whole to get that price. The city folks aren't short of money. They buy whole pigs for big banquets to show off." Everyone had their own calculations, and soon someone quickly offered a price. "Wow. At least 3 taels, 6 chien. In the town, pork usually sells for 15 coins per jin, so the price for wild pig meat was even higher, causing more admiration and envy. Meanwhile, Shun Jiwoo and Shun Yan exchanged silent glances. Shun Yan tilted his head in confusion. "Dad, you're asking about you. Why are you asking me?" Shun Jiwoo encouraged his son to speak. "Yan, you decide." Shun Yan hurriedly said, "I don't want to sell." Shun Jiwoo raised an eyebrow. "On the Spirit True Continent, there's a rule. Those who see benefits share them. For example, in Secret Realm trials, if many compete for a technique or rare spiritual plants, whoever gets the treasure must share some benefits with the others. Otherwise, They might band together to kill and steal without guilt. Of course, whether this rule is followed depends on Shun Yan's willingness. If you're unhappy, come and kill me if you dare. It was hard to bring the wild pig down the mountain, mainly thinking about taking the big part for themselves. The others could share the rest, but these people weren't even interested. At that moment, Shun Yan gained a new understanding of the moral standards of the people in Shunjia village. Dad, don't sell it to the town. I want to eat meat. Shun Yan tugged Shinju's sleeve, acting cute. Then they didn't let Shin Lao Lu go either. But there's too much meat. Grandpa Lu, do you want wild boar meat? My family can't finish it. Want to buy some? Yes, I want 3 Jean. Shin Lao Lu shivered, only pretending to cooperate. The mischievous boy was acting, but he wasn't used to it. I'll buy 2 Jean to try. Fresh meat is the best. I'll buy 2 too, so you don't have to keep bringing bowls to tempt my mom when you eat meat at home. Everyone laughed at this. Uncle Zhu, it might be hard for you to slaughter the pig, but just charge the year-end price. Year-end pig slaughter prices are higher. Mr. Shun, you're too kind. Today I made a good profit, haha. Shun Lao Zhu didn't refuse. Business was business, and since he was getting pig offal too, he was happy. But Shun Xiao Kai really loved his son. The wild boar was sold openly in the village, so the price couldn't go up. At this moment, Shun Yan opened his hands and started counting on his fingers, one by one, like a little kid. When he reached exactly 6 fingers on his right hand, he was about to speak, but Shun Lao Lu's big palm covered his hand and pulled down 2 more fingers. Shun Yan. Shun Lao Lu grinned proudly. A yen, how much are you selling per jean? He tried to pull down 2 more fingers. Shun Yan was alert and wouldn't let Lao Lu succeed again. They stared at each other, trying to outdo each other silently. After a moment, Shun Lao Lu's smile couldn't hold anymore. This kid was pretty strong. Finally, Shun Lao Lu gave up and let go of his big hand. Shun Yan looked at his 8 fingers, then said, 8 won per jean for pork, 3 won per jean for pig's head, but I won't sell the front 2 legs. 8 won? Little yen, that's too cheap. Your fingers are enough, so just pull your dad's. Exactly. Where can you buy meat for 8 won? Mr. Shin, why isn't Xiaoyan in school yet? How can he not know how to count? You can't spoil the kid too much. A smart kid like him should be studying. Shun Yan was confused. How did studying come into this? Xiaoyan has good intentions, but you say he can't count? Just sell at this price. His gaze flicked between the father and son. Shun Lao Lu made the final decision. All right, let's slaughter here. Who's going to get the pig-sticking stool? Hurry up, we can still make it for lunch. Take this naughty boy home to check his backside first. My Uncle Zhu and I will handle this. After we're done, I'll send the pig legs and money to you. Shun Lao Lu arranged everything quickly. Shun Jiguang thanked him, greeted everyone, then carried his son straight home. Shun Yan looked back to see a lively crowd on the threshing ground, helping to carry pigs, fetch stools, ask for money from home, and even more people rushing over to join the fun. All kinds of people, no longer the same as in past lives. What is real and what is fake? If truth is truly possible, how much of it is real? If falsehood is false, how much of it remains? I cannot fully explain it. Just watch and see. Passing by the school, Shun Jiwoo saw Tai Dan maintaining discipline well and felt satisfied, so he didn't stop. When he got home, he saw that the injury wasn't as serious as sixth uncle said, just a small scrape with some redness and swelling. Dad, the wild boar scratch isn't worse than mine. I don't even need medicine. It'll be fine by tomorrow. Shin Jiwoo put down the medicine jar and boiled 2 eggs. Shun Yan thought, his dad is really something. Dad, are you not going to hit me? Shin Yan was lying there enjoying the warm egg compress. What do you mean? Every time Go Dan gets into trouble, Aunt Guifan whips him with a bamboo stick, and it's really harsh. Uncle Da Zhuang used to hit Tai Dan too, but his father never did. You've never been naughty or caused trouble, so why would I hit you? Shun Jiwoo smiled gently, rolling the egg carefully over the injury. Is it because I worry about you? Shun Yan hesitated. I told you to know your limits and not do dangerous things. Did you try to show off today?
No.
It was just a wild boar. No matter how many come, they're destined to be on the table as food. Then it doesn't count, Shunjiwoo said, still moving his hand but his mind drifting far away. Most parents scold mischievous children out of fear and hope that a harsh punishment will teach them to stay safe. Shunyan is only 6 years old, so small that he's not even as tall as Shunjiwoo's leg. But Shunjiwoo knew early on that Shunyan was different, born clever, active by nature, always eager to learn. Even passing mosquitoes wanted to be caught and examined. He thought that dangerous things were just ordinary to Shunyan. As a father, he naturally worried, but he couldn't keep the child close all the time. Fine, I didn't tell you in advance. Shunyan drooped his head, fiddling with the patterns on his pillow. These young creatures, orphaned and abandoned, had to learn to lick their wounds early. They never thought anyone would worry for them. Because of that, even a little warmth from someone could surprise and delight them. Then how about I punish you by letting you eat an extra egg at lunch? Shunjiwoo said with a rare mischievous smile. Unfortunately, Shunyan was turned away and didn't see it, but he could tell. This egg. It probably wasn't just. After finishing porridge and the egg, father and son took a nap. When Shunyan woke up from needing to pee, Shunjiwoo was already preparing to leave for the school. Seeing his son awake, Shunjiwoo reminded him to latch the door properly before leaving.
Bang, bang, bang.
Old sixth grandpa, the door isn't locked. Shunyan was washing his hands by the well when old sixth Shin carried in a basket of rice. Grandpa, I didn't make a sound, so how did you know it was me? What if it was a thief? I'm not stupid. I heard the coins jingling from far away. He was trying to scare him. The basket thudded heavily on the ground, making a dull clinking sound. Shunyan hurried over to the basket. The bottom was filled with copper coins, and on top, there were 2 wild boar legs wrapped in straw. Wow, so many! Shunyan's eyes lit up. This was his first earned money. Don't get your hopes up. Why did you sell so cheaply? Old sixth Shin gently tapped Shunyan's forehead. Like your father, he's clever but loves to pretend he's naive. Shunyan grinned slyly, his eyes curling into a fox-like shape. He. But old sixth Shun loved Shunyan's cleverness. If only he could take his grandson home. Bring a stool. I brought some rope. Sit beside me and help string the coins. I want to join too. Shunyan brought 2 stools, 1 tall, 1 short, and 2 bowls of hot water, 1 big, 1 small. He sat on the small stool, scooped coins from the basket, and threaded them onto the rope, making a string of 100 coins. Old sixth grandpa. What? Can't sit still now. Old sixth Shin huffed, annoyed. No way. Stringing coins is addictive. Shunyan could do it all day. He whispered, Tell me about my grandparents. Why not ask your dad? Shunyan was speechless. You, old sixth, have no heart. His parents had passed away in just a few years. How could he bear to bring up old wounds? I guess I should ask Grandpa. Grandpa must know everything. Shunyan pretended to sigh, with a playful expression. There are things even you, old sixth, don't know. That old guy is just a block of wood. What could he know? Humph. Old sixth Shin was so angry he dropped a handful of coins into the basket, refusing to admit defeat. I know more about your grandparents than anyone. Just ask, didn't my father have brothers and sisters? Of course. 3 brothers. Your grandfather was the second, the one who always got picked on. Then why haven't I seen him? How could you not have seen him? Old sixth Shin finished, then paused. Actually, he might not have seen him himself. Now, your family only has your father's branch left. The other 2 branches are gone. Their tablets are kept in the side room of the ancestral hall. Your father probably never took you there. But old sixth Shin thought it was for the best and continued. Back then, the government conscripted 1 man per household. Your great-grandfather and great-grandmother refused to pay for military service, so they forced your grandfather to enlist. At that time, your grandfather had just finished his forced labor. Huh? So my grandfather came back alive, but the others who didn't go to war are gone. That's right. Mischievous children tend to have short lives. Few in Shinjia village have such a wicked heart. Old sixth Shin disapproves. Your grandfather was very lucky. He was thin and sickly, but after recovering, he became a helper to the army doctor. Coincidentally, in 3 years, 6 family members died. Your great-grandmother's husband and their son, none left. After the war ends, your grandfather returns home and finds he inherits the house and land. Although he didn't go to the battlefield, the court won a great victory. The emperor was happy, and everyone received rewards. With money, land, and a house, only a wife is missing. Haha. Old Sick Shin becomes more excited, waving his big hand, causing a shadow of a slap. If Shen Yan were an ordinary child, he could be knocked down easily. That year, the neighboring Jingjiang prefecture had a flood. Your grandmother escaped with the family and was saved by your grandfather with a bowl of porridge. Later, they fell in love and married. Why does the neighboring area keep flooding? It hasn't flooded in recent years, but it did every year before. I just said it, and it's all your fault for interrupting. My grandparents got married. Yes, got married. Then your father was born, went to school, became a scholar, got engaged, married, and you were born. Old Sick Shin finished in one breath, grabbing a big bowl and gulping water.
Ah.
So, why don't you tell me how my grandparents got together? Phew, that was refreshing. Little Yen, pour another bowl for Grandpa. Old Sick Shin hands over the bowl. Shen Yen doesn't take it. His eyes narrow slightly, with a feline-like, killer look. Ahem, just when your father's health improved, it was the time for early rice planting. Your grandparents worked in the fields during the day, got caught in a light rain, and then both fell seriously ill at night and passed away together. As soon as he finishes, Old Sick sees Shen Yan's face turn serious. He regretfully clicks his tongue. He shouldn't have said that. Why do you insist on knowing this? Shen Yan picks up his small bowl, pours water into Old Sick Shin's larger bowl, and says nothing. Of course he wants to know. He just feels something is wrong. Could it be that the strange, mysterious things on Su Jiao Jiao not only affect him but also his father and grandparents? Old Six, when did my father get engaged? Shen Yan's voice is faint. Why are you asking now? Let me think. Old Sick Shin furrows his brow, trying hard. The exact time.
Yes.
It was just before your father became a scholar. He didn't stay in the capital city after the exam to wait for the results. He returned early. The day before he arrived home, your grandparents arranged the marriage. The sun gradually moved west, casting shadows through the eaves. Perhaps because the early autumn sun was no longer hot, Shen Yan felt a chill all over his body. He had many questions, but no one to answer them. Damn, he hated feeling like he was being manipulated. Too many coincidences could only be caused by human planning, but unfortunately, that woman was already dead. Still, thinking of his father's once gaunt and fragile appearance, Shen Yan hardened his heart. Serves him right to die. All that is in the past. If you feel sorry for your father, you should be a good son when you grow up, said Old Sick Shin, turning to pat Shen Yan's shoulder for comfort. Shen Yan took a deep breath to calm his anger and looked straight into Old Sick's caring eyes, saying seriously, Grandpa Six, thank you for telling me this. I will always stay with my father. Good boy, Old Sick Shin was pleased. Look at that. This son was worth raising. Soon, all the copper coins were strung together, 13 strings in total, with 12 coins left. Shen Yan picked up one string from the ground and placed it into a basket, which still had a pig's leg at the bottom. Buy Nuno some candy with this. Your grandpa, I'm grandpa? Little brat, worry too much. Be careful you don't grow tall. Old Six Shen hung the string of coins around Shen Yan's neck, placed the pig's leg on Shen Yan's lap, and quickly grabbed the basket to stand up. I'm leaving. Lock the door tight. After dinner, just as it was getting dark, Shen Yan was about to soak his feet in the basin when he saw Shin Jiwoo lift the lid of the rice jar, holding a cloth in his hand. He slipped on his shoes and ran over. Dad? Pour some rice for you to put under your pillow, Shin Jiwoo explained. Seeing Shen Yan's face full of resistance, he added, just for peace of mind. But you can't call out to the spirit. No calling. Fine, no calling spirits then. Thinking about how his father shouted his name outside late at night. Hiss. Enough, stop overthinking. Dad, there's too much rice. We can't finish it all in one meal. They wrapped the rice and sat together to soak their feet, with a water bowl on the table. Do you remember the character, Sui, we learned last time? Shenyan dipped his finger in water and awkwardly wrote it on the table. The character had many strokes, so he wrote it big and ugly. I've learned it, Dad. Now teach me how to write. Shenyan was very excited. His father insisted on teaching him from the 1,000-character classic. The character had already been taught, and today they finally reached. Good. Shen Jiwu remained calm. He dipped his finger in water and carefully demonstrated each stroke, so Shen Yan could see clearly. He recited, loquats in the evening green, parasol trees shedding their leaves. It was indeed time for. Even using his finger as a brush and water as ink, Shen Jiwu's writing remained elegant and refined, each stroke starting gently and ending sharply. Shen Yan copied along, now with a reference, and his writing looked decent. Without the comparison, his handwriting would have its own style, resulting in very personal and awkward characters. Did Dad choose his own characters? What's the story behind it? After finishing writing Wu, Shen Yan added Ji in front and was satisfied to stop. It was chosen by the magistrate. Traditionally, Shang refers to autumn, and when the sycamore leaves fall, it signals autumn, something like that. Gently running his finger along the edge of a bowl, touching a few water droplets, Shen Jiwu withdrew and played with the water on his fingers. Actually, there's more. The phoenix sings high on the hill. The sycamore grows under the morning sun. Jiwu, I know. Magistrate Gao has high hopes, wishing him to be like a phoenix resting on a sycamore, someday soaring high and making a great impression, so everyone will know. I also want a character. His sleeve was pulled, breaking his train of thought. Shen Jiwu looked up and saw his son with a small face, bright eyes sparkling. He couldn't help but smile. You're still young. When you grow older, I will choose a character for you. For some reason, hearing this, Shen Yan felt anxious inside. He quickly grabbed Shen Jiwu's big hand, shook it, and held it tightly. Can I choose now and use it when I grow up? Shen Jiwu was amused but couldn't resist Shen Yan's insistence, so he agreed. All right then. Without hesitation, he pondered aloud, peaceful as the sea and clear as the river. How about using the characters Haiyan and Qing, Yanqing, Shen Yan? Qing? Good. Dad will choose a good one. I want to learn the character Qing. I will teach you when you reach that point. Then when will that be? This time, no matter how much Shen Yan scratched his head in frustration, Shen Jiwu remained unmoved. The Shen family village was filled with the smell of meat all day. Those who didn't get wild boar meat yesterday woke up with their pillows soaked in saliva. Washing clothes by the river was livelier than usual. You usually love to join in the fun, but why didn't your family buy any? Don't mention it. It was my turn to sell out, so I missed out. So frustrating. On the stone slab, a strong woman swung her pestle, venting her anger. Several people stood behind her, having washed their clothes early but not leaving, asking about yesterday's events. You didn't see? As soon as Mr. Shen left, those people crowded in like crazy, like they were mad. I had to queue up, almost got my shoes stepped on. I'm just glad I had some copper coins on me. But many shameless ones, seeing they were close to home, asked for 5 or 6 jin, and when they didn't have enough money, they sent family members back to ask for more. Bah, probably haven't eaten meat in hundreds of years. The strong woman hammered the pestle wildly, scornful. The others behind her didn't care. Who doesn't crave meat? I haven't seen a single bit of minced meat all year. My mother-in-law complains that meat is expensive in town and keeps hoping someone's pig in the village will die so she can buy some cheaply. I think she's just saying that because she couldn't buy any meat. It's almost half the price in town, and if I were her, I'd buy more. Even Scholar Shun is upset about how little money they're getting. With this price, buying less feels like losing money. Not to mention we didn't manage to get any. Exactly, my mother and a few sisters-in-law are at home. So angry, they can't eat. The strong woman didn't argue anymore. She had already vented her frustration. But she still insisted, If this meat wasn't from Scholar Shen, I'd fight those dogs myself. After washing the clothes, she suddenly pulled the rope, and the water from the bamboo basket spilled out. She caught a few lively, jumping small fish.
Tisset.
That's not enough to fill my teeth.
Ashu. Ashu.
All morning, she kept sneezing. Shenyan couldn't sleep in and had to get up. After washing up, he sat at the door of the kitchen, nibbling on a pancake, and thought about the pig's leg hanging in the well. Shenyan frowned. The wild boar wasn't castrated, so it was a bit gamey. They steamed it with green onions and ginger slices, but the smell still lingered. Neither father nor son could get used to it. Luckily, they didn't steam much last night, so they forced themselves to eat it. Little Shen, only 3 feet tall, was feeling uneasy. This shouldn't be right. Old 6th Grandpa said the meat was good. There's so much left. It can't stay like this forever. The meat that 6th Grandma helped cure hasn't been finished yet. Suddenly, the puffed cheeks stopped moving. Yes. On a small dirt hill behind Shen's village, 3 little kids gathered around a fire. A big bamboo basket was right in front of Dog Egg, lined with oil paper and filled with 2 sturdy pig legs.
Wow.
Big brother, so much meat, Dog Egg exclaimed. Since the end of the year when they slaughtered pigs, Dog Egg had never seen so much meat. Are you really going to roast it? Neo Egg worried Shen Yen might get scolded. If he dared to do that, his mother would definitely send him back. Though he didn't quite understand what send back meant. Don't worry, my dad doesn't care. I make the decisions. Shen Yen leaned against the dirt hill, relaxed, and looked at his 2 big helpers with hope. Who can roast it? It's not hard to cook it well, but if Shen Yen did it himself, it might be hard to swallow. Unfortunately, both helpers shook their heads at the same time. So, the 3 kids looked at each other. I know who can do it, Neo Egg suddenly said. Seeing Shen Yen didn't object, Neo Egg hesitated and said, Little Peach Sister. Tigger and the others caught sparrows and field mice, and Little Peach Sister roasted them. How do they taste? Shen Yen was interested. Smells so good. So good. Delicious.
Slurp.
Gurgle. Neo Dan said, beginning to savor the taste, unable to stop drooling. You're eating alone.
Ah.
Boss, look at him. Godan was fed up, slapping dirt with both hands, waving up and down. He knelt on both knees and jumped like a chick that hasn't grown feathers yet, trying to fly. He jumped high, squealing loudly, and complained with a sad face. I didn't. It was Tiger Head deliberately tempting me. The cooked field mouse was handed to my mouth, and I was so angry that I just gobbled it all up. Nyodan's face and neck turned bright red as he loudly argued, then whispered, a bit embarrassed. Shinyan laughed. Didn't expect that, with his big eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked so good, yet he could do such things.
See?
I told you, you can't bully honest people too much. Shinyan grabbed the bouncing Godan, pulled him over, and held him down. Godan, lying on the ground, turned his head and forgot about Nyodan, twisting like a worm under Shinyan's hand, laughing happily. Shinyan then turned to the big dog general and said, Go ask Sister Xiao Tao to come roast the meat, and give her a bowl as a reward for helping. Ask if she agrees? Okay. Boss, what's the reward? Nyodan took a step back. The boss said he didn't understand that word. It means after the meat is roasted, Sister Xiao Tao will get a share too. Got it. Nyodan climbed over a small hill and ran down the path. After enough fun, Godan, confused, asked, Boss, what are we supposed to do now? Shinyan glanced at the dying fire and said, You pick up dry branches, I watch the meat. Oh, nearby there was a small forest. Godan went in to look around, digging here and there, wandering back and forth happily. Using his spiritual awareness, Shinyan confirmed there was no danger nearby and leaned back on the dirt slope, closing his eyes. Someone seemed serious, but secretly extended his spiritual sense deep into the ground dozens of meters away. Inside the Ant Queen's chamber, several worker ants were busy with their tasks. Suddenly, the chubby Ant Queen's body rhythmically moved, and pale yellow eggs were squeezed out. Shinyan was observing the eggs when the queen suddenly twitched all over. An enemy attack. Quick, come protect the ants. The poor ant queen was frightened by the pressure of Shunyan's spiritual sense, causing chaos throughout the ant kingdom. Shun Yen hurriedly withdrew his spiritual awareness. Little Yen, brother? Someone was quietly calling, and Shun Yen opened his eyes to look back. Standing on the small hilltop was a girl about the same age, thin and bony, with yellowed hair tips, looking like most young girls in Shin family's village. Only when they were close to coming of age were they allowed to be a bit plump, just to attract good marriage prospects. Sister Xiao Tao is here. Shin Yen stood up and smiled, looking completely innocent, as if he hadn't just done something mischievous. Seeing Shun Yan's cute and obedient smile, Shin Xiaotao finally carried her basket and walked down the hill. Nyodan told me you want to grill some meat? Shin Xiaotao carefully asked. Here, wild boar meat. Shun Yen pointed to the big basket beside the embers, speaking in a naive tone. I steamed it yesterday, but it wasn't tasty. Sister Xiaotao, can you grill it? Make it smell nice. Hearing this, Shin Xiaotao leaned in to look closer. She set down her basket casually, but her face showed hesitation. Do I need to grill all of this? Is it too much? Knowing her doubts, Shun Yen also crouched down and said, My dad said the meat will spoil if left too long, so I need your help. Xiaotao, no problem. Xiaotao relaxed and finally smiled shyly. I boiled the meat at home first. The knife, salt, oil, and bowls are here. Shun Yen pulled over another medium-sized bamboo basket to show. Green onions, ginger slices, and garlic. Okay, Shin Xiaotao nodded in surprise. She then picked up the knife and cut deep slashes into the pig leg, moving quickly. Big brother, is this enough? Nyo Dan came over, placing some dry branches and asking. Dog Dan had collected quite a few, and after Nyo Dan returned, he went straight to help. Now, the two of them carried a pile and set it aside. Shun Yen looked at Xiaotao, who quickly spoke up. It's enough. First, start the fire. Later, we'll use charcoal to grill, or there will be too much smoke and ash. Nyo Dan looked at Shun Yen. Shun Yen stood up, took out a fire starter, and reignited the fire. As for Dog Dan, Xiaotao's sister, let me help you. Xiaotao's sister, are you tired? Wow. The meat looks so nice. Xiaotao's sister and $. Shun Yen pinched Dog Dan's mouth from behind. Dog Dan tilted his head and babbled in bird language, happily giggling. Nyo Dan found it funny and leaned forward to speak. Shun Yen. Shin Xiaotao took out a small stone mortar from her basket. Seeing the three of them fussing, she smiled like a big sister. She let the two little ones watch the fire, and Shun Yen saw Xiaotao grinding something, curious to ask, What is this? Xiaotao was pounding with a pestle, adding some small fruits into it. Making a dipping sauce. Ginger, garlic, and so on. These are wild pepper berries. Later, I'll add some sour fruit to enhance the flavor. Can I try it? It sounded interesting, and Shun Yen was eager to try. Xiaotao was tired and handed the mortar to Shun Yen. She stood nearby, giving instructions and adding ingredients now and then. When the fire died down to glowing gray ashes, Xiaotao coated the pig leg with marinade, tied it with a string, and hung it on a stick over the embers to roast. The four of them waited around the fire. Xiaotao kept turning the meat and pouring the remaining marinade over it. Shin Xiaotao suddenly asked, Little Yen, can you cook? I guess so. My dad makes breakfast, I make lunch and dinner. That's impressive. Really, just cooking a meal is impressive? She hasn't tasted his cooking. Yes, Shin Xiaotao cooks 3 meals a day, from being unfamiliar to skilled, day after day. Sizzle. Sizzle. Juicy pork leg meat sizzles and releases oil, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Gooden sniffs the scent, looking completely enchanted. It smells so good. Sister Xiaotao, can I eat now? Not yet, it's not fully cooked. You need to wait a little longer. Gooden isn't looking at the meat. He's staring straight at Shin Xiaotao. Sister Xiaotao, I wish you were my sister. Gooden is lost in the smell of the barbecue, unable to hide his excitement. Shin Xiaotao smiles silently. Once the sauce has been absorbed and the charcoal fire is out, Shun Yen arranges 4 large bowls. 1 bowl per person. I brought my own bowl. I'll use this one. Shin Xiaotao lips purse slightly, pulling out a small bowl about the size of her palm. Shun Yen shakes his head. Use the same one. Take it home, and if you have time, bring it to Gooden. I can find him. Then he swiftly slices the meat, petals falling neatly into the bowls. Seeing this, Shen Xiaotao forgets about her bowl. 4 full bowls are filled, no more space left. Shun Yan takes a piece for himself and eats it hot. Gooden exclaims, haha. Delicious. Gooden chews and swallows eagerly. Shen Xiaotao lowers her head, holding a large piece of meat wrapped in paper. So fragrant it makes her feel overwhelmed. Should she eat it? Just take a bite. Or maybe bring it back. It smells so good, Sister Xiaotao, try some. It has no fishy smell at all. A face leans over, mouth probably full of meat, cheeks puffed out, watching her eagerly. Shen Xiaotao takes a big bite. It smells wonderful. After finishing the meat, she asks the 2 kids to go to the creek to fetch water and deal with the leftover embers. Shun Yan takes out a large green onion, looks around, and finally hesitates before pulling a small piece of baked flatbread wrapped in oil paper from his pocket, tearing off a tiny piece from the unbitten side and wrapping it with a large green onion. Shen Xiaotao finds this interesting. Suddenly, the strange green onion wrap is handed to her. Little Yen, my dad made this flatbread. It tastes best with green onion. Please try it. Shun Yen tries to look sincere, with wide, round, cat-like eyes. Who could refuse such adorable eyes? Shun Xiaotao can't. She takes the flatbread, and Shun Yen tears off another piece, wrapping it with a large green onion and putting it in his mouth. It seems really delicious. Shun Yen gave specific instructions to the 2 little ones. They were very obedient and listened well, dutifully taking Shen Xiaotao home. When Shen Xiaotao entered the yard with her basket, her mother was feeding the pigs. Where have you been? I called you so many times but couldn't find you. The sturdy woman poured pig feed into the trough, then turned and glared at her daughter. You're exhausted. Go cook now. Big sister, it's all your fault. Because of you, my meat dried out. A chubby little boy rushed over, leaning against his mother's leg, holding up a piece of bright red field mouse meat. Tigerhead couldn't find you and was shouting all morning. I couldn't get anything done happily, his mother, the sturdy woman, muttered as she touched Tigerhead's pig brain, complaining non-stop. Shen Xiaotao silently untied the cloth on her basket. Tigerhead's mother quickly saw the meat and snatched it. So much meat. Where did it come from? I helped little Yen bake pork legs. He gave me this as a reward, Shen Xiaotao replied. That's little Yen. TCH, if he gives you something, you must want it. Hurry and return it. Though she said this, her face showed reluctance. Shen Xiaotao watched quietly, then spoke after a moment. Dog egg and cow egg also have 1 each. TCH, mother. Tigerhead was unhappy, his eyes shifting as he still held up his field mouse meat. Shut up, his mother stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. A full bowl of meat suddenly had a big gap. Tigerhead, with meat in his mouth, was reluctant to swallow it, but he was proud and leaned toward Shen Xiaotao, teasing, sister, chewing sounds. This meat smells so good, chewing sounds. You wouldn't sneak some, right? Chewing sounds. No, I didn't sneak any. Shen Xiaotao calmly opened her mouth, releasing a smell that nearly made Tigerhead choke. Cough, cough, cough. Tigerhead almost spat out the meat. His tongue curled around the meat, and he swallowed hard. What did you eat? It smells so bad. Mother, his mother, distressed, patted his chest to soothe him and glared at her daughter again. Little Yen asked me to eat some cake, said his dad made it, Shen Xiaotao said after a pause, then continued, It's very tasty. It's so disgusting. Poor him. He's just teasing you. Can't you see? Big dummy haraha. Tigerhead leaned into his mother's arms, making a silly face and sticking out his tongue at Shen Xiaotao, but she didn't react as usual. Shen Xiaotao looked expressionless, and Tigerhead suddenly felt a bit scared. He looked up again, wanting to complain, but Shen Xiaotao suddenly spoke. The bowl belongs to little Yen. He said to put it with the cow eggs after using. Then she went to the kitchen to cook. His mother only thought about it for a moment. How could someone like Shen Xiaotsai use scallions to make pancakes? Seeing her son cling to her leg and cause trouble, she casually added 2 pieces of meat, one of which she put into her own mouth. During lunch, the meat bowl was placed in the center of the table. The adults kept reaching for the chopsticks. Mother, who had picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her eldest daughter's bowl, smiling happily, saying, Xiao Tao did very well today, earning a bowl of meat for the family. Mother, who stretched her neck, eyes full of anticipation, staring intently. The whole family ate, their gazes subtly fixed on that piece of meat. Next, Shun Xiao Tao was supposed to politely give the meat to her younger brother, as usual. Then she would receive praise from the family, being called considerate and a good older sister. They kept glancing at the meat, their necks getting sore, some even twitching. Finally, Shun Xiao Tao reached out and grabbed the meat. She put a piece in her mouth. Woo-woo, Mother, who exclaimed loudly, but it was just a sudden outburst. Oh, my good granddaughter, don't cry, don't cry. Come here, Grandma will give you some meat. Mother, who pouted, glanced at her greedy granddaughter and quickly gave her beloved grandson some meat, ignoring the pile in her own bowl that was overflowing. Father, who chewed the meat quietly as usual, but looked displeased. Father, who frowned, silently giving his son some meat, with a downward turn of his lips to show his dissatisfaction. Mother, who looked at Shun Xiao Tao, stopped smiling, shook her head in disappointment, and chewed on some greens with a crunchy sound. The atmosphere at the table was tense, as if everything was Shun Xiao Tao's fault. But Shun Xiao Tao, who is 9 years old this year, had never before paid attention to anyone's eyes since she could remember. She chewed her meat with her eyes closed, unaware, silently asking herself, Little Yendidi, why can't I be your younger sister? Her small inner voice didn't know who she was asking. Little Yendidi, why can't you be my younger brother? No one answered her, but she didn't mind. Dad, is it tasty? Sister Xiao Tao baked it. It smells really good. Shun Jiwu ate modestly and restrained, but his twitching ears betrayed him. Last night he had eaten less rice, but not enough. There was still a few bites of rice left in the pot. Shun Yan scooped some into his bowl, leaving none behind. Don't overeat, leftovers can be eaten tonight. Shun Jiwu stopped him. You should finish it, no leftovers. Shunyan shook his head and tried to eat more, but his bowl was handed straight to him. Shunyan blinked. Huh? Shun Jiwu nodded. After the meal, there was still quite a bit of meat left. The father and son hiccued together, making the scene very funny. Anyway, from then on, Shun Jiwu never mentioned the pillow rice to calm himself again. Pillow rice became him after overeating. Not worth it. Shun Yogan's family. 10 people squeezed around a square table, with a small cradle for the youngest to sleep in. 2 large bowls of meat in the middle of the table. After reheating, the steam rose hot and fragrant, tempting everyone. Dog Egg's mother twitched her waist and quickly stood up, placing 2 chopsticks in different meat bowls. Xiao Tao's cooking skills are excellent. Xiao Yan's kid is really too polite. Father, mother, please eat more. This is all thanks to Dog Egg's respect for you both. Dog Egg's mother served 3 pieces of meat to her father-in-law and mother-in-law. Good. I'll eat my own portions and you give Dog Egg more. Shin Yujen noticed that Dog Egg wasn't as greedy today, so he only took 2 pieces of meat. Oh, Dog Egg is finally being sensible. Dog Egg's mother responded sharply, but when her chopsticks reached into her meat bowl, they ended up in her own bowl. Dog Egg doesn't need her to worry. Nyo Egg's mother was a bit slower. Several pairs of chopsticks snatched the meat bowls, and they quickly became empty. She awkwardly picked up the last piece of meat. Wow, it was so thin it was almost transparent. This is hardly showing filial piety. Nyo Egg's mother looked to the left and saw her husband and eldest son's bowls still had 2 or 3 pieces of meat left. Looking to the right, she saw that only 1 piece of meat was in Nyo Egg's bowl, and he had half of it left to eat. She wanted to give the meat to Nyo Egg. Nyo Egg noticed his mother's gaze, turned his head, and saw that light piece of meat, feeling puzzled. Strange, why did Mom only manage to get so little today? So he scooped the half piece of meat into his mother's bowl and smiled foolishly. Mom, eat. He had already eaten, but his eldest brother had told him not to say anything. He's very obedient and won't say a word. Nyo Egg's mother felt mixed emotions. The meat smelled so delicious, she almost drooled, but she couldn't swallow it. Seeing Dog Egg's mother chewing meat, Twisting her waist, and with her eyes lowered but a proud face, Neo Egg's mother suddenly felt angry and was about to explode. Cough. But her mother-in-law secretly glanced over and coughed heavily as a warning. Neo Egg's mother could only suppress her fiery anger deep inside. Until evening, when her volcano of anger erupted, Kieran's leg kicked out fiercely.
Yow. 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 Sigh.
I'm going to die. What kind of pig disease are you spreading? In the dark night, Neo Egg's father fell with a loud thud, rolling inside, grimacing in pain and growling angrily. Pig disease. Lu Tsuehua suddenly sat up. Would you die if you ate a few less pieces of meat? Haven't I already served your father some? Oh, it's my fault. Wait till you serve, then I can eat meat too. If you're slow and can't grab the meat, you take it out on me. Who am I doing this for? Lu Tsuehua trembled and choked, wiping tears, her voice lowering. Are you really a father who doesn't care? After we finish harvesting and sell the rice, what about Dog Egg going to school? What about Neo Egg? That's still a distant thing. Why are you so anxious? Neo Egg's father dismissed it casually, chuckling while crossing his legs.
Ha.
If you really want to send Dog Egg, just send him. It doesn't matter who you send him with. Dog Egg learned to read and teach Neo Egg when he comes back. That's how everyone in the village does it. You keep worrying about everything every day. There is some truth in that. In the village, children from big families are usually sent to learn. Everyone knows that Scholarship teaches with care. If he only focuses on teaching characters and puts in effort, a quick learner can recognize all the characters in 2 years, write common words, read official notices, and understand various contracts. If they also learn bookkeeping or abacus skills, they need another 2 or 3 years. The only one truly aiming for the imperial exams is Shin Old Six's grandson, Taidan, who has some talent, and his family is willing to support his studies. Is that the same? Godin is playful and won't study seriously. Besides, why should our Neodon only get what's left from their dog's leftovers? Lu Tsuehua gets excited again. Dad is now thinking about just recognizing characters, but what about later? Don't forget, he never wanted anyone in the family to learn characters before. Lu Tsuehua is actually worried that her father and Old Six might argue. If Hu Guifan stirs things up again, and her father changes his mind, what if he wants to support Gooden for the imperial exams? It's getting more unreasonable. Dad has his ideas, but just listening to him is, sigh, let's sleep. Every day, he's just too idle. Who? Neodon's father turns over and faces the wall, soon snoring loudly. But during the long night, how many can truly sleep peacefully without dreaming until dawn? At first, the villagers thought Scholar Shin's son, Xiao Yan, riding a pig was just an accident. But then wild pig meat appeared on every family's table. Many strong men were puzzled. That doesn't make sense. Why only Xiao Yan's pig? We've been hiding at the foot of the West Mountain for days and haven't seen a single one. Then, these people were all scolded by their fathers, mothers, or wives. Shut up. Eat your food. Can't you even stop the meat from filling your mouth? Xiao Yan was helpless too. Every time he reached the mountain entrance and released his awareness to try to go inside, a wild pig would rush at him. Over and over he was blocked. After more than half a month, his riding skills actually improved. Xiao Yan knew it was because of his spiritual awareness. But in the deep mountains, he couldn't ignore his awareness, so he decided to confront the wild pigs head-on. He wanted to see how many were hiding in the forest. The ground seemed to tremble as a huge creature roared northward. Dad, aren't you going to check? This noise might be the wild pig king. Shin Dazhuang was eager to go. Shin Old Six shook his head calmly. If you want to go, you go. Clever as he was, he had already figured it out. Forget it, I won't go either. With the mountains here, nothing will happen. Shin Dazhuang was afraid to go, and Shun Yan remembered to give him pig legs, so he had to control his desire to join the fun. Old Shin Lu rolled his eyes at his foolish son. Even little Ah Yan couldn't handle it. Whenever something happened, he would retreat. Shin Dazhuang couldn't be relied on, so for the wild boar, Old Shin Lu simply handed the task over to Old Shin Qi, who then had his son Shin Dashin watch over everything. Old Shen Lu looked proud and carefree, walking slowly home with a hoe on his shoulder, humming to himself. Since old Chi is the village chief, he manages everything. I don't care who it is, he should handle it. Grandpa Zhu. Thank you. This time, keep the pig's head and 2 front legs. Haha, I'll leave plenty of meat on the legs for you. Don't worry, you'll be happy. Old Zhu tore off the pigskin with force, knowing this little kid was going to give it to someone else, and cheerfully agreed. This was an old wild sow, over 500 gene, about 250 kilograms, with short tusks. Shen Yan was admiring how old Zhu was cutting up the pig when he was lightly tapped on the shoulder. Uncle Dashan?
Come.
Shen Yan followed Shen Dashan to a quiet spot away from the crowd. Is Wuwen too low? Shouldn't you ask your dad? The tall, strong man leaned against a haystack and squatted down to talk to Shen Yan eye to eye. Shen Yan shook his head. This one is an old pig. The meat will be tough and old, not tasty. Hearing this, Shen Dashan's broad face broke into a smile. It was hard for this young kid, so young, but thinking so much. But it wasn't too surprising. He was influenced by Scholar Shen, who had been more mature than other children since he was young. Old toughness isn't a big deal. The meat is just meat. Once you eat it, it's all fat and water. I understand your kindness. I won't stop you. Shen Dashan knew Shen Yan could understand him. He needed to be clear. Since his father was the village chief, he had to show the right attitude and not dismiss the young boy casually. Shen Yan didn't pretend to be naive, nodding in agreement. The two sat leisurely on the haystack, Shen Dashan only keeping an eye on the distance. The crowd was lively but orderly, and he didn't need to interfere much. Once the wild boar was cut up and sold, the scene became even noisier. Shen Dashan was right. No one cared if the meat was tough or old. When the price dropped, the lines doubled. Even those who had bought before, many relatives from other villages, begged him to help buy more. Uncle Dashan, you sit here. I'll be back soon, Shen Yan said, already carrying the huge pig's head. It's so heavy. The clan leader's house is too far. I can't move it alone.
Please take it to him.
You can place it in the ancestral hall for worship, Shen Yan explained. Shen Dashan was surprised and speechless, his face showing disbelief. Really? That doesn't seem like something you can't move.
Hee.
Shen Yan smiled shyly. Oh dear. Whenever the clan leader saw him, he would grab his hand and keep persuading him to study, chattering nonstop for an hour. Shen Yan was scared and exhausted. The clan leader had asked someone to buy a pig's head that morning, but it wasn't sold because it looked bad. Shen Dashan held the big pig's head, examined it from all sides, and teasingly looked at Shen Yan, saying, well, this one is pretty good. Shen Yan awkwardly replied. Ahem. He didn't realize earlier that the clan leader wanted it, and in his haste, he accidentally flattened the head. All right. I'll go deliver it first. You wait here for me. Shen Dashan decided to leave quickly and come back soon. The crowd had thinned out, and most of the meat was sold. Shen Dashan thought about delivering the pig's head first, and then returning to take Shen Yan home. No need, I can go myself, Shen Yan said confidently. Oh? Your 2 big pig legs can move again, Shen Dashan teased. Shen Yan slightly lifted his chin and signaled to Shen Lao Zhu, who was busy in the background. Shen Dashan was surprised for a moment, then understood, smiled knowingly, patted Shen Yan's shoulder, and left. After paying the slaughtering worker and bringing Shen Zhu out, Shen Lao Zhu finally accepted the 2 pig legs. Shen Yan then carried the copper coins home and went to return the basket to the village chief. As he walked home, he was thinking about what he had given away. The pig's head to the ancestral hall, 2 pig legs to the clan leader and village chief, and Shen Lao Zhu had given some as well. Now only. Woo-woo, woo-woo.
Wah, 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 wah.
Whoa. His thoughts were interrupted by a startled Shen Yan. It was Dog Egg's voice. From soft sniffles to loud crying, sounding very aggrieved. Shen Yan quickly followed the sound and saw the scene by the riverbank. From afar, he saw Shan Lao Lu on the opposite bank. Sure enough, without this Lao Lu, something would be wrong. Near a thick poplar tree tied to a big yellow ox, A chubby little girl sat on the ox's back. They were all on the same side of the river. Shun Lao Lu, with sharp eyes, wanted to pick up his granddaughter and run, but the girl wouldn't cooperate. Brother A Yen, she broke free from her grandpa, giggled, and waved her hands happily. Shun Yen was about to respond when, "Big brother." "Ooh," the sound came from below the bank. Shun Yen walked closer to look. On the gentle slope below, Dog Egg was lying on his back with his hips up, head facing the riverbank, hands supporting the ground. It wasn't much. Just cow dung. Shun Yen released his spiritual awareness and saw a large pile of cow dung hidden in the grass, covering Dog Egg's pants. "Big brother." On the opposite side of the river, on the gentle slope, Dog Egg was carefully walking down. "Don't come over. Go back up." Shun Yen quickly stopped him. There was more than one pile of cow dung. Dog Egg obediently turned back the way he came, and Shun Yen went down the slope. This place was just a branch of the main river in the village, not during flood season, so the water was shallow, more like a small creek. The banks on both sides were covered with grass and weeds. "Hey, why are you bothering with him? Come up quickly. This kid is just spoiled. I told him to climb out himself, but he refused." Shun Yen ignored old Sick Shin. "Listen," his tone was weak and hesitant. "Be careful, little boss. Brother Ian, watch out." He avoided the cow dung, then helped up Go Dan first, warning him, "Don't move your legs later, understand?" Yes, I won't move." Go Dan sniffled but stopped crying, nodding eagerly. Shun Yen went around behind Go Dan, reached into his armpits from both sides, and slowly pulled him out. Puff, pop, a strong smell of fermented cow manure hit his nose. It was overwhelming. Ugh, Shun Yen's face turned green. Grinding his teeth, Shun Yen carried Go Dan down to the riverbank. He stepped across the creek with his legs apart, holding Go Dan and rinsing him in the water. Whoa, flying away. Go Dan found it funny, giggling happily. Shun Yen wanted to curse. The dirt was washed away by the flowing water. Shun Yen carried Go Dan to the other side and handed him to Nyo Dan. "Take Go Dan home to change his pants and shoes. First, go find your grandpa and tell him the truth so your mom won't beat you." Shun Yen whispered to Go Dan, "What about Nyo?" Nyo Dan hesitated, pointing to the other side. Shun Yen loudly said, "As for Nyo, old Six Grandpa will help him stay put. Once Nyo is full, he'll definitely send Grandpa to your house." Before old Six Shin could react, Shun Yen quickly sent the two kids away. He turned, grabbed a branch hanging from a willow tree opposite, pushed off lightly, swung over the creek like on a swing, and with a flick of his body, landed steadily on the bank. "Brother Ian, you're so awesome," Nyo cheered, clapping excitedly, then patted Nyo's back and said, "Come on, let's ride Nyo together." Shun Yen smiled and shook his head to refuse, picking up a small shoe that had fallen on the ground and putting it on her. Cough, cough. Seeing Shun Yen look over, old Sick Shun continued, "Well, Nyo is hungry. I'll take her home first." But the little girl, annoyed, interrupted, "Grandpa, I'm not hungry at all." Old Six Grandpa, Go Dan fell into cow dung. "Is that your fault? Trying to slip away again?" Shun Yen immediately exposed him, giving no chance for excuses. "Hey?
How?
How could it be my fault?" Old Six Shin felt guilty, but refused to admit it. "They're just watching the cows properly. Isn't that what you taught them?" Swinging the willow branches. "How come they're just watching the cows? The two kids are messing around, riding on the cow's back. I just feel sorry for the cow." Old Six Shun's eyes lit up, and he suddenly changed the subject. I think it's all your fault." "Oh." Shun Yen waited for his reply, ready for more nonsense. Old Six Shin shook his head and started to boast. "Those little kids in the village are trying to show off by riding pigs. At home, the pigs are rooting around, and they get scolded and stare at the big yellow ox. How can you blame me, old Six Shin? It's all because Ah Yen led them astray." Led them astray. After saying this, he chuckled proudly. Every day, his grandson recited poems, and he thought, haha, I can do it too. "Oh, I see. So you're eyeing the cow at Grandpa's house." A single sentence from Shun Yen made old Six Shin go speechless. Old Six Shin. You really don't listen at all. So, what if I do? Nunya wants to ride the cow for a bit, but that brat dog egg is hogging it and won't let her. Cows are rare and expensive, usually bought and shared by a few families in rotation. Today, Nunya wanted to ride, but the cow was not at home. Old Six Shen had planned to take her out to find their own cow, but first met Dog Egg and Cow Egg. With a little trick, he performed a swing on a willow branch, which got the two boys excited. Who can blame Dog Egg if he accidentally falls? You're the one swinging over here. I can even ride a wild pig, can they? The terrain on both riverbanks is uneven, high on this side, low on the other. There's also a willow tree on the far side. It's easy to swing across to the other side, but hard to come back. And even this manure down here was left when you were herding cows before, Shunyan said triumphantly. So, it's your fault. He ran off while shouting. Old Six Grandpa, I've handed the cows over to you. You don't want Grandpa Jen to find out, right? Without looking back, he quickly disappeared. Old Six Shen was so angry his beard twitched. That little brat. Ouch! His beard was pulled and he winced. You're a little troublemaker too. Why do you keep protecting him? You can't marry him anyway. He's my brother. Brother my foot. What kind of brother is he? He was born early, less than 9 months, and he's just 1 day older than you. Nunya was angry and used her strength. Okay. He's my brother. He's my brother, alright? Let go, I'm hurting. It's all because your dad spoiled you. At old Six Shen's house. Uncle Dazhuang. Shin Dazhuang was sharpening a kitchen knife in the yard when a small head peeked out from the gate, whispering like a thief. He gently put down the knife and tiptoed out, closing the yard door behind him, then squatted down. What's up? Tell me, what scheme are you planning now? Old Six Grandpa and Nyonyo are by the river, near the crooked willow. You should go over. What for? Shin Dazhuang asked suspiciously. To meet Grandpa Gingan's cow and send it back. Oh. Shin Dazhuang wasn't in a hurry. He grabbed the sneaky little kid into his arms, raised his eyebrows, and leaned in mischievously. Can you quietly tell Uncle? Uncle promises to keep it secret. Why does that wild boar only bother you, and not others? What's really going on? Oh, my. Move aside. Shan Yin pushed away in disgust. Such a mess. Beard prickly and sharp. Go quickly. Grandpa Lu said Nyonyo is hungry. Nyonyo is hungry? You didn't say earlier. Shin Dazhuang let go of Shin Yen and ran off. Grandpa Lu, annoyed at his son for spoiling his granddaughter, helped Nyonyo ride the ox while muttering curses. Suddenly, the main troublemaker ran straight over. Dad, are you going to take the ox? Then I'll take Nyonyo home. Why are you here? Grandpa Lu said impatiently. That's what a Yen said, Shin Dazhuang replied, trying to pick up his daughter. The little rascal. Grandpa Lu snatched ahead. Dare to boss me around? You go send her, he added. Feed her well before you go. Oh, Dad, are you making up with Uncle now? Shin Dazhuang's daughter was snatched and given chores, making her sneer sarcastically. Grandpa Lu, if it weren't for his granddaughter, he'd surely hit Shin Dazhuang on the head. You talk too much. Though tough talking, he finally carried his granddaughter and hurried away. Nyonyo, let's go home. Your dad's not bothering us anymore. Want to see Big Brother? Okay. Grandpa will take you to see him. Let's go quietly, okay? Yay.
Yay.
Yay. The big yellow ox blinked. Moo. He distracted the stubborn father and son. Then Shan Yin pulled out a hidden basket from around the corner and knocked on the courtyard door.
Knock.
Knock. A Yen? Shin Lu's wife opened the door, surprised and smiling kindly, reaching out. Come in. Shan Yin dodged, placing 2 pig legs into the door. Grandma Lu, my dad asked me to bring the pig legs. He wanted to finish quickly, so he didn't pull back his hand but stepped back. I'm running.
Ha.
Grandma Lu's eyes lit up, but not for the meat.
Xionyang.
Xionyang? Come quickly. Hurry, a Yen is here. She grabbed Shin Yen and wouldn't let go. A Yen wouldn't let go either, and she couldn't catch him. Chun Xionyang was feeding pigs in the pigsty, scooping feed into the trough when she heard Shan Yan's voice. She quickly covered the pig's head with a feed bucket. Hearing her mother-in-law call, she hurried out from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. Chun Xionyang was tall, with a round face and a cheerful smile. Yen, why don't you come in? She took a few steps and hugged Shenyan from behind. Xionyang and Shenyan immediately shrank like a little quail, not moving at all. Ha ha ha, Mom, look at Yen, it was just like when he was a baby drinking milk. Aunt Shen Lu naturally understood, giving her daughter-in-law a teasing look, then bringing the outside basket inside and closing the courtyard gate. Chun Xionyang carried Shen Yan into the yard, sat him on a special small stool, and skillfully began sharpening a knife. Amid the sound of sharpening, she casually asked, "Where did you send your uncle?" Shen Yan moved closer to the small stool, focused on watching the knife being sharpened, and replied casually, I was herding cattle by the river." Qin Xionyang chuckled softly, her eyes curved like apricots, with a smile touching her eyebrows. "That guy, I bet he can't even respond properly after eating meat." Aunt Shen Lu kept busy, pouring sugar water and bringing egg pancakes, almost feeding Shen Yan directly. Yen, it's still early. I'll go cook the meat. You bring back a bowl, and it'll be perfect for dinner." She then headed to the kitchen. After accepting the pig's leg, knowing Shen Yan was stubborn, she gently stroked his head and didn't refuse or argue further. "Thank you, Grandma Lu." Shen Yan was polite. If he refused, Grandma Lu might just bring it to his house herself. Chun Xionyang finished sharpening the kitchen knife and switched to a chopping knife. Shen Yan chatted casually, pulling topics back and forth, feeling no boredom. "Aren't you going to study?"
Tai Dan keeps bothering about this.
He's mentioned it to Mr. Shen a few times. "Your father always says it's up to you." My father is teaching me to recognize characters." Shen Yan quickly changed the subject. "Does brother Tai Dan read well?" Not really good," she denied with her words, but her face showed happiness. "Tai Dan isn't very smart, but he's lucky to meet a teacher like your father who's good at teaching. He's willing to work hard and learn. Not long ago, your father told him he might have a chance to take the exam in a couple of years." Qin Xionyang leaned forward and whispered to Shen Yan, "Your sixth grandpa has been pestering him for days." Your father finally agreed. If Tai Dan keeps studying, he might pass as a scholar. But I know how hard it is to get a good name. It's uncertain. Since Tai Dan is still young, he can try a few more times. If he doesn't succeed, he can find a job in the county. Will Annie give brother Tai Dan a new name? I heard if he passes, his name will be posted publicly. Qin Xionyang gritted her teeth. I've thought about it, but your uncle, that stubborn guy, insists his name is fine. Only your sixth grandpa can keep him in check. It's better to change his name early. Shen Yan smiled but didn't agree. He was curious about the hard stone at his feet. Is this a special sharpening stone? It was a bluish-gray stone, with a broken edge facing up, like a giant mountain being cleaved by an axe. After countless years underground, it finally saw the light again. Over time, most of its sharp edges had been smoothed, leaving only one point that looked like a sharp cone. Shen Yan thought he had seen something similar before, and the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. I don't know where your uncle got this. It's a pretty good sharpening stone. Qin Xionyang didn't know, so she asked her mother-in-law, Mom, where did this big stone come from? A half-head peeked out from the kitchen window. Oh, the old man dug it up near the old locust tree. Ian often plays over there, right? This stone has sharp corners sticking out of the ground, so dangerous. Your father dug deeper and deeper, and surprisingly, he found such a big piece. Seeing the quality, he brought it back. Qin Xionyang looked and agreed. Really? I didn't notice. If we put it here, Nyonya will run around and poke it. What should we do? Shen Lu's wife complained. It was placed nicely in the firewood shed before, but Dazhuang took it out. When he comes back, I'll ask him to move it back. Then she remembered something else. She was busy roasting meat and couldn't leave, so she called her daughter-in-law. The 2 pairs of shoes I made for Shinshiozai, I can't remember where I put them. You can check my room, the chest, and cabinets. Later, take them to Ian. Okay? Qin Xionyang clapped her thigh, realizing she also made shoes for Ian and almost forgot. After sharpening her knife, she went to find the shoes. Shen Ian was still touching the stone. The surface of the stone was covered with mud and moss. He was lifting one corner when he heard, Ian, try on these shoes. Coming. Banged. A loud crash fell. When Shen Dazhuang arrived home, he just missed Shenayan. Chen Xunyang leaned by the gate, gazing wistfully into the distance, where only a faint, blurry figure could be seen. Daughter-in-law, what are you looking at? I'm right here. Shen Dazhuang reached out and turned her face toward himself. What's wrong? His wife's reaction was unusual. Shen Dazhuang didn't get slapped, which made him a little nervous, not used to it. Nothing, Chen Xunyang mumbled like a mosquito, but I have a feeling inside. Ayan might be my child. What shoes? Shen Dazhuang paused, then pretended to be playful, bringing his ear close to her mouth. Pia. A familiar slap landed on him. Shen Dazhuang exaggeratedly sighed. Got it. That's exactly how I feel. Finally, I feel better, haha. Stop pretending. Another slap. She shouldn't have said that, shouldn't have had that thought, maybe, probably. It's because she fed him too much milk as a child. Chen Xunyang convinced herself, and seeing Shen Dazhuang eagerly watching her, she pretended to be annoyed. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and move that sharp stone. Don't you fear poking our girl? Oh. Moving. As he moved it, Shen Dazhuang muttered to himself. Wife is unreasonable. Where's the sharpness? In a certain foul creek in Xinjia village, scattered, limb fragments, floated, slowly being swallowed by dark, sticky sludge. A small, grumpy kid clapped his hands, patted his little head, and hopped away from the stone-throwing site. Rarely so childish. Inside the side room, the candle flickered faintly. Shen Yan sat alone on a small stool, with a large basket beside him filled with tangled copper coins. Shen Yan took out an empty wooden box and placed it on a wooden table. 1, 2, 3. 35, 36. 69, 70. Wow. After a moment, the small box, not very big, was neatly stacked with 7 layers of copper coins, full to the brim. Thanks to Piggy, I am so rich now. Shinyan closed the box, cut off a long piece of candle wick, washed his hands, and called out to the study next door. Dad, I'm sleepy now. Coming. The oil lamp in the study went out. Shen Jihua checked the latch on the small courtyard door, then slowly walked into the side room, smiling as he asked, Ayan, why are you so happy today? Shen Yan lifted the lid of the box excitedly. Tada! The candlelight reflected off the shiny coins. They didn't look very dazzling. Shen Jihua was momentarily distracted by Shen Yan's bright white teeth, then finally noticed the box of copper coins. Starting from the wild boar, Shen Jihua had let Shen Yan collect the silver coins himself, never asking about it. For little male pigs cost 120 coins in total, one big sow cost 40 coins. The clan elder, village chief, old six, and Grandpa Zhu each sent 2 pig legs. Shen Yan spoke rapidly, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, eager to tell his father. Pork costs 8 coins per gene, big pork 5 coins, pig's head 3 coins. Oh, and the big sow's head is in the ancestral hall. Also, because the meat on the pig's belly is relatively fattier and caused a lot of people to fight over it, it automatically increased by 2 coins. Dad, I have exactly 7,000 copper coins, all for you. This statement seemed to trigger some important mechanism. Shen Jihua suddenly felt a warm flow surge from somewhere inside his chest. It was as if a long-held pressure was released all at once, burning through his limbs and making his usually cold body sweat. He staggered and sat down. He picked up his son and placed him on his lap, burying his face in the small back. The raging heat finally found its chance and burst out fiercely. After a moment, in the dim light, he softly spoke. The Shin family originally had 10 acres of sacrificial land, and your grandparents left 20 acres. I will give 5 acres to the clan, making 15 acres in total, just enough to cover half of the tax exemption. Is that also to repay a favor? Yes. Dad, what do you mean? Shanyan nudged the hand on his head. Ayan, you're still young. The debts my past friends owe me don't concern you. So, you don't need to work so hard. I will repay those debts. What kind of hard work? Such a big misunderstanding. His dad thought that these past 2 weeks, he had been deliberately hunting wild boars and selling them cheaply to the village to repay favors? Am I that filial? Fearing he might reveal the truth, Shen Zhihui felt awkward, so Shun Yan had to shamelessly admit it, slightly clarifying, "It's not entirely for that. The village elders, grandparents, uncles, and aunts have been kind to me. Also, the wild boars destroyed our rice crops." Some words were not convenient to say fully. Greed is limitless. It's a basic trait of primates. But when Shen Zhihui's family urgently needed money, the villagers didn't bargain for the land and even later offered 100 taels as a gift. In the past, everything was based on Shen Zhihui's word, and Shun Yan believed him, but he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. So, initially, he planned to divide the spoils according to the rules of Lingjin continent, not expecting the villagers to show no interest. Whether true or false, regardless of the motive behind it, he only cared about the outcome. The human heart can't withstand temptation. Unconditional giving may encourage greed and lead good people astray. Shun Yan didn't want to ruin the current happiness, so he changed his mind and sold the boar at a low price for money. Resting his face on his large hand, legs raised inside the quilt, Shun Yan boldly declared, "Dad, I don't feel tired. I actually enjoy it." But Shen Zhihui said, "The sage said, eat simple food, drink water, rest your arm on a curved elbow, and find happiness in that." I'm sleepy." Shen Yan buried his head in the small quilt beside the bed. "So tired who?" Shen Zhihui helplessly shook his head, then lay down and smiled as he fell asleep. He had a dreamless night, waking refreshed and heading west up the mountain. He went straight into the deep forest, repeatedly searching with his spiritual sense, but found no trace of wild boars. No pig dad? Or not here. This time, the path was finally clear. The deeper he went, the quieter and darker it became. Ancient trees towered overhead, their branches twisting like veins, dense leaves blocking the sky. Suddenly, a bird startled and flew away with a cry, beyond his spiritual range. But Shun Yan had no time to marvel at the scenery. If a mouse fell into a rice jar, that's what he looked like now. Because in this dense mountain forest, the spiritual energy was unexpectedly rich, more than 100 times that of the village. At this moment, of course, it is best to focus on practicing. Who would still be watching birds? Sitting cross-legged on a large rock, he circulated his mental techniques, causing spiritual energy around him to surge wildly. His mysterious chamber expanded, and his spirit trembled. He no longer needed to hold his breath and force himself to breathe deeply. It felt great. Spiritual energy flowed from his mysterious chamber into his body, moving along his spiritual veins, circulating once around, and gathering in his dantian to form a small whirlpool. Shun Yan did not stop. He kept cycling through this process repeatedly. The wind rustled the leaves, and the movement of spiritual energy caused a gentle breeze to stir in the dense forest. Lost in this peaceful mountain forest, he felt as if he were outside the mortal world. Unconsciously, his cultivation reached the second level of qi refining, and he could no longer advance. The second level of qi refining is just the beginning. Perhaps it's insignificant on the spirit true continent. But for people in this world, simply guiding qi into the body and circulating it through the cycle is a daunting threshold, an abyss that is difficult to cross, an insurmountable barrier. To cultivate, one must first build a solid foundation. Demons rely on demon bones, monsters on monster cores, and humans on spiritual veins. However, in this world, spiritual energy is scarce, and innate spiritual veins do not form in humans. Without spiritual veins, how can the body contain spiritual energy? As a result, spiritual energy entering the body will dissipate and cannot circulate. The nearby spiritual energy was almost exhausted, so Shun Yan had to stop. He noticed a faint layer of dirt on his body, sour-smelling, like spoiled rice wine. Impatient, Shun Yan immediately used his spiritual power to block his sense of smell. No matter how close he got, he couldn't smell that sour odor again.
Ha ha ha.
From above, looking down, the little ball hugged his knees, lying on the center of the giant rock, laughing non-stop.
Bah.
How could the foul smell of a latrine compare? I refuse to endure it. This is pure joy.
Not only that,
Although his spirit had recovered somewhat, recovery of spirit did not equal a return of strength, and his physical body lacked any cultivation base, which was a limitation. Now that his cultivation improved, his spirit's restrictions loosened significantly. Shun Yan spread out his consciousness to the fullest, estimating that it could cover about 300 meters around him. In a distant tree, a colorful large bird rested on a branch, its left claw gripping the branch, its right eye closed, completely unaware that it was being observed and admired. Very good. With spiritual power, Shun Yan's spiritual sense could now be freely controlled, making it more discreet and convenient. Thinking about preparing lunch, he didn't linger any longer. Back home, he let the rice boil and bubble freely. Shun Yan fetched water by the well, preparing to wash the dirty clothes he had taken off after bathing. On the clothesline in the yard, his clean clothes from last night hung alone in the warm sun and gentle breeze. By evening, Shun Jihua was sleeping deeply, breathing steady and even. Shun Yan quietly reached out from under the small quilt, carefully feeling Shun Jihua's wrist pulse, trying to send spiritual energy through it. Pure spiritual energy entering the body quickly disperses, leaving only a tiny trace merged with the flesh. It is useful, but has little effect. Shun Jiwu feels weak inside, damaged vital energy and broken foundation. Usually, it doesn't show, but even a small cold can send him away. Over the years, Shun Yan hasn't allowed him to strain himself too much, which is why. Even if spiritual consumption is high, he doesn't mind, because usefulness is better than uselessness. To check if the position was wrong, Shun Yan tried both the wrist pulse and the Yongquan point. He didn't know the names of acupuncture points, but their locations are where the energy gathers in the meridians. His spiritual awareness scanned everything. He examined points like Tianshu, Juke, Shanzhong, Fengqi, Baihui. He tried all the main acupuncture points on the body. Sadly, the results were almost the same, disappointing. The next morning, Shunjiwu felt light and went to school, thinking he was in good shape today, without further thought. Only Shun Yan, after waking up, was squatting in the outhouse. Ah, he screamed. How tragic. His dantian was empty. As usual, foul smell and hot air attacked him mercilessly, mocking him. Someone could only be angry and frustrated, retreating into the mountains again. From then on, Shun Yan officially began his cultivation journey, and Xinjia village became much quieter. When autumn arrived, the world turned beautiful. The autumn wind blew, golden rice waves rippled across the fields, quietly awakening the silent village. The harvest was good, and the county was full of bounty. The joy made busy farmers forget their hardships. No one knew that in Juha County, a group of outsiders had been lurking for days. Isn't it true? At the most turbulent times, the waves are hidden beneath the surface. That day, Shun Yan finished his cultivation and descended from the West Mountain. The rice on the mountain is always a few days late each year. When he went to the village, he saw the busy scene of harvest. Along the small road, people bent over cutting rice everywhere. One large field was divided among families, each choosing a spot to harvest, with varying speeds. Where the moon-shaped sickle passed, only short rice stubble remained, neatly arranged. Xiaoyan, Shun Yan looked toward the voice.
Come.
Play in Annie's field. In a neighboring field, Hu Tunyang kept wiping sweat and eagerly called Shun Yan to come down. Her enthusiasm was mixed with urgency, just as he was about to refuse. TSK, some people really shameless. If they're not their own children, they don't care at all. On the other side of the ridge, Go Dan Yang was drinking water loudly, making sarcastic remarks. Shun Yan, danger. Auntie, my dad is waiting for me to cook dinner. I'll go back now. He ran away quickly. Hu Guofen, what do you mean? Hu Tunyang's eyes widened in anger. This wicked woman is ruining my good thing. The two women were from the same Hu family village and didn't get along well. After marriage, their relationship worsened. What do I mean? Hu Guofen was feeling proud, wiping her mouth with a big round face that was wrinkled and strange-looking, still arguing back. Oh, wow, who has your good luck? You don't have to cook meals, you don't have to wash dishes, and you just boss around Xiao Tao at home. I don't care. How dare you order Xiao Yan right in front of me? Humph. Don't you see if I agree or not? During the farm slack season, her two daughters-in-law took turns cooking and washing dishes each day, so she didn't have to worry about other chores. When you really think about it, both women shared the work, and neither did very hard labor. But during busy farming times, it was different. During the rice harvest season, if the weather was sunny for several days, it was a blessing from heaven to get the rice in. No one knew how many sunny days there would be, and they feared continuous rain would ruin the rice in the fields, so they hurried to harvest. Whether they were lazy or sneaky on normal days didn't matter much, but rice harvesting was a big deal. She understood the importance of timing. Today, Hu Guifan was in charge of cooking, not only doing all the housework but also going to the fields to harvest. Dog Egg and Cow Egg stayed home, taking care of their just-weaned younger brother Donkey Egg. Meanwhile, Mother Head of Tiger left all household matters to her daughter, Xin Xiao Tao, who only needed to go to the fields. Compared to her busy schedule, Hu Guifan was working herself to the limit and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Which ear did you hear me order Xiao Yan with? Are you just making things up and throwing dirt on me? Huh, her loud voice echoed 2 miles away. What Mother Head of Tiger replied was cut off, but what really hit her was the first part of the reply. She believed Hu Guifan was being sarcastic, criticizing her for having a girl first and being unlucky.
Bah.
Nonsense. Ear tumors will grow, and your foul mouth will give you sores and a rotten tongue someday. At that moment, a small old man from the diagonally opposite field jumped up. I heard everything. Both my ears heard it. Is that enough? You two just argue. Don't use Ah Yen as a shield. Get your crooked thoughts together. Do you think I'm dead? Still bossing others around and nagging all day long, he started cursing loudly. Hu Guifan initially wanted to retort and insult her rival, but hearing this, she immediately calmed down. She knew she had to stay quiet. If she didn't, she might get involved in the quarrel between the other daughters-in-law. The old man from Shin Village, known as the infamous Old Six, was always ready to interfere. Usually, Mother Head of Tiger was rational, but now both she and others were provoking her, like fireworks on the hottest days, ready to explode at any moment. Crooked thoughts? Old Six Uncle, if others say that, it's one thing, but coming from your mouth, what does that mean? Just because Xiao Yan helps your family harvest rice, does that mean I can't? You're overstepping your bounds. Haha, finally showing your true colors. I was just talking nonsense and throwing dirt on you. Their conversation was full of ambiguity. Her father-in-law, Old Six, was careless and reckless, risking himself to save others, but damaging himself in the process. Chun Xiaoxiang worried this might cause Shin Xiaocai to misunderstand. The sickle kept moving, and the clear sound of cutting filled the air. Everyone with sharp eyes can see it. During the early rice season, Ah Yen helped my family harvest rice because he thought it was fun. He wanted to cut rice himself, not just because you told him to. There's a big difference. Why are you bothering my family? No one knew back then. Ah Yen could harvest as much as 4 people. He boldly exposed everything. Yes. Da Shuang's family is right. Old Shin Lulu straightened his back, still feeling proud. His wife was even more impressive. Looking at his daughter-in-law, she did a great job. Actually, when Mother Huda spoke, she immediately regretted it, but her quick tongue got the better of her, and she blurted everything out. Calm again, she was then refuted by Qin Xunyang. Feeling embarrassed, she bent down to continue harvesting rice, eyes full of tears, gritting her teeth in anger. It's all because of that damn dog poop. Hu Guifan saw her rival suffer and felt pleased, her mischievous streak rising again.
But
Second brother's family, still dawdling and pooping or peeing. Hurry up and go home to cook. On the other side of the field, Shin Yugen's wife was furious. Hey. Mom, I'll go now. Hu Guifan's plump body jumped up from the ridge, running and shouting as she left. After she left, everyone else quietly continued working. Shun Lulu finished his section just in time, matching the rhythm across the field. Shin Yu Zhen smiled at him kindly. Tisich. Shin Lulu made a face, pouting up to the sky, then squatted and turned around, ready to start cutting again. The old wooden man chuckled like an old dried meat, acting silly. Even his daughter-in-law couldn't control him. Shun Yan knew that a few months ago, on a whim, he had harvested a moo of rice from Shun Liulio's family, which caught motherhood's attention. But he didn't know how exciting the subsequent shouting match was, thinking that once he retreated, the fight would stop. In the end, he was accidentally caught in the crossfire. That afternoon, as he left the house, the village chief appeared with his hands behind his back, giving him an urgent task: supervise the workers harvesting their rice at the door. Afraid Shin Yan might run around and get involved in some trouble, the village chief wanted to keep him out of it. As for the village chief, I'll go to the drying yard to spread the rice and watch the workers. Little Yen, wait until Uncle Dashin goes to the county next month. I'll buy you candied hawthorns. Shun Yan was confused. The workers were chosen from families with many people but little land, arranged by the village chief. Shun Zhu paid them in rice, offering good pay, so Shun Yan couldn't take the job. He had to sit quietly on the field ridge, passing the most boring afternoon. The next morning, Gooden, my son. Heartbroken and crying, he was devastated. Neodai, come out quickly. Don't scare Mom. His cries were heartbreaking, tearing through the air. The shouting grew distant, and Shun Yan continued sleeping under the quilt. He was about to fall into a deep sleep. The next moment, his body suddenly jerked awake, standing straight at the head of the bed under 2 layers of blankets. Early in the morning, Dog Egg Mother and Cow Egg Mother were crying loudly throughout the village. By the time the sun rose, Shinjia village was in complete chaos. Everyone knew that Shinyogen's grandson had gone missing, just a little 3-year-old. Those who had gone out hurriedly returned home to check on their children. During busy farming seasons, adults paid little attention to the children. Older kids were sent to harvest rice, while babies were left with the little ones. Fearing rain at night, they gathered the spilled rice from the drying yard into piles and covered them with thick layers of straw. Everything was supposed to be done before dark. Yesterday evening, Dog Egg Mother made a simple dinner: large flatbreads, rice porridge, and steamed eggs cooked together in a pot, then hurried off to deliver the food. Before leaving, she called out to the house, telling Dog Egg not to be greedy and to feed some steamed eggs to his little brother. The family was exhausted by nightfall and went straight to sleep. This morning, Cow Egg Mother lifted the lid of the pot to find the egg custard intact, which seemed strange. She went to 5 Eggs' room and saw only 2 eggs left. 2 large eggs, but no one knew where the third was. Dog Egg Mother tried to recall. She remembered hearing the 3rd egg giggle during lunch. Oh no, her son was lost, and they only found out last night. The situation was serious. Village head Shin knocked the gong to gather everyone at the ancestral hall. He issued an order: stop harvesting rice, and everyone must help find the child. They searched the ancestral hall: rice fields, old locust trees, small ponds, shallow mountains, each family's toilet, pigsty, and firewood shed. They checked everything repeatedly. Even the grass stacks at the drying yard were pulled apart and examined. Only the schoolhouse was off-limits, with the clan leader present, and they were told not to disturb it. One search was enough. Shun Yan didn't go to the ancestral hall. First, he went to Shin Jiwoo's house to show himself, so his father would be reassured. Then he released his spiritual awareness and swept through Shinjia village. He saw even the smallest details, like the bedwetting tiger's footprints, but he couldn't find the 3rd egg. Things looked bad. The village chief was still waiting outside the ancestral hall for the search results when Shun Yan went to find him. Grandpa Village Chief, did any outsiders come into the village yesterday? No, if outsiders appeared at the village entrance, I would have reported it to the elders, Shun Yan asked. I heard that the mountain stream to the west leads to Su family village. At this moment, old Lu from Shun's family returned. I checked that area. No signs of anyone passing through. Village chief said, Little Yen, are you suspecting kidnappers? The village only has these 2 entrances. Besides, our elders have kept peace for many years, and no such troublemakers have come before. Let's wait and see. If we can't find the child here, then it's only the river left. Old elders equals county officials. The village chief couldn't say more. Xinjia village's main river is one of the 9 major rivers of the 9-river system, Qing River, a tributary with wide and deep waters. If someone fell into the river and was carried away by the current, how could they survive overnight? Shunyan didn't think much of it. Although Dog Egg was playful, he would never take his younger brother out alone. Unless he was truly worried. He carefully searched along the river again, this time only looking for suspicious footprints. By noon, villagers gradually returned. The village chief didn't receive good news, but instead received a report from a constable. Only then did he learn that there was indeed a kidnapping gang in the county. Yesterday, several villages lost young children at the same time. Early this morning, before dawn, someone from He family village near the county town reported the case. Then people from Zhao family village also came. We think there might be kidnappers around. The officials ordered us to investigate. It turns out it was a gang, and I know of 5 places where they've struck. After school, Shen Jiwu went straight to the ancestral hall. When he asked, the constable explained the situation in detail. Kidnappers. Shen Yuzhen was shocked and immediately burst into tears, staggering and unable to stand steadily. With a thud, the old man knelt on his knees and crawled toward the constable, using his hands and feet. Officer. Old man begs you. Please save my 3 grandchildren. Have a kind heart. I am willing to work as a beast or horse to repay you.
Please.
Please. He kowtowed and hit the ground, extremely humble. In just one night, he lost 3 grandchildren. This honest farmer, who had spent most of his life working the land, now seemed to be drained of all strength, wishing he could sink into the dirt, just hoping the big person in front of him would show mercy. You can't kneel here. Get up quickly, sir. It's my duty, and I will do my best. Rest assured. Wooden head, listen to the officer. Get up first. Old Shin Six pulled him up and supported him, letting him cry silently on his shoulder. The officials have already sealed off all the roads early this morning. We hope the kidnappers didn't leave the county overnight. I need to report back as soon as possible. We will try to investigate from multiple crime scenes to find out where the criminals are hiding. The constable mounted his horse, and the village chief hurriedly handed him 2 meat pies. He only took one, thanked him with a bow, and left quickly. Big brother, should we set up a quarantine? Shun village chief asked his elder brother. Shun clan had leaned on his cane and thought for a moment before replying. No need. Now the whole county is under quarantine, and the kidnappers are alert. This is the time they might try to escape in panic. The harvest can't be delayed anymore. You should inform everyone to be careful and watch the children closely. If you really can't manage, send the children to the ancestral hall. I will ask the 3 old clan uncles to watch over them. Yes. Shen Jiwu found his son by the river and led him home. He held his hand too tightly, and Shen Yan's palms were sweating. They hadn't cooked dinner yet. The father and son shared 2 pies. Shen Yan's breakfast was a large pancake, and the village chief had given them a meat pie. As they ate, Shen Yan hesitated and spoke. Dad. Shen Jiwu felt uneasy for no clear reason. I suspect that Dog Egg and the others have been kidnapped by the kidnappers. By the river, I found nothing but more kidnappers.
Yes.
The village has a detective now, so it's probably them. I briefly explained the situation from the county and the village head's decision. Dad, do you think the kidnappers might come from the south? Shen Jiwu asked slowly after hearing this. No, the south is open and flat, with no cover. The village guard is at the entrance, and the fields are full of people. The kidnappers wouldn't risk such a big danger. I think so too. The suspect is strongest in the western mountain valley. Shen Jiwu stopped speaking and looked down at the delicious-looking pancake he was nibbling. Dad? Shen Yan moved closer. Shen Jiwu put down the pancake and said in a low, heavy voice, Yen, people's hearts are dangerous. The kidnappers aren't wild boars. They are wicked villains who have lost all conscience. You're too young, and Dad is really worried. I understand. Shen Yan knew people's hearts could be very evil. How could he not know? Don't you think it's interesting? To expose those who hide in the dark and scheme, peel off their masks, let the sunlight shine on them, ruin their plans, and destroy their precious efforts. Seeing their anger, hatred, and curses, they can only struggle in vain or despair. Isn't that quite amusing? Shenyan said with a self-important villainous smile. Dad, look, I'm not a good person either. What should I do? Are you afraid? Shen Jiwoo finally looked up but ignored his son's strange expression. He held the small ball of a boy tightly and softly asked, How many do you think Ah Yen can kill alone? Huh, Shen Yan, nestled in his father's arms, hesitated. 50? Very good. But in the afternoon, the harvest continued. To avoid detection, Shen Yan took a detour westward. Passing near Shen Yogen's fields, he saw Dog Egg's mother acting sluggish, distracted, with tears and a pale face, no longer the lively person she used to be. Hopefully Sen Egg can be found. Otherwise, the deep mountain valley on the west is full of tall grass and trees, waiting for people. No wonder old Six Shen didn't notice anything unusual. The kidnappers are extremely cunning. They slipped into the mountains from 200 meters away, sneaking along the mountain trail. There were no traces on the outer edge of the valley. How does Shen Yan know? There are two reasons. First, in his spiritual awareness, at 200 meters away, the plants were slightly tilted to both sides, with broken branches and leaves clearly visible.
Second,
Brother Sparrow, don't walk so fast. Let's check the situation first. Maybe someone is blocking us outside. You idiot. These fools would never expect us to come back again. The taller one hunched over, sneaking quietly and whispering. The shorter one darted ahead quickly and recklessly. They really didn't expect this. Wasn't the kidnappers supposed to be cautious? Shen Yan originally planned to come and see if there were any traces. If there were, he would follow them. Shen Jiwoo predicted the most favorable outcome, and Shen Yan also knew that even though he had divine awareness and sharper vision, this method might not work. But those two kids had called him their boss for 2 years. If he didn't try, he would feel uncomfortable. Haha, Big Ear, come here. That kid is over there, said the sparrow named Casey, hiding behind the bushes on the hillside, excited and happy. Big Ear was worried. Could he be bait to lure us in? Big Ear thought too much. Just yesterday, he lost the child. Would the adults at home really let the kid go out? And since they came now, the child was right there. Casey proudly said, No, you newcomers don't understand what's normal. I figured it out last year. Although that little ghost lives in the village center, his dad is never home. So he runs around outside every afternoon and no one cares. Shen Yan, pretending to climb a tree and pick fruit, asked. Just as he was about to listen more, Casey couldn't hold back. Watch my back, look at me, learn a little. He ran down the mountain straight toward Shen Yan. Little brother, I'm lost. Do you know the way out of the village? That familiar face with freckles and yellowed rotten teeth.
brother?
Shen Yan casually pointed, and Casey didn't even look. He transformed a piece of candy. Good boy, come down, I have candy for you. Shen Yan jumped down from the tree, grabbed the candy, and stuffed it into his mouth. Casey felt a sharp pain in his back molars. Cool Western-style pastry, rude little brat, his dog's paw scratched his hand. Before he could complain, the child in front suddenly collapsed backward. TSK, I told you not to be greedy.
Doi.
That's why I had to squat all day yesterday, comma. Woo-woo, boss. Wake up quickly. Dog Egg was shaking him, crying and shouting. Stop crying, or I'll cut off your little tail. A furious threat came from outside. Dog Egg trembled with fear, covering his crotch. Cool Western-style pastry. Zhao dog, how dare you? That's my stuff. Your stuff. Humph. See how capable you are. When the boss comes back, you'll explain everything. Casey looked completely indifferent. Just say you're jealous. Besides, it's nothing serious. No need to explain. He's your boss, not mine. I'm not afraid of him. Ungrateful wolf. How can you not be thankful? If it weren't for the boss, we wouldn't be making this much money. You'd never understand this job in your life. If the boss weren't cautious, we'd have lost our heads many times. Do you really think those officials are just eating rice? You're thankful? Huh. The money you earned this time is just like before. Most of it was given to him as a tribute. Zhao Ergu was furious with shame. Ute. All right, keep your voice down. Everyone say a few less words, but KZ, you really crossed the line this time. How could you act without saying anything? We really thought you went out with the heir to take a dump. Uncle Pai, you know my situation. My dad is waiting for me to bring money back to save his life. Next time, don't do that again. Also, from now on, everyone stays inside and doesn't go out. Just bear with it. Once the rat finds the way, it'll be fine. Hey? Listen to Uncle Pai. Hee, I was just trying my luck today. And I actually did find something. When I sell it, I'll treat the brothers to a good meal. Huh? Who cares? Brother KZ is so loyal. Brother KZ is amazing. Brother Hauzi is fed up. From now on, we'll rely on Brother KZ to lead us to make money. In a wave of praise, KZ grew more confident. Haha, I'm not bragging. When it comes to stealing goods, I'm second best. No one dares claim first. In our line of work, you gotta be brave and careful. These 4 items I took, I know them inside out. Take that little kid, for example. Last year, he was still inside his mother's belly. If you managed to get 2, can you even remember there's still one more inside the room? Shunyan closed his eyes, not knowing how long the medicine would last. He naturally didn't eat any sugar. It was dirty and dusty, so he casually crushed some into powder and threw it away. The main reason they didn't take down KZ and the others and instead waited for the officials to rescue them was because they had the hostage. So he decided to sneak out first and see what was going on. Qinghe County's hills stretched endlessly. The 2 men carried him along mountain paths, heading northeast toward Shun's village. They walked more than 10 miles before reaching their destination. The hiding place was underground, in a large hole dug specifically for holding children. The entrance was narrow, blocked mostly by a big stone. With the flickering candlelight outside, the people inside could avoid being blinded. There were 14 children in the hole, including him. The smell was terrible. Last night, he had used most of his spiritual power to help his father. Now, he had to save it. Shun Yan sat up. Dog Egg immediately noticed and made a sound. Dakama, but Shun Yan covered his mouth. Outside, the 7 kidnappers were joking and chatting. The 2 of them crawled to the bottom of the hole and whispered quietly. Why are you the only one awake? The mess of clothes was all over the place. Nyo Dan was sleeping next to Donkey Egg, hugging him. They all ate steamed buns, but I didn't. Why not? Did you guess there was medicine? You're pretty smart. No, a chubby kid snatched Nyo Dan's and Donkey Egg's buns. When I asked the bad guys for mine, they wouldn't give it to me. Did food come out again? Just once. Shanyan was silent, feeling a soft pang in his heart. He rubbed the drooping little head of Dog Egg. Boss, what should we do? The bad guys seem to want to sell us out. I want to go home. See my mother, see my grandfather. The small child sniffles, afraid to cry out loud, and is hugged by another child. Don't worry, I'm here. We'll go home tomorrow. Really? Of course, I am the oldest. The oldest keeps his promises. Shunyan pulls out a small, palm-sized cake from his pocket, bitten like a dog has chewed it. Leftover from noon. Do you want to eat? Yes. Shunyan gently puts the dog to sleep, then lies down at the cave entrance pretending to be dizzy. He withdraws his consciousness to save energy and rest. After a long while, he hears footsteps approaching above. The ground is pitch black, and 4 men walk through the night. You go down first. I'll run some water. The man is slender, with a sharp face, walking at the back, eyes flickering in the dark. After the first 3 enter the cave, he kneels down, listening carefully. Shunyan thinks this man must be the rat mentioned by Zhao Ergo, the boss called Lao Pai. Confirming no unusual activity, the rat enters the cave. First, he takes a candle to check the large hole, immediately spotting a strange child at the entrance. He counts quickly and becomes furious. Where did this kid come from? Zhao K-san, is it you? TSK, what's the big deal? Mind your own business. Do you still want your share? Zazie leans against the wall, dreaming of wealth, but is awakened by the big ear, and his wife and concubine leave him instantly, making him very upset. Stop pretending. I ask you. Oh, the rat is back. Found the way, huh? The rat's eyes turn red with rage, almost killing someone, but he forces himself to hold back, glaring at Zazie and demanding, "It was because of you waiting yesterday that everyone couldn't leave. Do you know how strict the search outside was? And you still dared to go? TCH. How strict? If I wasn't discovered, that's my skill. You call that skill? Ha. Then don't rely on me. Go and escape on your own." Zazie is caught off guard, realizing he can't argue, and suddenly comes up with a plan. He first shows weakness. "Hey, rat, do you have to be so ruthless? We all worked hard before, you get the biggest share." Then he forms an alliance. "Last year, when we moved the goods, you said it was the last time. Everyone earns their own. You said so yourself, no blame on us. You've made enough money and want to quit? We're all still poor. I just want to earn a bit more, and I didn't cause any trouble. Why are you so obsessed?" The rat is about to argue but is interrupted by Lao Pai. "Rat, Zazie's father is seriously ill and waiting for money. He's also anxious. Can you give uncle some face and not argue with him?" The rat's sinister eyes swept around, but no one spoke up for him.
Fine.
Very good. What a bunch of ungrateful wolves. What's with all this impatience? Can a reckless gambler really turn into a filial son? Haha. Uncle Pai, if it weren't for your advice, I wouldn't have come this year. Isn't that enough to show respect? Yes, yes, yes. You're the backbone. Without you, nothing would work. We're all in the same boat now. The most important thing is to escape first. What do you think? Old Pai nodded and asked, "Bei Zi said you took them to many places today, either the big river or the cliffs. Do you think we can cross the river? The river to the east has officials on the bridge, and in narrow spots, there are disguised villagers guarding." "Forget about it. How can that be? Isn't it harvest season?" The rat smiled faintly. "Uncle Pai, you should ask yourself. I told you. The children of wealthy landowners are precious and can't be touched. That chubby kid's clothes, can a dirt poor person afford that?" Old Pai awkwardly replied. I just happened to run into them. That chubby kid rode his goods like a horse, so he naturally took the opportunity. No, struggled hard, dragging two people away, exhausted and working hard to steal both." The rat was unhappy. He also planned to finish this job and then retire comfortably, earning some extra for a peaceful old age. So what now? Can't we get out? The northern mountain path was the best route. Early this morning, they carried the children and set out, only to find that not only officials guarded the road, but also villagers searching along the mountain trail. The high mountains to the north were continuous and rugged, with no way out except this mountain path connecting to the northern outskirts of the county. There was no escape route north, and now the eastern route was also blocked. Old Pai asked this, making everyone anxious. They hurried forward, asking and arguing loudly. The rat remained calm. "Don't worry. There's a way out at the southeast cliff, but it's far and difficult to walk. Rest well tonight, and at dawn we'll set off." The sparrow signaled to Bei Zi and the others. They all shook their heads. There's no clear path, no one knows. People are very cautious. Old Pai wanted to ask more, but the rat closed his eyes and stopped speaking. Soon, the children in the big cave woke up one after another, many sniffling and sobbing, with only one crying loudly. The sparrow covered her ears. "Too noisy. Big ear. Leave some steamed buns as dry food, and share the rest with them. We're leaving anyway, and if they get hungry, they won't sell well." No one objected. Shan Yan, hearing this, stopped pretending to be dizzy. He climbed up near the water tower. As soon as the steamed buns were thrown in, whoosh, whoosh, bang. Not only did they catch 5 people, but they also accidentally knocked over the chubby boy rushing toward them. Holding a steamed bun, they reached the bottom of the cave. Neodon was dazed and only then saw the others. "Boss, why are you here?" "Show eat first." "You can't." "Can't eat it, it makes you dizzy and sleepy, like candy." "It's okay, boss said it's fine to eat." Shunyan woke up Neodon and used his spiritual power to clear the sleeping poison from the surface of the bun. The 3 of them divided 4.5 buns, leaving half a bun. Neodon carefully chewed it into small pieces and fed it to Donkey Egg. Donkey Egg looked tired but didn't cry or make trouble, just moving his little mouth quickly. The bun wasn't made from white flour, just similar in shape, made from mixed grains, dry and hard to swallow. Some clever ones noticed the bun had medicine inside, but the skin was too tough to peel. In the end, hunger overcame their caution. More or less, everyone ate some, and one by one, they fainted. Old Pie held a candle and looked around, smiling happily, sitting against a big stone to keep watch. By the late night, most of the candle was burnt out, and everyone was sleepy. An invisible pressure spread out, holding this space tightly in control. It was as if a sharp sword pierced into their minds, causing those unconscious, sleeping, or half-aware to fall into deeper darkness, their consciousness uncontrollable, except for 4 people. "You two lie still and don't move. I'm going out to check," said Shunyan. The 2 eggs were worried and held onto each other. Shunyan poked their foreheads. "Be good, listen, don't cause trouble." At the cave entrance, he lifted a big stone and, in the dark, kicked away the troublemaker Old Pie. With a cracking sound, Old Pie flew back and rolled a few times on the ground. Only then did Shunyan put the stone back. From Old Pie, he found a big bag of sleeping poison and poured most of it into a broken bucket. There was still half a bucket of water inside. Shunyan gave each of the bandits a few sips, but he still felt it wasn't enough.
So,
bang, 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 little fists pounded, hitting heads like knocking melons. Bang, bang. This was the bandit leader, so he had to hit him twice. Clang, clang, clang. I see, 3 hits. Combining hypnosis, sleeping poison, and head knocking, 3 methods at once. Finally, he felt relieved. The continuous banging made the 2 eggs worried about their boss's safety, so they moved closer to the stone. Shunyan lit a candle and fixed it on the stone. Seeing their fear, he comforted them. "Don't worry, the bad guys are all unconscious now." At this moment, Dog Egg noticed. "Boss, Donkey Egg is sweating." Under the candlelight, Neodon's face was flushed, and Shunyan touched his forehead. His skin was hot. Neodon was scared and helpless. "Mom said if you sweat like that, you'll die." The 2 eggs knelt on the ground, dropping golden beans around their brother. This is really beyond what they can handle. Shunyan changed his mind and knelt down calmly, saying, "Dog Egg, Cow Egg, Donkey Egg, these are fevers. I must take him quickly to the doctor for medicine to save his life. Are you 2 afraid to stay here?" "We're not afraid," the 2 children said together, their noses puffing with determination. Shunyan helped the others with their clothes. "The thief won't wake up. Cover him with clothes and let him sleep. When he wakes up, he'll be saved." He checked the breathing holes, settled the 2 children, wrapped the donkey egg in clothes, and crawled out of the hole. The crescent moon had disappeared, and stars filled the sky. The night was endless. Shunyan stood on the mountain top, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. The wind carried the smell of everything, vast and complex like the sea. People are the most intelligent of all creatures, and in places where many gather, the scent is strong and lingering. Among the half of the demon heritage he inherited from his past life, there was a way to find food using smell. The strongest scent was directly west. Having confirmed the direction of the county town, Shunyan ran straight down the mountain, sprinting with all his might. He crossed mountains and rivers freely, fearless and reckless. By the first hour of the morning, the gates of 9 Rivers County had been open for a long time. The first group of people waiting in line had already entered. Now, only a few scattered people remained at the gate. Guards checked everyone carefully. Those with children were pulled aside and questioned sternly before being allowed in. Suddenly, a guard turned around quickly and saw a dark shadow flicker and disappear in an instant. "Hey, did you hear anything just now?" "Probably a dog." "What else could it be?" "Never mind, they're checking you now. When more people arrive, it'll be busy again." Shunyan entered from the East City Gate, asked for directions, and went into Dong Street's Miaochun Hall, said to be the best clinic in the county. He ran over 20 miles. On the Donkey Egg's way, the boy fainted. Shunyan used all his remaining spiritual power, which only slightly eased the situation. When he arrived and saw the chief doctor, He cried out loud, "Help! Doctor, please save my brother," trying to cut the line. Before tears could come out, someone rushed over and grabbed him.
Hey, hey, hey.
"Where are you running to, kid?" He was about 12 or 13, holding a medicine pestle in one hand. "Let go. My brother has had a high fever all night. We came for treatment. We can't delay." The medicine boy frowned, looking down at the small child in front of him, then at the baby in his arms. He looked suspicious and conflicted, his face serious, eyebrows furrowing deeper. "Do you have money? That's why you came? Where are the adults in your family?" Another person was coming. "They really think this clinic is a charity." Hearing this, Shen Yan immediately reached into his clothes. Shen Yan glanced at the attending doctor, a young doctor who nodded and smiled at him. The curtain separated the main hall from the corridor, and they hurriedly walked through. When they reached the end of the corridor, the medicine boy stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Master, there's a child with an emergency. Please come and treat him." Inside, a few voices were exchanged, and a loud, elderly voice called out, "Come in." Shen Yan rushed in and placed the donkey egg and silver on the table. "My younger brother has a high fever. Please help save him." The old doctor didn't bother to respond to Shen Yan. After a quick look and listen, he rolled up the donkey egg's sleeve and massaged it many times, then used silver needles to puncture acupoints. Seeing the convulsions and tremors stop, Shen Yan's heart eased slightly, and he watched the acupuncture technique with interest. "Little brat, turn around. How dare you try to learn from me?" The old doctor didn't lift his head, and Shen Yan, unprepared, was startled by his shout.
Hey.
"Is there such a rule? If you don't look, then don't look." He was angry.
Haha, old son. Why do you only scold the children?
"I was watching too." "Oh, sir, you don't understand. Old son is always like this. When I was young, my father brought me here, and I got scolded a lot." Shen Yan turned his back to the old man and looked to the left. Sitting on a chair were a man and a woman, both about 26 or 27. The man wore a deep blue silk robe and a brocade crown. The woman wore a pale yellow dress with a gold hairpin in her cloud-shaped bun. Elegant, handsome, and bright, they were a perfect couple. Old son huffed and puffed. "Humph. You fools just watched and didn't understand. And you, little girl, are not allowed to spread rumors about me." I didn't mention that I was pulling herbs from the old man. The three fools found this strange and all looked in one direction.
Could it be
the couple was just curious? But the medicine boy looked like he saw a ghost. Clever Shen Yan blinked innocently. After removing the needles, old son sat down to write a prescription. Shen Yan turned around, and the donkey egg had woken up, with a faint blush on his face, still looking a bit listless. Seeing someone familiar, his eyes brightened, and he babbled, "Brother, brother, brother." Shen Yan patted his head. He was fine, not crazy from the fever. He could speak now. "This little kid's condition isn't light. He needs to take some medicine. Where are his guardians? Go call them. I need to give some instructions." Old son looked up and shot a glance, making Shen Yan pause. This old man seemed to have become a spirit. "They're in the village, about 10 miles away." "You tell me, I'll remember," but the old man ignored him again. Shen Yan handed the prescription to the medicine boy and ordered, "Boil some medicine first." "Yes, master." The medicine boy obeyed and left. Shen Yan was anxious and reached out to hold the child. "How long will it take to boil the medicine?" "Half an hour." "What's wrong? Where are you going?" Old son quickly pressed down on the donkey egg with one hand. Shen Yan helplessly said, "I've already given you the silver. Can I go and come back quickly?" After some thought, the old man decided he wasn't a bad person. "I'll leave my younger brother here. Please watch over him. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. However, the doctor didn't agree and reached out to hold Shen Yan tightly, saying angrily, "No way. If you get kidnapped and never come back, do you think I, an old man, should raise this little child?" As they struggled, a woman nearby interrupted, "Little one, the doctor isn't lying. The kidnappers took many children the day before yesterday. You can't run off like this." The man also said, "Yes, kidnappers are cruel and hateful. They won't let a cute and pure child like you go. Tell me, where is your home?" I can send someone to notify your family. What do you think? Of course, she didn't want to agree. Just as she was about to refuse, Shunyan noticed something hanging at his waist. Are you a scholar? Oh, you recognize me? Seeing his gaze, the man felt friendly and took off his waist badge, smiling as he handed it over. Here, play with this. If you play with my badge, you must listen carefully and not run away again. In the Great Yom Dynasty, scholars and officials carried special engraved badges with their names and titles to prove their identity. Shinjiwa's badge was made of copper, engraved with Shinshang, scholar of Xianzhou, Juhe County, Shenzhen Prefecture, and on the back, year 13 of Jiyuan. This badge was made of silver, engraved with Songdai, Jiren of Huai County, Xianzhou, Shenzhen Prefecture, and on the back, year 21 of Jiyuan. Though similar in shape, the materials differed. Shun Yan confirmed their authenticity and had an idea. Thanks for letting me play with your badge. I'll give you a piece of news. The kidnappers are hiding in the mountains 23 miles east of here. He returned the badge and, seeing Song Dai's surprised look, carefully described, there's a tall, distinctive mountain there. The top is bare, and from afar, you can see an old broken temple. The small mountain behind it is the one. On the summit, under a wild persimmon tree, there's a broken jar turned upside down. Beneath it, there's a hole where the kidnappers and children are hiding. Songdai borrowed paper and pen, and Shinyan said he would draw a map. Is it like this? The map showed the mountain, temple, and persimmon tree, with directions and distances. Yes, there are 11 kidnappers and 12 children still inside. Last night, the kidnappers suddenly argued, and then one after another, they collapsed. Shinyan continued, mixing truth and falsehood. Uncle Song, I have 2 younger brothers there. Last night, the kidnappers said they planned to escape toward the southeast cliff this morning. I worry that if I go too late, they might wake up, escape, or take the children hostage. Song Dai looked anxious but turned to the woman. Madam, what do you think? Sir, you should go. Saving the children is the most important, she urged. You go ahead. I can't lose your wife, he replied. All right, I'll go to the county office now. If I don't come back soon, you should return to your father-in-law's house first. Don't wait for me. As Songdai spoke, he headed toward the door, lifted the hem of his robe, and ran quickly down the corridor. Little rascal. After Songdai left, Shun Yen fed water to the donkey egg, while the senior doctor continued to check Songdai's wife's pulse. After a long while, he withdrew his hand and sighed. Old Dr. Rong's medical skills are not perfect. I really can't diagnose your and your husband's illnesses. Although Lady Song was disappointed, she wasn't surprised. Uncle Sun, please don't blame me. I saw a doctor in the city before, and he said the same. I came here to ask you for a pregnancy-inducing prescription. What? That kid, Song Dai. You misunderstand, it's not like that. I married into his family 10 years ago without pregnancy. My in-laws, knowing my relationship with my father, never said anything. Since my husband was successful in the imperial exam 2 years ago, whenever local gentry offered their daughters as concubines, he refused. Lady Song sighed bitterly. But it can't go on like this forever. My husband is ambitious. If he passes the imperial exam and becomes a jinshi, what will I do? Old Sun was silent but finally picked up his brush and wrote a prescription, shaking his head and sighing. Alas, medicine is both a cure and a poison. Pregnancy-inducing medicine? Shenyan looked at Lady Song's belly, lost in thought. About 15 minutes later, the medicine boy brought the donkey eggs medicine. What? Half an hour? That old man was lying. Though angry, he couldn't do anything. People meant well. The dark brown medicine smelled bitter. The donkey egg's face scrunched up, but he didn't cry, fuss, or vomit, as if he knew medicine tastes bitter. These 2 children are really well behaved. Lady Song was surprised. Old Sun didn't comment, but cursed as he applied medicine to Shenyan's feet. He only took 1 silver coin, wrapping water, snacks, and lunch in a cloth, and the medicine boy also boiled millet porridge for the donkey egg. Lady Song didn't leave. She waited with Shun Yen. Old Sun flipped through medical books. Perhaps the anger had subsided, and he finally explained the precautions for the donkey eggs medicine to Shun Yen. After Shen Yan carried the donkey egg and ran to the outhouse several times, finally, there was movement in the corridor. When Song Dai arrived at the county office, he showed his Juren badge and waited for the local magistrate. Only then did he calm down. He slapped his head, thought left and right, and felt more uncertain the more he thought. How did that kid get here from over 20 miles away? But since he was here, he had to try. He didn't expect any credit, just wanted to do more good deeds and earn merit. When the magistrate saw the route map, he believed it almost completely. There really is an abandoned temple over there. The magistrate, whose career had been slow, had spent the past few years immersed in scenery. He had climbed that mountain before and even sighed and composed 3 poems upon seeing the abandoned temple. In the past 2 days, he had sent people to search the entire county, checking all abandoned houses and ruins, and naturally, this one was no exception. So it was hiding behind that mountain. How hateful. These bandits are really cunning, hiding in underground caves. Without saying much, he immediately ordered the strong and swift patrol officers, gathered all the horses from the yamen, and led a large group rushing eastward. 23 miles? No, it's 32 miles. The mountains and rivers block the way, so the detour is quite long. You're really lucky, kid. You traveled overnight and weren't caught by wolves. At this moment, Song Dai leaned against the window, trying to maintain his gentlemanly composure, but his legs trembled uncontrollably. Hiss. I want to sit, but my butt hurts. Saying more would only cause trouble, so Shen Yan didn't argue to avoid revealing anything. Gooden and Yodon pulled up their pants, changed into clean clothes at the county yamen, ate lunch, and were brought by Song Dai. Surrounded by strangers, the 2 boys were scared, so now one was on each side, holding him. Thus, Shen Yan seemed to have 4 heads. The 2 boys. No matter, the eldest is safest beside us. Hugging, Madame Song asked with concern. Husband also went? How are the children? Were they all saved? Of course. Luckily, we went early, and the kidnappers are still unconscious and haven't woken up. The remaining children are at the county yamen, waiting for their families to come pick them up. After participating in a big event, the outcome was perfect. When talking about the situation at that time, Song Dai was very excited. Master Gao judged that the kidnappers were fighting over the loot and had internal conflicts. It's strange, they all were drugged, with big bumps on their heads, and one old man even had 3 broken ribs. After we returned to the yamen, we used many methods to wake them up. Sure enough, once they woke, they started accusing each other and biting each other like dogs. Mad Dog Hor tore off a piece of meat fiercely.
Ha ha ha.
His mouth was full of blood as he chewed recklessly, looking wild and crazy, no longer the cautious and careful man he usually was. The silver notes worth 300 taels sewn into his pants were taken by Gao Zhixian during the interrogation in the secret room. Watching helplessly as the notes were easily snatched away, his life savings were lost to others. Hor was furious and could only vent his anger on Laopi. It's all this old guy's fault. He shouldn't have come. He shouldn't have come on this trip. Hoo. Laopi covered his left ear and wailed, his chest hurting unbearably, with no strength left to fight back. Zhuozi and others trembled in the corner of the cell. He's gone mad. He must be crazy. The jailer went to report, received orders, and separated the 11 prisoners for confinement. Dog official. You'll never have a good death. Never. Hor refused to cooperate, was kicked several times, and spat in the face.
Ugh.
You damned human trafficker. Wait and see. You'll get what's coming to you. The silver notes Hor cherished so much were sealed into the case file by Gao Zhixian and hurriedly sent to the prefecture. Alas, the year-end evaluation is probably ruined. The clerk responded, What do you mean, sir? The kidnappers are caught, and the children are all found. That's the best outcome. Well, what can I do? I overlooked it. The officials didn't realize so many outsiders had entered. That's why the evaluation is not favorable. This person hasn't even entered the city, so you can't be blamed. If you say you overlooked it, then the officials along the way, county, city, and district, are all responsible. These people had no way to come here without guidance. The steward was upset, questioning why they focused on their county. Sighing, he thought his family was good in every way, but luck was against them. They still hadn't been promoted, and this time, they considered themselves lucky. The magistrate of Gao avoided the topic. Let's not talk about that. About the child who escaped and reported the news. Do you know whose family he belongs to? Yes, sir. You know him. He's from the Shin family in Shin village. He's Shin Xiozai's son, 6 years old this year. Oh, woo. The magistrate paused in thought. All right, I'll use my private funds. Send someone quietly with 20 taels of silver. Yes, Xinyan was unaware that he was about to receive another large sum of money. He leaned against the carriage, swaying with the vehicle, feeling sleepy. Song Dai's visit to Juha County was mainly to accompany his wife back to her parents' home, where her father lived in Qinghe Town. After some small talk, they learned he was from Shin village in Qinghe Town, and he insisted on inviting Siwa along. But ever since he got into the carriage, his gaze had been fixed on Shun Yan's face, burning with intensity. Just as Shun Yan couldn't hold back and was about to lose his temper, Song Dai finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He leaned in and asked, "Forgive me for being rude, but you look familiar. Since you live in Shin village, is your older brother named Shin Shang? Oh, does Uncle Song know my father?" Shin Yan temporarily loosened his small fists. Not exactly. I don't know your father personally, but I recognize him. I saw him once during the entrance exam. His father is Zi Xiao. You look quite a bit like your father. During the first round of the imperial exams, that young boy was just in front of him. Full of scholarly air. He looked more like a scholar than a child. When they called out names for verification, he instinctively remembered the name and hometown. A few days later, a case was reported, and Shin Shang's name was at the top of the list. After more than 10 years, another small 3 yuan, a type of official exam success, appeared in Shenzhou Prefecture. Shin wanted to make friends, so he inquired at an inn, only to find that the person had already returned home. Why, are children already this grown-up now? Shunyan touched his face uncomfortably. Is that so? He didn't look exactly like his father. Due to spiritual influence as he grew up, he had gradually regained his previous appearance. He resembled Xie Qinggu about 90%. His father's face, after gaining weight, also looked very similar to Xie Qinggu. Standing beside his father, those who didn't know might wonder if they were father and son or brothers, but they would never suspect any blood relation. Even his father, when relaxing and putting down a book, would sometimes unconsciously stare at his face in confusion. Madame Song was holding a donkey egg nearby, joking around. After hearing the two people's conversation, she smiled and said, "You still think that's your younger brother? He really doesn't look like him." Old Dr. Sun can tell right away. Shen Yan finally understood, opened his eyes wide, and exclaimed, "Really? He's fooling me?" Seeing that he finally looked a bit like a child, the couple exchanged a smile. After walking about 6 or 7 miles, the carriage arrived in town. They passed through the streets, saw a pork stall, turned left and right, and stopped in front of a house. Madame Song handed the donkey egg to Niu Dan, looking reluctant to part with it. Shun Yan saw this and, pretending to be casual, joked, "Auntie, you better not hold it anymore. The little baby inside might get upset." Madame Song was momentarily surprised, feeling very happy. People say children can see things that adults cannot. Really? Song Dai, worried that his wife might be disappointed if her hopes were dashed, reminded her, "After I leave, can old Sun check your pulse?" Hearing this, Madame Song's bright eyes dimmed again. What can't be revealed? It's only been 2 or 3 days. Anyway, Annie will know in a month or 2. Shun Yan estimated the time based on many years of experience in the village and thought the estimate was quite accurate. Ahem. Song Dai suddenly thought of something, covering his face with his hand, almost biting his cheek. Is it fake? Can they really see through that? Madame Song's cheeks slightly reddened, hopeful. All right, then I'll take your good words. She truly believed it, and even the way she got out of the carriage became more careful. Song Dai sat steadily, refusing to get off, wanting to see them off himself, but Shun Yan repeatedly declined. He seemed somewhat disappointed. Ah, forget it. You've been kidnapped, and your father must be anxious now. Seeing you safe again, he probably doesn't care about me anymore. It's better I don't go bothering them today, Shunyan thought. Songdae got off the carriage, instructed the driver to make sure the children were delivered safely to their family before returning. At this moment, a few people came out of the main gate of the house. Madame Song stepped forward to explain, and the elderly man leading the group slapped his thigh happily. Shun family village? Perfect, perfect, he hurriedly shouted toward the side door. Senlin, stop working. Pack up your things quickly, follow the groom's carriage, and head home together. Shunyan looked through the carriage window and saw the sturdy man at the side door stop his work. About 26 or 27 years old, he approached quietly, lowered his head gloomily, and said, Master, the rice in the fields. Field work? No need for you. Listen, I'll give you 3 days off. Go home and see your father. Go on. Everyone's waiting for you. Finally, the seemingly tall and honest man also got on the carriage. As the carriage moved away, Songdae took his wife, father-in-law, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law into the house. He asked, Father-in-law, do you know Shin Xiao Kai from Shin Family Village? The court exam and the young son-in-law are connected cases, but I haven't heard anything about them in recent years, said Wang Ditu, taking a sip of tea. He discreetly spat out the tea leaves while his son-in-law wasn't paying attention. Why do you think of him?
He's not as lucky as you.
First, he lost his parents, then he almost died from illness. Later, he married and his wife died suddenly. Such misfortune. Is that so? Songdae murmured softly. Well, not much to say. Coincidentally, I ran into his son in town. He rambled on, and Wang and his wife listened with interest. Suddenly, Wang Ditu slapped the table and exclaimed, That boy was on the carriage. Isn't he his nephew? His sister, Sanlin, married that scholarshin. Are you sure, father? Madame Song asked in surprise. Absolutely sure, no mistake. Songdae saw his wife's face change slightly and quickly asked, Are you feeling something's off, wife? Madame Song, Wang Dita's eldest daughter, Wang Jiao, shook her head. She just remembered that face from her memory and felt a bit uncomfortable. Her father thought Sue's family was good and honest. The 4 members of Sue's family had helped out at their home before. Before Wang Jiao married, her helper was Lin. Her sister often came to visit, calling her out to talk. Wang Jiao had seen her occasionally. From afar, the girl looked thin and small, with a pointed chin and a slender waist that seemed fragile in the wind. At first, Wang Jiao thought Sue's family was mistreating their daughter. Until one day, when she unexpectedly overheard a conversation, she realized they were asking for money. That honest Lin's sister was no match for her. She would coax her with a little flirtation, pretend to be pitiful with tears in her eyes, and the wages earned by Lin would be handed over. As for her clothes, they were indeed thin and light, but the fabric wasn't bad. When their eyes met, Wang Jiao saw a look of pride.
Contempt? Disdain?
She hadn't figured it out yet, but the girl seemed to suddenly declare herself the winner, without reason. With a look of superiority, she turned lightly, held her head high, and swaggered away with a flirtatious sway. In that moment, Wang Jiao felt as if she had become a dirt clod on the ground, being stepped on harshly. She naturally wanted to complain about such a disliked person. But since that person was no longer alive, she couldn't speak ill of him anymore. In the hall, the father-in-law and son-in-law were chatting, while Wang Jiao was pulled into her room by her mother for a private talk. Songdae noticed them stand up and hesitated for a moment, but said nothing, instead complimenting his mischievous little brother-in-law according to his father-in-law's wishes. Has Fengzi's son-in-law opened the shop? Wang Jiao's mother whispered. Yes. Take the medicine now. You'll take it tomorrow. I asked your father to send your son-in-law away. Hurry up and try to conceive a big, healthy boy soon. Wang Jiao hesitated. Mother, let's wait a bit. What are we waiting for? Seeing her daughter's frown, she said, Oh, do as you like. You've been stubborn since you were little. Children are a blessing. The carriage jolted along silently. The man called Samlin got off at a fork in the road. Go Dan, needing to pee, jumped out quickly, and Nyo Den also got down to help the donkey with its needs. After Manhwa got on the carriage, Shen Yan pointed the way, and the carriage continued toward Xinjia village. Shen Yan remembered Go Dan's funny face when he was peeing last time and asked curiously, "Why does peeing look like pouring tea?" "Who taught you that?" "Old sixth grandpa. He said that Brother Titan used to drink lots of tea when he was little, so he's so smart and good at studying." Shen Yan rubbed his forehead. "You believe that?" "Don't say it again." "Oh," Go Dan answered confidently. Whatever the older brother said, he believed. Old sixth Shen was coming from the west, heading to his own fields. He sneezed loudly at the land. Chew. Dad, how is it? Is Uncle still okay?" Shindazhuang was busy harvesting rice and asked hurriedly. "How can he be okay? He's 10 years older now." He wiped his nose, and old sixth Shen took his sickle from his waist. The rice at the foot of the western mountain was ripe and ready for harvest. Old sixth Shen went to give a reminder and also comforted himself. No matter how distracted he was, he had to finish harvesting the rice first. Life had to go on. He wondered if Go Dan and the others could find their way back. They will. How could they not? The county magistrate won't let the kidnappers escape. Although old sixth Shen said this, he was secretly worried. If the kidnappers ran out of the county, even the magistrate might not be able to catch them. He sighed. "We still need more children and grandchildren. Luckily, you have a grandson from rude uncle. Otherwise, how could we survive?" "Dad." Shen Dazhuang threw down his sickle, angry, and straightened up. He said resentfully, "Don't say that in front of my wife." "Hey, why are you angry at me? I can say whatever I want. I'm not lying in bed waiting for you to take care of me, so don't criticize me." Old sixth Shen was confused. Shen Dazhuang was scolded by his father, his face full of spittle, and his confidence weakened. But in the end, he felt sorry for his wife. "It's because you keep talking about sons and grandsons. Xionyang is worried sick. Don't blame me unfairly. It's none of your wife's business. I only complain because of you. You're the useless one." "Huh? What does that have to do with him?" Shen Dazhuang was stunned and refused to accept it. "Dad, isn't that unfair? If I'm useless, it's because of your genes. You only had me and my little sister. Rude uncle has 2 sons. If you keep being stubborn, I'll beat you to death, unfilial son." When his son exposed his faults, old six jumped up and pounced on Big Zhuang's back, hitting him and shouting, "Unfilial son. I told you not to talk back, not to talk back." After causing a fuss, he finally calmed down and asked seriously, "What happened to Xiaoxiang? Tell me. I want to hear," he said once. He suddenly felt that Ayan might be his own child. "It must have been when Nyonya was pregnant. You kept saying it was a boy, so Xiaoxiang would hear and believe it." Thinking of his wife looking lost at that time, Big Zhuang felt both sad and hurt. "At first, I dreamed it was a boy, and I caught it in my dream." Old Six shot a stern look at his foolish son. "Don't doubt me. If I say Xiaoxiang is pregnant, can I be sure just by saying so?" It was very convincing, and Big Zhuang couldn't argue. At that time, Xiaoxiang hadn't shown yet, but his father, waking up early, with a face swollen like a pig's head, was certain she was pregnant. "That baby was very strong, couldn't be pulled, sat right on my face and woke me up. I thought once we entered the house, we wouldn't get out, but in the end, we did escape." Old Six was full of regret. "Maybe I was upset when I said that, thinking of adopting him out to scholarship. It's not Xiaoxiang's fault. I also thought it was Ayan, but the timing didn't match." When Big Zhuang heard about adoption, he shivered. "What? Dad? How could you think like that? Didn't you discuss it with me and Xiaoxiang?" Old Six straightened his neck. Back then, he was almost dying. How could I not promise to comfort him? Just as they were about to argue more, someone from the nearby field arrived, so they stopped. It was the head of Tiger's family, with the little fat boy riding on his grandfather's neck. "Ugh, ugh. I want to go home. I want to go home," the little boy cried loudly, kicking his legs and hitting his face with his hands. Next to him, Grandma Tiger soothed him. "Good grandson. Grandma loves you most. Listen to Grandma, okay? No one can take you away when you're with Grandma. Don't run around anymore. Grandma is almost scared to death of you." "No, I won't. I want to go home." The little boy's mother also tried to comfort him. Don't you like catching field mice? Now that there are many mice, catch a few more for Grandma to roast. You roast them badly anyway. Grandma Tiger saw a chance and quickly promised, if you listen to your sister and don't disobey, Grandma will have her cook for you. That girl dares to disobey? She's so stubborn. Grandma Tiger's eyes twinkled with a hidden smile. That's what you said, I still want to eat pork. Eat, eat, eat. Once the rice is sold, Grandma will go to town to weigh the meat. Yay! Grandma loves me best. Grandma thinks I'm smart. I won't be taken away by the bad guys. Unlike those two big fools, Dog Egg and Cow Egg, it's so good if they get taken away. Tiger's head looked down from above, speaking boastfully. He chuckled proudly, waiting for his grandma to praise him. But after a long time, there was no response. He secretly peeked through a slit in his eye to see what was happening. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed straight at his face. Whoosh! The speed was so fast that the air seemed to vibrate. Smack! It seemed one slap wasn't enough, and more followed. Smack, comma, smack, comma, smack, hitting his face like rain. Hutu was stunned, and only after a long moment did he react, covering his head and dodging. Wah, wah, wah. Mother, why are you hitting me? Milk. His mouth was open wide, tears uncontrollably streaming down, full of anger as he called for his mother, hoping she would protect him. But he was wrong. His grandfather grabbed him from his high seat and pulled him to the ground. His grandfather's face was dark as he said, Child, Hood has been spoiled too much by us. The child wasn't necessarily unaware. A single innocent word couldn't hide cruelty. Was it because of being spoiled and momentarily proud? Was it careless talk? Or was his nature already bad? Hood's father also no longer stayed silent. After selling the rice, he'll go to school. Hood's mother, Hujiaodi, held her son down with one hand, not very optimistic. We didn't teach him well. No matter where he goes, it won't help. If he causes trouble at the school and gets beaten by Scholarshin or Xiaoyan, that's fine. But if the clan leader sends him back, we might as well be prepared for the worst. Hood's grandmother frowned and said, That's simple. I'll stay outside the school. If he causes trouble, I'll just take a bamboo stick and give him a few whacks. It's thin, hurts but doesn't break bones. Not much to worry about, just a few beatings. Hood stood among the four, trembling with anger at what he heard. He looked up resentfully, glancing at this one, then at that. What was going on? Wasn't he the most loved and spoiled baby by his grandfather, grandmother, and parents? Shinjiwoo was restless all day, too distracted to care about school discipline. Luckily, the students were well-behaved and didn't disturb him. After class, he packed up and slowly headed home with his head down. Suddenly, loud drums sounded from the village entrance. Feeling something, he looked up. Ah Yen. Shin Yen was very confused. As his carriage arrived at the village entrance, an old man with missing teeth suddenly appeared. He grabbed a drumstick and loudly struck the ground drum, scaring the coachman so much he almost abandoned the carriage. Shin Yen quickly leaned out of the window. Why was the village chief's drum at the village entrance? Third uncle, it's me. The third uncle, having lost his magical powers, spoke with a lisp. It's Xiaoyan. Are you thinking of something? Just kidding. Ha ha. Shin Yen understood only part of it. Luckily, the third uncle didn't say much and let him through. But the drum sound had already alarmed most of the village. From afar, many people were running toward the entrance from all directions. Godon also poked his head out, startled, and the third uncle raised his fist and rubbed his eyes. The third uncle was very confused, standing on the drum and not knowing what was happening. Am I really not dreaming? Without waiting to look carefully, the carriage had already entered the village. Who is that? Xiaoyan? Gooden. It's Gooden. Huh? Gooden? Haha, it really is Gooden. Hurry up and call loud Gentoo. Gooden is back. What about Nyo Dan? Are Nyo Dan and Donkey Dan here? People surrounded the carriage, eager to look inside through the windows. The coachman was already numb, sitting on the carriage pole, not daring to move. Most people's attention was on Sandan, but a few still wondered, why is Xiaoyan also on the carriage? Shin Yen didn't care about these questions. He saw his father trying to push through the crowd toward him. So he jumped down, squeezed out of the crowd, and ran to his father. Hey, hey, Dad. He opened his arms, spun around in place, then jumped a few times. Shin Ji-woo had already crouched down, patting his son's little head. After a night apart, it felt like 1,000 years. He wanted to cry, but also wanted to laugh. He wanted to ask, "Are you hungry? Is it cold at night? Did you sleep well?" He wanted to say, "Stop jumping, rest a bit. Dad knows you're fine as long as you're not hurt." But all these thoughts tangled together, making his heart ache and swell. In the end, he only managed to say, "It's good that you're back." The wind seemed much gentler. This was a small world just for father and son. Gooden's third son had already gotten off the carriage. Shin Yogin's family arrived quickly after hearing the news. The crowd parted to make way. Gooden's wife and Nyodan's wife arrived in a storm of wind and rain, kneeling on the ground, clutching their sons tightly, crying loudly. Shin Yu-jen was a step behind, standing beside with tears streaming down his face, smiling broadly. The clan leader and village chief came one after another. The coachman was taken care of by them. Shun Yen handed the donkey egg medicine bag to Gooden's father and also explained the doctor's instructions. Gooden's father was overwhelmed, wiping tears and repeatedly thanking them. They didn't disturb the family reunion further. Shin Ji-woo held Shin Yan's hand and led him home. "Father, can we eat pancakes tonight?" "Yes." The sunset painted the sky with colorful clouds. Their shadows stretched endlessly as they walked away, hand in hand. All worries, unease, and confusion disappeared into the wind. They vanished without a trace. Shujia Village. A tall man pushed open the courtyard door and headed straight to the kitchen. "Mom, I'm back." Sue's mother was cooking, lost in thought. Suddenly, her voice startled her so much, she nearly knocked the salt jar into the pot. "Sanlin? Coming back at this time." She carefully sealed the jar and put it away, worried. "Did I make a mistake and upset Old Wang?" Sanlin shook his head and honestly explained, "Old Wang gave me a 3-day leave, so I came back to see Dad." Sue's mother finally relaxed. "Tomorrow, you can cut rice at home for a day, then rest half a day the day after, and go back in the afternoon. Old Wang is kind. He won't deduct your wages even if you take leave. He's just being considerate, so we shouldn't forget our roots. You should work even harder." "Got it, Mother. Are you tired?"
Go rest.
"I'll call you when the meal is ready." "I'm not tired." I took the carriage to the village entrance on the way. Sanlin sat by the stove, adding charcoal and firewood. "Carriage, Mrs. Carriage. Miss Wang went back to her family? How come she's passing by here?" Mother Sue was surprised. "She took the children to Xinjia village. They were kidnapped. Good, as long as they're found." Mother Sue patted her chest. Sanlin looked up at his mother, then lowered his head and said nothing. He had heard that 3 children had gone missing in Xinjia village. He saw all of them when they got off the carriage. 2 of the older ones didn't look like the son-in-law at all. The son-in-law had taken the children to town to buy pork, and he had glanced at them. The missing children weren't his nephew. Today, the Sue family finished work early. Sanlin set the dishes, and there was noise outside the courtyard gate. A tall, thin woman went into the main room first. She wanted to turn around and talk to the woman behind her, but her eyes caught sight of someone and she scolded impatiently. "Third brother really knows how to avoid work." "Everyone's back. Why aren't you helping in the fields?" Sanlin's face grew cold. The woman behind her was slightly older, but gentle and kind. "Third brother is back." He responded with a single word and turned to leave. "Older sister-in-law, look at this person. You speak kindly, but he just has this attitude. You two, stop talking so much," the second sister-in-law said helplessly, trying to calm her. Sanlin left the house. As soon as the women saw him, one immediately threw down the basket on her shoulder, ran to him, tilted her head back with excitement, and said, "Papa, you're back." Sanlin glanced at her dark face, sweaty and strong arms, sturdy waist. He only nodded in response and went past her to the kitchen to serve the rice. The woman stood there feeling lonely, forcing a smile after a long while, adjusting her expression before entering the main room. At the dining table, Father Sue asked why he had come back. Samlin repeated the first half of his conversation with Mother Sue. This time, he finished with, "Got it, father." Mother Sue then asked, "Miss Wang went back to her family. Did her husband come with her?" Samlin took a bite of rice. Mother Sue sighed. Sigh, people really have different fates. Mother Sue chewed her rice but couldn't swallow, grimacing as she said, "Miss Wang is lucky. She married a scholar. Your brother-in-law took the imperial exam and was first in the county. Now he's a successful official, and he doesn't mind that Miss Wang can't have children. Mother, that's not right. Miss Wang is from a landlord's family, and we're just common folks. It's a big deal that fourth sister married a scholar," the second sister-in-law said, picking at the meat in her dish. Yes. It was as if she said something she shouldn't have, and her daughter-in-law rebutted her. Mother Sue didn't seem angry, only responded quietly. But fourth sister really has bad luck. People say a son-in-law can harm his wife, but I think fourth sister harms her husband. Sigh. Second Lin's wife put down her chopsticks, rubbed her arm, and glared angrily. "Why are you poking me?" Second Lin lowered his head and hurriedly ate his rice, afraid to look at his wife. Opposite, Third Lin's wife was serving her husband. Dad, eat more, but her dish didn't reach the edge of the bowl. Third Lin moved his bowl aside and ate by himself. Only his chopsticks hovered awkwardly in the air, caught in an uncomfortable silence. Second Lin's wife snorted with laughter. With a loud clack, she forcefully picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a trembling piece of meat from the air, and happily stuffed it into her mouth. Then she flipped out another piece of meat from the dish and threw it into her younger brother Quail's bowl. "Men can eat much more than us. You don't need to worry so much about it." After finishing the meal, they tidied up the table. Third Lin placed his wages on the table. Father Sue counted the money one by one, took out about 80%, and handed it to the public fund. When Third Lin took back the remaining 20% into his pocket, Second Lin's wife looked at him with envy, almost bleeding with jealousy. She stormed into the bedroom, slammed the door, raised her eyebrows, and scolded, "You good-for-nothing. Today you finally have the guts to challenge your mother." She grabbed his arm and twisted it. Second Lin winced in pain. Careless, I accidentally bumped into you." As soon as he lied, her ear was pulled. "Accidentally? Humph. Listen, I told you your sister isn't good. You're protecting her, right? Did I say something wrong? No girl is as unlucky as Mississippi. It's all because she's sick." Second Lin's wife sneered. "Look at how the young lady married Tongsheng. She even wanted to run away. But the old Tongsheng from Gejia village lost his wife and was willing to wait until she came of age to marry her as a second wife. But she didn't want to. Is being a Tongsheng like choosing a cabbage? She can pick and choose all she wants." Thinking of Sue Sissy, that little brat, Second Lin's wife hated her with all her heart. It was the first time she saw someone spoiled themselves so much. She believed she was a pearl born from her mother-in-law's fine pearl oyster. Ha. Eat well, wear good clothes. But she couldn't gain weight, was so thin she looked like a little stick, and made the village misunderstand that the Sue family mistreated their daughters. Cooking pots burned, dishes were broken, and from then on, she refused to do chores at home. She carried a basket out every day, claiming she was going to gather pig grass. But everyone knew she was hiding in a cave, slacking off. Could she be relied on? The pigs would starve to death. Second Lin's wife listened to her man shout and felt a little better inside. Second Lin sighed and honestly responded, "In the end, didn't we also wait for the son-in-law to marry Tongsheng?" Hearing this, Second Lin's wife suddenly looked like a pot of boiling oil splashed with cold water, bubbling and crackling loudly. That was because her parents were blinded by greed and believed the lies told by the matchmaker we hired. You should know that the one they want to take back is such an untrustworthy person. Do you think they would crawl out of the grave? Shh.
Be quiet.
Be quiet. Lower your voice. Lower your voice. Erlin broke free from his wife's grip and hurriedly reached up to cover his mouth. Worried she might bite him, he quickly let go, clasped his hands together, bowed low, and begged. Erlin's wife rolled her eyes at him, then stopped, Her anger was just from being upset earlier, and she was also afraid her father-in-law would get angry if he heard. But what if the lid on the oil pot was on? No matter, her temper was still burning, and it would explode again. Her husband's forehead was pressed by her finger, poking him repeatedly. Look at how clever your third brother is, and look at you. You got some wages, and that useless girl tricked you away. Are you a pig brain? Erlen's wife was furious inside. Her father-in-law had worked for the landlord for many years, saved up 8 rooms and over 10 acres of land, and even arranged for her eldest uncle to marry the eldest aunt. Her own man went to work for the landlord, and she married into this family. Their little family was so useless. Her younger brother-in-law hadn't earned enough to marry a wife, and they hadn't saved a single coin. Erlen argued, but isn't that the same? The third brother didn't give anything, and in the end, everything went to my little sister. The landlord's family didn't need many workers. Only because the landlord was nostalgic, he kept a spot for the Sue family. To be fair, her father had long agreed with his 3 sons on the work years and wages. Erlen didn't earn money, so when his work period was up, he switched to Sanlin. Sanlin was earning money to marry his wife, and with wages in hand, no matter how much Susia tried to persuade him, she couldn't take him away. They saved 20% of their wages for 3 years, but on the day Susia got married, she stole everything, including the money meant for her dowry. Why didn't you go and get it back from her? Afraid of offending her? Erlen's wife knew everything clearly and muttered softly, always thinking about climbing higher. That's why. Hearing this, Erlen was afraid she'd lose her mind again, so he hurriedly begged, stop talking about it. I want to say it. Your third brother is just so cheap. He's never had a good attitude toward me, his sister-in-law. What did I ever owe him? She couldn't say the untrustworthy person, but she could criticize her little brother-in-law, right? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She loudly cursed and mocked. Bah. Look at yourself. What kind of status do you have? Still dreaming of climbing up to marry a landlord's daughter. Her father-in-law once intended to, even though her own man hadn't yet reached the required work years, switch her little brother-in-law over. Though he never said it outright, she guessed it was a test. At that time, the landlord only had a single daughter, and everyone understood what that meant. Because she stopped him, her little brother-in-law didn't go. When her own man finished working for the year, her younger brother-in-law went to work elsewhere, as the other had already married. At first, everything was fine, but since her third sister-in-law moved in, he has never shown her or her sister-in-law a kind face. Has he started to hate her? How dare he? Today, he even acted crazy at the dinner table, making a scene. You shameless thing, comma. Samlin sat against the wall, sleeping on the inner side of the bed. The loud noise from the next room finally stopped. He hasn't been back in a long time and isn't used to it. The smell of the quilt is different, not as soft as at Wang's house. Underneath, the straw mattress is hard and uncomfortable. Thinking about going to the fields tomorrow makes him itchy. The rice husks stick to his skin and cause irritation. Old Master Wang treats him well and never lets him work in the fields. He tightly holds the copper coin on his chest, telling himself to be patient. Tomorrow night he will leave. There were no candles in the room. A corner of the quilt was lifted, and someone carefully lay down, bringing warm, damp air. Daddy. A tender call. Samlin's wife hoped this would bring back his lost conscience. But unfortunately, her arm was pulled, and Samlin remained still, surrounded by a feeling of disgust. The sticky, suffocating atmosphere made him lose interest. His bloodshot eyes closed. All he could think of was the fleeting image he saw today, how beautiful she was. So pretty, in the big house across the way. Ever since the third brother came back, the second sister-in-law starts bringing up old issues. The second brother is the same, useless and nosy. No one responded. Cough. The third brother should have saved up a lot these years. It's time for him to retire, and there should be limits to the compensation. The third sister-in-law can give birth and take care of the family, and she works quickly. What is there to be unhappy about? Finally, the daughter-in-law of Daling spoke up. The The third sister-in-law is good. Dad will decide what to do, and we'll follow his plan. Of course, it's the grandchildren's turn. The eldest grandson is the oldest grandson, so he should go. Yes, you tell Dad that. Dad, my brother-in-law really doesn't know how to behave. Our third son isn't from Shin Village, but aren't we all one family? The eldest son earns money, and the third son studies. That's a good thing. But the town's tuition is so expensive, and Dad isn't happy about it. These scholars, they're all obsessed with money, just wanting to get rich. Daling once secretly went to Shin Village without telling Sue's father, but he didn't meet Shin Jifu. When he reached the village entrance, he met an old man who said he was looking for the son-in-law, Shun Shiotsai. The man stopped him from entering and called the Shun clan leader. The clan leader directly refused to admit the third son-in-law to school, wanting to argue, but the other side ignored him. He couldn't cause trouble. He was known as a kind person. Shun village has rules. Only their own children are accepted, and the son-in-law came according to the rules. Why are you talking so much tonight? Go to sleep. Seeing the man turn his back, Mrs. De Lin quietly chuckled in the dark, her smile gentle but with a hint of sarcasm, and she obediently said no more. In the main house, it was completely dark. Father Su lay lazily, stretching his sore limbs. The second family is really getting worse. As the mother-in-law, you should take charge. If the daughter-in-law can't be managed, I brought you back just to let you eat for free. Yes, yes. Mother Su curled up on the edge of the bed. Third son is upset inside. The meal on the table was specially prepared for me to see. Father Su snorted through his nose, trying to appear stern. Feeling comfortable, he rolled over and stretched out another arm. He continued, it was indeed hard for him back then. He puts on a good front most of the time, but if he were truly filial, he would be grateful that I tightened my belt to find a wife for him. He should be content. He slammed his fist on the wooden bedboard. Playing tricks on me? I won't let him have his way. Next year, the eldest will go away, and he can come back to farm the land. That way, he won't get more and more ambitious outside. Eating well and drinking well at the landlord's house, he really thinks he's a delicacy. Mother Su, distracted, instinctively felt sorry for her son and said softly, if I had known, I would have sold a moo of land to marry someone better looking. Hearing this, Father Su immediately became angry. His face twisted in the dark, and his breathing sounded harsh. Women are just short-sighted. Do you know how hard it is for me to save up so much land? Land is life. It's just a small matter. You want to sell land? Yes, yes. Mother Su stammered, snapping out of her daze and agreeing with him. Third son's family is not bad. It was a good marriage. They've given us 2 boys, after all. Humph. Father Su was satisfied. But his satisfaction only lasted 3 breaths. Head of the household, I want to see the little grandson. Hearing this, Father Su waved away her arm and suddenly sat up. What's so good to see? You're thinking about that little ingrate. Does he think of us? All those wild pigs, they'd rather sell to outsiders than send one here to honor me. He looked so small. How could he think of this? Maybe the son-in-law hadn't told him. Mother Su hesitated, looking complicated. Head of the household, do you think the son-in-law knows something? Humph. With a cold snort, Father Su lay back slowly. Mother Su looked to the side, but in the darkness, she could never quite see her husband's expression clearly. It seems a fierce beast has been released. The old man's voice was cold and sharp. So what if you know? The child is definitely his, right? He's just a scholar, so narrow-minded. Because of such a small matter, he refuses to associate with us? He kept talking more and more, his heart full of resentment and unwillingness. I'm his father-in-law, after all. Aren't I more closely related than those outsiders from Shin Village? He should be more proactive about giving us benefits, like honoring me. He can't even pass the imperial exam, so what does it matter if he owns a little land? Does he really think he's such an important person? What's the use of having such a son-in-law alive? He's useless. Better if he were dead. Why isn't he the one dead? Mother Su guessed. He was sick all those years, and we didn't show much concern. Maybe he blames us? We've already married off our daughter. We even risked everything to give him a successor. What more does he want? Poor fourth sister. Don't mention that unlucky star. I should have listened to that Taoist priest and let him take her away back then. She thought he was clever, but it turned out that the ungrateful brat was truly the sickly type. I overestimated that troublemaker. Foolish. I regret thinking that raising her would lead to a good marriage and help the family. The more she grew, the more outstanding she became. I was afraid she'd become distant from the family, so I spoiled her. And now, this is how she repays us. If I had predicted this situation earlier, I wouldn't have agreed with the old scholar from Gxia village. No, people would definitely gossip, calling him a seller of his daughter. A money-losing fool. Raising a daughter is really not worth it. The next day, it was a day off from school. The sun was high, and Shinjiwoo was still sleeping deeply. Shinyan quietly got up. Afternoon, the father and son had breakfast together. Shinyan cracked the eggshell at the corner of the table and quickly peeled the eggs. Dad, do you know how disgusting those kidnappers are? They even hide silver notes in their pants. Casually, he started talking, taking the chance when his father wasn't paying attention, smashing the eggs and mixing them into the porridge to give to him. Shinjiwoo took it without noticing his son's small trick. Still sleepy and a bit lazy, he mumbled. Huh? You found it. Pfft. Cough, cough. Shinyan just scooped a spoonful of porridge into his mouth but was choked by his father's question, coughing uncontrollably. Take it slow. Shinjiwoo finally woke up and hurried over to help his son settle his cough. They silently ignored this rough exchange. Shinyan slightly refined his words and told about his experiences from yesterday to today. Dad, do you know Miao Chun Tang in the county town? I feel like that old doctor has some opinions about me. Doctor Sun? Maybe it's because of me. Shinjiwoo glanced at his son's small face that looked just like his own and smiled helplessly. When I fainted, Magistrate Jixian asked him to bring ginseng to save my life. That half-root of 100-year-old ginseng was a treasure in the clinic. He couldn't refuse Gouda, so he used it all for me. That's how it was. Shenyan suddenly understood. When he mentioned Song Dai, he asked, Uncle Song said he saw you at the exam. Does Dad remember him? Not at all. Shinjiwoo lowered his eyes slightly, paused, then took a sip of kanji before saying, he helped you a lot and even sent someone to bring you back. I should write a thank you letter. No need, Shenyan replied. What do you mean? Just as he was about to dismiss Shinjiwoo's idea, there was a knocking at the door.
Bang, bang. Bang, bang.
Is Scholar Shin at home? Little Yen. The courtyard door opened, revealing a few members of Shin Yogen's family. Before they sat down in the main room, Shun Yu-jen called out, Gooden Nyodon, come kneel down. The two children obediently knelt down. After a night, they were bouncing around again, looking up at their older brother with bright, starry eyes. Shun Yen didn't move. He could endure this kneeling. But he saw Shin Yu-jen, Nyodon's mother and Gooden's mother also kneel, Gooden's mother holding a sleeping donkey egg. Grandpa Yu-jen, get up quickly. Shinyan reached out to pull him up, but Shun Yu-jen struggled. Suddenly, he was lifted up. Indeed. Shin Yu-jen was deeply moved inside. He knew it. The three grandchildren being found back was definitely because Xiao Yan saved them. Shinjiwoo spoke to help his son. Uncle Yu-jen, there's no need for this. If you have something to say, everyone can sit down and talk slowly. Shin Yu-jen straightened up and responded repeatedly. Yes. Elder brother, second brother, get up. Listen to Scholar Shin. He then took out 3 pieces of broken silver from his pocket and handed them over. This is the medical fee and medicine money for Donkey Egg. The county clinic must be expensive. As for the rest, once I sell the rice, I will definitely make it up to you. Shunjiwoo didn't take the money, but looked at his son. Shun Yen lowered his eyes. These few taels of silver were probably Shun Yogen's secret savings. He helped the 2 children up and pushed the silver back, speaking seriously. Donkey Egg didn't cost much for treatment. It was paid with the money from the beggar. It only cost 1 or 2 taels, and there were still 5 taels and 6 when left. Gooden's mother hurried to speak. Little Yen, when the beggar's money is in your hands, it's your money. I asked Gooden, and if it weren't for you, Donkey Egg would have been burned to ashes long ago. You're my great benefactor, Hu Guifin, Neodon's mother also advised. Little Yen, Auntie can't speak well. You bringing Gooden back is like saving Auntie's life. From now on, Gooden will obey you. Yes, 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 Dog Egg too. I heard that young masters in the city all have attendants, so I asked my Dog Egg to be your little brother. He even calls you the boss. By the way, you've saved Dog Egg twice, so it's not too much for him to kowtow to you every day. Shunyan shook his head with a slight smile. The two answered joking. It's just for fun, all just jokes. Little brothers are not the same as others. He's not a young master and doesn't need to be a follower or a little brother. He doesn't like that. Shun Jiwoo gently put his hand on his son's shoulder and smiled, changing the subject. Kids have their own way of getting along. We adults don't understand. Then he leaned in and whispered to his son, Go play. Shunyan looked up and saw a pair of gentle, peaceful eyes, calm and steady, just like before. He obediently took the two egg children out to play. The two kids happily ran around in the rice stubble field. Shunyan sat on the ridge of the field, resting his chin and watching quietly. It was so nice. This simple, loved childhood life was the most distant dream in his long, long life of tens of thousands of years in his previous life. He could only occasionally experience it in dreams. The deep satisfaction and joy rising from his soul were real. He bubbled happily, as if saying, not just 10,000 years. Shun Jiwoo didn't know how to refuse, but in the end, he didn't take the silver, though there were plenty of eggs left in the kitchen cabinet. The new clothes and shoes are another story, so let's leave that aside for now. After the father and son finished lunch, Shun Jiwoo went to the study. Shun Yen wandered around the yard a few times, feeling bored, then secretly slipped inside and curled up on the small bed for a nap. The sunlight was just right. Shun Jiwoo, unconsciously, looked up and saw the lush greenery outside the window. Shun Yen was sleeping soundly when the door was knocked again. Using his spiritual awareness, he saw it was a guard. The guard didn't enter the yard, just respectfully delivered something and left. It was not very dangerous. With sleepy eyes closed, he lifted his head and then let it fall back, lazily continuing to sleep by the bed. When he woke up from this nap, his father was sitting nearby, holding a book and reading. Shun Jiwoo saw his son wake up and patted the little messy hair on his head. Are you full? Haha, yeah, I'm full now. After stretching lazily, Shun Jiwoo took out a long, flat wooden box. The magistrate sent someone to give this to you. Inside were 20 small silver ingots, shining brightly. The shape was like a treasure, looking cute and rich. Unlike the broken silver used by common folk, these small silver ingots were of high quality and the same as official silver, only without special marks on the bottom. According to the laws of Daeong, civilians are not allowed to melt or cast silver privately. When the country was founded, the court set up mints in various places, relying on official salt to establish itself. Over 90 years, the quality and purity of the broken silver used by civilians became almost uniform. Today, common people are used to trading small silver coins, with one tael of silver exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. Official silver does not circulate in the market, so the Daeong government issues extra silver ingots of 1, 5, 10, and 50 taels, mainly for large private transactions. One tael of silver can be exchanged for 2 pieces of small silver as long as the silver ingot is intact. After explaining this, Shun Jihua was surprised and exclaimed, So, this is actually 40 taels. Exactly. I'm so happy. I like small silver ingots. Shun Yen closed the wooden box and handed it to Shun Jihua. Dad, keep it. I still have a lot of money on me. He didn't really like money itself, but he liked saving money for his dad more as better. However, his dad never accepted it. From the money he got from the crooked man, his dad also let him keep it to spend. He hadn't spent a single coin from the pig sale money yet. Oh, too much money. Can't spend it all. So annoying. Seeing his son's worried face, Shun Jihua chuckled softly and said, All right. I'll leave it there. You can spend it as you like. Oh? Okay. Shun Yen was happy again. Shun Jihua put the wooden box away, then pointed to the book on the bed and asked curiously, Dad, is this also sent together? Yes, The county magistrate collected good essays from the provincial exams. It was usually brought back by Uncle Dashin, and this time, he probably used it as an excuse to send silver. The clan leader wanted to prepare a gift to thank Wang Daju's family, and Xin Yan's share was voluntarily given by Xin Yuzhen. The county office quickly posted a notice that the crooked man had been captured, all the children found, and the villagers cheered. The case files were hurriedly sent to the imperial court, waiting for the emperor's approval before execution. The crooked man's case was temporarily settled. Xin Yan's personal effort to save people was not widely known. Only a few villagers knew the truth. The rest, though suspicious, chose not to ask. Naturally, it became another legend. Right now, the most important thing was the autumn harvest. This year's harvest was smooth, ignoring the crooked man incident. The wild boar only came down the mountain once to destroy a rice field, and Xin Yan quickly dealt with it. The damaged rice was a pity, but unlike 100 years ago, it didn't cause wild boar attacks on people. The Xin family's villagers stored plenty of resources, so everyone worked with more energy. The sunny days continued, and the rice on the drying ground turned golden. Seeing the last stalk of rice in his field being harvested, the village chief finished his task, and Xin Yan couldn't wait to go deep into the mountains. Spiritual energy entered his body, and the long drought in his dantian was finally relieved. While focusing on his cultivation, he suddenly sensed something. Xin Yan stopped and opened his eyes. He saw a wolf a few meters away near a large tree, looking at him from afar. Mother wolf. The mother wolf has a gray coat, with some black fur on her back and tail. Her belly is swollen with pups, looking very prominent. Xin Yan was still cautious, but for some reason, the mother wolf suddenly lost interest. She carried something in her mouth and turned to leave. Is that ginseng? Xin Yan once became curious and asked his father about what ginseng looks like. He searched nearby, but couldn't find any. The thing in the mother wolf's mouth looks like a spindle, with several thin roots hanging down, matching his father's description. He had also seen a similar one at Maya Chuntang. It was small, only about an inch long, kept locked in a cabinet by the old doctor, wrapped in several boxes, very precious. His interest was piqued. After quickly finishing his cultivation practice, Xin Yan followed the paw prints left by the mother wolf. Along the way, he passed by a long-dead wild boar skeleton, with no remaining flesh. Deeper into the mountains, he found the wolf's den built under a hidden mountain wall, inside a rocky cave. Inside, the mother wolf was gnawing on a ginseng root. When she sensed an uninvited visitor, she struggled to stand. Just as she was about to peek out, the small, fierce creature had already entered. She could only retreat, baring her sharp teeth in a threatening display. Xin Yan, who had entered without permission, couldn't move freely inside the cave. He sat cross-legged on the dry grass and picked up a large half-root from the ground. Seeing this, the mother wolf was helpless and lay down, whimpering softly. Xin Yan gently patted her back and comforted her. I'm just looking. I won't take it. I'll return it to you soon. The root was about 6 inches long. He brought it close to his nose and sniffed carefully. The scent was fresh, slightly bitter, definitely ginseng. It was a freshly dug ginseng, with many broken roots, because the mother wolf had dug it out with her claws. A faint spiritual aura was escaping from the broken parts. Eat it quickly. Xin Yan handed the ginseng back. The mother wolf, seeing that the small creature was not joking, carefully used her front paw to take it, and then buried her head in eating. As Xin Yan expected, this ginseng was a spiritual plant from this world, capable of absorbing spiritual energy as it grew. His father had previously said that old Dr. Sun used ginseng to prolong life. When Xin Yan learned that his father's illness was related to Su Jiao Jiao, he suspected that, besides its medicinal properties, ginseng might also contain spiritual energy. After all, his father's coma was not caused by ordinary illness, and regular medicine was useless. Now, only spiritual energy could help him recover. He hadn't examined the small ginseng from Maya Chuntang himself, so he couldn't tell if it contained spiritual energy. The wolf's behavior was unusual, with clear emotions in her eyes, but she didn't attack recklessly. Shan tried to communicate cautiously. Was it because of the spiritual energy that you came close to me before? Spiritual energy is what's inside this thing you're eating. When you eat it, it feels very comfortable. The mother wolf nodded slightly, as if understanding. Are there more of these in the mountains? Shan felt a movement inside him. After the spiritual creature entered his stomach, it nourished his body directly, which should be more effective than passing spiritual energy directly. The mother wolf's intelligence was only half open. She couldn't communicate. She shook her head while chewing ginseng, crunching softly. This was not a lie. Shan was disappointed. The spiritual energy in the cave seemed to flow slowly toward the mother wolf's belly. Thinking of how the mother wolf was attracted by his spiritual energy before, Shan sat in the cave to practice cultivation. The spiritual energy around the mountain walls quickly gathered into the cave, swirling around Shan. The mother wolf gently moved closer with the ginseng and lay beside his legs, continuing to chew. Strangely, a small amount of spiritual energy escaped from Shan's body and entered the mother wolf's belly. Shan used his divine sense to observe. Inside her belly, 5 cubs were developing well, 4 large and 1 small. The larger ones were twice the size of the smaller ones. Worried that the mother wolf might have trouble hunting, Shan left earlier, bringing 3 wild rabbits and a wild chicken. The mother wolf gratefully rubbed against Shan. I'll come back tomorrow to see you. Don't run around, okay? The quilt was dried and soft, and Shan buried himself in it. His face pressed against the pillow, feeling reluctant to leave. Just a little longer to sleep before getting up. Suddenly, there was a soft knocking. Bang, bang.
Bang, bang.
What a pity. The knocking was very gentle. If Shan's hearing hadn't been several times more sensitive than an ordinary person's, he wouldn't have noticed it. Disturbed from his sleep, Shan reluctantly got up, dressed quickly, and released his divine sense to check. There was no one outside the courtyard door. The knocking stopped. Strange. Shan put on his pants and controlled his divine sense to look toward the backyard.
Huh?
Shan jumped out of bed, quickly put on his shoes, and rushed to the back door. When he opened it, the mother wolf he saw yesterday was lying on the ground, whimpering at him.
Woo.
How there was blood on her legs, and her voice sounded painful, with a plea for help in her eyes. Are you about to give birth? Shan was confused and felt it was a tricky situation. I don't know how to deliver babies. Seeing the mother wolf look desperate, Shan couldn't bear it. Carefully, he gently picked her up and placed her in the woodshed. He laid several layers of dry straw, using it as a temporary nest. Wait here, I'll find someone who can deliver babies, Shan said. He searched outside the yard but had no idea this remote countryside probably didn't have a veterinarian. So he could only. Aunt Shinlu was drying rice in the threshing yard when suddenly a small child jumped in front of her. Shan hurriedly asked Grandma Lu, do you know where the best midwife nearby is?
Ayan?
Why are you asking about a midwife? Aunt Shinlu was surprised, but seeing Shan's anxious face, she answered before he could reply. The best? That's definitely Lu Granny from the next village. Known as the best for 10 miles around, every family's wife-to-be rushes to hire her, worried about overlapping schedules. Next village? Just east of our village, Lu's village. Got it. Thank you, Grandma Lu. After saying this, I was about to run to find someone. Aunt Shinlu quickly stopped me and guessed which daughter-in-law in the village started the fuss. Don't go. I'll ask Dazhuang to call. He's familiar with this route. Dazhuang. Hurry to Lu's house and bring Aunt Lu Tsongpa here. Dazhuang, who was far away stacking straw, suddenly stiffened, dropped a straw, and ran off. His speed was so fast that Shan almost couldn't react. She quickly ran after him. Uncle Dazhuang, please bring the midwife to my house. Shan caught up and gave a quick instruction. Just a simple sentence, but it made Dazhuang imagine many things. Confused, she ran to Lu's house and skillfully carried Aunt Lu Tsongpa, who was chewing melon seeds at the village entrance. On the way back to the village, she still couldn't figure out what was going on. She imagined many scenes, including, could Shinxiu have secretly found a stepmother for Ah Yan? Oh no, that can't be. Young man, you're so reckless.
Please put me down.
Do you know that men and women shouldn't touch? Aunt Lu was tossed around so much she was dizzy, and her strong fists kept hitting Shen Dezhuang's shoulder. Shen Dezhuang shook his head to clear it and looked very serious. Aunt Lu, you didn't say that before. What about the old and young? 5 years ago, she wouldn't even walk and insisted he carry her. You also know that was before. I've been to the city for training. Can I still be the same as before? Aunt Lu was angry. The magistrate chose her to go to the city to learn midwifery, selecting only town and county women, and she was the only village woman chosen. Do you understand? That's her strength. Soon, she would show her skills. This time going to Shen's village, she definitely wouldn't be like 5 years ago. Unfortunately.
What?
What did you say? This is the mother of the baby. Aunt Lu sat down heavily in the firewood room, nearly having a heart attack from fright. Oh my. She was so scared, she almost lost her breath. She had never experienced anything like this in all her years of delivering babies. It was unheard of. Could this be a wolf? It didn't look like a dog either. She wasn't even old and blind yet. Shen Yan, trying to hide her nervousness, helped her calm down. Grandma Lu, this is just a dog. Listen. Wang Kai, bark twice quickly. Woof. Woof woof. Just as a wolf howl almost escaped her mouth, Shen Yan quickly stopped her hand. She looked awkwardly at Aunt Lu Tsongpa. Grandma Lu, since you're here, give it a try. Wang Kai is about to give out. Please, she begged. Aunt Lu hesitated, but the dog, which looked like a wolf and was quite clever, had moist eyes and looked at her pleadingly.
Fine.
I owe you one. The little guy was really her nemesis. Aunt Lu refused to believe it. Today, she had to settle the score. Her wrinkled hand pressed on the mother wolf's belly and carefully examined her. Wow, how is this pup so big? No wonder she couldn't give birth. Grandma Lu is not a veterinarian, so she can only try to help with delivery, like a last resort. Shen Yan gently stroked the mother wolf's head and slowly transferred spiritual energy to her, mostly flowing into her belly. Shen Dezhuang peeked at the door of the firewood shed, looking surprised. He usually avoids trouble and didn't even enter the yard, but when Grandma Lu screamed, he came in because he was worried. After listening for a while, he felt something was wrong. It didn't matter if it was a dog or a wolf. What mattered was that it wasn't a stepmother. But this is a wolf. How can young Yan be so quiet and always busy doing big things? Shen Yan already knew about the thief. Shen Xiu was really daring. Luckily, he wasn't Shen Yan's son. His little heart couldn't handle it. Shen Dezhuang patted his chest and quietly went into the firewood shed. The mother wolf, exhausted, suddenly gained strength. Shen Yan could feel the spiritual energy moving, flowing from one of the cubs inside her belly to her body. Grandma Lu moved her hands, and the wolf pups were born one after another. This should be the last one. Grandma Lu wiped sweat from her forehead with her sleeve and sighed with relief. The mother wolf surprisingly looked energetic, licking each of the 5 cubs. Shen Dezhuang pointed at the last tiny cub. This one is too small and weak compared to the other 4. It might not survive. Grandma Lu disagreed. Don't judge by size. This one is normal. The other 4 look strangely big for their age. Shen Yan poured water into a basin for the mother wolf to drink and asked Grandma Lu to rest inside the yard. He went to his small wooden box where he kept money, thought for a moment, and took out a few silver coins. This is enough. 100 coins will do. Grandma Lu kept refusing. Grandma Lu, you've been frightened and tired, and this is double payment. 1 part is my delivery fee. Shen Yan didn't make a mistake. The fee was what he was charged when he was born, but she refused to accept it. Grandma Lu was stunned and speechless. After a moment, she finally took the silver coins. Shen Dezhuang scratched his head, looked at the small and old, feeling like his brain might grow out. In silence, a villager, an old woman from the village, came outside. Dezhuang, why did you bring Xiao Yan here? You made it hard for me to find. Oh, Grandma Lu, we've been waiting for you. My daughter-in-law just went into labor, Shen Yan's family gained another mouth to feed. He went to the mountains daily to practice and always brought back some game. Shun Yan recognized the mother wolf and specifically led his father to the firewood shed. The mother wolf, smelling the familiar scent of the big beast, remembered this person and decided not to attack, so they stayed peaceful. Shun Jihua was not worried. He was used to it. But Shun Dazhuang wasn't sure. Out of the 5 wolf cubs, the smallest one was calm and didn't fight inside the belly, but after birth, it became very protective of food. It fought fiercely with its 4 brothers, making them yelp. A small wolf cub is nursing alone, while the other 4 huddle nearby, cuddling together and whimpering, too afraid to bark at him. Shun Yan sees this but doesn't interfere, and the mother wolf is the same. The tiny wolf cub hasn't opened its eyes yet, but is very attached to him. Whenever Shun Yan enters the firewood shed, he sniffs around, not drinking milk, and follows the scent, trailing behind Shun Yan's feet. After the harvest, the small wolf cub has grown larger than his 4 brothers. In the evening, Shun Yan enters the shed. He plans to change the water in the basin, but the mother wolf howls loudly and walks over to him. "What's wrong?" The mother wolf nudges his leg, and the much bigger wolf cubs come over, sniffing. Shun Yan squats down, and the mother wolf gently nudges the cub to his feet with her mouth. "Are you leaving?" Not taking him, the mother wolf nods, reluctantly licking the plump little cub. He's such a big eater, she really can't raise him. Shun Yan picks up the wolf cub, who snuggles happily in his arms, humming softly. The cub's eyes, which hadn't opened before, suddenly open at this moment, revealing icy blue eyes moist with joy and closeness. Okay, this cub is special with a demon core inside. When night falls, Shun Yan sees off the mother wolf and the 4 cubs at the back door. He carries the small wolf cub into the kitchen. Shin Jiwoo is washing dishes, not turning around. "Anything bothering you, father?" The mother wolf has left. Shin Jiwoo pauses, washes his hands, and turns to see his son holding a wolf cub. "She entrusted this one to me." Shun Jiwoo doesn't find his son's words strange. He walks over, squats down, lifts his son, and sits by the stove. The father and son sit quietly, and the small wolf cub sleeps soundly and comfortably. Shun Jiwoo suggests, "How about Ian gives him a name? He'll be part of our family from now on." Shun Yan gently taps the white fur on the small wolf cub's forehead 3 times. "Song San, he's called Song San. Good." Shun Jiwoo takes out old clothes and makes a nest in the bedroom. Song San officially becomes a member of Shun Yan's family. Early weaning doesn't cause any discomfort. Shun Yan takes him up the mountain. During training, the little guy curls up on his lap. They never see the mother wolf again. The rice is packed into burlap sacks and stored in the warehouse. Soon, officials from the county come to collect the autumn tax. Shin Jiwoo doesn't need to pay taxes, but still goes to the village entrance. The grain tax for Daeong is 20%. Villagers carry rice in baskets, lining up from the village entrance, forming a long line that seems to go on forever. Scholar Shin, look, these are the tax amounts paid by each household in our village. Every time the village collects taxes, the inspector personally comes. The inspector hands over the tax register, and Shin Jiwoo takes it, thanks him, and flips through the pages quickly. No errors. Then the line begins to move. Shin Yu-jen stands behind Shin Laolu. Shin Laolu sits on a basket crossing his legs and asks, "Would I just ask the official? Zhang will be executed the day after tomorrow. Are you going to watch?" Shin Yu-jen had no hesitation at all. Go see. It's only satisfying when these kidnappers lose their heads. Otherwise, I can't feel at ease. Bring your dog, Gao. That kid is still having nightmares. Once he sees the beheading, he'll be fine, Shin Laolu suggested with a mischievous idea. Shin Yu-jen wiped his face in frustration. "Lu, why do you always bully my dog? I didn't bully him." "That's nonsense," Shin Laolu argued stubbornly.
"I know.
Last time with the cow dung. That kid is just like you. It makes me angry when I see him. Like me? I think he's more like you when you were young, so naughty, haha." Shin Yu-jen chuckled foolishly. "Nonsense. He's nothing like me. I'm not as stupid as he is." Shin Yan sat on a big wooden bench at the village entrance, watching Shin Laolu and Shin Yu-jen argue. Grandpa Lu and Grandpa Eugen have made peace. Actually, their quarrel wasn't a big deal. I asked Grandma Lu about it. It was mainly because Grandpa Lu had a small disagreement and cut ties with Grandpa Eugen. When running for village chief, Shun Lao Lu saw Shun Lao Chi sign up and also wanted to join in. Shun Eugen asked if he should vote for him, but Grandpa Lu arrogantly refused. Shun Eugen thought anyone suitable for village chief should get the vote. In the end, Shun Eugen voted for Shun Lao Chi. Grandpa Lu was furious. He and Shun Eugen have been childhood friends, playing together since they were kids, even sharing the same pants. He couldn't believe Shun Eugen wouldn't vote for him. Grandpa Lu knew he wasn't the best candidate. Shun Lao Chi was more educated and steady. But still, as childhood friends, he expected support. Grandpa Lu refused to speak to Shun Eugen for many years. His grandson was already grown, so the anger had mostly faded, but he still couldn't bring himself to reconcile. Shunyan thought, Grandpa Lu really has a childish temper. As for the kidnappers, it's not just a simple death sentence. During the crackdown in Daeong, some kidnappers were pardoned. There were 11 kidnappers, 7 habitual offenders, and 4 new ones this year. They all came from the same village in the northwest. It started with Old Guangguan and Old Pai, who planned to use sleeping drugs and recruited a thug named Zhao Xiaoshu, also called Mouse. Mouse brought his younger brother, Zhao Ergu. Old Pai also brought in 4 others, Zhuzi, who were ignored and unloved at home. Mouse was cautious by nature, so they only operated outside and told their families they were going to trade. The 7 didn't have guides or routes, so they preferred to go around and avoid the city. Mouse was responsible for scouting and planning routes, so he earned most of the money each time. They would operate for a year, then take a break. Mouse saved up 300 taels over 10 years and planned to retire. Last year, during the final inspection of goods, Sparrow forced Mouse to teach him how to inspect items. 7 people each inspected 1 village. Sparrow chose Xinjia village and pretended to be a merchant selling candy. After inspecting 4 items, he was worried he wouldn't be able to take them away this year. So he brought Big Ear into the group and the other 3 did the same. Suddenly, the team had 4 new members. Just before departure, Mouse found out and was very unhappy, not wanting to come, but Old Pai persuaded him. Old Pai didn't get the main share, but since he was the leader, he was sentenced to be cut into 16 pieces. Mouse, as the leader of the thieves, was sentenced to 36 cuts. Sparrow and Zhao Ergu and 3 others were sentenced to 16 cuts. The 4 new members with Big Ear were sentenced to 6 cuts. The court also sent official documents to various places to serve as a warning and deterrent to others. The case files from Gao Zhixian's office mention Song Dai's name, which was also a visit to the imperial court and earned him praise. Before Song Dai returned home, he sent a book to Shin Jiwu, and Song's wife made many pastries for Shin Yan. Shin Yan didn't plan to watch the execution. The day after Xiao Zhen saw the execution, early in the morning, Shin Yan carried a bamboo basket and left, meeting Shin Dashin at the village entrance. The 2 got on a bullock cart. Your father said he doesn't need to watch you. Can you manage alone? Yes, Uncle Dashin, don't worry. Shin Dashin raised an eyebrow. He was just asking. He heard from his father, Shun Tsunzhuang, that this kid was very capable. Troublemakers usually got bad luck when they met him, so he didn't need to worry. When they arrived at the county, Shun Yan waved goodbye to Shin Dashin and left. Shin Dashin took Shin Jiwu's badge to the county office to pick up some rice. He was supposed to buy salt, meat, and other supplies but was told to take care of it himself by Shin Yan. After buying salt, Shun Yan weighed 3 jin of meat and a large bone. Then he went to a clothing shop. His father always wore those 2 gray robes. Shun Yan thought about Song Dai's clothes. His father was generous with money for him but reluctant to spend on himself. Grandpa Lu said his father was saving money to marry a wife. Shun Yan chose fabric, gave his father's measurements, and paid a deposit. Then he went to a bookstore. Buy a brush, he said. The shop assistant, hearing the voice but not seeing anyone, was very surprised and looked down. There was a small child. Wow, how rare. Do you want a defective one or a medium-quality one? The shop assistant teased him. No top quality. Top quality costs 5 taels. Well, he couldn't afford that, didn't have enough money, so he had to settle for the next best. Medium quality, then. Alright, medium quality, 1 tael. Do you need anything else? We have new arrivals, essays from local exam winners, scholarly reviews, very rare. Buy early, read early. How much? Shunyan was tempted. These essays from different places? His father hadn't bought books for years. The county had only found essays from the local exam, not the reviews. 1.5 taels. The young shop assistant enthusiastically recommended the books, showing no disdain for Xinyan because of his young age. Xinyan was surprised. Reading scholars really do make good money. Can I take a look? He asked as the shop assistant handed him a book from the shelf. Xinyan opened it. If I read through this, do I need to pay? The assistant was surprised. In this shop, you can browse freely. Read as much as you like. Xinyan thought, I probably won't remember anyway. But he did remember some of it, even though he didn't recognize a few characters. After finishing, he bought some paper, ink, and blank notebooks, spending all the money he had gotten from the peddler. He took out silver and copper coins from his basket. The shop assistant hesitated but accepted the money and handed him the items. Safe travels, come back again, next time. On the way home in the carriage, Xinyan was nibbling on a candied hawthorn. Shundashan had actually bought it for him. Sweet and sour. That night, Xinyan ran into the study and took out Shinjiwu's 4 books and 5 classics. He planned to quickly learn to recognize characters. Although his father had taught him quite a bit recently, he couldn't wait any longer. When he was a child, lying in his cradle, Shinjiwu would teach lessons, and Xinyan would lie beside him. He had already memorized the 4 books and 5 classics long ago. It was boring to lie still, so he listened to his father's lessons. They were somewhat interesting. But when his father was teaching students to recognize characters, Xinyan found it boring and would rather sleep than pay attention. He opened the Great Learning, silently reciting and comparing the text, gradually recognizing unfamiliar characters. His sharp mind made him remember everything at a glance. Yen, Shinjiwu had been standing nearby for a long time, feeling strange. His son was so eager to learn today. Father, I bought you a brush. Xinyan looked up from the book, pointing to a new brush in the brush holder. Shinjiwu picked it up. The brush's soft hair made him sigh. Thank you for thinking of me. His old brushes had split tips, so he was surprised his son remembered that. Xinyan put down the book and picked up an old brush from the holder. Father, I want to practice calligraphy. Shinjiwu didn't ask why. Whatever his son wanted to do, he supported. He set aside a corner of his desk for Xinyan and held his hand, guiding him step by step on how to hold the brush. Xinyan's hand was strong, but didn't know how to control it. Once his father showed him, he quickly learned. At first, Shinjiwu loosened his grip, and Xinyan started writing crookedly, but as he consciously copied the characters, he improved a lot. Little Wolf Cub Song, Sen was lying on Xinyan's lap. Sometimes Xinyan would pet him, and he would yelp happily for a long time. Gao Zhixian County organized village heads from various villages to hold a meeting at the county office. From now on, anyone entering Xinjia village who wasn't from the village had to report themselves. Xinyu Zhen regretted buying the candy from the peddler, thinking he had been too greedy. After that incident, he thought for a long time. In the end, both Gooden and Nyodwan were enrolled in school. If they had sent his grandchildren to school earlier, this wouldn't have happened. I never thought about sending him to school before, but since old Sixshin's son, Iron Egg, had a chance to become a scholar, Shin Yugen started to consider it. He originally wanted to send Dog Egg to take the imperial exams, but he was afraid old Sixshin would find out and misunderstand. So, even at home, he only said he was choosing someone to learn characters. After all, the exam costs money, and Dog Egg seems smarter than Cow Egg. Now, he doesn't even want that anymore. Just having his grandchildren return safely is a great blessing. Cow Egg's mother sewed a book bag for him. You must study hard at school. When scholarship teaches, you can't talk to others, understand? Cow Egg looked at her with tears in his eyes and promised obediently, Mom, I know. I will learn characters well. Cow Egg's mother felt relieved. I thought your grandpa only wanted to send Dog Egg, but I didn't expect you to go too. Being kidnapped was hard, but there are benefits. If you can learn more characters at school, I will be happy. I don't expect you to take the imperial exams. She took out 2 boiled eggs. Take these to school and give one to little Yen. Mom, did you steal eggs again? Steal? No, I took them openly. Cow Egg's mother pinched his ear and scolded. You fool! Why is Dog Egg so clever? The kidnappers said they wanted to exchange things for candy. You listened to Dog Egg and took the eggs I saved up with great difficulty. Cow Egg didn't resist and whispered, Mom, you took eggs before and Grandpa, Grandma, and Second Aunt all knew. Even Dog Egg knows. I've saved a lot but dare not eat them. They might spoil. I think Dog Egg has a point. After being lectured, Cow Egg's mother felt embarrassed but stubbornly said, all right, I won't hide eggs anymore. I'll give them all to you. Cow Egg happily said, Mom, you can eat them yourself. In Dog Egg's room, Dog Egg carried the book bag his mother made for him, turning left and right happily. His mother was very pleased. Go to school, but stay away from Hudo. That kid isn't a good person. Hee, Mom. Hudo has been beaten badly by his grandma lately, and he even scolds her. I don't want to play with him. Dog Egg's mother was worried. I heard little Yen has been studying very seriously lately. Don't bother him, understand? She was still worried. Yes, I promise not to bother Big Brother. Dog Egg grinned mischievously, happy just to watch Hudo's trouble every day. Shen Yen has been practicing calligraphy intensely. Mornings for training, afternoons for writing, and evenings for reading books. He uses up paper with cuts after cuts and grinds ink until it's all gone. When he gets home at night, with a small, cat-like face, Shen Jihu brings hot water and a towel to wipe his face. Dad, can you read my writing now? Shen Yen shows his progress. Shen Zhihui looked at the neat, large characters on the paper and praised. Good. Ah Yen, you wrote very well. If you write a bit smaller, it would be even better. Shen Yen believed it without doubt. Wow. I'm too scared to hit. Stop hitting. Under the old locust tree, the tiger head was being whipped by thin bamboo sticks, bouncing up and down. His mother held him back, so he couldn't run. His mother scolded him as the bamboo sticks kept swinging, reaching out to his palm. How many times have I told you? You don't listen at all. Can't you control your mouth? Scholar Shun is teaching, and you're eating snacks underneath. I told you not to be greedy. She slapped his bottom and scolded, I brought you eggs, not for you to steal and eat. From now on, don't eat them anymore. Tigerhead cried out. Why? I don't care, but Gooden and the others do. The village chief finished his meal and came to the school to look around. Hearing the noise, he angrily hobbled over with his cane. What's all this noise? Hit them far away. Don't disturb the children's lessons. Village Chief Shin absolutely would not allow anyone to disturb Shin Zhihui's teaching. Teachers were hard to find, but anyone with ambition aimed to go higher in exams, not just teach. Even those struggling financially or hopeless in exams often stayed in town or county schools. Ever since the old scholar who was invited years ago fell ill and passed away, Shinjia village could no longer invite teachers to teach. Pulling Shun Zhihui out of his study to teach had cost the village many of his whiskers. With stern scolding, the tiger's mother and grandmother nodded quickly, pulling Tiger Head farther away, about 300 meters. The students in the school were indeed restless. Shunyan was practicing calligraphy and was disturbed, so he tapped the table with his inkstone. A few restless students shrank back like quails. Shin Zhihui, dressed in a jade-green long gown, held a book and smiled gently as he continued teaching. When passing by his son, he quietly patted his head. 1 month later, Shin Zhihui was writing an article. After stopping, Shen Yen, with his hands behind his back, approached mysteriously. Dad, look, he pulled out a book from behind. Shin Zhihui was surprised and took it, opening it. The familiar handwriting. His son's writing was taught by him personally, so it naturally looked like his. What is this? Did you copy it? Shin Zhihui was truly amazed. Yes, for Dad. Shunyan was very proud. He didn't hide it either. He planned to copy many more books for his father, so his father would have endless reading material. Do you remember everything after reading? Do you think Yen can now recite the 4 books and 5 classics? Shun Zhihui had guessed this long ago, and now he saw that his son was even smarter than he thought. I can recite, but I just recognize all the characters correctly, Shunyan modestly added. How about the explanations? Do I understand them? I can roughly understand. When Dad teaches, I remember quite a bit. Shunyan suddenly thought of something and asked Shun Zhihui, Dad, do you plan to continue taking exams? There's no rush. Wait until you're a bit older. The exam hall isn't easy to enter, and Shun Jiwu fears that after one test, his body won't handle it. Losing the chance to take the exam is minor. His son is still so young. Father, why do you take the imperial exams? Shunyan doesn't quite understand. His father doesn't seem interested in official titles or fame. Others see him as a bookworm, always buried in books. But Shunyan can see clearly. His father enjoys learning. Taking the exams? Of course, to test what I've learned. From the county exam to the palace exam, each one is a challenge. Passing each opens the next stage. Completing all of them means fulfillment. If I can't finish, I always feel something's missing, Shun Jiwu says thoughtfully, frowning. What's missing? Shunyan notices his father seems off and quickly interrupts. Father, I'll go with you to take the exam. That way, he can look after his father at the exam hall. If his father gets sick there, he can notice immediately. Shun Jiwu listens and stops thinking. All right. Then, Yen, are you going to the school or listening to me teach at night? Just like before, I'll go to school in the morning. You can give me homework afterward. Okay, 6 years later. A young boy carries a bamboo basket down from the northern mountain. A half-grown silver wolf follows beside him. The wolf has icy blue eyes that are clear, but it becomes fierce when meeting strangers. When the boy chats and greets others, the wolf's gaze becomes calm and gentle again. Old 6, your iron egg is impressive. I heard he might pass the provincial exam this year. Who told you that? That's not true. Shun Laolu has also learned to be modest. Shun Yan sees a group of old men chatting from afar. When he approaches, the others have already been chased away by Shun Laolu. Old 6, are you waiting for me? Your 6th grandma is slaughtering a chicken. Don't cook dinner yet. Come to my house with your father. If you go, I'll finish telling you the story I started last time. Shun Laolu squats down, pats the wolf's head, and finds its fur soft and nice. He likes the fluffy coat. Shun Yan finds his eyes full of speechlessness, amused. Okay. Does my father know? Yes, I told Iron Egg in the afternoon. Why do you still call him Druga Jiga? Iron Egg has been renamed Shinyoji. The clan leader gave him the new name. Just a habit, I won't call him that anymore. Shun Lao's temper has improved, and he listens to advice. 2 years ago, Iron Egg passed the juvenile exam. Although he didn't pass the palace exam, Shun Laolu is already very satisfied. As they walk and chat, Shun Yan asks, where did I leave off last time? About the 3rd emperor of the previous dynasty. Yes, that guy. He's not a good person. The former dynasty, Diqi, lasted 136 years. Its emperors were charming and passionate, full of unique characters. Liang III admired the widow of a high official. After dissolving the harem, he simply followed his grandfather's old habits, which was not surprising. After all, society was open-minded, widows remarrying was common, and age was not a problem. However, Liang III, driven by his beloved's last words, insisted on his own way. Ignoring the minister's warnings, he moved his former wife's remains into the imperial tomb and later took his own life. The edict for succession clearly stated that if the crown prince was to inherit the throne, he must bury the 3 together to show filial piety, which caused much criticism at court. Over the following generations, many foolish acts occurred. In theory, Emperor Daki was devoted and charming, but he was also decisive in politics. Daki lasted only about 100 years, not long enough for a grand palace to collapse from heavy burdens. How could it fall so early? Why did Daki fall? It's because the next generations were not capable. I always say, sons should be many, and one will be good. Our common folks produce troublemakers who waste money and cause problems, and in old age, They don't even have a good death. But the royal family truly has a throne to inherit. Old Shenliuli sighed deeply. Shan Yen disagreed, thinking there was another possibility, a rotten bunch of heirs. The Daki royal family had only one line of succession for 8 generations and finally produced the last emperor, a charming, passionate, and invincible troublemaker, the main culprit for Daki's fall. He was probably poisoned in the mind, neglecting state affairs, surrounded by beautiful women, and even mimicking the late emperor and ministers in intense romantic dramas. He was dissatisfied with his officials and chose General Xiaoyong, who guarded the border, as his favorite. General Xiaoyong was brave and tall. The young emperor had seen him once when he returned to court to report. Xiaoyong was loyal and obedient. When the emperor summoned him, he returned to the capital and handed over the army to the emperor's men. He was not a romantic. After returning to the capital, he preferred to retire from official duties. The young emperor thought this was part of a romantic game and enjoyed it. He even planned to imprison Xiaoyong's family. Just then, border wars broke out. The northern barbarians' cavalry crushed the northern lands. The useless officials sent by the young emperor could not resist. The ministers begged to restore General Xiaoyong's position, and the foolish emperor reluctantly agreed. Unfortunately, the northern situation was already out of control, and Xiaoyong's soldiers were almost all dead. A hero of his time died bravely on the battlefield. Shen Yan asked suspiciously, "Old Grandpa Yuli, how do you know all these secret stories? Although they were not about their own dynasty, these stories seemed to be from the previous court. Why were they so widely known?" Shen Yan sat in Liuli's yard, watching the serious-looking old man with suspicion. Could it be that Liuli was just bored and making up stories to fool him? "Do you know who the founding emperor of Great Yong was?" Old Shen lightly tapped Shen Yan's forehead and casually touched his round head. Shen Yan shook his head, very curious. It couldn't be Xiaoyong coming back to life, right? But old Shen was busy playing with his head and didn't speak, which made Shen Yan annoyed. He grabbed old Shen's bushy beard and threatened, "Come on, old Six, I've already touched your head. If you don't tell me, I'll pull your beard." Old Shen chuckled. The founding emperor of Great Yong was. He deliberately dragged out the words. Little Yen grew up to be even more fun. He was always teasing him, but suddenly he felt a pain in his chin. Ouch! I went too far again. Every time, I forget the lesson. This kid really knows how to fight back. After a brief moment of fun, old Shin pulled back his beard and smacked his lips before continuing. The first emperor of this dynasty was the son of a general who died in battle. The little emperor was a stand-in. His father died, so his son took over. The general's family was executed. They thought his other sons didn't look enough like the general, but the youngest son was good, so they swapped him with a condemned prisoner to save his life, playing a game of raising him. During turbulent times, he even brought people along on his escape. Eventually, he seized power and usurped the throne after 10 years of defeating the northern barbarians and unifying the land. After founding Great Yong, they turned past events into plays and stories, spreading them through theaters and tea houses to vent their anger. How about the previous dynasty's foolishness, and how our Yong emperor rules? Old Shin chuckled. What kind of ruler is our emperor? When you pass the exams later, you'll see for yourself. Oh, so Grandpa Shin really thinks highly of him. But he doesn't know how the current ruler's personal virtue is, though he rules wisely. Over these years, Shan Yan hadn't left Xian Prefecture, but from what he saw, the country was peaceful and the government honest. Even ordinary farmers dared to talk openly about national affairs. Later, I'll ask someone to tell you what to watch out for during the exams. Your father hasn't taken exams in many years, so he probably doesn't know about recent changes. Okay. Shan Yan had already signed up for the county exams, which would be held in February. Unlike the previous dynasty, Great Yong abolished the system of bonds and guarantees for candidates because there had been cases of bribery and malicious framing. Candidates had to register in person, have their portraits drawn, and detailed records kept. The officials would then send people to the household registration offices with many portraits, asking villagers, village heads, clan elders, and neighborhood leaders to identify the candidates and sign documents to confirm their identities. On exam day, officials would verify the appearance again before allowing candidates into the exam hall to prevent impersonation. When you take the exam, I'll go with you to the county to supervise. Uncle Sean said he'll go too. He's giving your father exam supervision, so often he's gotten addicted to it. All right, I'll wait for you to take the exam, and then I'll go.
Then,
I will try my best. I don't care. When it's time to take the exam, Uncle Dajwang will try to compete with me. If he doesn't let me go, I haven't even been to the city before. Yen, I can only rely on you now. Old Shin Six pretended to be pitiful, while Shun Yen rolled his eyes.
Fine.
Shun Yen still has some confidence. On February 6th, the county exam started. At 1:30 of the tiger, Shin Dashin lit a candle and was busy in the kitchen, preparing breakfast and hot water. Shin Jihua helped his son put on his coat. It's cold today, wear an extra padded jacket inside. It'll be easier to take off during the security check. After Shun Yen finished eating, he checked the exam basket several times, worried. Usually calm, Shun Jihua kept nagging, more careful than himself entering the exam room. Dad, come eat. The steamed bun will get cold. The soft, plump, freshly made bun was sent by the old doctor from Maya Chuntang last night. Old son knew Shun Yen was going to take the county exam, so he rented out an idle house nearby the exam hall for him. Just a 300-meter walk from the alley, so Shun Yen could sit peacefully without worry. Shin Jihua checked again before sitting down, and Shun Yen handed him a large bun. He told Shin Dashin, Uncle Dashin, my dad is counting on you. Make sure to eat on time at noon. No need to wait for me at dinner. Shin Dashin tore half of the bun, paused after hearing this, and instinctively looked at Shin Jihua. Wait, who is the son and who is the father? Shun Yen was worried. Dad, you must eat well. Otherwise, I won't be able to focus on the exam. It's no exaggeration. He is now at the 6th level of Qi refining, with his spiritual awareness covering 800 meters. He was in the exam hall, and since the house was nearby, he was within range. Although he didn't plan to fully activate his spiritual awareness during the exam, he had a way to keep an eye on his father. As long as his father was within his spiritual awareness range, even if he didn't open it, Shun Yen could sense his father's physical condition. If his father was starving at home, his stomach would be growling, and Shun Yen would be worried to death. After 6 years of effort, Shun Yen had managed to improve his father's health significantly, and he couldn't give up now. Don't worry, I will focus on the exam. You just relax, Shin Jihua assured him calmly, trying to appear relaxed, swallowing his nervousness with the bun so Shun Yen wouldn't notice. Shun Yen secretly nudged the little wolf with his leg under the table, and the little wolf nudged back with its head. Don't worry, master. After finishing the bun, it was still before dawn. Shun Yen carried his exam basket, and Shin Jihua and Shin Dashin saw him off as they left together. At the entrance of the exam hall, there were already over 10 people waiting. The county yamen officer held a torch and surrounded the exam hall. Shun Yen lined up, while Shin Jihua and Shin Dashin stood far away. Gradually, more people lined up, and those sending off examinees were kept at a distance by officials. No one made noise. The atmosphere was serious. Looking around, there were young boys like Shin Yen, men in their 20s, and even some elderly men with gray beards. In the dim light of dawn, a faint glow appeared as a bell rang, and the line moved forward. When it was Shun Yan's turn, he went to a simple, makeshift hut. He took off his clothes and handed them to 2 officials for careful inspection. Another official checked his exam basket. The basket contained few items: ink, brushes, paperweights, and some medicinal herbs prepared by Old Sunday. There was also a roll of oilcloth. The exam supplies, paper, candles, water, were provided, and private items were not allowed. After Shun Yen reported his hometown and name, a middle-aged man sitting on a stool opened a scroll to check his appearance. The man wore a green official's robe and stared at Shin Yan's face, then looked at the scroll. His eyes shone brightly, almost glowing. Shun Yen felt a shiver and quickly put on his clothes handed by the officials. It was obvious this man was the county magistrate Gao Sheng of Juha County.
Cough.
Another person sitting on the stool cleared his throat, reminding the magistrate to regain composure. He adjusted his short beard and nodded politely to the officials. After being searched, the officials led Xinyan to the exam tent. This direction was not good. No, it was very bad, a legendary bad spot. The county exam tents were arranged in rows labeled Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Ding, Wu. Each row had a corner set with a respectful bucket. Shen Yan was assigned to row Wu, seat 16, at the very back, in the corner, where a brand-new, shiny, lacquered bucket sat. Even today, it would be used many times. Shen Yan didn't know whether to pity it or himself. He sat expressionlessly inside the tent. Opposite him, in the Ding row, a man in his 20s, dressed in fine clothes, looked worried. When he saw someone else also unlucky, he immediately brightened up, gritting his teeth to hold back laughter. Shen Yan thought to himself, haha, just wait. I'm not afraid. There was still some time before the exam started, so Shen Yan carefully examined the tent. It was small and enclosed, with no obstructions on the front. The roof was intact, and the table was smooth. The county exam was held once a year, and the magistrate would renew the setup each year to avoid mistakes. All examinees had entered the tent, and it was already bright outside. Officials handed out candles and supplies. With a bell, they distributed exam papers, answer sheets, and writing materials. After 2 rings of the bell, the examinees began to answer. The Dayong imperial exams included county and prefecture levels. The exam papers were the same for all ages. The questions for county and prefecture exams were similar, but the county exam had 5 sessions, and the prefecture exam had 3. The first session was the main test. Unlike previous dynasties, Dayong followed the principle of quality over quantity, starting from the children's exams, with a large number of questions. Shen Yan looked over the exam papers, which had 4 types of questions. First, the 4-book exam includes 10 short sentences and 1 long passage. The 5 classics have 1 paragraph each, and students choose one to answer. The questions test basic memorization and understanding, with clear meanings. If you have a poor memory, don't attempt it. You'll be a confused official and forgetful. Second, there are 10 calculation questions to assess quick thinking and logic. To pass, you need to answer at least 8 correctly. If you can't understand these, how do you expect to become an official? Third, a short essay of under 300 words, based on one of the 5 classics, must match the one chosen in the first question. Fourth, poetry and prose. The 4-character quatrain is the easiest among the 4 types. As long as the answer is roughly correct, it's fine. Unless 2 students perform equally well on the first 3 questions, examiners won't focus much on this. The fixed stamp is used to mark the answer, which is memorized directly on the answer sheet without drafts. Shen Yan begins answering immediately. The first memorization question is simpler. The wise do not lose people, and they are willing to sacrifice themselves to achieve virtue. Shen Yan recognizes it from the analects and completes it. Can speak with others but not with them. Losing people. The wise do not lose people, nor do they lose words. The aspiring and virtuous. The phrase, willing to sacrifice oneself to achieve virtue, often appears later, with the first part from the doctrine of the mean and the second from the great learning. Random sentences from the corners are pieced together, sometimes making no sense, testing how well students know the 4 books. The short sentences are quickly memorized, then move on to the longer passage. The long passage is hinted at with 7 characters. Governance proceeds, and progress hides the wise. Shen Yan closes his eyes, recalling countless sentences in his mind, suddenly enlightened. It's from Mencius, Boy, with a calm face in the face of evil, which appears more than once, often in essays praising sages or discussing official service. He quickly writes, Boy, with no anger in his eyes. Not your strength. The longer passage has more text. After memorizing, Shen Yan relaxes his wrist. For the 5 classics question, he chooses the Book of Documents with the prompt. The proverb is born. Knowing the source is much easier than memorizing a long passage. He just needs to find it in the Book of Documents. Just as he is about to write, suddenly, A loud noise erupts nearby, accompanied by a foul smell carried by the wind. Shen Yan unexpectedly recalls a famous phrase. It is called out loudly, over and over again, until it is finally released. With a keen sense of smell, Shen Yan is overwhelmed by a terrible stench, making his head dizzy. His nose feels as if it has been struck multiple times. It's absurd. What did this person eat to produce such a spicy, pungent smell? It makes his eyes water terribly. Feeling uncomfortable, Shen Yan puts down his brush and blinks. He looks across to the wealthy man, who twirls his pen with his left hand and props his face with his right, sneering at him amid the messy sounds of scribbling and chewing. The moon passes the cold willow tips. The candle guides the distant blue robe. Let us encourage each other and go to Jinluan together. With that, the first main exam in the county test was successfully completed. Shen Yan checked his answers twice, found no mistakes, and took down his stall number plaque. The end of the hour of the rooster, around 5 to 7 a.m., was the final deadline for submitting exam papers. Candidates could submit their papers early. Shen Yan had already finished his answers, so there was no need to sit and wait until it got dark. An official led him to the exam supervisor's tent near the county magistrate's office to hand in his paper. His name was written on the paper in front of him, and 2 officials escorted him behind a heavy curtain. Following tradition, Shen Yan bowed politely to thank the examiner. After carrying his exam basket and stepping over the high gate of the exam hall, he eagerly moved forward a good distance before finally taking a deep breath. It was not yet dark. The red sun was setting at a slant. It was about the early part of the hour of the rooster, and the guards around the exam hall were still on alert, with only a few quietly sitting under nearby trees. Shen Yan left the exam hall, turned a corner onto a long street, and from afar saw his father standing at the alley entrance. Song San was by his father's leg, holding onto his clothes as if trying to pull him into the alley, but his father reached out and picked him up. Like a bird returning home, Shen Yan's steps suddenly became lighter. "Dad, it's still cold. Why are you out here?" he asked, knowing the answer. Worried Shen Jigua might catch a cold, Shen Yan advised, "Don't wait for me at the next few exams, just in case I come out late."
All right.
"I didn't wait long, just came out to take a look, just a coincidence," Shen Jigua replied. Shen Yan reached into his father's arms and gently took the stiff Song San. The little wolf's fluffy face was full of helplessness. "Master, your dad is hard to carry." The two headed home, Shen Jigua taking the exam basket. He reached out to put his arm around his son's shoulder, but Shen Yan quickly dodged. "Dad, don't touch me. I smell bad," Shen Yan complained. "I've been assigned to the smelly section. I'm practically pickled." Shen Jigua's brow twitched slightly, but he didn't mind. He patted his son's head to comfort him. "Is it uncomfortable from the smell? Uncle Sean burned a lot of hot water, so go wash up before dinner." "Okay. Dad, I met a strange person today, right across from me." At the end of the hour of the rooster, 3 chimes sounded. The candidates stopped writing, handed in their papers, and left. The officials cleaned the exam tent, extinguished the remaining candles, and tidied up the waste buckets. After finishing their duties, the remaining officials went home. However, Gao Zhixian couldn't leave. He sat in the exam supervision tent, with a cup of strong tea beside him, reviewing the papers overnight. The county exam lasted 5 days, with one held every other day. Unlike the provincial and palace exams, after each of the earlier exams, the results were posted the next day, showing the seat numbers of successful candidates. Over 600 answer sheets needed to be graded quickly, so Gao Zhixian had to stay up late tonight. But he didn't feel lonely at all. "Master Gao, you can review the papers without worrying about your subordinate," a subordinate said. "It's a cold night, and I am prepared with thick blankets." "Zhang Xueguan, remember to keep warm," Gao Zhixian replied. "Thank you," the subordinate responded. No outsiders were allowed to stay in the supervision tent, except for the officials sent by the provincial education department. Gao Sheng sat upright, rubbed his hands, and began grading the papers. The first paper was blank, with a large stain on it. He calmly tore it away and placed it on the left side. The second paper's essay question was not fully answered. It was marked incorrect. The third paper had 3 wrong answers in the math section. It was also marked incorrect. The fourth, fifth, all the way to the 187th paper. Zhang Xueguan sat on Gao Sheng's right side. As he read through the papers, his brow furrowed more and more, and sweat started to appear on his forehead despite the cold weather. Gao Sheng had no time to wipe his sweat. He was anxious and regretful. He was anxious because, by now, nearly a third of the papers had been reviewed, but none had passed. He was regretful because he had woken up late that morning and missed paying respects to the literary deity. Was heaven against him? Why do each new batch of students perform worse than the last? His trembling hand removed the 197th paper. His eyes widened at the neatly written pages. He brightened and carefully reviewed each one, excitedly circling correct answers with a red pen. Success. Success. He gently placed it on the right side and, still feeling lucky, hurried to continue grading. Nearby, Zhang Xueguan leisurely picked up his teacup, gently blew away the tea foam. After taking a sip of hot tea, he slowly picked up a paper marked correct. As soon as he saw it, he nearly spat out his tea. What is this? No wonder Zhang Xueguan was so surprised. On this answer sheet, the only part not answered was covered with black stamps. A long, dark blotch, very conspicuous. He counted 10 of these marks. Despite his surprise, Zhang Xueguan first checked the answers. The Great Yong dynasty had no rule stating that if a test paper was stamped with black marks, it could not be considered passing. Although such a rule existed, examiners often felt uneasy or disliked marking papers, which gradually became an unwritten rule among graders. Upon closer inspection, aside from the black stamps, the paper was spotless, with no errors or stains. All 10 math questions were answered correctly, and the short essay was insightful. The poetic lines were fresh and beautiful, almost overshadowing the black marks. There was no legitimate reason to reject this paper. Using the answer sheet as a cover, Zhang Xueguan secretly glanced at Gao Sheng, who was frantically panicking. His colleague was also not an easy person. Rumor had it that he had offended the literary deity. Gao Sheng had been the magistrate of Nianhe County for several years, yet no one from his jurisdiction had ever passed the imperial exam, let alone become a jinshi. To keep his position, he worked diligently and conscientiously, transforming Nianhe from a poor county into one of the wealthiest in Shanjiang Prefecture, which was no small feat. Zhang Xueguan felt sympathy and sighed inwardly. He shook his head, put down the answer sheet, and decided not to interfere. In the corner, a charcoal stove crackled occasionally, ignored by everyone, gradually burning out. Someone got up to light the oil lamp and covered the person next to them with a quilt. Outside the exam tent, the gentle sound of the breeze mixed with faint snoring, creating a quiet night filled with gentle waves of sound. Zhang Xueguan was dreaming happily when suddenly a loud shout startled him. Excellent. A fellow going to the imperial court today. Haha, he shivered in surprise, nearly slipping off his chair. Before opening his eyes to complain, he felt the blanket in front of him. He adjusted the blanket, casually wiped the drool from his cheek, and coughed lightly, saying, Brother Gao, do you have another good candidate? I suppose this examinee answered quite well. Disturbing his sleep, Gao Sheng hurriedly apologized and offered a respectful bow. Zhang Xueguan waved his hand, indicating it was fine. Gao Sheng handed over the exam paper happily, saying, Exactly. Brother Zhang, look, I want to make him the top scorer in this exam. Zhang Xueguan reached out from under the blanket to take it, examined it carefully for a while, and nodded. Good. The next day, Shen Yan woke naturally, stretched, sat up, and reached into his quilt to find the little wolf still snoring. He hadn't brought Song San's den with him, so it was rare for them to sleep together, and even his laziness was learned from him. Stop pretending. Shen Yan pinched the fluffy wolf's paw. The wolf's breathing was irregular, silly wolf. Song San opened his eyes, his icy blue gaze puzzled, and he rubbed into Shen Yan's arms, staring at him insistently. Shen Yan pretended not to see. Aha Yan, you're awake. Shen Jiwu heard the noise and came in from outside. Do you want steamed buns or pancakes? I'll heat them up. Pancakes. Of course, he wanted his dad's pancakes. Shan Yan washed up, with Song Sen following beside him, also gulping a mouthful of water and spitting it out. Dad, where's Uncle Dashin? Shin Yan asked vaguely while nibbling on his pancake. Shin Jiwoo cut a piece of meat, squatted down to feed the little wolf, and said, "The first exam today, but we don't know when the notices will be posted." Uncle Dashin is anxious and waiting outside the exam hall. Hearing this, Shun Yan was about to release his spiritual awareness when Uncle Dashin hurriedly ran in from outside. "Little Yen, you're in the 16th position in the Wu group, right?" Usually very calm, he was now sweating heavily, his hair messy, his clothes askew, and he was holding one shoe.
Yes.
"Uncle Dashin, please sit and rest," Shun Yan said. But Uncle Dashin only heard the yes and excitedly exclaimed, "You passed. And you're first." Even if Shun Yan had been confident before, hearing this definite news made him breathe a small sigh of relief. "Thank you, Uncle." Shun Yan handed him water, modestly saying, "This is just the first exam. There are 4 more to go." Shinjiwoo smiled and said, "The hardest part is the first test." Yen is very talented. Song Sen sensed the happy atmosphere among the 3 but didn't understand what was happening. He tiptoed, grabbed the piece of meat hanging from Shinjiwoo's hand, and nudged Shin Yan's leg with a paw. "Master, very impressive, no matter what. Just praise him." Shun Yan checked the list of successful candidates with his spiritual awareness. 1016 in the first exam. The exam was truly the hardest part. Those who passed the initial screening were called to sit at the official exam table, with the examiner lifting the curtain of the tent. They answered questions right under Gao Zhixian's watchful eyes. This was done to prevent cheating during the previous tests. Only up to 20 people could pass the final county exam. Usually, the first round was the easiest, and if no mistakes were made in the next 4 rounds, they wouldn't be easily disqualified. The last 4 rounds were mainly review tests, meant for readmission if needed. Shun Yan finally got rid of his bad reputation and sat in the middle of the first row. Under Gao Zhixian's sharp gaze, he answered all 4 rounds smoothly. After finishing the 5th round, that night, Shun Yan changed his usual early bedtime. He reached into his cloth bag and looked outside.
"Father, come in and lie down," he said.
Shun Jiu was reading under the lamp and hesitated. Maybe we should wait until another day. You've been studying all day. You should rest well tonight." Shun Yan walked over and blew out the oil lamp. "Father, don't you know I'm fine? I can study for 5 more days without getting tired." Shun Jiu's book was pulled away, and he was gently pulled to stand up. They went inside to lie down. Shun Yan opened the cloth bag and revealed a row of silver needles. The thin silver needles shimmered slightly in the candlelight. "Father, close your eyes," he said seriously. Shun Jiu obediently closed his eyes. The needles were inserted into the Shun Zhong point. Shun Yan carefully guided his spiritual energy into them, slowly passing it in. Acupuncture with spiritual energy took longer, but was much more effective than direct spiritual transfer. Direct transfer only left spiritual energy on the surface and dissipated before reaching the lungs. With acupuncture, the silver needles penetrated the energy points, and the spiritual energy traveled along the meridians, nourishing the flesh more deeply. Shin Jiu felt warmth flowing through his chest, gradually driving away the lingering cold inside him. He wanted to tell his son to stop, but sleepiness took over, and he couldn't open his eyes or speak. "Father, if you're tired, just sleep," Shun Yan said. Another needle was placed, and Shun Ziyu sank into a deep dreamless sleep, unable to think of anything else. On February 16th, the county exam was announced. Early in the morning, Shun Yan and his father were still asleep. Shun Dashin rushed outside the county office. Song San lay at Shun Yan's feet, listening to the door. When he heard the sound, he didn't move, only pricked up his ears. By mid-morning, Shun Dashin returned in a hurry, pacing around the yard. He was so excited he couldn't speak, almost bursting with impatience. Why was he so anxious? He was the only one worried. Shun Yan and his father didn't seem to care much. After half an hour, he finally calmed down a little, but he couldn't sit still. He ran into the kitchen excitedly to prepare food. At noon, the smell of cooking woke Shenyan. Little Wolf came over, and Shenyan, still sleepy, tried to wake his father. "Father, breakfast is ready." When Shunjiwoo opened his eyes, two fluffy creatures were snuggling beside his pillow, blinking at him. Song-san tilted his head curiously, while Shunyan looked worried and caring. "Yen, get up first. Dad still needs to rest a bit longer," Shunjiwoo said, gently rubbing his son's head to comfort him. A few days ago, he was preoccupied with his son's exam, so he couldn't sleep well at night. Now, after 2 nights of acupuncture, his fatigue had disappeared. But sleeping too long made him feel weak, and he had slept so deeply that he was reluctant to get out of bed. "Okay," Shunyan said, seeing his father still looked good, he relaxed. He picked up the little wolf to hide his face, covering his guilty expression, then jumped out of bed to get dressed. In the village, acupuncture was always done gradually every night. But since coming to the county, Shunjiwoo worried it might affect Shunyan's exam, so he stopped. Shunyan was anxious. The night before last, he had inserted needles at the sternum and the Yongquan point, channeling most of his spiritual power. Shunjiwoo slept for a whole day and night, only waking up yesterday evening. Last night, he even drained his spiritual energy completely. While rinsing his mouth with toothpaste, Shen Dashin heard the noise and rushed out of the kitchen, dropping his spatula. "Xiao Yen," I checked. "You're the top candidate, just like your father used to be." Finally, he's awake. He was suffocating. "Shen Yen, oh, I got it. Top candidate." Shen Dashin grabbed his shoulder with a big hand, shaking him. Shen Yen happily bubbled with excitement. Song-sen looked up and saw Shen Yen acting silly. He couldn't bear to watch, spat out the water in his mouth, and used his wolf claw to tap Shen Dashin as a reminder. Only then did Shen Dashin notice and quickly let go, no longer in a rush. "I'll go cook now. You tell your father the good news." After Shen Yen hurriedly finished washing up, Shen Jiwoo had already gotten up and was standing quietly behind him, not far away. Shen Yen turned around and saw him. "Dad, I passed. I'm the top candidate," he said happily, smiling brightly. "I knew it. With your strength, Yen, you'll definitely be the top. No one can surpass you," Shen Jiwoo said, patting his son's head and praising him as he wished. After lunch, Shen Jiwoo hadn't yet picked up his book when Shen Yen pulled him out the door. He hadn't been here in over 10 years, so he was unfamiliar with the current layout of the county. But Shen Yen had come often since the incident with the beggar 6 years ago. "Dad, how about we visit the bookstore first? Last time I came, Xiao Er told me there would be new books this month." "Good," Shen Jiwoo said, immediately interested. When they entered the bookstore, Shen Jiwoo went to browse the shelves. Shen Yen leaned against the counter, supporting his face with one hand, frowning in thought. 7 years ago, his father took him to town to buy pork once. Since then, he had never left the village. It was him. Or them. The wooden beads on the abacus were smooth, gently clicked as someone moved them. The young shop assistant noticed the cold look between his brows and the sharp glint in his eyes. He quickly swallowed the sales pitch he was about to give. Yen. Shun Jiu had somehow stepped beside him without him noticing. Shen Yen straightened up suddenly, a strange expression quickly gone from his face. He curiously asked, "Dad, have you chosen already?" "Yes." Shen Jiu took a book from the shelf. Shen Yen took it and started flipping through the pages on his own. The shop assistant was used to this young boy's actions and politely asked, "Would you like anything else, sir?" It was fine to buy many things each time, and they often bought extras to avoid losing business to others. After leaving the bookstore, Shen Yen planned to visit Miaochuan Hall. On the way, he passed by the county office. The list of exam results was posted high on the wall outside, with a few people gathered below. Shen Yan's name was in the middle of the list, marked with a big circle in red ink, very noticeable. The father and son didn't go closer, just glanced from afar. Just as they were about to leave, one person in the crowd suddenly shouted, "The list is unfair. The list is unfair." The crowd immediately parted, leaving the man standing under the list, clenched fists raised above his head, hoarse and angry, shouting, "Where is the official in charge?" Students are reporting. County Magistrate Gao is abusing his power and judging exams unfairly. His words sparked debate, and people started attacking him verbally. How could Magistrate Gao judge unfairly? I don't believe it. Magistrate Gao has always been fair. Don't spread false rumors. Exactly, my son says the most fair place is the Shanjiang Prefecture, and that's our Magistrate Gao. Who are you? Just because you say it's unfair doesn't make it so. I think you're jealous because you didn't make the list. Spouting nonsense. The man reporting the issue was furious, eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at those defending the list, especially the last one, who seemed to have the most hatred. Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd from beside Shun Yan and squeezed into the front. He slapped the man and scolded, "Shut your filthy mouth. I didn't make the list either, and I haven't said anything. Who are you to talk?" He spoke proudly and then punched the man down. Shun Yan recognized him. Brother Fu Gui. The angry man was on the ground, his hair messy, a broken jade hairpin on the ground, blood on his face and nose, looking quite battered. Shun Yan sneered coldly, grinding his teeth. "You useless fool. How dare you compare yourself to me? If I'm right, you probably handed in a blank paper." Brother Fu Gui wasn't upset by the insult. He took out a folding fan from his waist. Wow! With a carefree wave of his fan, the flashy man fanned himself in the cold weather and said, "So what? I know my own strength. If I didn't write a single word, naturally, I wouldn't pass. You are confident enough to write, but it's a pity, a real pity. You have no self-awareness at all, you." Brother with red eyes climbed up from the ground. Brother with wealth threw down his folding fan, and seeing the two about to fight, the official outside the county office stepped in to report, calling for Gao Zhixian and Zhang Xueguan. The list would be displayed for 3 days, and during this time, Zhang Xueguan was not allowed to leave. The two stood on the steps in front of the county office, looking unhappy. The crowd watching saw this and immediately backed away, leaving a large open space on the steps. Hearing the official ask questions, Brother with red eyes quickly pushed back his hair and stepped forward to bow politely. "The student is. No need for many words. Just tell me why you are accusing him." Zhang Xueguan spoke in a commanding tone, still very authoritative. Brother with red eyes felt his face was slapped and his expression twisted, but he dared not offend the official further. The student's accusation was because the second on the list, during the first exam, had to go to the bathroom more than 10 times. Not to mention the exam papers were messy and stained, but also because he had limited time to answer questions. How could he be second in the exam under such circumstances? He probably didn't finish answering all the questions. After hearing this, Zhang Xueguan initially felt relieved. It's not a big problem. But then he was furious at how absurd the reason was. After thinking for a moment, he cleared his throat and said, "Oh, so that's the reason. I have a few questions now. Please answer honestly. Yes, are you on this list?" Brother with red eyes looked embarrassed and angry. "The student is not here. Do you know the person ranked second?" Brother with red eyes hesitated, not understanding Zhang Xueguan's question. Someone else answered for him. "Of course he knows." Brother with wealth stepped forward a few steps, bowed, and glanced sideways at the panicked person beside him. In his murderous gaze, he loudly and confidently said, "Official, he definitely knows. I can testify. We are classmates." This guy pretended to be kind, inviting people to stay at his house during the exam. He must have tampered with the food. I suspect he even added strong laxatives. Please investigate carefully and punish this wicked person. Brother with red eyes was furious. Don't spread lies. Enough. Why do you keep interrupting me, you corrupt official? Zhang Xueguan was momentarily stunned. What? Is today windy? Or am I going crazy? No, he is crazy. By the time he realized this, a vein bulged on his forehead, and he was about to lose his temper. Kochi County officer held him back and looked behind, speaking coldly to the angry brother. "Since you suspect I am judging the papers unfairly, I will show you the official exam answer sheet." Zhang Xueguan quickly stopped him. "Brother Gao, be cautious. This goes against the rules. Usually, exam answer sheets from the imperial examination are sealed after review and are not copied or shown publicly like in local or provincial exams. Gao Sheng waved his hand, signaling Zhang not to persuade him further. He continued, I have already said if the answer sheet is correct, your action is false accusation. Several hundred answer sheets have been sealed and can only be opened by the Provincial Education Office. If I open them privately, I will be responsible and face punishment from the officials. If you falsely accuse me, I will report you and you will be banned from exams for life. Not. Let go. He was momentarily overwhelmed, driven by doubt and a desire for fairness, just questioning aloud. He admitted his voice was loud and his words harsh, but it was normal for someone like him, who failed the exam, to act out of frustration. Why should he be punished? The angry brother was anxious, but too late. The wealthy brother tore his clothes and covered his mouth, then restrained him from behind. He could only kick his legs in vain, watching helplessly as Zhang Xueguan went to retrieve the answer sheet. When the answer sheet was brought back, Zhang Xueguan stepped forward angrily and spread it out in front of the angry brother, saying, Look carefully. With your knowledge, you probably can't tell right from wrong. The wealthy brother let go, and the angry brother pulled a piece of cloth from his mouth, trying to snatch the answer sheet. Zhang tripped him with a kick. The angry brother fell to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief, shouting, Impossible, impossible. How is this possible? I clearly, he had added so much garlic and strong laxatives and the person had been drained. How could he have finished the exam? How could he have answered all the questions like him? I also finished. Why does he pass, and I fail? He has so many tricks, the angry brother struggled. At this moment, Zhang Xueguan unfolded another answer sheet, showed it to the crowd, and held it up in front of the fallen man, saying, You probably still think you did well? You only answered 7 questions correctly, so there's no way you could pass. Gao Sheng suddenly spoke kindly, looking at the crowd beyond. Jiwu, come here. It turned out Shun Jiwu had quietly come from afar to the crowd. Shun Yan knew that his father wanted to help resolve the situation. When Gao Sheng called, the crowd parted in surprise. They saw a tall and a small scholar. No one knew who Gao County was calling. Shun Jiwu stepped forward and bowed deeply, revealing Shun Yan behind him. Shun Yan also offered a respectful bow. No need for formalities.
Just look at the exam paper.
Do you think you can get second place? Gao Sheng stepped down the stairs and helped him up. Zhang Xueguan handed over the exam paper, eyes full of curiosity. Do you know Wu? Someone in the crowd recognized him. I know him. He's that young third candidate. He took the county exam with me, and he was the top scorer. Is his name Xinshang? I know him too. He's from Xinjia village. Back then, he was the youngest third candidate in Shunjiang Prefecture, not just in Shunjiang Prefecture, but still the youngest in all Deyong. No one has beaten this honor. Strange, he didn't pass the exam at 13. I haven't heard news of him passing the imperial exam. Our county hasn't had a successful candidate in years. He was seriously ill, and his parents took him to the county town. I saw him at the clinic. Wow, that's incredible. Is he better now? Is this his younger brother or son? The crowd buzzed loudly. Shun Jigu quietly examined the exam paper. After carefully reviewing it, he handed it back. Respectfully, this paper is excellent. It can be ranked second. The black stamp is not an excuse for disqualification. Your Excellency is not at fault. The angry brother, hearing this, stood up viciously. You dare to say. He wanted to curse loudly, but didn't get the chance. His knees buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground. Crack! It sounded like a bone breaking. Ah, a scream. Shun Yan wiped his hands on his pants, removing the dust and stones. Gao Zhixian asked loudly from the crowd, Does anyone have objections? Sir, we have no objections. You are more just than the blue sky. Exactly, exactly. Sir, you should punish him. Just look at his face. He's definitely a wicked little man. Gao Sheng asked Brother Fugue. You suspect this person of poisoning. Do you have evidence? Brother Fugue shook his head. It's been so many days. Where can he find proof? Gao Sheng didn't dwell on this and called the yamen runner. Since he's proven to have lied, give him 30 strokes of the bamboo. Immediately execute as a warning. After I report this, his exam qualification will be revoked. Good. The crowd cheered and clapped. The yamen runner brought the punishment bench, dragged the fallen brother Hong Yan onto it, pulled down his pants, and began to beat him. Amid screams, Gao Zhixian quietly asked about the whereabouts of the runaway brother. Brother Fugue felt embarrassed. Sir, after the exam, he went back to the village. I wanted to keep him here until today's incident, but he didn't want to. He then added, Don't worry, I will go with him to the prefectural exam. No one will harm him again. Gao Zhixian nodded with relief and patted his shoulder. When you have time, invite your father to the yamen for a visit, because examiners are not allowed to contact candidates privately after the exam. Shen Jigu politely declined Gao Zhixian's invitation to chat and led Xinyan away through the crowd. Zhang Xueguan was transferred to Shenzhong Prefecture for only a few years when he pulled Gao Xing aside to ask about past events. Someone remembered something and quietly asked the person beside them, Is the top scorer in this county exam also surnamed Shen? Isn't the list over there? Hiss. Are you saying? Shen Yan felt something as he left, moved to stand behind his father, and looked back. He met the poisonous gaze on the interrogation bench, and a slow smile appeared on Shen Yan's lips. It was many times more sinister and cruel than before. It was hard to read, yet beneath that smile, there was endless malice. What will you do next? On the East Street, a young boy tugged at his father's sleeve, walking while munching on a candied hawthorn. He looked very obedient. His left cheek was puffed up, holding the last hawthorn, and he asked, Dad, do you think that person is stupid? So impulsive and foolish. The father and son, far from the chaos, listened to Xinyan's complaints, feeling that the red-eyed brother was both stupid and malicious. Not stupid, just overconfident, Shen Zhiwu summarized. Underestimating others, overestimating oneself. Jealousy was hard to extinguish, but it didn't necessarily make him completely reckless. What do you mean? Xinyan asked curiously. Shen Zhiwu explained softly, Master Gao loves talented people. Just because he didn't pass this time doesn't mean he won't in the future. If it's just about questioning or reporting, Master Gao might be angry but can tolerate it and wouldn't do anything to him. Gao Zhixian was unlucky, but he was definitely not a softie. Coming from a poor family, he became a jinshi, advanced scholar, and when he passed the exam, he had no power, influence, or background. He was assigned as the county magistrate of Jiuhua County. During his 22 years in office, Jiuhua County was peaceful. Local bullies, villains, thugs, and ruffians all disappeared. Even the 2 troublemakers in the village and the gambling addicts in town were sent to do hard labor, and after returning, they all became obedient. They struggled to find land in the corners, working hard to farm and pay taxes for Gao Zhixian's revenue. Today, if Gao Sheng left Jiuhua County, he would still be just a small 7th-rank county magistrate. But within Jiuhua County, no one dared to challenge him. He was like the sky above all the people under his rule. However, officials in the Great Yong dynasty valued civil governance highly. From county magistrates, prefects, to governors and academic officials, they all had strict targets. Each link was connected, and no one could escape. This was mainly to prevent cheating in the imperial exams. The court only controlled the imperial examination for advanced scholars, holding the jinshi quotas to keep the academic officials and governors in check. They would pay close attention to the quality of the candidates. For county magistrates and prefects, it was about the number of recommended candidates. Meanwhile, a 3rd-rank official with a jinshi degree counted as 3 recommended candidates, a 2nd-rank jinshi counted as 5, and a 1st-rank jinshi was equivalent to 10 recommended candidates. While Jiuhua County is not a large population county, the local officials' evaluations typically produce 1 successful candidate every 3 years. Therefore, unlucky officials who get promoted, even with outstanding achievements, can only barely keep their positions if no one in their jurisdiction passes the exam. Want to get promoted? Not possible. Transferring to other counties? High promotion costs prevent that, as they have been managing Jiuhua County for many years. They value talented people deeply, not just talking about it. Promoting scholars is important, and even their subordinates learn from their example. The reason they harshly deal with the brother with a jealous temper. Shen Yan understood immediately. Is it because he gave medicine to other candidates? Shinjiwu nodded. Exactly. Because Brother Fu Gui pointed out the truth in time, Gao Xing learned the hidden facts. Nearly falling into a trap and hurting promising students in the imperial exams would make anyone angry. Since the jealous brother dared to challenge the bottom line, Gao Xing would never let him get away easily. Father, we've arrived. The medical clinic was nearby. Shen Yan shrank his awareness slightly, ignoring the guards following from a distance, and didn't bother with them. The father and son entered Miao Chun Hall. The chief doctor was the boy who had been a medicant 6 years ago, and he was now sitting in the main hall. There was a patient in front of him. He looked serious, but secretly winked at Shen Yan before continuing his diagnosis. Shen Yan skillfully found a stool, and Shinjiwu sat in main hall waiting for him. Father, I'll be quick and back soon. The old man had a bad temper, and Shen Yan didn't want his father to go. No rush. Passing through the corridor, Shen Yan climbed the stairs and knocked on the door. Grandpa's son, come in. If I don't answer you, aren't you coming in? The old doctor's voice was loud as always, still stubborn and unreasonable. Shen Yan pushed open the door and entered. He took a wooden box off his back, placed it on the old doctor's table, and opened it directly. He deliberately said, "If you don't answer me, I won't come in. I'll just cook this ginseng and drink it as water. Go ahead and stew it." "I wouldn't chew on old man stuff." Suddenly stopping, he exclaimed in disbelief, "This is..." Old son didn't take it seriously. He thought the kid had brought some good stuff, but ginseng seedlings weren't that impressive. Unexpectedly, the wooden box was filled with a pale yellow substance. Shen Yan rubbed his eyes and opened them again. Was he still there? Such a waste of treasure, he cried out in regret. The old doctor spun around, opening a wooden cabinet behind him. He searched through it, tossing out many empty wooden boxes, and finally found a long, large wooden chest with 3 layers of soft cloth at the bottom. Carefully, he took the ginseng out with both hands and placed it gently inside, spreading out the roots one by one. He fondled it lovingly. This was a 300-year-old ginseng. Old son trembled as he held it. His treasured collection was finally back. Without looking up, he boldly declared, 6 inches 6, name your price. Shen Yan calmly replied, half price will do. 16 years ago, this old man gave half a root of 100-year-old ginseng to his father to save his life, accepting only half the price. 6 years ago, Shen Yan kept pestering him to learn acupuncture, promising to help find 100-year-old ginseng. The hills around Juha County are mostly low and unsuitable for growing ginseng. Xinjia village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, making it a rare deep mountain area in the county. The West Mountain has strong spiritual energy, but the North and East Mountains do not, only growing ordinary ginseng. The same is true for the Hengduan Mountains outside the north of Juha County. After 6 years of searching and traveling through nearby counties with no success, he finally found one in Huaishan County just before the county exam. Old son squinted and said, "Can you make the decision? Call your father." "Why should I call my father? Do you want to buy it? If not, give it back to me and I'll just stew it in soup." He made a move to roughly take the ginseng from the box. Hearing this, the old man quickly protected it with his body. "You dare. You brat. Don't regret it later. If you do, I won't return it to you." Shin Jiwu knew more than just Kaohsiung. The wealthy merchants in the county are all clever. What can the red-eyed brother do? Nothing. He was abandoned. Maybe his broken leg could heal, and the nightmares at night were just temporary. The injury on his buttocks could also recover someday. But being deprived of the qualification for the imperial exam, in some people's eyes, made him a useless person. For example, red-eyed brother's father. The sky outside hadn't darkened yet, but he felt like the sky above was about to fall.
How dare you?
Huh. Several slaps landed, showing no regard for their father-son relationship. Good for nothing. What's the use of raising you? Sending you to study for the imperial exams was just to curry favor with Gao Darren. You haven't even made a name for yourself, and now you think you're something special? Look at him across the way, then look at you, fool. You used to say he was a useless kid, but I think he's better than you. He ordered the servants, take the young master to the back courtyard and watch him closely. If you cause trouble again, I'll break your legs myself. The big one is useless now, so he should practice the small one quickly. Red-eyed brother didn't come to pick a fight, so Shun Yan didn't bother anymore. 3 years of nightmares were enough for him. Sitting on the ox cart, Shun Yan scratched his chin. Oh, I really am too kind. Having come to this world for 12 years, he had changed a lot. But Shun Yan looked at his father. Shun Jiwoo sensed his gaze, looked up from his book, and asked with a puzzled look. Comma. The little wolf snuggled into his arms, sharing the same puzzled look. Comma. Shun Yan smiled. Isn't everything gradually getting better? The Dayong region has no tradition of exempting the top scorer of the county exam from the prefectural exam. At most, the local officials might not consider the top scorer's results when reviewing the exam papers. In Xuanjiang Prefecture, which includes 3 states and 16 counties, the government offices are located in Xuan Prefecture, making it very convenient for Xuan students to take the exams. 9 counties have small populations, so only 20 students are admitted from each in the county exam. Larger counties, like Huai County, admit 50 students this year. However, only 40 students are selected for the prefectural exam. Usually, 10 to 12 top scorers from each county have already secured spots, leaving over 700 students competing for the remaining 24 places. Students are not commodities. Passing the county exam is a prerequisite for the prefectural exam. The top students' profiles are sealed with official stamps and sent to the prefectural government. The prefectural exam begins on April 6th. Old Shun Lu couldn't go because there is also an imperial exam in August, and Shun still wants to try again this year. Shun Dazhuang and Shun Old Lu argued about this. If Shun Old Lu accompanies Shun Yan to the prefectural city this time, he will have to give up his chance in August to Shun Dazhuang. So, Shun Jihua and Shun Dashan still accompany Shun Yan. As for why Shun Dazhuang doesn't go with Shun Yan, it's because the clan leader doesn't allow it. He thinks Dazhuang isn't steady enough. On the day Shun Yan departs for the city, after he leaves, Shun Old Lu runs through the village chasing Shun Dazhuang with a hoe. The prefectural exam has 3 parts. The first is the main test. This time, Shun Yan is very lucky and doesn't get a bad question. The exam questions are similar to the county exam but more difficult and tricky, especially in arithmetic. Shun Yan answered all 10 math questions correctly, making him the top in the main test again. He still gets the top seat number and remains the top scorer of the prefectural exam. Finally, in August of the 29th year of Jiyuan, in Xuan Prefecture, 3 days before the imperial exam. Haha, no wonder Dazhuang really wanted to come and compete with me. The prefectural city is different. Passing through the tall city gates of Xuan, the carriage moves along the busy street. Shun Old Lu sits at the front of the carriage, looking around openly, showing he's a rustic person. Shun Yan lifts the curtain and sticks his head out. Grandpa Lu, later I'll go shopping with you. Oh, no rush. You should focus on your studies now. After the exam, I'll take you shopping. Shun Old Lu waves his hand in disagreement. You really won't go? Then I'll go with Dad. All right. Shun Jihua follows his son. Since his son is taking the exam, he naturally goes along. This time, no one is substituting for the classes at the school. Shun Jihua gives the students a lot of homework and then lets them have a break. Shun Yan glances at Shun Yoji, who looks tense. Brother Yoji, do you want to come too? Ayen, you can go by yourself. I want to review my books one more time. Shun Yoji is very nervous. He is already 18, sleeping later than a dog, and waking up earlier than a rooster every day. At this point, if he doesn't pass, he doesn't plan to take the exam again. Getting married, having children, and then finding a steady job to support the family is the best choice. It's also good to lighten the family's burden early. This time, we rented the same place as last time, where we stayed during the provincial exam. The location is good, in a quiet alley very close to the exam hall, less than 600 meters. After Shun Yan's success in the provincial exam, the rent for the house increased many times. However, the owner knew Shun Yan still needed to take the exam, so in April, he promised to keep the rent the same, no increase. When we arrived, we paid for the carriage and rent, then unloaded our luggage. The house has a main room and 2 side rooms, one east, one west. Xinyan's father and son still live in the main room. Xin Laolu snores loudly at night, so he stayed in the west side room to avoid disturbing his grandson. Xin Yoji stayed in the east side room. The owner had cleaned the house thoroughly beforehand, spotless. Shen Yan put away his luggage, held Song San, and pulled his father, ready to go out for a walk. Shen Laolu remembered what his son said. Xin Yoji was too nervous, always insomnia before exams. When he finally fell asleep, he'd sweat coldly in his dreams. Yoji, stop looking so worried. Haven't you memorized everything? Come on, Grandpa will take you shopping. Relaxing is good. After walking around, you'll sleep well. So, the 4 of them headed to the street. First, they went to a noodle shop to pray at the temple, then ate and strolled around. They passed by a theater. The town of Jioha doesn't have such large theaters. The stage was beautifully decorated, with about 100 people watching below. Shunyan had been busy reading at the bookstore last time and hadn't paid much attention to other things. Entering the theater was free, so the 4 of them went in. On stage, a female lead sang, "I see that Wang Sheng's heart is not pure." Who knew that a husband's words could make it hard to feed 2 people with 1 pot of rice? My dear brother, I trust you, no false feelings between us. We are truly connected, heart to heart, really. After just 2 lines, Shunyan was captivated by the tune and listened intently.
Huh.
Why did the sound stop? Oh, his ears were blocked by his father. His father had sealed his ears tightly. Shun Zhihui stood behind Xinyan, holding his son's ears with both hands, frowning. Seeing the actress still singing, Shunyan grew anxious and decided to listen with his spiritual awareness. Parents-in-law, it's not surprising that my daughter-in-law has fallen into temptation. That scoundrel in a peach-colored dress and rouge, she's just acting on spring fever, it's normal. I know you don't trust her, but maybe she should stay behind your son's door. Everyone envies our 2 oxen and 100 acres of land, but I'm afraid tonight you 2 won't sleep, sweating and working hard, plowing yourself. Plowing yourself. The scene ended with thunderous applause. Coins, broken silver, and silver ingots were thrown onto the stage. Shunyan turned his head, and Shin Zhihui lowered his hands. Yoji, what are they singing? I don't understand much. Tell Grandpa. Hey, what's wrong with your face? Why is it so red? Are you running a fever? Old Shin anxiously reached out to touch Shin Yoji's forehead. Grandpa, I'm fine. No fever, just feeling hot. It's too hot today. Shin Yoji's face turned red down to his neck, and sweat was on his nose. When did you start feeling afraid of the heat? Old Shin was confused, letting go of his grandson and turning to Shin Yan. Ah Yen, tell Grandpa. Just as another scene was about to start, Shin Jihua quickly interrupted. Cough, Uncle 6, you should go outside first. There's no shade here, and if you get heatstroke before the exam, it would be troublesome. Shin Jihua's face showed no change, but old Shin seemed to get some special hint and rolled his eyes. All right, go out first. You Yoji, go back and tell me later. Yoji pleaded, Grandpa, please leave me alone. Yen and his father walked behind. Shan Yen twitched his ears mischievously and said, Dad, why are you covering my ears? I haven't finished listening. When we go back, tell me how it happened. Shen Jihua calmly replied, Okay, I will tell you when we go back. Huh? That night, father and son soaked their feet together. Song Sand was washing his paws alone in a small wooden basin nearby. His fluffy little wolf paws just touched a bit of water and quickly lifted them, disdainfully shaking off the water. Shun Jihua sat on a stool. Shun Yen sat on the bed. Shun Jihua read a book. Shun Yen looked at the wolf. Silence filled the air like tonight's footbath. Song Sand, confused, looked over and tilted his head. Master, you're acting strange tonight. Wash your paws, don't worry about me. Song San was annoyed and turned away, thinking, humans are so complicated and hard to understand. Soon, the water cooled down. Shan Yen couldn't help but speak first. Dad, the water's cold. Sitting in it for too long isn't good for health. Don't catch a cold. Shun Jihua put down his book casually, reached for a dry cloth on the back of the stool. The water in the basin rippled, and Shun Yan lifted his foot, wiggling his toes. Shun Jihua grabbed a towel and dried his son's feet. After drying, Shun Yan flipped onto the bed. Song San rubbed his paws on Shun Yan's shoes, mimicking him and lying beside his feet. Shun Jihua went to pour more water, but didn't come back for a long time. In the east wing, old Shin was laughing loudly, his laughter wild and unruly. Without using his spiritual sense, Shun Yan could guess that his poor brother Yoji was probably blushing and embarrassed, being teased and joked about by old Shin, feeling very awkward. Shun Yan closed his eyes and sighed. Forget it. Better not make Dad uncomfortable.
But then...
Yen. The candle flickered, and someone lay down. Shun Yan gave a gentle hint. Dad, not reading tonight? Oh, maybe you're tired from traveling? It's good to sleep early. Even Song Sen felt the atmosphere was awkward and almost couldn't help but scratch Shun Yan's foot. However, he was a kind and considerate wolf, having learned to close his ears tightly and curl his claws. Yen, you're still young.
Dad.
Dad isn't sure whether he should say this or how to say it, since he had promised he knew he had to speak. Knowing Yen was very curious, Shun Jiwoo worried that his son might not be able to sleep. But he needed to take his time and find the right words.
Oh, it's okay, Dad. I'm not very interested, Yen said. You're grown now, Dad.
Even if all the creatures in this small alley turned into old men and women, adding up their ages, they wouldn't be older than me. Shun Jiwoo didn't catch much of what was said tonight, as he kept pondering his words. His son was still young, yet he was already this old. Suddenly, he remembered that when he was 13, his parents arranged a marriage for him. Should he also prepare to arrange a marriage for his son? But is he really that old? Strange. He always felt Yen was still a child. He just couldn't understand. Shun Jiwoo stopped overthinking. Without telling lies, he vaguely explained, the song we just saw is probably about a couple and a friend falling in love, or perhaps the three of them share mutual feelings. I can't judge the full story since I don't know the future lines, he then carefully advised, but I want Yen to remember. Marriage needs a matchmaker. That's how things are in the world. If you find someone you like in the future, tell me. I will invite a matchmaker to come and propose. Just remember, don't offend other girls. His words were sincere, but Yen remained silent. His chest felt pierced by sharp blades. He couldn't help but feel heartache for his father. He couldn't help but think of Xie Jianfu, whose identity he still didn't know. He couldn't help but reach out and touch his father's face, which looked so similar to his own. But what does it matter if they look alike? Maybe one day, his soul could be restored, and his cultivation could reach the peak. But no matter how strong his soul or how high his cultivation, it wouldn't change his bloodline. He had forgotten. He was just a wild child left behind by his father for unknown reasons. Maybe he was too kind-hearted, or maybe he was soft-hearted for a moment. But his existence constantly reminded him of the past, when the green clouds pressed down heavily. Dad, did you hesitate? Do you regret it? How much do you care? Ma Dan, how could I have been so blind, ending up inside Su Jiao Jiao's belly? His son didn't respond for a long time. Even the breathing seemed inaudible. Shun Jiwoo suddenly felt anxious. Dad has no other intentions, Yen. Don't overthink. In the darkness, he fumbled anxiously and gently patted his back to comfort him. Dad, I understand, Yen said softly from the bed. Thank you, Dad. The restless emotions settled down peacefully. Before falling asleep, Shun Yan thought bitterly. It's best that person never finds out his true identity and never appears before him. Otherwise, maybe he was truly tired from shopping and slept soundly, or perhaps Shin Lao Lu's teasing made him forget his nerves. Shin Yoji slept peacefully all night without insomnia. He woke up feeling surprisingly energetic, having spent the whole day studying and having meals brought to him by Shin Lao Lu in the East Wing. Shin Yan didn't want to go out shopping again, to avoid upsetting his mood. His father was reading a book, while he sat nearby playing with Song San. The little wolf dared not complain. Shen Zhihui felt his son seemed more attached to him, like, Yen, I just rinsed quickly, no need to scrub your back. In early August, the weather was still hot, not yet cool. Yesterday, after shopping late, he didn't have time to bathe. Today, with plenty of time, the evening was the best moment. Shen Zhihui didn't need to do it himself, but Shen Lao Lu peeked from the window, enthusiastically inviting, Yen, your father doesn't sweat, so no need to scrub. Come, help Grandpa scrub. You're strong. Shen Yan raised an indifferent eyebrow and walked over with his paws. Before long, oh, careful, you little rascal. Shen Lao Lu loudly complained. Grandpa Lu, I'm already gentle. Shen Yan snapped back irritably. His mood was lively and bright. Shen Zhihui paused slightly in his act of folding dirty clothes, hoping Yen would always be like this. May those dirty people and messy affairs never come near him. Shin Yoji's good condition only lasted for 1 day and 1 night. It was fleeting, and he started to have trouble sleeping again. Shen Lao Lu got up early and struggled to wake him for breakfast. When asked, he only fell asleep after the rooster crowed. Now his eyes were dark and shadowed. Shen Lao Lu was worried sick.
Don't sleep anymore.
If you sleep enough during the day but can't sleep at night, what will we do? Tomorrow you'll have to go to the exam hall. Shin Yoji looked listless and sad, saying, Grandpa, I'm sorry. I don't think I can pass the exam.
If you don't pass, so be it.
Passing as a child scholar is already a blessing from the great-grandfather, a sign of good fortune. Shen Lao Lu thought for a moment. Then his eyes brightened as he comforted with a silly excuse. Yoji, don't take everything on yourself. It's not your fault. It must be the great-grandfather's fault for not doing his job properly. Shin Yoji was speechless and felt ashamed. If only he had his grandfather's attitude. Unable to sleep, the more he studied, the more nervous he became. Shen Lao Lu simply took his eldest grandson to the theater to watch a show. Shan Yan was eager to go too, but before he could step out the door, Yen, I've finished reading this book. Shin Zhihui leaned against the main house door with a smile. Little Wolf was beside his father, looking helpless. Master, don't blame me. Dad has gone astray, even though he only watched half. After a long day without rest, spending the entire day at the theater, Shin Yoji returned exhausted and sleepy. Old 6 Shen was quite satisfied. After helping his eldest grandson wash up, he sent him back to his room early, full of confidence, saying, Go to sleep now. Haha, once you hit the pillow, you'll definitely start snoring. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Grandpa, how about you hit me once? While old 6 Shen was still kneading noodles in the kitchen, Shin Yoji climbed out of bed, feeling dazed. He was so sleepy, he couldn't keep his eyes open, but his mind was unusually alert. His head throbbed painfully, yet he couldn't stop his wild thoughts. Sometimes he thought about how he couldn't finish writing during the exam, sweating profusely and soaking his paper. Other times, he calculated how much money the family had spent on pens, ink, and paper over the years. His heart pounded with anxiety. Old 6th Shin saw Shin Yoji wobbling and helped him back to lie down. Sitting by the bed, he looked genuinely worried. He was at a loss. What to do? Should he really hit him? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Old 6th Shen excitedly said, Wait, I'll go call Yen. Shen Yan was holding a brush, humming as he silently practiced calligraphy for his father. He was determined to practice more this time. Old 6 Shen hurried past the main house door and rushed over. He grabbed Shen Yan's hand as if clutching a lifeline. Old 6th, what's wrong? Shen Yan asked in confusion. Yen, Yoji can't sleep. Do you have any acupuncture points? Maybe you can give him a few needles to make him faint. Lying in bed and staring blankly isn't helping, and if this keeps up, his health will suffer, Old 6th Shen said eagerly. Shen Yan put down his brush, surprised. Even now, he still can't sleep? He rummaged through his bag and took out silver needles. Brother Yoji, close your eyes. I'll try a quick needle on your head, he said softly. Without much hesitation, he drew a spare needle, the thin silver tip close to Shin Yoji's eyes. It was quite frightening. Shin Yoji's eyes widened, but his fear of insomnia was greater than his fear of the needle. He finally obediently closed his eyes. As the needle was inserted,
Yuzi, Yuzi.
Taidan, old Six Shun called a few times, but Shin Yoji remained still. Hey, Yen, you really know your stuff, old Six Shun said with a grin. Shun Yen was speechless. So your old sixth didn't believe in acupuncture before? And he still dared to call me to needle him? Old Six Shun didn't know about Shun Yan's acupuncture practice. He only saw Shun Yan practicing with his own needles. After blowing out the candle, the two of them left the room. Old Six Shun sighed and said, if he can sleep, that's good enough. This silly child puts too much pressure on himself. If he doesn't pass, what's the big deal? Oh my, does the sky really fall? His skin isn't thick enough, and even sensible kids suffer. Only that brat, that scoundrel, is tough. Shun Yan mourned for the scoundrel for 3 seconds. The next day, August 6th, the court exam begins. The court exam has only 2 parts. The first is the preliminary test, and the second is the re-exam for those who need to retake it. Unlike county and prefecture exams, the court exam lasts 2 days and no longer announces the seating order for the main test. Instead, after both parts, the final list of 50 successful candidates is posted directly. It seems more people passed this time, but all are candidates from previous years. Over 2,000 people signed up for this exam. Not only stubborn old men with white hair, but perhaps some like Shun Yan, who was once the top scorer in the prefecture exam. The top scorer in the Great Yong Prefecture exam didn't get special treatment during the court exam. Whether you pass twice or just once, or aim for the 3rd level, show your strength. The 3rd level isn't given by the examiners, nor can it be forced. Because the exam questions are quite different from the village tests, it's not surprising that the top scorer in the prefecture exam might fail in the court exam. The memorization questions were removed, leaving only 2 math questions. 1 on the 4 books and a large essay, 1 on the 5 classics and a small essay, 1 on the Great Yong legal cases and a poem or prose. Passing the village exam doesn't grant fame. Only passing as a shiozai, talented scholar, barely opens the door to official life. The reason for taking the Yong legal exam is that shiozai can enter the county office to assist the magistrate with various tasks. The court exam is personally set and graded by the education commissioner. Rumor has it that Yuan Shuezheng from Shenzhen Prefecture is a strange man, changing the grading style every 3 years, making him unpredictable. The more you try to please him, the easier it is to be rejected. Many candidates secretly hate him with clenched teeth. Shan Yan had heard of his reputation, but until he sat in the exam hall and the papers were handed out, he truly realized how strange this man was. Usually, the court exam questions include many 5-character, 8-rhyme poetry and prose. But this time, they asked for a CI lyric poem. If it were just that, it wouldn't be too unusual. But Yuan Shuezheng demanded that candidates write a poem about unrecognized talent. The assigned tune pattern was Linjiangxian. Shan Yan was stunned. Unlike the village exams, where graded papers are stored in the prefecture archives and not sent to the capital, the court exam results are kept locally. No one comes to check. They just do as they please. Isn't that too bold and exciting? Shan Yan even thought about becoming an education commissioner himself, setting some court exam questions just for fun. But unfortunately, he's still just a small fry. So, he has to accept his fate. No matter how annoyed or frustrated he is, he still has to answer the questions. What does it mean to be unrecognized for talent? Is it that scholars' knowledge isn't appreciated, or that officials can't fully realize their ambitions? I do not know what Yuan Shuezheng truly thinks. I have no clues, so I ponder deeply. As I think, I suddenly recall Gao Zhixian. As far as I know, no one has been more unrecognized for talent than Gao Zhixian. Just choose him. With genuine feelings, I imagine myself in the exam room, suddenly turning into an unlucky person rising in rank. Full of ambition but stuck in shallow waters. 22 years of hard work but no promotion.
Ah, so tragic, so miserable.
Instantly, inspiration flows and I write. Night rain on banana leaves. Last night, rain hit the banana leaves, drunken and no longer dreaming, startled awake. At the bridge, a crow caws coldly, mocking my feelings. Your heart is not at peace. Even if I am talented, how much can I boast? Today, I understand myself. Don't wait until white hair brings only regret. I wish to be a traveler on blue waves, a person in a painting of mountains and rivers. I finish in one breath and submit my work. Zheng Yan immediately pulls away from the sadness of unrecognized talent. He breathes a sigh of relief, then looks at the essay topic. The topic is unusual but not unreasonable. Compared to others, it's quite standard. For the 4 books and 5 classics essays, Zheng Yan expresses his own opinions directly. Anyway, he can't figure out what style Yuan Shuezheng prefers this time. Who cares? Not caring. The legal case question is also strange. Question: a wife is kidnapped and forced into a concubinage with a child. What punishment should be given? Zheng Yan:
How could she be kidnapped like that?
Yuan Shuezheng really seems a bit crazy. The laws of Daong are well known to Zheng Yan. A married woman cannot remarry unless divorced. A wife cannot stop her husband from taking another wife. But it doesn't specify how to judge kidnapping cases. Having finished the essays and poetry questions, Deputy Magistrate Shen Yan is not in a hurry to decide the case, to avoid making a confused judgment. At noon, he has 2 large steamed buns with a bowl of hot water. He feels the buns are not as soft and white as during the county exam. Shen Yan doesn't mind. He keeps his answer paper, supports his chin with one hand, and eats the buns with the other, lost in wild thoughts. If she was kidnapped, initially it was probably not voluntary. What happens afterward is unknown. Maybe her family was wealthy and loving, and after being kidnapped, she was forced to work like a beast, hungry and cold, suffering abuse. Or perhaps the new husband lives happily, and she gradually forgets her past. But these thoughts do not affect Shen Yan's decision. Since Yuan Shuezheng's questions are unconventional and the laws of Daong are not explicit, candidates can only interpret the law and judge accordingly. After finishing the 2 buns and pondering for a long time, Shen Yan finally writes, a woman with a husband kidnapped and forced into a concubinage with 2 wives was kidnapped first and did not voluntarily leave her home or knowingly commit a crime. She should be judged innocent. Buying and selling people secretly is always wrong. Whether buying men or women, once the transaction happens and payment is made, the buyer should be punished with exile. If a kidnapped person cannot resolve their household registration, and if they have won, officials accepting bribes or showing favoritism should be removed from their positions. Children are innocent and have no inheritance rights. If they're young, they're sent to the Child Welfare Bureau and allowed visitation. A kidnapped man is sent home once. The confiscated belongings are handled based on the situation. They may be given to the Child Welfare Bureau to raise or use to compensate the kidnapped person. Men who are kidnapped are different from kidnapped women who are married. When women are sent home, they often suffer from gossip. Men, however, face much better circumstances. Even unlucky ones might be the primary wife, as children will grow up someday and the future is uncertain. Shen Yan simply added a sentence after the verdict. The laws of Daong should grant the primary wife the right to divorce her husband and return the dowry. Whether she divorces or not is her family matter, and the cold-hearted magistrate Shen does not interfere. That's roughly how it goes. If I cannot think of other appropriate details for this situation, I won't include overly extreme ones. That's considered the verdict. Finally, only 2 absurd calculations remain. These are absurd for other examinees. For example, the old man next door.
Damn.
He couldn't hold back a curse, just as he shouted it out. Outside the exam hall, 4 guards poked their heads in, covered his mouth, and dragged him out of the exam room. Shen Yan had no time to bother with this commotion. The calculations were indeed difficult, comparable to the provincial exam questions. Luckily, his father's usual questions were at that level. Although he had done dozens of bags of problems, he only had a rough idea. Solving them still took a lot of time. He barely finished before nightfall. In the provincial exam, candidates cannot submit early, so Shen Yan had to wait patiently. The faint light from the neighboring exam hall reflected softly. In the flickering light, A young boy sat quietly, with his eyes closed. When the third bell of the evening struck, the first round of the exam ended. After submitting his paper, all the examinees, holding back their urge to punch Yuan Shuezheng, bit their lips and bowed to thank the examiners before leaving. Outside the exam hall, Shen Yan immediately spotted his father in the distant crowd. Shen Jifu was holding Little Wolf and standing with Shen Laolu. Shen Yan carried his exam basket, squeezed through the numb-faced examinees, and hurried over to ask, "Father, how long until it's over?" "Not long," Shen Jifu replied, taking the basket and handing Little Wolf over. Song San curled up in Shen Yan's arms, making a little report. "Master, your father is lying." "I'm not lying," Shen Jifu said. He didn't think it took long. At this moment, Shen Laolu also found Shinyoji. Seeing that his grandson was in good spirits, he sighed in relief. "Let's go. Hurry back for dinner." This exam was really tough. It's no wonder it's called a test for humans. Once the exam was over, Shen Yan and Shinyoji didn't discuss the questions to avoid affecting the next day's retake. They were hungry and ate a small meal in the kitchen. Yan, can you give me another shot in my head tonight?" Shinyoji slurped his shredded chicken and egg noodles. Shen Yan sat opposite, nibbling on bread, paired with meat soup and steamed eggs. Last night, Shinyoji slept deeply and peacefully, with no dreams. Since he started studying, he had never experienced such good sleep. It was so good, he wanted to master the skill quickly and give himself a shot every night before bed. He wondered if it was still possible to learn acupuncture at his age. "Sure, when you want to sleep, just ask Grandpa Lu to call me." Shen Yan happily agreed as he scooped a spoonful of soft, silky egg custard. Delicious. Grandpa Lu was surprisingly good at cooking. Unbelievable. But Shinyoji and old Lu were actually tricked. Shen Yan didn't really know how to do acupuncture for sleep. He was just an amateur. Maybe Dr. Sun had this special skill, but Shen Yan only knew how to insert needles into acupoints and channel his spiritual energy. Standing by the bed, Shen Yan held a silver needle, found a suitable spot on Yoji's head as a cover, and secretly hypnotized him. Once the needle was inserted, Shinyoji immediately stopped moving. "Thanks, Yan. Grandpa will make steamed eggs for you again tomorrow night." "Thank you, Grandpa Lu." Ahem. Shen Shao doctor calmly pulled out the needle and turned to leave with his hands behind his back. Shin Jiwoo was now used to accompanying exams, no longer feeling nervous or anxious. When his son had exams, he stopped studying at night and went to bed early. Shen Yan wasn't ready to sleep yet, so he pulled Song San from his foot. Curling his little wolf paw, he curiously asked Shin Jiwoo, "Dad, was Yuan Shuezheng the one who set the questions for the imperial exam?" In the dark room, only Song San's eyes glowed blue, showing helplessness and complaint. "It wasn't Yuan Shuezheng. If I remember correctly, he was transferred in the 15th year of Jeyuan, which was many years ago," Shen Jiwoo replied. He then asked, "So, Yen, do you think today's questions were very hard?" "Not exactly hard, but very strange and weird." "I feel like he's deliberately messing around," Shen Yan said, describing the poetry, legal cases, and law questions, guessing. "He's been a scholar for over 10 years? Dad, do you think he's just talented but unrecognized?" The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, why would all his questions be full of resentment? "Maybe, but Gao Darren didn't say that," Shen Jiwoo added, referring to the rule not to discuss Yuan Shuezheng lightly. Shen Yan remembered what his father had told him before. This person was quite petty and vengeful. Speaking of calculations, Shen Yan was sure. Yoji will definitely do well. Dad's usual questions are about the same difficulty. The exam papers for the imperial and children's tests were similar. Only names were written, no copying. Yuan Shuezheng was leisurely grading the papers. He was not in a hurry, and no one dared to rush him. Over 2,000 answer sheets, he only looked at the math questions first, grading quickly. Soon after, over 1,800 exam papers were dismissed directly. At first, he felt proud of his cleverness, then suddenly became angry and pounded the table. This year gets worse and worse. He shook his hand that was burned by tea, then picked up the remaining 300 papers to review them again. This time, he was much more careful. Fool, dog, at and amp, percent. Outside, two guards exchanged glances. Both sighed helplessly. Lord Yuan is losing his mind again. In the 29th year of JUN on August 7th, the weather was hot and sunny. The second round of the provincial exam was underway, and the large exam hall was filled with fiery tension. That day was destined to leave a very strong mark in the history of the Shenzhen Prefecture's imperial examinations. Yesterday, there was only one, damn. Today, curses echoed constantly, guards ran everywhere, and they couldn't catch everyone. The exam hall was mostly empty. Most of the examinees were old men. Because, after all, Yuan Shuezing still refused to give any leeway. These old candidates had just finished their exams yesterday. They knew they probably wouldn't pass the main test if they couldn't answer the arithmetic questions. They only hoped that today's re-examination would be fair and that Yuan Shuezing wouldn't go crazy again. They just wanted the papers to be normal. When they received the papers and saw that the difficulty was the same as yesterday, they couldn't bear it anymore. Older people tend to have short tempers, and this year, if they didn't pass, they might not have the chance next year. Damn. Why does the old man make things difficult for himself? Shen Yan had no time to complain today and answered more seriously than yesterday. If Yuan Shuezing truly believed he was unrecognized for his talent, then his poem yesterday must have been a satire of him. Damn it! How talented am I? So ashamed. His father still wanted to participate in next year's provincial exam, and he couldn't fall behind. He must take the exam with his father. On August 10th, the exam papers were announced. Early in the morning, before dawn, Shen Yan woke up suddenly, releasing his spiritual awareness. The official office was not far from the alley, and at this moment, the notice board was still empty. Today, the exam results would be posted there. Shen Yan felt a little nervous. Encountering a strange examiner, this was the first time he was so worried about not passing. Shin Zhihui, in a daze, called out. Ayen, his son showed no signs of nervousness, but Shin Zhihui could sense it naturally and couldn't sleep well. Dad, keep sleeping. Shen Yan calmed himself and hypnotized himself. He slept until mid-morning, then was awakened by loud laughter. He heard old Six Shin shout loudly. Tai Dan.
Ayen. I passed.
Huh, passed? Shen Yan instantly woke up, his spiritual awareness sweeping over 700 meters away. On the list, two big characters circled in bright red ink were clear and familiar. It's me, Dad. Shen Yan kicked off his blanket, ignoring his coat, and rushed out to find his father. In the yard, his father's clothes were not neatly arranged, with the collar slightly wrinkled, and Song San's fur was messy and disheveled. Seeing his son run out, Shen Jiwu smiled lightly and asked, Did Ayen hear the news? I passed, Dad. Shen Yan stepped forward and grabbed both of his father's arms. I can go take the local exam now. Shen Yan felt a huge weight lift from his chest, as if a stone had fallen. He never thought he would care so much about the result of a test before. Feeling his son's happiness, Shen Jiwu smiled brightly. Yes. Ayen passed. Lao Lu Shen's smile was even more wild. Ayen. Ha ha ha. You passed, and Tai Dan passed too. I'm now a grandfather of a scholar. Ha ha ha. Grandpa, what are you saying? I passed? Not only Shen Yan had been sleeping until now, but Shen Yoji also had trouble sleeping last night, so Shen Yan gave him another injection. Tai Dan, no, you're now a scholar. Ha ha, from now on, Grandpa won't call you Tai Dan anymore. I'm a scholar. I passed, Grandpa. I finally. Thud. Shen Yoji fainted with excitement. The local exam still had no official to bring good news. Sorry, we in Shenzhen Prefecture only report good news to the top scholar. When the officials didn't come, the owner of the house brought a congratulatory gift. Two scholars emerged in the house, one of whom was a top 3 scholar.
Prosperity at last.
How much should rent increase now? The homeowner smiled widely, holding a brush and ink, eager to show off his calligraphy, and took 3 sheets with him when he left, unable to hide his pride, wishing he could fly right then and there. Not staying long in the county seat, Shen Yan immediately set off back to Jiahua County. As soon as he entered the county gate, an officer came to summon him. "Have you been given a courtesy name?" In the county hall, Gao Sheng smiled kindly. He was not surprised at all. Looks like his father's name was given the same way. Luckily, his father had given him a courtesy name early on. "Yes, sir. My father gave me a name, Hai Yan He Qing, with the characters Yan Qing." He spoke proudly, slightly showing off, trying to prevent Gao Sheng from giving him a different name. Gao Sheng felt a bit disappointed but kept a firm face. "That's good. Your father was also young when he entered school, but unfortunately." He paused, then looked at Shin Jiwu, trying to subtly suggest, "Jiwu, Xiaoyan is still too young. In my opinion, there's no need to rush into an engagement. Once he passes the imperial exam, it would be better to meet someone in Yongjing City. What do you think?" He almost directly said, "Don't arrange the marriage, don't arrange the marriage. Just in case you get sick again, like you did before." No wonder the story about the rising scholar and the snake's shadow. When Shin Jiwu was in his early teens, at only 13 years old, he was unmatched in the entire Daeong. Every day, he dreamed of passing the top imperial exam. The top scholar. That could be worth 10 successful candidates. But just a few days after feeling happy, reality hit him hard. The promising young student he believed in suddenly fainted, and his vitality visibly faded day by day. Gao Sheng didn't want to believe in superstitions, but now he preferred to believe rather than doubt. The father and son looked at each other, and Shen Yan nodded slightly. Shin Jiwu replied, "You are right, I also have this feeling." Gao Sheng relaxed and asked, "What are your plans next?" "I suggest you go to the provincial school. You and your son can go together. The county school lacked good teachers, and the prefectural school only accepted successful candidates." "Thank you for your kindness, sir, but the student wishes to participate in next year's provincial exam with his son. If he doesn't succeed then, we will consider other options." "Next year?" Gao Sheng looked at Shen Yan uncertainly. At that age, next year, he would only be 13. So many years had passed, but Gao Sheng didn't pressure him. "As long as you have your own ideas, that's good. Be sure to take care of your health. If you need anything, just tell me." Gao Zhixian was a practical man. When he saw Shin Yoji and learned he didn't plan to take the exam further, he told him to go home first. But Shin Jiwu's father and son were kept for a meal. After eating, it was late, so they stayed overnight. "Dad, you never thought about arranging a marriage for me, right?" Shen Yan remembered the look his father gave him earlier. "No, Dad was just asking for your opinion." Shin Jiwu finally decided that his son was still too young and gave up on the idea of an arranged marriage. Since Gao Sheng brought it up today, he casually asked his son's opinion. "Master Gao is wrong. Even if I go to Yongjing City, I won't look for a match."
"Why?"
Shin Jiwu was puzzled. He still felt too young, and his son probably didn't understand. "I don't want to marry. Getting married means becoming an adult. I don't want to grow up, I don't want to be an adult. The body is just an empty shell, growing slowly out of control, leaving the soul feeling lost and helpless, stuck in place, looking up. If I could choose, Shen Yan would rather not have long legs that are 1 and 20 centimeters. Short legs are fine too. Life is unpredictable, and the future is uncertain. Maybe in a moment, a small baby will grow up and never return to the past. Since then, many years have passed, and old friends are no longer seen." Shen Yan forcibly held back tears, quietly repeating, "Dad, I don't want to grow up. Ordinary people all prefer children. But it seems that once grown up and married, many invisible barriers appear, and people drift apart. Why can't time just stay at a certain moment?" He does not want this favoritism, like fine sand slipping through his fingers, lost in the relentless flow of time that never stops moving forward, cruelly and uncontrollably. The past is gone and cannot be retrieved. All he wants now is to hold on to the present. He doesn't want to grow up. Shen Jiwu still doesn't quite understand, but it seems his son is very sad. He can only try to comfort him softly. If Ian doesn't want to marry, then he won't. When he changes his mind, we'll talk about it. I won't decide for you. His son doesn't want to grow up, and Shin Ji-woo doesn't understand. But he doesn't force him to marry. If it weren't for his parents arranging a marriage for him, he might have just buried himself in books and never thought about anything else. Yesterday, old Lu Shin already brought back the luggage of the two men. So, the next day, they left the county office to return to the village, taking only a thick stack of books given sincerely by County Magistrate Gao. County Magistrate Gao specifically said that he would send books every half month, so there's no need to come to ask. He will send officials to deliver them. If there are any questions about the texts or essays, a letter can be sent with the officials to clarify. It was very thoughtful. Gao County Magistrate did this because he had no choice. This time, only 28 out of 50 candidates passed the county exam, with 3 from Jihua County. The questions were unusually difficult, and the grading was very strict, something never seen before. Everyone couldn't help but be amazed. After each county exam, Jihua County could recommend 2 scholars to the prefectural school in Xianzhou City. But this time, both new and old scholars fought fiercely for these spots, and some didn't even want to go. Gao County Magistrate couldn't understand why. But Shin Ji-woo, having made up his mind, couldn't be persuaded anymore, especially after just telling someone not to arrange a marriage for his son. Gao County Magistrate was confused, but Shun Yen understood. Just as his father had said before, taking the imperial exams was to test what they had learned. Does Ian want to go to the prefectural school? Yesterday, I decided for you and refused Gao Darren's offer. Are you unhappy? The ox cart moved slowly forward, creaking as it went. A wolf's paw rested on the sideboard, standing with its head lowered, watching the wheels. Shin Ji-woo wasn't reading but leaned relaxed against the sideboard, teasing his son. Hearing this, Shen Yan immediately snapped back. I'm not unhappy. I'll go wherever Dad goes. As long as I have Dad's guidance.
Oh.
Dad's teaching isn't as good as the scholars in the prefectural school. It's not too late to go back and talk to Gao Darren, Shin Ji-woo joked. Shun Yan shook his head firmly. Only Dad's teaching works for me. I can listen to you. Yen hasn't even tried. How can you know? Why not rent a place in Xianzhou City, and you can go to the prefectural school to study, Shin Ji-woo suggested with a frown, seeming to seriously consider the idea. Then I wouldn't have to stay overnight at home every day. Dad. Don't tease me. The young boy was no longer dull. He finally got annoyed and showed lively expressions. Someone chuckled softly. Shun Ji-woo did not attend the provincial school, not out of arrogance, but because he believed he could pass the exam on his own. He wasn't confident, but he wanted to see how far he had come after years of self-study, what he was lacking, and where he needed to improve. It was a bold idea, but he just wanted to try. He also knew his son's heart wasn't really in studying or taking the imperial exams. He was doing it for him. Having someone to accompany him seemed not too bad. When the ox cart reached the village entrance, a drum sounded, but the third grandpa was nowhere to be seen. Shun Yan wondered, why did the village head's drum suddenly appear at the village entrance? He didn't bother to care and, after getting off the cart, turned around and took his scroll from the ox cart. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers exploded. As soon as the drum stopped, firecrackers went off again.
Wow.
Little Yen the scholar is back. Hurry up, light it. I still have a string. Old eldest. Look back quickly. Shun Yen turned around. The usually empty village entrance now seemed to be filled with many people appearing out of nowhere. Dog Egg and Cow Egg each held a bamboo pole with a long string of firecrackers, which burst loudly. Old Sixth Grandpa, Sixth Grandma, Grandpa General Shoniang Aunt, Guifin Aunt, Suehua Aunt, Uncle Dazhuang, Uncle Dashin, Brother Z, Sister Xiaodao Nyo Nyo. So many people, just like 6 years ago. Many carried hoes and rakes, running around for him, cheering for him, coming for him. Someone gently pushed from behind, and Shun Yan moved toward the crowd. Go ahead. The young boy forced a big smile, pulling his lips wide. The village head took the scroll from his hands. The clan leader led him to the ancestral hall. Shun Yan personally lit a brand new long-lasting lantern. Its bright light shone brilliantly, illuminating both sides, honoring the ancestors for 7 days. That one is for those with ambition. From now on, he will no longer take exams. Only you and your father will follow the imperial exam path in Xinjia village. I know this path is hard, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter how far you go in the future, the Shin family will always be your support. After speaking, the clan leader handed him incense. Xiao Yan, come, offer 3 sticks of incense to your grandparents. Shun Yan took the incense, bowed 3 times to his forehead. He carefully placed each stick into the incense burner. The smoke curled and spiraled upward slowly. People believe that when someone passes away, there are no ghosts. Shun Yan knew this very well. But at this moment, he still looked at the ancestral tablet in front of him, just like every year during the New Year's offerings, and solemnly apologized in his heart. Thoughts arose, and feelings of guilt grew. Grandpa Shin and Grandma Shin, I stand here, and I already feel I've let you down. But family love means more to me than anything else. It has nothing to do with appearance or blood ties. What I seek is not what you wish for. Knowing what shouldn't be done but still craving it, Shunyan took one last look at the old lamp in the corner of the ancestral hall before turning to leave. Shin Jiwoo had been standing under the old locust tree, facing the main gate of the hall. Shunyan stepped over the high threshold of the hall and descended the steps. The young boy smiled brightly and ran toward his father. Father, waited long? Are we going home? Not long. Yes, going home, comma. Shin Jiwoo led his son back home. The courtyard gate opened, revealing lush mint bushes. After many days away, the house was surprisingly clean. Shinlu's wife had taken good care of it, often coming to dust and tidy up. Shin Jiwoo went to prepare lunch. Song San ran into the side room, chewed out his little wolf den, and dragged it into the yard to sun. Only Shun Yan was bored, squatting by the kitchen window, plucking leaves. Suddenly, he had an idea and stood up, leaning on the window to ask, was father like this back then? Shun Jiwoo scooped a ladle of water from the water jar, understanding his meaning without asking, and replied, not quite like you. I didn't wait for the case to be announced before returning. I only learned the good news when Gao Darren sent officials to report. As he spoke, he tilted the ladle slightly, letting water drip into the pot. The Shun family has always followed this custom. In the previous dynasty, there was a successful candidate and several jinshi. Whenever a family member achieved fame, big or small, they would set off firecrackers and light lanterns. I used to set off firecrackers in front of the door, so it wasn't surprising. I forgot to tell you earlier, was I frightened? Shan Yan touched his nose. No, I just didn't expect such a grand celebration. It's a bit overwhelming. Father, I added too much water. His father paused with the ladle. How about some porridge, comma? Today, Shin village had 3 successful candidates. Shun Jiwoo, the village head, had recently become so light on his feet he no longer needed his cane. Late at night, he secretly went to the ancestral hall to clean the plaques. Villagers saw him and thought it was haunted again. Shinyoji, who had experience giving lessons, now officially took the role of village schoolmaster. Shin Jiwoo could focus on studying at home, only being pulled away by his son for acupuncture and sleep at night. Shun Yan still trained and studied alternately. Whatever Shin Jiwoo learned, he learned too. Half a day was enough. Half a month later, officials delivered books and also brought the official imperial documents and nameplate for the successful candidate. The copper nameplate was brand new, engraved with Shun Yan, jinshi candidate from Shunjiang Prefecture, Xianzhou, Juho County, first in rank, and on the back, 29th year of Jiyuan. Shun Yan found his father's nameplate, saw the characters matched, and happily stored it in a wooden box, placing them together. Changing identity brought privileges. Shinyoji ranked at the bottom of the list, not a grain or silver to claim as a non-resident student. Shun Yan and Shun Jiwoo each received 6 dough of fine rice monthly and 5 taels of silver annually. Shun Dashin went to the county office to retrieve this month's 12 bushels of grain. Shin Jiwoo saw that there was still plenty of rice left in the family's rice jar, so he placed 2 burlap sacks in the kitchen cabinet. Since he was no longer teaching at the village school, Shun Jiwoo cooked lunch. When he scooped rice, he hadn't yet lifted the lid of the rice jar, but Shun Yan, who had just finished practicing, jumped in through the window and held him down. Shun Yan let go, turned around excitedly, and pulled out the burlap sacks to stand in front of him. Dad, I support you. First, scoop some for me, Shun Jiwoo. The fact that father and son couldn't finish all the rice was a small matter. Anyway, Song-san was there. No matter what, everything could be stored. What troubled Shun Yan was, Dad, what about the tax-exempt fields? The scholar had a 30 mu tax exemption, which was quite a lot, but Shun Yan hadn't used even 1 mu. If it was less, it was still little. Shin Yoji didn't need to worry. The clan leader, village chief, and old Sixtion were all from the same family, and the land was divided among them. Shun Yan thought he had some, but the clan leader waved his hand, and the village chief shook his head. Shun Yan. Shun Jiwoo, still bent over his desk, seemed to hear words but not truly listen, as if they just entered his ears without reaching his heart. He casually said, "Whatever Yen wants to do. Dad has no opinion." Hearing this, Shun Yan paused with his brush, then lowered his hand from the small bed where he was resting his face, sat cross-legged, and stared at the figure bent over the desk. After a moment, he spoke. "Dad, I want to buy 30 more mu." All right. The pen that had been hovering motionless finally finished writing the last character before the ink dried. A hot wind entered through the window.
Su Lai.
Shun Yan had silver to buy land. The money from selling ginseng was enough. Half the price for the 300-year-old ginseng sold to old Dr. Sunday. 100-year-old ginseng doubled in price each year. 300 years old, worth 600 taels. Half price was 300 taels of silver. The next day, Shun Yan left Song-san at home to keep Shun Jiwoo company, carrying 3 large silver ingots of 50 taels each, and rode alone in a bullock cart to the county town. He arrived at Miaochuan Hall, took out the silver ingots, and placed them confidently on the wooden table in front of the old doctor. The old doctor was startled, and, before he could stand up, grabbed the silver ingots and tried to throw them into Shun Yan's arms. The 3 cold silver ingots, just the right amount, looked very familiar, with his own teeth marks still on them. He blurted out, "Go, go, go. Take them quickly. I've already cooked the ginseng into soup and eaten it, so I can't return it. I can't return it, Shun Yan. Grandpa's son, I just want you to buy some land." What was this old man thinking? Before he could hide the wooden box used for the ginseng, it was still partially visible under the tablecloth. Shun Yan didn't expose his clumsy lie. He stepped forward and lightly kicked, causing the box to slide into the table's interior without making a sound. Then, he patted the silver ingots back into his chest. "Anywhere near the county town, in the town or countryside, it doesn't matter where, as long as I get 30 mu, Shun Yan had asked village chief Shin. There was no one selling land near Shin village for now. He wanted to buy land quickly, but didn't want to run around every day, so he planned to hire a reliable agent. There was a mix-up, and old son awkwardly smiled.
Ha.
Ha ha. Quietly, he dragged a wooden box forward. The precious ginseng was beside his leg. The old doctor calmed down and returned to his usual grumpy self, turning red in the face as he scolded, "You little brat, what's the big deal? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Which startled him. Then he scolded again. "You're only a scholar, so why rush to buy land? When buying land, you should choose the best. Are you planning to dig mud or raise ducks on that dry or flooded land? Why doesn't your father care about these matters? You're just causing trouble." The first part didn't bother him, but hearing the second part, Shun Yan was unhappy. "I want to buy it, and my father agrees," he said, pointing at the table. "It's a pity I still have 100-year-old ginseng to give you. There are ordinary ginsengs in Dongshan and Beishan of Shin village, but they have no special power." Shun Yan didn't care. "Ahem, if you want to buy it, just buy it. Your father agrees, so you must have your reasons. Leave the land buying to me." Old son cared more. He left a silver ingot, and Shun Yan left Miaochuan Hall, heading straight to the bookstore. He ignored the enthusiastic greeting from the old man across the street. "Any new books?" Shun Yan asked as he entered, habitually asking the clerk first. Yes. A new arrival," An excellent piece from the head of Zhongnan Academy, a must-read for the provincial exam. The clerk immediately took a book from the shelf and handed it to Shun Yan while speaking. Shun Yan flipped through the pages, muttering, "The ink and brush are about the same as before. Wait, the ink is 3 times more, and the paper costs 7 more coins." The clerk grinned, showing all his teeth, and cheerfully replied, "Got it," while packing the book. Seeing Shun Yan flipping more and more towards the back, he kindly reminded, "Actually, the latter part isn't normal." This year, Zhongnan Academy also included the exam answer sheet at the end, with the head of the academy personally commenting on the essays. Strangely, this book sold even better than last year. "We kept this one especially for you." Shun Yan paused in flipping the pages.
What?
His little broken poem. Standing in the bookstore, he suddenly felt like he was back in childhood, wearing open-crotch pants, feeling exposed. The breeze was gentle and cool, so cold it chilled him to the bone. He remained calm on the surface and thanked them. "Thank you." His hand trembled as he flipped back, and sure enough, the next page was there. Despite his talent, the words were only 7 characters, written in large, intimidating letters. It made his heart race. Was he going to fail? Did he have some grudge with Zhongnan Academy? He couldn't figure out the grudge, so Shun Yan continued flipping through the pages, and indeed, there were detailed explanations. Shameful. Taking exams is one thing, but having your answers published in a book and spread around is another. It's not some clever piece of writing. The head of Zhongnan Academy, Mr. Zhong, probably has many followers. Since this is a new book, many people must have bought it. At this moment, the shop assistant carefully packs a pen, ink, and paper, then hands them to Shun Yan. He then looks around exaggeratedly, checking if no one is nearby. Seeing that the bookstore is empty, he waves to Shun Yan, signaling him to come closer. Although Shun Yan feels a bit disappointed, he remains curious. He leans over the counter and sticks his head out. The assistants secretly share some gossip. Our shopkeeper went to buy more stock and found that this book is very popular in Xianzhou City now. Most buyers are scholars, and the county school and big academies all have a copy. As he speaks, his voice gets quieter. It's said, just rumors, that this book might hide secrets for passing the provincial exam. Shun Yan straightens up, rubs his ears, and weakly complains. Secrets for passing the provincial exam? Does Scholar Yuan know about this? The assistant takes pride in himself. "Since you're a regular customer, I'll tell you. I wouldn't tell just anyone. Your father is probably a scholar? If you understand this book well, maybe you'll become a successful candidate next year." With a confident look, the assistant seems to think Shun Yan has gained something. Shun Yan then buys a blank notebook, pays silently, and thanks him before leaving. He walks slowly through the busy streets, weaving among the crowd. Shun Yan is sure he doesn't know anyone from Zhongnan Academy's head. That little poem isn't worth the attention of a great scholar. The exams, both local and provincial, are set by Scholar Yuan. Could it be that the head of Zhongnan Academy thinks he was chosen as the top candidate just because he matches Scholar Yuan's preferences this time, using it as a gimmick to sell more books? Hiss. That can't be. He's the head of an academy, after all. Is he desperate for money and resorting to this? Or is he just trying to make more money? Isn't it true that catering to Scholar Yuan's tastes makes it easier to be rejected? Or maybe he's misunderstood and plans to do the opposite. The preliminary list for the exam hasn't been announced yet, but since he's the top candidate, he can only be accepted for the main exam, not a re-examination. Maybe he's wrong. Scholar Yuan isn't aware of his talent? Or maybe he's partly right. Scholar Yuan, although talented but unlucky, isn't a narrow-minded person? Or perhaps he's correct. Scholar Yuan, despite being cautious and vengeful, still has a sense of justice? Shun Yan personally thinks the first possibility is more likely. After all, the magistrate of Gaoji County has kept silent about Scholar Yuan, not daring to reveal more privately. Such a person, could he be truly generous? If he thought a candidate was mocking him, would he still make him the top candidate? That seems unlikely. Shun Yan admits he has a strong bias against this person. The exam paper's difficulty is a mystery. Only those with a sharp mind could solve such tricky questions. Hopefully, it's the first type, and Shunyan feels like he's helping his father explore the situation. He wonders what kind of trouble Yuan Lao might cause next year during the provincial exam. Shunyan took a large ox cart from the county town back to the village. On the way, he got lost in thought and forgot to weigh the meat. When passing through Qinghe town, Shunyan told the driver to stop briefly at a pig meat stall. Grandpa Zhu. The cart stopped near the pig stall. Shunyan got off and immediately saw old Zhu, who was talking to the meat seller.
Little Yen.
Oh, no, little Yen the scholar. Here to buy meat. Old Zhu greeted him with a big smile. Yes, people in Xinjia village now called him Little Yen the scholar. He didn't know why, but it sounded a bit strange. Not Little Yen the scholar. Shunyan felt a bit disappointed.
But
Shen Yiji was a talented scholar. Haha, that was even more awkward. Hey, old Zhu, is this the young scholar from your village? The meat seller paused his chopping, dusted his apron, then nodded politely to Xinyan. Yes. From Xinjia village. Only 12 years old. Old Zhu said proudly, his voice loud, with all the emphasis on the Shun character. Since becoming a scholar, no one had ever greeted him like that before, and Xinyan was momentarily stunned.
how should he respond? Bow.
That didn't seem right. Thinking of his father, Shunyan imitated the gesture. One hand behind his back, head slightly lowered, bowing slightly. Just pretending, only outward appearance, not genuine. Unfortunately, Shunyan didn't have the scholarly air of Shen Jihua. He couldn't pretend to be a gentle lamb like a big wolf in sheep's clothing. Old Zhu, who had seen Shen Jihua bow many times, knew Shunyan was just pretending and wanted to laugh but held back. The fat meat seller was pleased with the return greeting, picked up his knife from the chopping board, and asked warmly, "Little scholar, what kind of meat do you want? How about pork belly? It's juicy." Shunyan shook his head. His father didn't like fatty meat. He pointed to the tenderloin. Just this whole piece. His father preferred tender meat, and the tenderloin was fine and easy to digest. Haha, only you scholars know how to choose. This is the tenderest part of the pig, the fat seller said, switching to a thin knife and slicing the whole tenderloin at an angle. He weighed it, about 2 jin plus a little, and insisted on removing the small excess. Shunyan kept refusing. The fat seller said cheerfully, "Oh, we've been friends with old Zhu for many years. Little scholar, no need to be so polite." Old Zhu coughed. They knew each other, had some relationship, but when did they become friends? Shunyan didn't argue, knowing this man often helped with pig slaughtering and sometimes called him to join. Reluctant to refuse further, Shunyan thanked him and paid 30 coins. Inviting old Zhu Shen. "Grandpa Zhu, are you going back to the village? I've arranged a car so we can go together." "Haha, going back. Today, I'm lucky to have your company." The ox cart creaked as it left Qinghe town. On the bumpy dirt road, Shunyan and old Zhu Shen chatted happily. "Your father was just like you when he was young, cut from the same cloth." Blood and foam from a frightened pig splattered on Xinyan. Old Zhu Shen pointed with his finger, hanging the pig outside the cart on a rope. He loved reading from a young age. That's how he learned to climb. As long as your grandfather put him on the ground, he would crawl straight to the school. Haha. Gah. Shunyan already pictured the scene and couldn't stop laughing. Back then, the school was run by an old student teacher. Your grandfather held your father on his lap in the back. Your father didn't cry or make trouble. He went in the morning, came back in the afternoon, and as soon as he could speak, he could recite the 1,000-character classic. You should have seen how excited that old teacher was. Shunyan listened eagerly, asking nonstop. And then? What happened next? Old Zhu Shen was better than old Lu Shen and didn't hang Shunyan up. Seeing his interest, he kept talking. Shunyan mischievously asked, "Grandpa Zhu, did my father ever do anything embarrassing?" Old Zhu Shen's mouth went dry from talking, and he used saliva to moisten his lips, scratching his head as he thought hard.
Ha.
Honestly, I don't think so. Even if he did, your grandparents probably wouldn't tell outsiders. Your father has always been steady. He's not like you, so wild, like he grew wings or something. As the conversation went on, Old Jushin relaxed and didn't mind joking around with Shenyan. Shenyan felt a little disappointed. He thought he might hear something funny. Skipping that part, he asked about other things. A slightly hot breeze blew, and the wheels of the cart rolled over the ground, kicking up dust that floated in the air. The clear, bright laughter of a young boy caught the attention of passers-by, who looked back but quickly lowered their heads. The ox cart moved forward, the cheerful laughter fading into the distance, but it never stopped. Under the bright sky, on a lonely mountain path, a pair of deep-set eyes, blood-red and shadowy, watched silently. The ox cart stopped at the village entrance. The two got off. Shen Jushin was told to go back first, while Shenyan lagged behind, pacing like an ant. Grandpa Third sat under the shade of a tree, holding a small jar of water. After taking a sip, he looked up. After drinking about 10 sips, his stomach was almost full, but Shenyan was still there. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Little Yen, are you feeling okay?" Grandpa Third spoke in a way only the clan leader could understand. Shenyan answered loudly, ignoring the question, "Grandpa Third, I went to buy land. I bought 30 acres. Haha, you're just a silver-cut pot. Little Yen is chubby." Old Third grandfather laughed loudly, showing his crooked teeth.
Well,
One less tooth. Old Third grandfather, I am not fat. I'm going home now. Don't drink too much water. Just about to speed up on the way home, a big head popped out from the grass on the left slope. "Hey, oh hey, you Shin Xiao, Xiao, Cai Gong." The voice was thick and sticky, with a strange tone, twisting 13 times, more complicated than a 9-turn intestine. An aging woman, round and plump, with a prosperous face. Her features were usually joyful, but ruined by a large black mole on her nose. A long tuft of hair grew on the mole. Wearing a green jacket, red skirt, embroidered shoes, with her hair tied up and a big red flower inserted. She struggled to crawl out of the slope, shaking her fat body, swaying left and right, rushing diagonally toward Shenyan. Her two thick paws reached out to grab Shenyan's arm. Shenyan jumped back and stood firm, expressionless, denying. "I'm not you. You've mistaken me." The woman, not yet satisfied, fell flat on the ground, shouting, "Don't mess with me, I know your dad." Shenyan raised his foot to leave, calmly listening for what she would say next. Old Third grandfather was angry, smashing a jar on the ground, questioning the woman. "Why are you still here?" Shenyan shook his head slightly at him. "Your father was my matchmaker, and the one who called us to the wedding. Without me, how could you exist?" The fat matchmaker got up from the ground, twisting her non-existent waist, waving her claws to dust herself off. Her proud tone didn't matter much, but her words instantly ignited Shenyan's anger. "Really?" His voice was low, not a question, more like brewing something. The young boy's eyes, normally level, lowered slightly. His face was expressionless, but his lips twitched slightly into a stiff smile, slowly forming a faint curve. That's right. The fat matchmaker wanted to boast more but met Shenyan's gaze. Her body was soaked in sweat under the intense stare from those black eyes, suddenly feeling cold. Her feet froze in place, unable to move, a chilling cold spreading from her feet through her whole body. The sunlight seemed to fade quickly. She found herself in a cold, starless night, on a lonely mountain path, face to face with a wild beast. Her fat body trembled as she shook, thinking monster. Oh no! Heaven! How could that bookworm raise a man-eating wolf? Shenyan stepped forward and grabbed the fat matchmaker, intending to drag her into the small forest on the right and use some tricks to question her. From the slope on the right, another head appeared, dressed as a soldier. He hurried up the slope, apologizing. "Shen Xiaoxiao, sorry, I'm taking her away." The county magistrate summoned her. Oh no! In just a moment, how did this fat woman appear? Shenyan released her hand and let go of the fat matchmaker. This person saw the officer and heard that the magistrate wanted to see her. Because she didn't know the reason, she became even more scared. "Official, I am a good citizen. I haven't committed any crime," the overweight matchmaker shouted loudly and was dragged away. Shenyan said farewell to Third Uncle. His gaze swept over the small forest on the left, Then he turned and left with a blank expression. After he left, another person stood up, moved through the trees, and turned onto the main road in the distance. County office. Gaosheng looked at the kneeling woman on the ground with a serious face and dark eyes. Who told you to do this? Speak up, I won't blame you. The overweight matchmaker pressed her forehead to the ground, trembling as she cried out for mercy. Please, sir, I am innocent. No one told me to do this. I just wanted to help that young scholar find a match since he's not engaged yet. Sir, I am just doing this for my work. How could I have committed a crime? She grew more nervous as she spoke. What's going on? She was just a matchmaker. Why did she get into trouble? Could the recent rumors be true? Bring her down, Gao Sheng ordered. He didn't believe her and didn't want to ask more. He simply scared her into silence. He had already gathered local gentry and hinted to them to spread the word privately. All the matchmakers in 9 River County should understand the message. Don't interfere with Shun Yan's matchmaking. Sir, please spare me. I'll tell you everything. It's a man, tall and strong, mysterious, with a mask on his face. I don't know who he is. I really don't know. Gao Sheng frowned. That's all. He was about to signal the guards. Yes, he told me to find someone with strong luck for that young scholar. After saying this, there was no response for a while. The overweight matchmaker swallowed her saliva, pressed herself lower, and dared not lift her head. You took money, Gao Sheng said coldly and angrily. Before she could respond, he continued questioning. If I remember correctly, 16 years ago, it was also you who arranged a match for this family. Now it seems you're being told what to do again. Shen Zhihui suddenly fainted that year. He had many guesses. Poison? Head injury? Hidden illness? After Maya Chuntang's diagnosis, they ruled out these possibilities, but couldn't find the real cause. After dismissing all reasonable guesses, Gao Sheng became superstitious. Maybe there was a problem with the marriage arrangements, especially since the engagement had only been recent. Such uncertain matters could only be investigated privately to protect the Su family's reputation. They didn't find anything suspicious. At most, the Su family had taken the initiative to find a match and asked the matchmaker to visit Shun's house. The Su family's young daughter had both parents and older siblings, and everything seemed normal. Gao Sheng finally gave up and stopped worrying, only sighing that Shunju's talent might have caused him harm, leading to an early death. Until after the Su family girl died, Shunju's health improved. Gao Sheng's superstitious thoughts resurfaced. However, the matchmaker was very excited and loudly protested. No, sir, last time no one instructed us. It was the Su family who wanted to find a scholar as a son-in-law, and they paid a lot of bride price. I was just doing my job. Please believe me, sir. The matchmaker loudly explained her innocence. Gao Sheng looked skeptical and signaled the guards to take her away. About 15 minutes later, the clerk entered. Gao Sheng sipped his tea and glanced at him, but the clerk shook his head. Gao Sheng put down his tea and sighed. Fine, just lock her up for a few days and then release her. Yes, go gather all the matchmakers in the county. Once they are here, send them all to the county school for training. Don't leave anyone out. Was the local gentry's message not forceful enough? Did the guards at Shin Village overlook something? If so, then he would send all the matchmakers away. Surely that should settle everything now. Sir. The clerk was surprised. The clerk was speechless but couldn't just lie down. He had to tactfully remind and try to dissuade his boss from such a reckless plan. But what about the common people's marriages? What if they don't marry for a year? It will be fine next year. Next year, after the provincial exam, Shen's father and son will be disqualified. No matter what, I will send those stubborn kids to the prefectural school together. Will the matchmakers never get into the prefectural school? The clerk received the order and left, biting his cheek, trying to hold back his complaints. He was exhausted by his master's unreasonable ideas. Sending midwives for training makes some sense, adding to the county's population and boosting official achievements. But sending matchmakers for training? That's absurd. The Lord is really driven mad by the pursuit of achievements. Isn't there enough gossip and ridicule in Shenzhong Prefecture already? He was truly crazy.
Oh well.
In Su family village, Su Dalin and Su Samlin met at the village entrance. Both looked unhappy, trying to hide their feelings, but their expressions betrayed them. A group of old men and women sitting idly at the village entrance looked confused and asked nosily, "Dalin, Samlin, where are you two coming from? Why are you not going the same way? We just got back. No more meat to eat, I suppose. Your eldest son at the landlord's house, how much income does he bring in each month? Your life seems better than ours, working in the fields every day. I heard your little niece passed the imperial exam. Wow, this is incredible. As uncles, you will surely benefit from this. Dear nephew, tell us what good things your family has gained. Don't hide it from us." Su Samlin kept his head down and walked forward silently. Su Dalin had to stop, smile kindly, and deny, "Nothing special. We don't want anything from him." Then he turned and hurried away. But the whispers behind him still reached his ears. "TSK, what benefit could there be? They don't keep in touch. That's strange. Why don't they visit? Maybe they hate their son-in-law and grandson so much they never visited after the daughter died. They didn't visit even after the daughter died. I used to think they were honest people."
How did Dalin come from that side?
That's the direction of Shin's village, right? Probably regrets it now. Su Dalin's face twisted for a moment, then he lowered his head and quickly caught up. Seeing Su Samlin, his mood slightly improved. "Third brother, why are you walking so fast?" "Haha, going to town again." It sounded like a casual question and a joke, but on Dalin's honest face, a proud smile was hard to hide. Su Samlin kept his head down, eyes darker than before. Dalin was happy. Old Wang's family isn't short of people. You shouldn't go so often, make things easier for Old Wang, right? But look at Big Brother. He's doing well there. His words seemed disconnected from his face, like a fake mask about to be torn off, revealing a bloody, fierce face underneath. Luckily, they reached the Su family's yard gate.
Samlin went inside first.
"Child's father, you're back." A sturdy woman in the yard glanced at him, then lowered her head, afraid to look up. She stood up and sat down again, trembling slightly as she cut grass for pigs. Samlin ignored her and went straight into his room. Second sister-in-law was washing dishes when she heard the noise. She grabbed a cloth, peeked out the window of the kitchen, and looked at her younger sister-in-law, who was bowing her head. She cursed quietly at the man's back. "Damn it. What kind of thing are you?" Dalin followed into the yard, in no mood to care about the women inside, and hurried toward the main house. The woman cleaning the chicken coop didn't lift her head, her movements gentle but strong, sweeping away dirt and grime. He was gone. Main house. Su's father was napping, growing hotter and hotter. Maybe it was the stuffy weather or his chest, but he couldn't sleep well. He was restless. He lay still with his eyes closed, then suddenly kicked and cursed softly. "Are you dead or what? Damn it. Trying to make me heat up to death?" Su's mother, half awake from the kick, opened her eyes. She quickly fanned herself with a small fan, not daring to reply. At this moment, Dalin suddenly burst into the house. "Dad," his voice arrived before he did. He walked straight to the front. Father Su had already opened his eyes and sat up, grabbing the fan from Mother Su and fanning himself. His anger was hard to contain, and he couldn't help but speak harshly. "Where have you been? Not even coming home for lunch. Both of you, your hearts are wild now, huh?" Dalin wanted to clench his fists, but his fingers stiffened then relaxed again, barely controlling himself. He glanced at Mother Su, who was curled up nearby, rubbing her arms, and looked away without saying anything. His heart was angry, and his words carried some of that anger. "Dad, didn't you tell me to find that boy?" Father Su's eyes widened, his thick neck muscles bulged as he glared warningly. "When did I say that? Don't go spreading rumors outside." Dalin clenched his fists tighter. "Old fool. Clearly it was your hint that led me. Acting addicted, huh? Still pretending with me." Thinking about the 10+ acres of land, Dalin gritted his teeth and held back, pretending to be a dutiful son. Yes. I wanted to go. Dad, that boy bought 30 acres of land. What did you say?" "Ungrateful wolf. Damn it. He shouted angrily, smashing the fan onto the ground. The old man, barefoot, jumped down from the bed and stormed around the room. Deliberate, he did it on purpose. He kicked over a stool. Why doesn't he just die? He shattered a teapot. Watching the furious old man in front of him, Dahlin felt a surge of satisfaction that he couldn't hide. But thinking about the family's land, he felt reluctant to give up. As the eldest son, when the old man died someday, he would get the biggest share. What should I do, Dad? Maybe you should go find him. His family has lost all their elders. You're the oldest relative. He'll definitely listen to you. Smack. A rough, hard hand suddenly struck, bringing a cool breeze. The old man's full force slap hit Dahlin's left cheek, making him sway and fall sideways onto the bed. Mother Sue is almost knocked over, shrinking back even further and smaller. Good for nothing. Why didn't you go earlier? He's already bought the land. What's the point of talking? Let me go? Are you asking me to beg at his door? The old man roared, his voice echoing far. Outside the Sue family yard, a crowd had gathered unknowingly. Hiding behind the wall in various directions, they crouched low and pricked up their ears. Many eyes met with excitement, silently understanding each other. The women in the chicken coop heard faint sounds outside, paused their sweeping, then continued. The ground was clean, covered in dust, without a speck of dirt. On her gentle face, there was a deep, tender smile. Dahlin's mouth was filled with blood, his back molars flickering in the blood. He felt dizzy, with ringing in his ears. At first, I couldn't hear clearly. Lying crooked on the bed, I saw Mother Sue's movements and her avoiding glances. I clenched my mouth tightly, blood trickling down my throat into my stomach, with a burning, rusty taste. Resentment burned through my body, and the sweat-dried collar of my shirt reflected it again. My Adam's apple moved, and I dared not open my eyes. All for Tion.
Tion.
It's for Tion. My Tion. I held back a never-before-seen killing intent. Sue Daling got up from the bed, his knees buckled and he fell heavily, kneeling on the ground with his head bowed, sincerely apologizing. Father, I'm sorry. I was impatient and said the wrong thing. I am unfilial and made you angry. If you still have fire in your heart, just hit me. Don't be too hard on yourself. Sue's father, feeling upset, realized it was not appropriate after losing his temper. After all, he was the eldest son and would depend on him in the future. He stepped forward to help his eldest son up, his voice hoarse but gentle. Daling, let's forget about it today. Don't say those words again, understand? Things shouldn't be done like that. It wouldn't sound good if others heard. Our Sue family is a kind and honest family. Now, life at home isn't too hard, right? Such teachings Sue Daling had heard countless times since he was young. He pinched his leg and promised repeatedly, Yes, yes, Father. I won't say it again. Does it hurt? Are you mad at me? Son's skin is thick. It doesn't hurt. Did I hurt your hand, Father? Sue's father looked at his most obedient eldest son, feeling satisfied. Also, he held the power to decide who would help at Wang's landlord's house. He figured his eldest son wouldn't dare to complain. The father and son had been kind and harmonious for a long time. Sue Daling left the main house, lowering his head to cover his face as he returned to his own room. Sue's father followed out, glanced at the tightly closed door of the third son's room, then looked at the third daughter-in-law, who was quietly chopping pig grass. He smiled gently and helplessly. Under the blazing sun, he carried a hoe and headed toward the courtyard gate. He first circled around the wall, then followed the small path away. His stiff back gradually relaxed. The Sue family returned to peace. The woman in the chicken coop put down her broom and approached the third sister-in-law. The third daughter-in-law looked up. Big sister, the woman didn't speak, but gently placed her hand on her sister-in-law's rough hair, softly stroking it. The third daughter-in-law obediently lowered her head, no longer trembling. The second daughter-in-law also came out of the kitchen, squatting down close to the two women, raising her loud voice softly. You probably haven't seen much, since you came late. But there's nothing to be afraid of. The old man cares about face, so he definitely wouldn't hit us. The third daughter-in-law's eyes reddened. There was movement inside the main house. Seeing her mother-in-law tidying up, the second daughter-in-law patted her younger sisters-in-law's heads and turned to leave. "Mother, I'll do it." Mother Sue saw her eldest daughter-in-law and couldn't hold back her tears, quickly lowering her head. "No, no. It's fine. Mother can manage herself. I can do it myself." She rummaged through the wooden cabinet, searching for a bottle of medicine. "Go apply some ointment to the eldest son's face. He can't see the injury clearly himself, so it's inconvenient." The daughter-in-law of Daling didn't respond or take the medicine. Seeing that Mother Sue's right hand was weak, she helped her sit on the bed. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a thin wrist with purple bruises and swelling. Only then did the daughter-in-law take the medicine bottle and gently apply ointment to her mother-in-law. Finally, someone was there to comfort her, and Mother Sue couldn't hold back her tears anymore, crying out loud, "Lanwan, do you think I've done some wrong thing? My daughter is disobedient, and her child doesn't even stay close to us. How could the child do this?" She shook her head while wiping tears with her left hand. Chun Lanjun paused her actions. She looked at her mother-in-law, who seemed much older than her father-in-law. Was her mother-in-law like this before? Her initial kindness, gentleness, and friendliness. How much of that remains now? The mother-in-law she once felt closer to than her own mother. How much of her old self is left now? She looked up at the crying, complaining old woman in front of her, as if through her, she saw her own certain future, suffocating, gloomy. Her gentle, warm smile on her face could no longer be maintained. In broad daylight, Su Sanlin lay on the bed, his head wrapped in a quilt, sweat pouring down his forehead. In the dim light, he opened his mouth to laugh loudly, his eyes bloodshot, silent in his throat. The wooden bed shook, and he felt a wave of pleasure. "Laugh, laugh. Goody, goody." The cheerful, clear laughter of the young boy still echoed in his ears, disturbing him. It reverberated in his mind. He closed his eyes. It was as if he already saw that person, gaunt and breathless, barely clinging to life. Kill him. Feeling his wallet, which was half empty, he felt no regret. It was that wicked woman Su Si who tricked him, stole his money. Otherwise, how could he have gotten back a dwarf? Being overshadowed by the two above him, he couldn't lift his head in the village. That wicked woman's death was good, and her wicked child should die too. Useless cripple. Waste of space. Why didn't he just take the wicked child away? He had to do it himself. The door was pushed open, and footsteps approached softly. "Child's father, I heated up the food. You should eat a little." Smack. The tall, strong man suddenly pulled back the quilt and sat up, slapping her. The woman, much shorter than him, lowered her head and shrank back, avoiding the slap, her face turned aside. Fortunately, she was steady enough not to fall. But the large bowl in her hand dropped to the ground, smashing, with pieces of meat and white rice spilling out and sticking to the dust. The man was not satisfied after slapping, and his hand still hurt. But when he saw the weaker woman, she seemed to have no resistance and could only be under his control, allowing him to bully her. His pent-up anger finally found some release. Seeing the woman still standing steadily, he became more angry and sneered as he raised his hand again. Just then, Su Sanlin, a sharp shout. A tall, thin woman rushed into the room, pulling apart her younger brother-in-law, then bowed her head and aimed a fierce blow at the man's stomach. "Damn it! Today I will knock you out. Come on." Su Sanlin was knocked onto the bed, clutching his stomach with fierce eyes. He got up and grabbed his sister-in-law's hair, trying to throw her against the wall. She couldn't resist and shouted, "Help! Help! My brother-in-law is hitting his sister-in-law." "Su Sanlin, you coward! Where did you go? Come back now. Second uncle, there's still one more. Hurry and stick it on." "Ha!" It flew away again. "Second uncle, are you capable or not?" The helpless second uncle was busy with the children. All boys, his brother's children, his own, and his younger brothers. Besides the eldest son helping at the landlord Wang's house, he was surrounded by the second, third, fourth, fifth, ninth children. the 3 sons of the main household, and 2 from the 3rd household.
He.
4. His brothers and younger brothers hadn't had more children in recent years. He has 1, he. The 9th child didn't know what pride or joy his father felt. He jumped up. Dad, you can't do it.
Give me the spider web.
I'll do it. The little boy with the carrot head bounced around his leg, and second uncle held the net high. A big loop was bent at the front of a thin bamboo stick, asking the spider to lend some web. In the afternoon, playing with cicadas with his second uncle was the happiest, most relaxed moment for the 3rd generation of the Sioux family. Father wanted to take a nap, annoyed by the noisy children. He didn't say anything but looked unhappy. The atmosphere at home was tense, and the kids felt bad. Second uncle knew. Why isn't Dad capable? Look here. Oh yeah. See, I caught one. Second uncle gently took the cicada from the net and handed it to the little boy. The 9th child put it into a cloth bag, which held 7 or 8 cicadas, and curiously asked, Dad, why doesn't my older cousin come to play here? You said he's very good. I also want to learn to ride a pig, but I don't know if he's willing to teach me. The little boy frowned and muttered, I wonder if my older cousin likes to eat this, Second uncle lowered his hand after sticking the cicada. He was thinking of an excuse to avoid questions. Don't let him play with you. It's all because of his father that I can't go to school. Otherwise, I might be in trouble. Like a scholar or something. The young boy Manhwa grabbed Jawawa's collar and shouted loudly. Jawawa was so scared he cried loudly. Olin was surprised. He instinctively thought it made sense. Just as he had this thought, his ears suddenly hurt. His wife's loud voice seemed to explode in his ears, and Olin's head was buzzing. He couldn't remember anything else. Manhwa, who did you hear say that? Olin squatted down to hug his younger son and asked his older brother Siwa to take him to play. Jawawa looked at his little brother Manhwa, scratched his head, and didn't know what to do, so Olin sent him away. Jawawa got the spider web he had been longing for and ran away with the others. Manhwa stayed where he was and muttered, I heard my dad say it. I overheard. Uncle, please don't tell my dad. Olin stood up and moved closer, placing his hand on his nephew's shoulder. Your dad is wrong. Your little cousin's dad, the village school, doesn't accept children from other villages. You can't go there. You can't read because your grandpa and dad don't want to spend the money. The money earned by the eldest son, 2/10 went to the main family, and they had some savings. Seeing his young nephew lower his head, Olin added, If you think I'm wrong, I won't say anything more in the future. Manhwa looked up, his eyes red. Uncle, I know you're right. I just can't accept it. I'm not willing. It seemed like there was a shortcut to acceptance, but when he tried to take a step, the way was blocked. He still couldn't understand why. It was like the barren mountain ditch on the east side of Sue's village, so close to Shun's village, yet no one had gone there for years. Rumor had it that there were poisonous snakes in the ditch. But he knew that before the snakes appeared, no one from his family had ever gone that way. Olin was clumsy and bland, not knowing what to say to comfort his sensitive and mature nephew. Just then, Olin, are you still here? Aren't you going home to check? A man carrying a hoe approached Erlin specifically. Your family is making quite a fuss. Seems like it's your dad's voice. Haha, I heard it from far away. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. He smiled faintly and then left. Olin was surprised. His dad? Not his wife. If his dad was angry, something serious must have happened. Olin thought about his little cousin's tax exemption and felt more confident. He shouted into the distance, Jawawa, Siwa, watch your brothers and sisters. Uncle is going home for a bit. Then he said to Manhwa, look after them. Don't go home yet, understand? You trashy brat, what do you think you are? The second wife in the Lin family struggled in her older sister-in-law's arms, blood dripping from her forehead and sticking to her face, yet she still tried to push forward. What kind of skill is it to hit women at home? Do you really think you're something special? If it weren't for the dead fat matchmaker your family hired to come here, the third sister-in-law probably wouldn't even look at you. Her sharp voice almost pierced the ground, full of anger. If you have the guts, don't marry. You want a son, but complain about everything. Do you think you're entitled? Her voice carried out to the courtyard, where people nearby heard her loud shouting and, uninterested, moved away. I've heard too much of this over the years. It's tiring. Samlin fell to the ground, covering his head. Sue's mother hurried to help him, ignoring her injured second and third daughters-in-law. She saw the large bump on her third son's head and complained, "Why did you start fighting again for no reason? Old family, how could you be so rough? You, as the older sister-in-law, shouldn't interfere in your younger brother-in-law's affairs." The second daughter-in-law immediately snapped at her. "Mother, can you just be reasonable? If I don't intervene, your good son might slap her today and kick her tomorrow." What did the third sister-in-law do wrong to deserve this bullying? Samlin was helped up by Sue's mother, slowly recovering from his dizziness. He pushed away his mother and rushed forward 2 steps, grabbing the arm of the eldest daughter-in-law and throwing her to the ground. He also tried to pull the second daughter-in-law's hair. "Don't come near." The second daughter-in-law stepped in front of her sister-in-law, gathering her courage and trying to speak clearly. "Father, you can't hit the older or second sister-in-law. If this gets out, Father won't be happy." Samlin looked at the woman daring to oppose him, without hesitation, and kicked her down. That biased old man? He deserves to die. After stepping over the 2 women on the ground, he was suddenly grabbed by the collar and lifted up. "Third brother, are you crazy? How dare you hit your sister-in-law?" The second brother-in-law was initially calm, but when he heard his own wife's voice from afar, he quickly rushed back. He grabbed his brother and threw him against the wall. "Second brother, how can you hit your brother?" Sue's mother fell to the ground, both arms injured, yet she still got up to help her youngest son. Samlin pushed her away and started fighting with his second brother. The second brother was no match for his frantic younger brother. The second daughter-in-law also joined in. The door of Sue's eldest brother's house was tightly shut, with no movement inside. Darkness fell, and thick clouds gathered. 8 children rushed into the courtyard. Second uncle, Dad, did you bully Mom again? Don't hit my mom." Samlin was overwhelmed, surrounded by a group of children. Chun Lonjian lay on the ground, seeming to see a faint light shining through the clouds. "Stop! What do you all think you're doing? Father Sue has returned. Grandpa, you finally came back. Uncle beat my mother." 9-year-old Wu ran to Father Sue's side. Father Sue gently patted his head. "Grandpa will punish him by not letting him eat tonight. Be good, 9 Wu. Come on, everyone, go to Grandpa's house." Father Sue looked around, then led his grandchildren away. Chun Lonjun closed her eyes and sighed. Thick dark clouds covered the sky and earth. When will someone clear the fog? A heavy rain began to fall. Shin Yen took the oil paper umbrella handed to him by Dog Egg's mother. He sat for half the afternoon before saying goodbye and leaving. A young boy walked alone through the fields and rice paddies. The tall mountains behind him grew farther away.
Top.
Tap, raindrops hit the umbrella, producing clear sounds. Mud on the narrow path stuck slightly to his cloth shoes, but his steps became lighter. A drop of water fell from above, stirring the clouds and wind between heaven and earth. Shen Yen stepped over a small puddle with rippling waves and hurried toward the courtyard ahead. The cool wind blew swiftly, removing the heat. Fresh mint leaves, light green, swayed outside the window in the storm. Someone got up to find rain gear, whispering softly, "Are you so happy?" The rain poured heavily. Shin Jihua still wanted to go out. Song San bit down hard on his troublesome clothes. The troublesome one tugged at his clothes with effort, while the little wolf clawed the ground desperately, refusing to let go. Shin Jihua felt helpless and hurriedly explained, "It's raining. Ayen hasn't come back yet." Song San's icy blue eyes showed irritation. "So annoying. Why can't I speak human language? He has an umbrella. Don't go." One person and one wolf stood under the eaves, stalemated. Finally, the little wolf gave in first. Unwillingly, it raised a paw, but before getting wet in the rain, it withdrew. It shook its paw, tilted its head, and glared at Shin Jihua with round eyes. "Do you understand me?" Shin Jihua understood the hint, nodded with a smile, He stood outside the courtyard not far away, holding the stiff little wolf with one hand and the umbrella with the other, looking around. In the hazy rain and fog, a small, in the west quickly approached. "Father, why are you out? Come inside quickly. Be careful not to catch a cold in the rain." Shunyan raised a huge oil paper umbrella high, covering his father along with the person and umbrella. Shun Jihua looked down and took the paper, ink, and pork that his son protected in front of him, casually replying, "Father won't get wet." Only Tsong San was ignored, looking hopelessly resigned. Shin Jihua followed his son into the courtyard and asked, "Did Ah Yen have lunch?" "Yes." Shin Yen felt guilty. "We ate 6 goji berries on the tree at noon. I guess that counts." Shin Jihua glanced at his son. Hung the umbrella in the main hall. "Push Shin Yen into the side room. First change your shoes, socks, and clothes." After Shun Yen changes, Song San lies in the small wolf's nest and raises his head. "Master, I want to speak human language." Then you try hard and hurry to the mysterious staircase. Does the master have any method to quickly improve? Maybe. Song San's ears stand upright. "What is it?" Shun Yen scratches his chin. "Open your mouth wide and try to swallow me." Song San. Ha ha ha. Watching the little wolf angrily bury his head in the wolf's nest, Shun Yen laughs while holding dirty clothes. "Ah Yen, are you so happy today?" Seeing his son suddenly laugh loudly, Shinjiwoo, worried, takes the clothes and asks, "Dad, I am super happy today, haha." Shinjiwoo shows interest. Shun Yen can't help but share. "I asked Grandpa's son to buy 30 acres of land, and he agreed. Oh, I also watched a big play." Hearing this, Shinjiwoo's eyes become subtle, and he tentatively asks, "A play?" "Yes, a big play." Too happy, forgetting himself, Shun Yen didn't realize. "Then, Yen, tell your father about it tonight." "Huh? Is the universe cyclical?"
No.
There is no cycle in the world. Shun Yen firmly believes. Although tender, the pork tenderloin is limited in cooking skills for father and son. Slice it thinly, sprinkle salt, and steam on a bamboo rack. It's also somewhat tasty. At least it's tender, right? Accompanying the steamed pork slices, Shun Yen eats 2 bowls of rice happily. In the evening, under the oil lamp, while quietly studying, he mentions the matchmaker, trying to divert his father's attention. "Dad, today I met a matchmaker at the village entrance. She said she once acted as a matchmaker for you." Shinjiwoo, who is sitting nearby waiting for his son to tell a story, becomes worried. "Did she bother you?" Shun Yen studies the ink, replying, "No, she was taken away by the Yamen officials, saying that Lord Gao wanted to see her." Shinjiwoo gently shakes his head and smiles. Lord Gao probably has people watching at the village and trance all the time. Speaking of the matchmaker, Shun Yen suddenly remembers what old Six Shin said 6 years ago. "Just before your father became a scholar. The day before he arrived home, your grandparents arranged the marriage." Then he subtly asked Shinjiwoo, "By the way, Dad, you said before that you returned home before the exam was announced. Why?" It seems the topic jumped too quickly. Shinjiwoo pauses for a moment and replies, "I met a Taoist priest who said some nonsense. I don't believe it, but I felt uneasy, so I wanted to go home early to check." Before Shin Yen could ask, Shinjiwoo quickly changes the subject. "Yen, why did you buy so much paper and ink today? It didn't seem like you usually do." Sun Yen smiled and said, "Oh, I buy more land, so I don't have to leave the village. I can study more at home. If I don't pass the imperial exam, how can I accompany my father to the meeting?" While speaking, he forgot to move his ink stick for a long time. Shun Jiwoo glanced at him, took the ink stick, and ground ink for his son. After a while, the ink was smooth and he softly said, "That's good." Shun Yen dipped his brush in ink and sat quietly, lost in thought. Shin Jiwoo took out a book he hadn't finished reading in the afternoon and sat nearby to read. The father and son seemed to have little secrets between them. Shun Yan's curiosity was piqued, but he couldn't figure it out, feeling restless and itchy all over. Sitting quietly and reading, he felt uncomfortable, shifting left and right. Shin Jiwoo hadn't turned a page for a long time, cleared his throat, and sat farther away to focus on reading. Sun Yan couldn't settle down. He recited the pure heart technique 800 times, finally calming himself, but he couldn't control his pen. Usually, he could restrain himself a bit, but now his brush moved quickly, and each ink stroke seemed to carry sword energy, as if about to burst out of the paper. After finally finishing his recitation silently, Sun Yan handed the book to Sun Jiwoo. "Father, this is the new work by the head of Zhongnan Academy." Sun Yan didn't write his own poor poem on it. First, his work was not good enough to impress his father. Second, the secret to passing the provincial exam was just a rumor, unreliable. Lastly, his father never relied on or cared about secrets or examiners' preferences. Asking Gao Zhixian about Yuan Shuezeng was also for his own exam considerations. Sun Jiwoo took the book, glanced at it briefly, and said as usual, "Thank you, Yen," then continued reading the unfinished book in his hand.
Ah?
Sun Yan pouted and sat cross-legged on the small bed, resting his chin and pondering. Maybe he should secretly exchange ideas with his father? It was pitch dark, and Sun Yan couldn't sleep.
Father.
"Are you asleep?" he asked softly, knowing the answer. Sun Yan, sigh. "Forget it, I might as well try to hypnotize myself." Yen can't sleep?" suddenly asked, knowing the answer. Halfway through the hypnosis, Sun Yan suddenly woke up at the sound and quickly climbed the ladder his father handed him. "Yes," he replied excitedly. Once he made up his mind, he shouldn't hesitate anymore. Before Sun Jiwoo could speak, Sun Yan straightforwardly confessed, "Father, I bought some land. The Su family already knows, so they won't come. If they dare to come again, I'll secretly drag them into the small woods and give them a good beating. No one can disturb father from studying." No response. His breathing first grew heavy and light, then, sensing something was wrong, he was forcibly calmed down to avoid suspicion. After a long time, so long that Song Sen noticed the strange atmosphere and closed his ears, snoring softly. Finally, a sigh came from the darkness. "Father has never told you about your maternal family. Do you blame father?"
Sun Jiwoo softly asked.
He had never mentioned it, but his son knew, Sun Jiwoo knew, he couldn't hide it. His son was clever and must have known about his maternal family long ago, but he had never asked. Not only about his maternal family, but he never asked about that woman either. Ian probably wouldn't guess. No, he wouldn't. They look so much alike. How could he doubt? Certainly not. Why should I blame father? Since I was born, the Su family has never visited me. This excuse, half true and half false, was a good reason. Sun Yan certainly knew about the Su family. The first time he saw them was 7 years ago, in Qinghe town. His father took him out of the village to buy pork, and a strange man was secretly watching him. At that time, Sun Yan didn't know who he was, but he felt suspicious. He couldn't be sure. Since then, his father never took him out of the village again. A few months later, he was playing near the village entrance when he sensed someone coming. The man looked somewhat like the man from town, just older. Sun Yan felt something was wrong and asked the third uncle to stop the approaching person, hiding nearby. Sure enough, the man said he was looking for his daughter-in-law, Sun Shoa.
Shen Ye hurried to find Shen Zuzhang.
He asked only, "Grandfather, what is a son-in-law?" Someone came to the village entrance, stopped by the third uncle, and said my father is his son-in-law. The Zhuozhang's face was heavy. He dismissed Sun Yan and told him to go to the school to find Sun Jiwoo. Sun Yan hid behind an old locust tree. He confirmed that his father indeed didn't want to contact the Su family. He didn't need to ask. Sun Yan understood the reason clearly. Sun Zhuozhang went to the village entrance, asked about the man's purpose, and directly refused. After all, Sun Jatsun's school was both a village school and its wuxia. No matter what kinship, if they didn't accept, they wouldn't. They opened a back door for the Su family, making it hard to refuse others. A good reason, successfully refusing, but they couldn't persuade the evil ghost. Sun Yan watched as the man left with deep hatred in his eyes. 6 years ago, Sun Yan saw that strange man again at Wang landlord's side door. His name was Sanlin, that was Xu Sanlin. At that time, they sat in Wang's carriage, hidden behind the curtain. Xingyan didn't speak or show himself. Today, riding in Dochud back to the village with Sun Laozhou, he saw Shisanlin for the third time. His blood-red, gloomy eyes, full of hatred. Xingyan didn't understand the reason, but he didn't care. If he dared to come face to face, he would fight him. He was eager to buy land, sensing that the Su family might come looking for him. He didn't want these people bothering his father. Unexpectedly, they arrived so quickly, sneaking into the small woods at the village entrance, planning who knows what. Xingyan deliberately loudly announced that the land had been bought. As he left the village entrance and entered the village, the man quickly stood up and left in a hurry. Shun Yan didn't go home for lunch. He ran to the foot of Shishan Mountain and sat in a tree to watch a play. The hypocritical old man. The angry old man. How exciting! To peel off the skin of a rat hiding in the gutter and expose it to the hot sun. Of course, that's very interesting. Watching a scheming person trap themselves, caught under their own false mask, it's also quite amusing. Xinyan felt very satisfied. The Su family. A tangled mess of the Su family. So, what if they are even more chaotic? As long as they don't bother his father, Xinyan doesn't care what the Su family does. His father, though not stopping him from leaving the village, always feels uneasy whenever he goes out. Dad, just pretend they don't exist, okay? Don't worry, I don't want to pay attention to them. I'll stay in the village. It was like a long-held weight finally lifting from his heart. Though it was just a small stone, Shunju felt a bit more relaxed and softly said, okay. He wasn't worried about the Su family targeting his son's tax exemption. But he didn't say more or ask questions. He didn't want to bring up the past or explain anything. His son was too sharp. Shinziyu was afraid he might accidentally reveal something. Today he shouldn't have used paper and ink to change the subject. Long silence. Shinziyu knew it was his turn. He considered how to speak and made up a story. After the imperial exam, I met a Taoist fortune-teller who said I wouldn't have a wife. I was uneasy in the city, so I came back early. Just no wife? Shunyan didn't expect the fortune-teller to say such a thing. Though he had doubts, he knew he shouldn't ask further. So that's how it is. He closed his eyes to soothe himself.
Sleep, Dad. I'm tired.
Okay. His son fell asleep, and Shunju finally let out a breath and closed his eyes, slowly drifting into sleep. The dream was endless. My clever little merchant, the fortune-teller really guessed right. What was it about literary talent?
I've forgotten.
Tired? Rest your eyes a bit. Children's eyes are tender. Can't stare at books all the time. Son's mother, let's go out. You keep talking here. It's affecting the boys' reading. You old fool. You say I talk too much? No, I don't mind. Haha, let's go. Humph. Merchant son, I'm leaving now. Father, do you think that fortune-teller's predictions are really accurate? Is it true that our merchant son has no wife or children and can only be adopted? Bah, fortune-tellers are half-truths. If you want a wife, it's easy. I've saved enough money for our son to marry. What if it's true? I worry that if he marries, it might affect merchant son in some way.
Well,
let's talk about that later. My son is still young. If I find a daughter-in-law, she must be good-looking, so she matches our dear son. Her personality should be kind too, or she might bully our son. Yes, and she should be a good mother. If my wife can give birth, then surely she can too. Anyway, I don't really trust those fortune-tellers. That's hard to find. It all depends on fate. Ja Banshan's fortune-telling is free if it's not accurate. Hey, little scholar, are you here to ask? Oh, it's you. How come? This shouldn't be happening. How could your fate change so suddenly? Sigh. Blessings and misfortunes are intertwined. It's because my skills are not good enough. Maybe I was wrong before in judging. I can't see your future now, but I can tell you this. Follow your heart. Heaven and earth are unkind, seeing all things as mere grass. If heaven has feelings, it will give you a chance to survive. Following your heart. Follow your heart. A few days after Old Sun bought the land, it was settled. A wealthy merchant, struggling financially, sold his land to get money for his business. He sold many plots near the county town. Gaoji County had always paid attention to the Shin family. When they learned about this, they sent officials from the county office to handle the transfer of the land. Shen Yan handed over all 30 acres to Old Sun to manage, and he could plant whatever he wanted. They also sent a normal, 100-year-old ginseng as a gift, which they finally sold at half price after some hesitation. The Su family didn't send anyone again, so Shen Yan and his son focused on studying. Shen Yan rarely left the village unless necessary. Shun Dashan bought paper, ink, salt, and meat in the county each month. After the autumn harvest and winter came, a letter was slipped into the books sent by the county officials. "Father, what did Gaoji County say?" Shen Yan asked eagerly, peeking with Shinji Hua to read the letter. "A scholar's petition, not much else." Soon after the provincial exam incident, most of the unsuccessful candidates didn't go home but gathered in Xianzhou City to jointly write a petition. They accused Yuan Xuezheng, the official of Shenzhong Prefecture, of setting unfair questions and grading harshly. They were just students, so they didn't dare write openly. They only described the facts and expressed their dissatisfaction. They were all quite old already. Since so many signed, the law wouldn't punish everyone. "Old Yuan is making things difficult for us old men. Your Majesty, you should take care of him." They cursed him, which felt good. The official documents were sent to the Imperial Censor's office in Beijing, causing a stir during the court session. But Emperor Yongzheng suppressed it. No one knew exactly what happened, but after a few months, Emperor Yongzheng finally issued a royal decree. The eunuch from the Ministry of Rites read the imperial decree on the morning of the winter solstice, atop the city gate of Shenzhong Prefecture. Below the gate, an old man knelt on the ground, trembling in the cold wind. The decree was over 300 characters long, more than the 4 books of the imperial exams. It criticized the students of Shenzhong Prefecture. The words were elegant, but to scholars, it was very harsh. The message was clear. Yuan Xuezheng was not at fault. It was the students' lack of ambition and low standards. From now on, the exam questions in Shenzhong Prefecture would be harder. It felt like the sky was falling. Those who already had titles didn't care, but those who hadn't passed, those young men and students, felt like the sky was falling. The group of older students who submitted the petition dared not stay in Xianzhou City. They hurried away, overwhelmed by scolding. Not only the students of Shenzhong Prefecture were angry, scholars across Daong wrote poems and articles to criticize and protest. Their anger was like snowflakes falling for over 2 weeks in Shenzhong Prefecture. After all, if the prefecture was stirred up, other regions' officials would not stay silent. As for how much harder the exam questions became, historically, the difficulty was ranked as follows. The imperial exam was 10 points, the provincial exam 7, the palace exam 4, the prefectural exam 2, and the county exam 1. Now, the palace exam should be raised to 6 points. Shun Yan quickly read the letter, mostly confused. Dayong's emperor seemed a bit off too. Gao Zhixian, worried that the provincial exam might also change and cause chaos, wrote to inform his son and himself about the situation. The affairs of scholars in Xianzhou City didn't affect ordinary people in Zhe County much. But as winter passed into spring, everything revived. More people planned to meet, get engaged, or marry. However, the people of Zhe County found that all the matchmakers had disappeared, completely gone. They couldn't find a single one. In fact, some had noticed this last year, but the news only spread widely this spring. Such a worry. The matchmakers were sent to the capital for training, and they didn't say a word. Only yesterday did the notice go up. "My son is already 27, and you're still delaying things. Your son is young. He can wait. I'm 57. How many years do I have left?" Lao Lu Shen also worried, saying, "The county magistrate keeps changing his mind. I even said this year I'd find a match for my son, but he's already 19. When will I ever hold my great-grandchild?" Shenyan was truly impressed with Gao Zhixian, thinking it was probably because of himself. "Lao Lu, don't worry. It shouldn't be long now, he comforted nervously. Meanwhile, Go Dan's wife, Nyo Dan's wife, and Chun Xiuxia made new bedding for Shen Yan. The small quilt he used to sleep under was sewn by Aunt Shen Lu when he was a child. Shen Yan had grown a lot taller over the winter. The small quilt now only covers his head, but can't keep his feet warm. Even when he sleeps curled up, the wind still gets in. Since there is a new one, Xingyan chai down the old quilt and made a new nest for Tsong-san, without wasting anything. On a sunny day, the new quilt and wolf den are hung out in the yard to dry. Xingyan suddenly remembers something and leans on the kitchen window to ask, "Dad, did you wet the bed when you were a kid?" No. Really? Yes. Sun doesn't believe it. It can't be. Am I the only one? One day I should ask Grandpa Lao Lu. Grandpa Lao Zhu doesn't know, but Grandpa Lao Lu must know. Sindru Wu is cooking rice and, for some reason, suddenly feels itchy and wants to hit the kid. Probably just a feeling, right? Sigh, you won't be able to take the August provincial exam, Grandpa. Your clan leader knows I watched a play all day and won't let me accompany you for the exam. Xingyan is sitting in the small yard of Grandpa Lao Lu's house. An old man lies on a bamboo bed in front, stroking his beard and sighing sadly. Uncle Dazhuang said that. No, who else? The unfilial son always fights with me. The old man is angry. Shenla Liu can't go, but Xingyan guesses the clan leader will still let Sanda-san accompany the exam. Now he just wants to know about his dad's embarrassing stories, so he asks. Who doesn't wet the bed? Shenla Liu says this. Xingyan touches his chin thoughtfully. Grandpa, did you also wet the bed? Suddenly, a head peeks out from the main room door. It has a double loop hairstyle, with 2 dangling hair rings that sway as she talks. 13-year-old No is still a chubby, lively girl who jumps around all day. She hasn't lost any weight. Shenla Liu pulls down a few beard hairs and says, Stinky girl, you don't look like a proper girl at all. I don't wet the bed. Grandpa is lying. And I don't smell bad either. No angrily retorts, then looks around the yard and asks, Brother Ian, did the little wolf come? He's still sleeping at home. Huh? He's lazier than me. The reputation is damaged. Song-san, who is reading in the study's small bed, roars in anger. Sindru Wu is working on an article at his desk and can't help but chuckle quietly. Soon, August arrives again. On August 8th, the sky is clear and cloudless. Shinda-san and Tian, father and son, go to the city again. But at this moment in Xianzhou City, thunder suddenly strikes the ground. Good or bad, no one knows. The officials in Kochi Prefecture were overwhelmed by the pleas of the common people, begging them to send the matchmaker back. Sir, I beg you, a villager pleaded, we can't get our great-granddaughter's daughter back. The elders in my family refused to close their eyes in death. Another person begged, Sir, I also ask you, my close friend is pregnant and about to give birth. If I don't get married soon, I won't be able to register my child with the household. I can't afford 100 taels. Such stories made the officials blush with shame. When the matchmaker was brought back, Shunyan's father and son were naturally taken away by the officials. Shunyan had to trouble the shopkeeper in the town to pass a message to the house owner when he went to buy supplies in the city. They planned to leave early. On August 8th, the landlord, who had earned a lot from the upcoming provincial exams, arrived early to wait at the house. Around noon, seeing that the time was right, he opened the gate to greet visitors politely. However, a crowd of students had gathered in front of the house. When they saw him open the door, they rushed onto the steps, crowding around him, calling out loudly like ducks, Is this where the third candidate from last year stayed? Who are you? The provincial exam hasn't started yet, and he hasn't arrived? Do you know when he will come? The house owner was pulled and pushed by the crowd, with several people asking questions at once. He didn't know which to answer first and shook his head repeatedly, denying, I don't live here, I don't live here. You're mistaken. I really don't live here. But the students wouldn't let him go, questioning, We've heard from the house owner himself that the third candidate stayed here during the provincial and court exams, and he's doing the same this year for the local exams. Are you the house owner? Don't try to deceive us. Hey, don't close the door. The house owner behind the door wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, feeling regret and anxiety. He patted his mouth in frustration. Phew, phew, phew. What a terrible mouth I have. He had foolishly revealed the identity of the next tenant after drinking, which he shouldn't have. He hurried out the back door, turned into an alley to stop people, to prevent Shun Yan and his group from running into the students. The carriage was traveling along the long street. This year, Xianzhou City was much noisier than during last year's exams. Shun Yan lifted the curtain of the carriage window and looked outside, then turned to ask, "Dad, we're almost there. Should I bring food back later? Or do you want to go out to eat?" Shin Jihua was also taking the exam this time, so Shin Yan didn't plan to let his father wander around the streets before the test. "Go out to eat, and while you're at it, visit the bookstore and bring some pens and ink." Shun Yan wanted to spend some time with his son. Little Wolf also needed some fresh air. Shin Jihua thought about the theater they visited last time. He didn't want to leave his son alone outside. The carriage turned from the main street into a smaller side street near the house. At the alley entrance, the anxious house owner saw a familiar figure on the carriage, Shin Dashin, whom he had met during the provincial exams. Hastily rushing over to stop, I pulled back the curtain and whispered urgently, "Young Scholar Shin, I'm sorry. My oversight. You renting here has been noticed by others, and a group of scholars looking for you has gathered in front of the house." I kept apologizing repeatedly, making Shun Yan think that someone had taken over the house or that the previous tenant hadn't left yet. Hearing this, he found it strange and asked, "Why are they looking for me?" The owner continued, "I don't know either, but they are very excited. It's better if you don't go over." I suggested a backup plan. I have another courtyard on the other side of the examination hall. It's not as big as this house, only 2 rooms, but it's closer, less than a mile away. "What do you think, father?" Shin Yan didn't sense any malice from him and didn't mind. He looked at Shinjiwoo. The owner followed his gaze and looked eagerly too. "That sounds good. The new house only has 1 main room, an east wing, a west kitchen, and a small yard. The owner rented it at a lower price, signed the lease, paid the money, and repeatedly apologized, promising to keep quiet this time. Only then did he relax and leave." Moving to the new house took some time, so after dropping off their luggage, the 3 of them and Little Wolf went out to eat. After finishing noodles at a small shop, Shin Dashin went back to pack his things. Shin Yan and his father took Little Wolf to a bookstore. Passing by a theater, faint sounds of drums and strings drifted out. Shin Jiwoo couldn't hear clearly, but Shun Yan could. Shun Yan held Song's hand and walked straight, focused, beside Shin Jiwoo. Even as they walked away, his spiritual awareness secretly watched and listened. The theater still featured the same leading actress singing, "My son resembles his mother, not his father. How can my concubine know which bloodline you 2 carry? My husband, since we are all united, why bother to clarify everything?" Shin Yan was amazed. His face showed no change, but Shun Jiwoo felt something was wrong. Why hadn't his son spoken for so long? Shun Yan was startled. "Huh? Father? What's wrong?" Shin Yan pretended to be calm. Song San in his arms kept turning blue-eyed. "Master, don't choke me." "Sure." Why isn't Yen speaking? Shun Jiwoo wondered. Shun Yan quickly made up an excuse. "Oh, I was listening. He couldn't think of anything right away, so he listened nearby at the tea house, where a group of scholars was discussing loudly. Does anyone have news about the new academic official? Who could know? Probably the order was just issued, and the new official is still on his way to take office. It's too much. Yuan seems to ignore us completely." Shun Yan was surprised. "Father, it seems Scholar Yuan has resigned. How could that be?" The senior official did not mention it, which puzzled Shin Jiwoo. "Let's go inside and listen," Shun Yan suggested. Father and son entered a tea house, found a corner to sit in, and Shun Yan ordered tea while listening carefully. He overheard, "Wow, Yuan Shuezing has resigned." On the morning of August 8th, the news spread from the official office. By the afternoon, it was known throughout Xianzhou City. The scholars in the city had mixed reactions to Yuan Shuezing's sudden resignation. They imagined several reasons for his departure, such as, "You're all wrong. I think it's because last year's provincial exam poem, which satirized the third-year examinee, was published in Zhongnan Academy's new works and widely circulated. Yuan was so angry he resigned. Exactly. Yuan is narrow-minded and reckless. He's not fit to be the head of a county school. Now that he's gone, it's a good thing for us. I heard that this year the third-year examinee plans to take the local exam. We should go thank him. Someone couldn't stand it and retorted, Yuan is a second-rank official, not a fifth rank. How can a high-ranking court official be driven away by a young scholar? Don't talk nonsense. Then what do you think is the reason? Last year, the common examinees petitioned the emperor, but it was useless. The emperor protected him, so it must be a matter of the imperial will. Why did he suddenly resign? I don't know the reason. The local exam is coming up, and we don't even know who the new official is. We're not familiar with his style or preferences. Why bother guessing? Another argued, no. If Yuan was narrow-minded, how could he appoint Xin Yan as the head? Maybe it's because of that poem, especially the last line. What was it again? I remember, willing to be a traveler of the blue waves, a person in the painting of mountains and rivers. Yes. Maybe he's thinking of resigning to travel and explore the mountains and rivers. Yet another said, I think Yuan was stuck in Shenzhou Prefecture, feeling unfulfilled and disheartened, so he resigned. That makes sense. Sigh. Yuan doesn't like hearing these things. We used to be afraid to say them. After 15 years in office, passing the imperial exams 5 times, always just missing the top spot. What a pity. People whispered about the county magistrate of Juha County, but one said, I think Yuan's situation is even worse. He always held on to hope of returning to the capital, but every time the exams ended, he was met with disappointment. The secret faction. It seems the rumors are true. Zhongnan Academy's books really contain the secrets to passing the local exams. What a shame. Yuan is too unreasonable. He should have resigned after the exams, not before. It cost me half a year of studying that book. Who will compensate for this wasted time? Why doesn't the emperor punish him? I have never offended him before, so why is he treating me so badly? That Shun Yan is also the same. Why did he write such a poem? Yuan Shuezing resigned from his official position, and this group of scholars also started speaking freely, things they never dared to say before, now finally said with no restraint. Shun Yan was speechless. Yuan Shuezing resigned freely. It was his choice, and it had nothing to do with others. Shun Jigua wanted to ask, but it wasn't a good time to discuss it. The father and son left the tea house. Back at their home. What poem did Yan write? After the imperial exam, all the passing candidates' answers were copied and posted along with the list of successful candidates. When Shun Jigua went to see the list earlier, he was eager to share the good news with his son and didn't look at the answers. Shun Yan recited that poor poem to his father. Father, I also don't know what the head of Zhongnan Academy is really up to. Yuan Shuezing resigned at this time, which was quite suspicious. Shun Yan guessed that those clever scholars, while criticizing Yuan Shuezing, might also be criticizing him. Shun Jigua comforted him. Don't worry too much, Yan. It's normal not to guess what the examiner's like. Even if many try to cheat and fail, no one forces them to do so. Yes, I understand, father. Shun Yan didn't think he was responsible for those who tried to cheat. They deserved it. He just had a feeling he was being used, maybe by that strange head of Zhongnan Academy, or that odd old man Yuan. But he personally believed that, no matter what Yuan Shuezing thought, since he resigned, all the past conflicts, whether offending or being accepted, were now over. Probably. In the following days, the father and son focused on preparing for the exams, with Shun Dashan taking good care of them, free from interference. The noisy city outside was kept at bay. On August 1st, Yuan Shuezing's hurried resignation letter finally reached Emperor Yang's court. On August 2nd, the new candidate for the government position was confirmed and the transfer order was issued, with the journey beginning immediately. On August 7th, Yuan Shuezing received Emperor Yang's approval to resign and left the official office without revealing his destination. By August 15th, the new official arrived at the provincial government office in Xianzhou City. Finally, I've been waiting for you, Your Excellency. It's been a long journey. My colleagues and I have prepared some light drinks. Would you care to join us? Before he finished speaking, the new official cut him off sharply. I am serving His Majesty, so I don't find it tiring. With a firm voice, he turned away from the welcoming group, heading straight into the flower hall to sit with his eyes closed. The officials behind him were left speechless.
Well,
A petty man, an old-fashioned type. A group of people entered the flower hall and stood silently. Zhang Xueguan couldn't hold back and stepped forward to break the silence. Looking at the tired, weary face of the old man, who still sat upright with a serious expression, he carefully asked for instructions. Master Fong, the provincial exam begins tomorrow. Have you looked at the questions? The old man closed his eyes and spoke with authority. The exam questions have already been prepared by the officials. It's not your concern. Everything else remains the same. You must organize everything carefully and accurately. No mistakes allowed. Everyone move out. Yes, yes. Zhang Xueguan responded with the others and turned to leave, hands tucked into his sleeves, muttering softly, "Is it always this strict?" Suddenly, he felt a bit nostalgic for the previous official. After his subordinates had gone, Master Fong took a long time to open his eyes again. His cloudy old eyes showed a few blood vessels. He had been traveling for days, working on the exam questions on the road, exhausted. On August 16th, exam candidates were searched before entering the exam hall. The provincial exam was set and graded by the supervising officials. It lasted 3 days per session, with 9 days of exams in total. Candidates answered anonymously, and their papers were copied by designated scribes. The Dayong provincial exam was much stricter than the palace exams. The exam tents were covered with curtains to block outside view, and inside there was a respectful container for waste. Candidates were provided with 3 meals a day, water, candles, and thin blankets. For 9 days and 8 nights, they ate, drank, and used the restroom inside the tents, with no outside contact. They could not speak or communicate unless a session ended. Out of thousands of examinees, only about 30 passed. The first day was just for entering and thorough searches. Even arriving early was just waiting. Shen Yan and Shin Ji weren't in a rush to be among the first. After a nap in the afternoon, when the sun was less fierce, the two prepared to leave with their exam baskets. Song San's front paw clung to Shen Yan's leg, refusing to let go, and he nudged him affectionately. "Master, I'll wait for you to come back." I know, Shen Yan replied, lowering his exam basket and lifting Little Wolf high, shaking him playfully. "Let's go." He patted Little Wolf's head, then picked up his exam basket and left. Song San watched their figures grow smaller in his mind, then disappeared completely after they turned the corner. He returned to the main house, jumped onto the bed, bit open the quilt, and curled up inside, closing his eyes. Shen Dashan cut a piece of meat and looked around for the wolf but couldn't find him. He went into the main house, saw the quilt puffed up with a small lump, shook his head with a smile, and placed the meat on the bed. They headed toward the exam hall. "Father, let me go ahead of you later," Shen Yan said, worried about his father being behind him. "If he goes in first, what if someone secretly slips a note into his exam basket or tries to target him? Better to be cautious." "Okay," Shen Jiu agreed. As long as his son didn't go to the theater, he was used to following his son's arrangements. Outside the exam hall, a group of guards stood watch, separating the candidates from their family and friends. Shen Yan and his father walked side by side, feeling as if they were floating on clouds. Haha, now I can finally take the exam with my father. They were at the end of the line, with more than 10 people ahead. The line slowly moved forward, and Shen Yan looked back out of boredom as more people arrived behind them. In the distance, an elderly couple and a woman with a young child surrounded by 2 scholars, showing concern. Shen Yan's gaze moved across their faces, then he turned away, no longer looking. Something feels strange. The voices of the people reached his ears. "Husband Onling, even though it's still hot during the day, you shouldn't be greedy for coolness at night. Make sure to cover your stomach well with the quilt." "Got it. Yaonyang Xiao Xian, and I will stay at the exam hall for 9 days. The inn is crowded and full of trouble. You and Mauer should go home with Uncle and Auntie. We'll come back after the exam. Okay, Mauer and I will wait at home for you." Mauer, stop swatting at the mosquitoes. "I bought a tent and—" "Hey, Xiansheng, wait for me, in Mao's room. Don't forget to hang it up. The one called Xiansheng stepped behind Xinyan, and after giving instructions to Yao Nyang, he came over. Xiansheng, why didn't you wait for me? What? If I don't leave now, how long will you want to chat? Just skip the exam altogether. How can that work? Even stranger. Shun Yan moved a little closer to his father. Ah Yan. Shun Jigua didn't turn around. It's nothing, Dad, Shun Yan whispered. Shun Jigua first entered the search tent, checked names and origins aloud. Someone behind suddenly said, Shun Shang? The young third-year student from over 10 years ago? Still hasn't passed? Just SOSO. Shun Yan clenched his teeth, wanting to punch him. Next, it was his turn. Like the provincial exam, in the search tent, over 10 scholars stood, an unfamiliar old man sitting in the middle. After Shun Yan reported his origin and name, Scholar Zhang found a portrait and opened it in front of the old man, showing several official seals on it. The other scholars split into two groups, one rummaging through the exam baskets, the other checking clothes. Shun Yan saw his cloth socks, which were turned over by one hand and passed to another.
Ah.
Is this how strict the provincial exam search is? The cloth socks turned around once, and finally the old man nodded. Shun Yan quickly dressed, carried his exam basket, held his cloth socks, and followed the officials to find the exam hall. Maybe not wearing socks is also okay? County office. Sir, the 50 or so households registered earlier, our matchmaker arranged for them first. Now all the engagements are settled, the steward reported. Gao Zhixian sat behind his desk, supporting his forehead, closing his eyes and massaging his temples. The steward glanced at the large dark circles under his eyes and asked with concern, Did you not sleep all night again, sir? It's better to rest early today. The Shun father and son are taking the exam. How can I sleep peacefully? I also wonder how well Jigua has been studying all these years. You asked if he might succeed this time. The steward, who has been with Governor Gao for many years, responded directly, Isn't the master not expecting much? Governor Gao remained silent, slightly raised his hand, and opened his eyes wide. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a look of complaint and sadness. The steward trembled, trying not to laugh, and quickly apologized. Please don't be angry, sir. He then patted his mouth a few times. Governor Gao sighed and said, Well, I don't expect much, but if heaven finally shows some mercy to me this time. By the way, have there been any updates from the officers sent to the city? Yes, they reported earlier that the Shun family father and son live not far from the examination hall. They've been watching nearby, but haven't seen anyone suspicious approach. Governor Gao looked worried. I don't know who might want to harm Xiao Yanqing. If we don't find out, I won't feel at ease. Keep a close eye on that matchmaker. If she contacts anyone suspicious, arrest them immediately. Yes, sir. After giving the order, Governor Gao closed his eyes again and asked, What time is it? Please wait a moment, sir. The courtyard had a sundial. The steward went to check, then quickly returned to report. Just after the hour of you. The main gate of the examination hall should be closed. Sir, before he finished speaking, Governor Gao suddenly stood up, left his desk quickly, and strode to the corner of the room. He suddenly pushed open a hidden compartment, revealing a familiar shrine. He clasped his hands together, bowed his head, and kept praying, May the god of literature protect me. I don't seek fame, but if one student from the Nine Rivers County can succeed, I will be satisfied. The master is truly pitiful. The steward silently sighed with sympathy, stepping forward to pay his respects as well. As he approached, he overheard Governor Gao muttering softly, The divine power of the deity is boundless. If another student succeeds in 3 years, I think that's not impossible. The steward quietly retreated. But Governor Gao didn't let him go. He turned his shining eyes and said, Come, join us. More people make the prayer more sincere. The steward, subdued by the official's authority, was forced to bow and offer a paper prayer. Yes, inside the shrine, there was no statue, no sacred object, no tablet, only a piece of white paper with 4 large black characters written on it, God of Literature. Before nightfall, the examination hall served food. 2 familiar large steamed buns, and a bowl of hot water. Could it really be 9 days of fasting? Shunyan was quietly worried. He lifted the curtain in front of the shelter and again cautioned, Gugu, drink the hot water quickly, don't wait until it cools, and cover yourself at night. I know you do the same, Gugu's father replied. Since the exam hadn't started yet, occasional conversations from nearby tents were normal. The seats were assigned randomly, and the father and son weren't far apart. Opposite Shun Yan sat with Enlang, and next to Enlang was Shun Jihua. Tomorrow is the official exam day. Shun Yan finishes eating his steamed bun and leans back on the table. The exam tent is too small. He stretches his legs up against the wall. It's not very comfortable, and he worries, how will Dad's long legs fit? As evening falls, it gets dark. The hot days of summer are ending, and the weather begins to cool. During the day, it's still hot and dry, but at night, a breeze blows in from outside the curtains, bringing a slight chill. Shunyan is quite hot and only covers himself with a thin blanket. The blanket hasn't been changed or washed for many years and is covered with a thick layer of mold. Shunyan lifts a corner of the blanket and sniffs it curiously. Sure enough, it smells terrible. He drops the corner and rubs his hands together, feeling his father's condition. He's not cold, so he relaxes. Lying sideways in the exam tent, he crosses his legs in the dark, twirling a paperweight in his hand, occasionally tossing it up and down to pass the time. Bored, he suddenly hears a soft knock on the wall. The thin wall doesn't block sound, and he hears someone from the next room softly say, Brother, it's still early. The night isn't deep yet. Why don't we chat for a bit? No way. Shun Yan ignores him. The person next door keeps muttering for a long time, talking about everything from their name, hometown, and family background to childhood stories about catching birds, until he hears a thump, thump sound, as if something has fallen repeatedly. The person becomes more excited and speaks even more quickly. Shun Yan can't stand it anymore and turns to the other side.
Damn.
What's wrong with him? Why does he keep meeting strange people? The neighbor keeps saying, Brother, you're leaving. What a pity, what a pity. The knocking stops, and after a few sighs, everything quiets down. As night deepens, the sounds of conversations in the exam yard become faint and eventually fade away. The surrounding walls are lit by torches, but they can't fully illuminate the large exam yard. Under the firelight, the guards stand diligently at their posts. In the dim alleyways, a dozen black-spotted mosquitoes fly around, stopping and hovering until they gather outside the same exam tent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After exchanging glances, they all suddenly fly into the tent. Wow, smells good. The next morning, past the hour of dawn, Shunyan opens his eyes, gets up, and puts the table back in place, stretching his stiff legs. Soon, a large steamed bun and hot water are brought to him. This time, it's a big bowl of water. He drinks carefully, barely managing to wipe his face clean. After finishing, he places the bowl outside the tent, where the guards come to collect it. The candidates wake up one after another, and the sounds of the exam yard continue without pause. Inside the proctor's tent, Fang Xuezheng sits steadily, with a thick stack of exam papers on his desk. Two elderly officials with dark eyes stare closely, blinking occasionally. More than 10 exam officials stand far away, leaning against the wall silently, supporting each other as they doze off. Zhang Xueguan presses his shoulders together, leaning back against the wall, rubbing his arms which are trembling. Feeling overwhelmed, I close my eyes and only dare to complain in my heart. Why did His Majesty send such a strict old man? Last night, under everyone's watch, they copied exam questions all night, over 1,000 copies. And this was just the first round. The next 2 rounds, the old man refused to reveal the questions early. They had to finish copying, check each other's work multiple times, and the old man would randomly check, marking errors for recopying. Now that the questions are known, they can't leave the exam room, as has always been the rule. In the past, when Yuan Xuezheng was in charge, they didn't copy overnight. They entered the exam hall on the 15th day of the 8th month, copied the questions, sealed them, and supervised each other, without going home. Now the old man is sitting, and we are standing. We haven't yet figured out the new official's temper. He doesn't allow us to sit, so we stand. After finishing the copying at dawn, we've been standing until now. Zhang Xueguan couldn't take it anymore. He quietly squatted against the wall and moved to a stool. Seeing him sit, others immediately sat down as well. A few pairs of small black eyes secretly looked at the old man and the official, who kept his eyes on the exam papers without lifting his head, and they relaxed a little. In the 30th year of Jiyuan, on August 17th, the first round of the provincial exam officially began. At the end of dawn, a bell rang, distributing the exam papers, answer sheets, writing materials, and a single candle. At the start of the early morning, 2 bells sounded, and the candidates began answering. The first round only tested the 5 classics with short essays, the easiest of the 3 rounds, but they only had 2 days and 1 night to finish. They couldn't submit early. All papers would be collected together at the end of the next day at the hour of the rooster. They could choose one of the 10 questions from the classics, with 10 questions underneath. When the papers were handed out, all the candidates in the exam hall held their breath. Yuan Xuezheng had been in charge of Shenzhen Prefecture for 15 years. Even if he wanted to hide his preferences, the students and teachers under him kept pondering every day. Moreover, no matter how much a person tries to hide their preferences, they inevitably leak out during question setting and grading. The students of Shenzhen Prefecture might curse him in their hearts, but after 15 years, they were used to his eccentric style. But this exam paper, all the students stared at it without moving for a long time. Who could understand? These questions are just too perfect. The style of a strict scholar. The sun rises, and the heat rises with it. The exam tense curtain filters the light, fluttering in the breeze. Shunyan first drafts on rough paper, then copies each question onto the answer sheets. He still chooses the Shongshu, Book of Documents. The first question reads, Respect and Punishment, the Great Ming's Way. It is adapted from Kong Gao. The answer must be within 300 words. Shunyan picks up his brush and answers, Respectfully, I acknowledge that the Holy Dynasty enforces strict punishments to stabilize the realm and careful laws to bring peace to the people. Great Yong is admirable, His Majesty is wise, virtuous, and cautious with punishments, and the people are obedient and happy. The 10 short essays all follow this tone. Today, I plan to finish answering all 6 questions, so I won't be busy tomorrow. After eating a large steamed bun for dinner, I took down the candle from the shelf. The guard came to light the candle. The 3-inch-long candle was fixed to the table with wax. Once it burned out, I wouldn't light it again. During the day, I finished 5 questions, so I could only work at night by candlelight. By the time I finished, it was past midnight. Shunyan packed up his exam papers, blew out the candle, and set down the table. During the exam, no talking was allowed. Tonight, the neighbor didn't bother to chat or make noise. He answered, I humbly believe that the wise government brings peace and stability, selecting virtuous and capable officials. Because the ruler is wise and the ministers are virtuous. On the last day of the first round, at the start of the hour of you, after finishing the last character, Shunyan put down his brush and sighed in relief. Finally, he finished before dark. He checked his work, waited for the ink to dry, then packed up his papers. Today, he had to wait until the papers were collected before eating. After 6 large buns, just thinking about them made him feel overwhelmed. At the end of the hour of you, the 3 bells rang, and the exam papers were collected along with the meal. After holding back for a day and night, the examinees started whispering again. Shunyan confirmed his father was well and chewed his bun quietly.
But then...
Brother, the neighbor was causing trouble again. Shunyan was annoyed. Calling me won't help. Drink hot water instead, he warned sincerely. The neighbor suddenly fell silent, as if he lost his voice. After a long pause, he awkwardly replied, Thank you. Thank you, brother. The second exam was a comprehensive essay on the 4 books, limited to 500 words. There were 8 questions, and it took 3 days and 2 nights with 2 candles. One question was, to govern the country, one must first regulate the family as the former kings did. From The Great Learning. Shunyan answered, The previous dynasty was a mess, unable to manage descendants well. But the Great Young was good, with wise emperors respecting virtuous officials and caring for the people. Future generations will remember their kindness and gratitude. The new academic style was very different, so Shunyan had to think hard and repeatedly praise it. By the last exam, he finally got to 2 math questions to relax a bit. The math was normal difficulty. Shunyan shook his head, trying to shake off his righteous energy, then started solving the problems. The 3rd exam included various questions: math, poetry, 7 official documents, and 5 essays on current affairs. Shunyan put down his brush and took a deep breath. After breathing out, he quickly closed his mouth, afraid to breathe in again. The weather had been sunny for days. The water bucket was changed every 3 days, so the air in the exam hall was very dirty. Thinking about how he would have to suffer again in future exams, Shunyan's determination to build a strong foundation and fast for spiritual clarity reached its peak. At the start of the hour of view, 6 bells rang. After collecting the papers, Shunyan burst out of the tent like a bird out of a cage. "Father? How is it?" "Nothing wrong." "How about you, Ayen?" "Doing well, just stinky." Shunyan and his father carried their exam baskets and headed through the smelly crowd outside the exam hall. A voice came from behind. "Sai, I think I didn't pass this time. I prepared a medicine pouch in my exam basket, but I couldn't find it when I needed it. Night after night, mosquitoes bite me. Look, my face has swollen a lot. If you didn't pass, then you didn't. Stop making excuses." "You." "Never mind." Shunyan was no longer interested in being curious. After 3 consecutive exams, he was exhausted. In the small house, Shundashan checked the time and was heating up food in the kitchen. Occasionally, he looked out the window toward the yard. Suddenly, he saw a little wolf jump out of the yard. He was surprised. How come Xiaoyan's dog is so big and fierce? Grandpa Sun's medicine pouch really works. Not a single mosquito in sight. Dad, I don't want to eat steamed buns for at least a month. What about going to the restaurant tomorrow? Let's go the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I want to rest. Okay. Turning into a small alley, Shunyan still wanted to complain, but he caught sight of the little wolf running wildly toward him, paws flapping. "Master," the little wolf grinned, sticking out its tongue, looking unusually like a dog, and started jumping excitedly, bouncing into Shunyan's arms, its icy blue eyes moist. Shunyan was tickled by the fluffy fur and helplessly thought, "I'm all stinky now. Can't you smell it?" "No." "Ugh. Master, you smell terrible, Shunyan." He was touched for nothing. "You jumped yourself, so don't blame me." He held the wolf and headed back to the house. The little wolf struggled all the way, but to no avail. After the father and son returned home, they took baths, ate, and rested. Nothing more to say. The students finished their exams and could rest if they wanted, but the examiners still had to work for many days. Feng Shuezheng was grading papers in the center of the exam tent. The officials gathered around, exhausted. They had pushed their benches, chairs, and tables together. Zhang Xueguan sat on the ground with his legs stretched out, his waist resting on a stool. He tilted his head to look at the senior official, who held up a test paper and squinted to read it. Since the exams finished on August 24th, it was now September 1st. He was sleeping only 2 hours a day, from morning to night, reading each word slowly. Out of 1,000 papers, only a small pile remained ungraded. After copying all the answers, the old official refused to let them go home and insisted they stay to supervise him. Supervise what? Zhang Xueguan exaggeratedly yawned, trying to get the attention of Feng Shuezheng and perhaps get a better deal. Suddenly, the old man, reading intently, leaned back and fell over, covering his face with the test paper, knocking over the chair. Zhang Xueguan tumbled off his stool, clutching his hip, and got up while helping him and shouting to his colleagues, "Hurry, don't sleep anymore. Master Feng has fainted." "What are you making noise for?" "I'm about to faint."
Huh.
Master. Oh no. My back is hurting." Bang. Silence. He falls to the ground. The exam hall instantly becomes chaotic. In the imperial capital, Yongjing City, at the Wenqing Palace. Your Majesty, it's late at night. Please take care of yourself and rest early. The eunuch offers hot tea and advises. Young Emperor continues to read the memorials without responding. The eunuch understands and quietly steps aside, saying nothing. After a long while, he sighs. Fuin, am I really getting old? The young emperor places his red brush on the imperial desk, his gaze unfocused, voice filled with anger as he speaks. All the officials and generals are urging me, especially those military men. There's no longer the same spirit as during the founding of the dynasty, when we fought bravely and defeated enemies easily. The eunuch knows the emperor has held back for too long and needs to vent. He stands quietly, as if hearing nothing, and quickly forgets what he heard. I know they're trying to push Yuan Qing out, but... Sigh. Autumn breeze is refreshing. Osmanthus flowers are in bloom, filling the city with fragrance. However, the city's imperial exam results have not been announced yet, and all the scholars are anxiously waiting. People say the results are usually announced on September 3rd. Why is it different this year? Uncle, go check again. Shin Dashin has gone 3 days in a row, but there's no news from the education office. Shun Yin pulls back someone who wants to go out again and advises, Uncle Dashin, it's not certain you'll pass. Even Dad isn't sure. Don't go again. Rest a bit. I have a feeling I'll pass. No doubt about it. Shun Dashin pats Shun Yan's hand, signals him to let go, and heads toward the courtyard gate, excited. Shun Yan helplessly rubs his forehead. As soon as Dashin sees the list, he seems to change completely. Recalling a rumor he heard at noon, Shun Yan shares his guess to prevent others from wasting time. At noon, I overheard someone say that the education office called in a doctor. Maybe the official is sick. Why didn't I hear that? Shin Dashin looks puzzled. I have sharp ears, you know. Shun Yan truthfully replies. September 6th, year 30 of Jeyuan. Believing Shun Yan's words, Shin Dashin does not go to check the results again. Shen Jiwu seems to have realized his shortcomings through a provincial exam, took a short break, then picked up his books again. Shun Yan is playing with Song San in the yard. Although he only left the exam hall for 9 days since Xiaolang was born, he has never been apart for so long. Recently, Xiaolang has become even more clingy. Master, throw it quickly. Dio. As soon as the paper ball is released, Song Sen leaps out and bites it, then brings it back to Shin Yan. The 4 little wolves' paws warm up on the ground, and they lift their heads proudly, their round wolf eyes fixed on Shun Yan's hand, waiting to catch the paper ball again. He raised a paper ball, ready to throw it, but suddenly, his hearing was sharp. Shun Yan perked up his ears and heard faintly from afar. Good news! Congratulations! The results are out. He released his spiritual awareness and hurried toward the academic office. On the notice board, Shen Shang's name was clearly visible. Dad, he threw away the paper ball and quickly ran out with the little wolf, shouting, You passed. The confused blue dog hung in midair, with its back paws drooping, its gaze meeting Shen Dashin's excited eyes. Master, please turn me around quickly. Shen Yan could no longer hear him clearly. He rushed into the main house, placed the little wolf on the table, and pressed down on Shun Jiwu's hand holding a book, urgently saying, Dad, I heard you passed. Really? Ian heard it himself. Shun Jiwu wasn't doubting, just surprised, since the exam in the countryside wasn't as smooth as the one in the capital. Really? Shun Yan nodded loudly in response, but when asked again, he couldn't answer. He forgot to check if he himself had passed. Did he make it? Just then, his attention was diverted by the good news. Cheers of celebration grew louder, coming from the small alley. Good news! Congratulations, Shen Shang, Lord Shen of Shunjiang Prefecture, Xianzhou, Juhe County, passed the exam, ranked 28th on the provincial list. Next year, he will be listed in the capital. Good news! Congratulations! The cheers grew closer and clearer, one after another. Dad, listen. Before Shen Jiwu could respond, another voice came from the other end of the alley, loudly congratulating. Good news! Congratulations, Shun Yan of Shunjiang Prefecture, Xianzhou, Juhe County, passed the exam, ranked 29th on the provincial list. Next year, he will be listed in the capital. Good news! Congratulations. Shun Jiwoo finally relaxed and smiled. Ian passed. The joy of the good news felt even more real than the official list. Shun Yen was immersed in happiness, his heart surging like waves in the wind, each wave stronger than the last. He grabbed the little wolf's tail to steady himself, happily repeating, "Dad, I also passed." The blue dog still didn't quite understand, but when it heard, "passed," it knew what to do. Master, impressive. You're right to praise. Shun Dashin was standing outside the side room, hearing several rounds of congratulations, but the people being congratulated were different each time. He froze in place, dazed, asking himself, did they all pass? All of them. His premonition was confirmed, but he felt dazed and couldn't believe it. Their Shin family village now had 2 successful candidates? Two? Is this a dream? Could it be? Shin Dashin wanted to listen again to confirm, but suddenly the cheers stopped for some reason, and there was the sound of an argument outside the door. I got here first. I clearly drew a circle on the record book as a mark, but you are blind. You didn't see such a big circle? The official pushed and hurried people along. There's no circle. I was the first to grab it. I have the mark. The other officials stood steady. On the day of the announcement, during the celebration, officials loudly announced the results beside the list. They called names from the back to the front, repeating 3 times in a cycle. People nearby, who succeeded, often threw money to celebrate. At the tea house nearby, successful candidates were happy, throwing coins out the window, and people below reached out to catch the coins, sharing in the joy. It was a lively scene. The difference between a scholar and a successful candidate was clear. Besides the official announcing the results, officials also visited homes to share the good news. If the address was recorded, the owners of inns or houses hosting candidates would report to the officials. When officials came to deliver the news, if no one was home, they wouldn't leave. As long as relatives and neighbors heard the news, the candidate's family would receive congratulatory money when they returned. The provincial exam was held once every 3 years. Fewer than 30 candidates succeeded, mostly monks or commoners, and the celebration depended on grabbing the money. Officials A and B couldn't compete with others and only managed to get the last names on the list. If they weren't top scholars, there wouldn't be much money, and if others shared it, it would be even less. The 2 argued endlessly, each refusing to give in. Other residents in the alley heard the celebration and peeked out to see what was happening. Seeing the 2 officials stop, they gathered around out of curiosity. When official B pushed official A and retaliated, it looked like they were about to fight. Suddenly, the front gate opened. 2 gentlemen? Shun Dashin poked his head out to look. Since everyone was outside, fighting further was pointless. The 2 officials immediately stopped. They turned around, cupped their hands, and lowered their heads, loudly shouting, "Congratulations to Mr. Shun. Congratulations on ranking 28th/29th on the list. Next year." Something was wrong. The 2 paused, their voices fading. Official A accidentally bumped his arm and turned to scold, "You fool, it's 28th. Official B didn't move. "It's your mistake, 29th. I won't be wrong. Don't ruin me. If the successful candidate's family gets upset, I won't get any congratulatory money, and I'll beat you. It's 29th. They argued softly, still thinking about the money. They hadn't realized something was off. As they argued, doubt grew. Could it really be my mistake? The 2 officials looked at each other and exchanged signals with their eyes. Maybe. We should go back and check again? Just then, 2 more heads appeared at the door. Shen Yan and Song Sin watched curiously. Shen Yan suddenly said, "That's right. 29th is me, and 28th is my father." As Shen Yan spoke, the onlookers nearby exclaimed, "What does that mean?" 2 from the same family. I knew something was off. Their hometowns match, and they both have the surname Shen. Turns out they are father and son. Interesting. I've never heard of such a thing. This young scholar doesn't look very old, probably around 15 or 16. To become a scholar at such a young age is impressive. Juha County. Amidst the chatter, Deshan Shin fully opened the courtyard gate, revealing a father and son, one tall, one small. The officials, Yaba and Yujio, First heard Xin Yan's words and the surrounding gossip, then saw the people and finally reacted. Yaba turned to Xin Jiwu and said, Master Xin? Yiju looked at Shun Yan and said, Young Master Xin, the official report book was in use at the examination office. They hurried to announce the good news, rushing over without paying attention to other examinees. Seeing the father and son nodding in agreement, they realized they hadn't mistaken the rankings and finally relaxed. Yaba responded quickly, bowing to Xin Jiwu and Shan Yan in turn, and smiled apologetically. Please don't mind, two talented gentlemen. Before Shenzhen Prefecture, we haven't had such happy news. You two are truly talented, and next year you will surely be on the list together. After saying this, he nudged Yejio's arm. Yejio managed to say, Congratulations to both Shun fathers for passing. The father and son thanked them. Xin Jiwu invited them into the courtyard to sit, while Xin Deshan went to pour water. The onlookers dispersed, muttering, Go, 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 hurry back to get eggs. Hurry up, don't miss out. Hey, old man, your hands are big. Maybe you'll jump up and grab a few coins later. Our 7 grandchildren, at least 1 coin each, right? Xinyan paused as he was about to close the courtyard gate. Coins? While wondering, he heard a distant, excited shout. Got it, got it. Hurry, tell the officials. Both of them passed. Xinyan shook his head and didn't pay attention, instead searching through his belongings in the main room. Soon, he pulled out a cloth bag filled with coins and carried it into the courtyard. The coins jingled loudly inside the cloth, making Ba and Yejio feel cold inside.
Ah, coins. Sigh.
Well, I guess so. Father, here you go, Shunyan said, reaching into the cloth bag and handing some coins to Shinjiwu. The two officials didn't see clearly and felt a cold chill.
What?
A handful of coins?
Sigh.
Shinjiwu took the coins without much thought and handed them out. Thank you both for sharing the good news about my father and me. A little token of appreciation. Please don't dislike it. Yaba and Yejio felt they couldn't refuse, even if they were a bit uncomfortable, and politely accepted with stiff smiles. But when they took the coins, something fell off. The texture was strange. There were edges and corners. Shuang couldn't help but open her hands.
Wow.
Shiny silver ingots. Silver ingots. 2 ounces. I haven't admired them enough. In her palm, 1 small silver ingot turned into 2. Officer Ba rubbed his eyes, thinking it was a double image. He opened his eyes again and saw 2. This time, Officer Jio reacted faster, quickly putting 1 silver ingot into his pocket while thinking, Thank you, 2 gentlemen. Officer Ba followed, saying, You're welcome, sir. You two are busy, so I won't bother you further. Saying goodbye, he left through the courtyard gate. Officer Ba grinned widely and took out another silver ingot from his pocket. He whispered to Officer Jio, These 2 sons are quite interesting. They didn't even prepare a purse but just gave us directly. For ounces, this trip was worth it. More than worth it, it's really a great deal. Oh, my precious little silver ingot. Father, when you pass the imperial exam, how about I give gold as a gift to celebrate? Good, I'll work hard. Shin, the playful boy who loved to spend money, hadn't finished celebrating when a group gathered outside the courtyard. At the front was an elderly woman standing outside the gate, knocking on the frame and shouting into the courtyard, Old lady here to congratulate the 2 gentlemen. Here she comes. Shunyan grabbed his father's sleeve and pulled him out. Outside the gate, there were baskets of eggs. Shunyan reached into his cloth bag, planning to give a few to each person, but neighbors quickly stopped him. The elderly woman explained, Young master, since you're young, I'll tell you. The lucky money has to be grabbed. Just stand on the steps and toss it down. Whoever grabs the most will share the most good luck. Yes, just toss it. Shunyan looked at his father, who nodded. Is that so? Shunyan blinked, grabbed a handful of copper coins, and threw them forward. Everyone scrambled to catch.
Huh.
The coins scattered and landed precisely in the raised, open hands of the crowd. When they closed their palms and looked inside, everyone was surprised. Oh no, this isn't fun anymore. Shunyan grinned mischievously. He handed the cloth bag back to his father and encouraged him. Dad, you try now. Shinjihua grabbed a handful and threw it down. The neighbors scrambled excitedly. An old man jumped up, grabbing several coins with his big hand, causing everyone to complain happily. One handful after another. Once all the coins were thrown, the neighbors thanked and left. So many eggs, Uncle Dashin. How about we eat eggs for lunch? Shen Yan suggested, lifting 3 baskets of eggs. Okay, Uncle will think about how many dishes to cook. Simple ones like scrambled eggs or egg custard. Shen Yan was still thinking when more people arrived. Congratulations, Mr. Shin, little Mr. Shin. Sorry to bother you, just here to celebrate, ha. It was the homeowner who now carried a full gift box and also held a bunch of gifts in front of his chest. Shin Jihua invited people inside, and the homeowner placed the gifts in the yard, wiping his sweat. After accepting the water handed by Shin Yan, I repeatedly thanked him, swallowed it in one gulp, and couldn't help but smile widely. Shin Yan and his son had other plans in the city and discussed extending their stay with the homeowner. The homeowner waved his hand. I don't know what good luck has come our way. This house is blessed with your scholarly aura, and I don't know how much it has increased in value. Just stay as long as you like. After some back and forth, they signed a new agreement, but the homeowner still asked Demo about to leave. After sending away 3 groups of people, the father and son finally stepped into the yard, only to have more visitors arrive again. It was exhausting. More than 20 scholars arrived. All of them are talented students. Before entering the house, they all bowed deeply. Sorry for the trouble. We came following the good news, eager to visit. Now we've finally found your residence. Inside, the house had no main hall, but the group didn't mind. There weren't enough chairs, so they sat on the steps under the eaves. A thin scholar thanked for the tea and spoke first. It's a bit embarrassing, but I used to think that the young master's success in passing the middle and small exams was just a coincidence, matching the wishes of the previous official. But I didn't expect the examiner to change at the last minute. You, at just 13, still became a recommended candidate. That shows I was too shallow. Shen Yan chuckled and said, It was what you said. I heard rumors about it. Everyone laughed. The thin scholar apologized again, and then complained, I don't know why Lord Yuan resigned. Someone earlier insisted on claiming that it was because of you, saying you drove him away. Today, I invited them to visit, but none dared to respond. Shin Jihuang heard this and said, Please pass the message. If there are any similar words again, my father and I will go to clarify. The others agreed. Don't worry, Mr. Shin. They won't dare. If they do, we will oppose them too. Those petty people are talking nonsense. They're just using the young master to belittle others. Lord Yuan really doesn't care much for students' interests. His temper is strange, but he grades fairly. His talent is outstanding, and he wouldn't dismiss someone without reason. Otherwise, how could they all pass the recommended exams? Exactly. Someone who can pass the recommended exams, but not the imperial exam, must keep studying. It's strange how the examiners judge. Lord Yuan has had bad luck lately. His behavior has become more reckless. He probably planned to resign long ago. Shen Yan remained silent. These scholars spoke highly of Lord Yuan. The group of students who wanted to find him before the provincial exam probably weren't the same people now. Maybe some maliciously accused him of driving the official away, or others tried to take advantage of the situation. Now that he became a recommended candidate, these people dared not come again. The conversation about Lord Yuan paused, and a curious scholar asked Shen Yan, Young master, are you a disciple of Shin Junren? Shen Yan proudly replied, Yes, all thanks to my father's teachings. That's why I am where I am today. Many scholars eagerly asked Shin Jihu, Mr. Shin, you also passed the small third-level exam many times. Could you share some of your secrets with us? Passing the small third level was rare, and passing multiple times was even more so. Both father and son achieved this at a young age, which was unique in Shenzhen Prefecture and even in Daeong. There must be some secret to studying. The crowd asked questions, Shin Jihu answered a few times, and noon was approaching. The scholars stood up to say goodbye, and Shin Yan's father and son saw them off. There's no need to see us off so far. We've gained a lot today, and we'll come back another time to ask more questions. Well, since the people haven't left yet, I must visit a few more times. After sending off the 4th group, everyone finally had a quiet breakfast. The egg custard is so tender. Shunyan scooped some rice and mixed it, then served large portions to his father and uncle. Shunyan suggested to Shindashin, Uncle Dashin, my father, and I want to stay a few more days. Why don't you take the eggs back first and share them with the clan leader, the village chief, and Grandpa Lu? There are too many. After the provincial exam, Shindashin wanted to wait for the results before leaving. Now that the results are out, it's not good to keep people here just for cooking. It's too much like being a lord. All right, take your good news back too. Shindashin was still excited. He was the first in Shun's village to know. Maybe he should buy firecrackers for a big celebration this time. Shunyan rented a carriage, and in the afternoon, Shindashin, carrying 3 baskets of eggs and gifts from the host, headed back to Shun's village. In Daeong, examiners were not allowed to contact successful candidates privately. Candidates and Jinsher, advanced scholars, could not call examiners, Swasher, judge. Only newly minted Jinsher could briefly call themselves Tianzi Mensheng, students of the emperor. Unlike the previous dynasty, there were no celebratory banquets after the provincial exams. Shin Jihu and Shunyan stayed in Xianzhou City just to find a place to study further. Shin Jihu knew his own shortcomings and planned to find a teacher to ask for guidance. Father, shall we go to the government school first? Shunyan suggested. Okay. The government school was the top choice for those who ranked last in the exams, and Shin Jihu had no objections. The school only accepted Jiren-recommended scholars, and teachers were all Jinsher. Jinsher students were not allowed in the government school. After each provincial exam, Juha County could recommend 2 Jiren to the school, but those 2 spots had not been used for many years. The next morning, father and son finished their pancakes and prepared to leave. They didn't want to bring the little wolf to the government school, so it was left behind, sulking in the quilt, watching over the house. Master, go early and come back early. Hope everything goes smoothly and we return early. Shunyan was worried they might not return by noon, so he cut a large plate of meat and placed it in front of the bed. As they headed into the busy streets of Xianzhou City, the noise was even louder than before the exams. Last year, the young students entering the city for the court exams were like small stones entering a river, not much splash. But this group of unsuccessful scholars and high-ranking Jiren were different. Some were proud and happy, others drank to forget their worries. The commotion was very loud and attracted a lot of attention. Everywhere you looked, tea houses, taverns, restaurants, you could see their figures. Additionally, there was no money to drink fancy wine. Scholar? So what if he's a scholar? He's not a high-ranking official. What's his flowery poetry worth? Think I care? The madam at the door crossed her arms and scolded angrily. The charming scholar was thrown out by 2 burly men and fell at the feet of Xin Yan and his son. Humph. Ignorant woman, short-sighted. Ha. Doesn't know anything. If I pass the exam someday. The scholar grimaced and rubbed his arm, still talking stubbornly. The father and son exchanged a silent look and stepped aside to go around him. The main street's flower houses were filled with fragrant air, and several handkerchiefs hung in the windows, waving in the wind to attract customers. Shunyan turned his head upward. Dad, don't choke me. After grabbing his neck, Shunyan endured his curiosity with some frustration. Passing by the flower houses, they reached a corner where they encountered a theater. The city was full of temptations, but Shin Jihua didn't have time to think about it. Instead of drums and music, what came from the theater this time was confusion. What's going on? Why are they destroying the theater? They scared someone to death. I was watching the show when these plague-ridden folks rushed on stage and started smashing things. Maybe they offended someone. How could the performers offend anyone? Who knows for sure? Many people gathered both inside and outside the theater, each with their own guesses. Shunyan, uninterested in violence or disputes, shook his head and left. The government school was in the northern part of the city. This year's exams at the government school ended in June. If you too want to enroll, bring a recommendation letter. The administrator was not very friendly, but was diligent. He took the father and son for a walk outside the school buildings, explaining the daily lessons and routines. Classes were held regularly, and attendance was taken. Homework had to be completed, and teachers graded the work. 6 students shared a room, and they checked on them every night. The school was closed off, with no holidays or leave. Except for 3 days each season for rest and family visits, students couldn't leave unless there was a family funeral. However, with a recommendation letter, students could study for 3 years without paying tuition, and accommodation and meals were free. After the tour, the school official escorted them to the gate and kindly reminded them, "I know your county. You two are the only scholars, so it's best to come early to keep up with the schedule." Shin Jihua thanked him and left with Shen Yan. "Dad, what do you think? Strict rules."
No rules.
There are several academies in Xianzhou. Let's see more first. The government school had many rules, and his son probably wouldn't like it. Shen Jihua wanted to understand it first, just to be safe. Otherwise, if a high-ranking official sent a letter, things would be settled, and it wouldn't be easy to refuse. They ran around all morning and got hungry, so they went to a small noodle shop for some noodles. After finishing, they were about to visit 2 academies in the east of the city, but the street was crowded with people heading north. A few confused bystanders didn't understand what was happening and stopped to ask an old man, "What is going on here?" The old man quickly pulled away and ran while shouting, "Hurry to the government office. The top scholar is beating the drum 13 times at noon. The magistrate is about to hold a court to recognize his son." "Dad, let's go take a look." Shin Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. Before he could pull his father's arm, he had already taken a step forward. He couldn't miss this lively event. He had never seen anything like it. Yan, what's wrong, Dad?" Shin Yan asked, puzzled because he hadn't pulled his father's arm yet. When he looked back, everything seemed normal. Shin Jihua was smiling and said, "Nothing, let's go." It seemed like the local people loved to watch a crowd gather. Outside the government office, there were several circles of people. They were chattering loudly and making a lot of noise. A woman looked around and asked an older woman who was talking a lot, "Excuse me, ma'am, is it true that the top scholar is beating the drum 13 times? The old woman nodded confidently. Yes, it's the newly chosen top scholar. He beat the drum 13 times. The woman asked happily. "Oh, you know the top scholar?" The old woman waved her hand and said shyly, "Oh, I'm just a vegetable seller. I don't know any important people. I only heard about it from others. You just got here, right? Everyone's been talking about it all morning in town." "All morning? I just came back from my family's place." Yes. It's true that the top scholar is beating the drum today. I didn't expect it to be real." A man nearby excitedly joined in. "I know the new top scholar. His name is Tian, Old Master Tian.
Haha.
He's from our Tian village. Yesterday, the officials announced the good news, and our village was lively for a while. I even managed to grab some lucky money he threw out. Luckily, I came to sell firewood today, so I caught this lively event again." Thinking she was talking to someone who knew the details, the woman asked, "Old Master Tian beating the drum 13 times. Does that mean he has a son outside who's coming back?" The man looked confused. "Beating the drum isn't about crying injustice? What does that have to do with his son?" The woman questioned. "Are you from Daeong? Don't you know? Beating the drum to cry injustice is one thing, but 13 times means the officials will verify the parentage and recognize the son officially." "What?" The old woman also said, "This kind of lively event doesn't happen often. For the verification, they need to pay 100 taels of silver. Not many can afford that." The man, hearing this, became even more confused. "Old Master Tian has a son?" The woman sneered. "Tisich probably has a little one outside." The old woman bent down and peeked through the crowd, squinting at the main hall of the government office. "Is that the kid kneeling inside?" A man pushed aside a few big heads in front of him and said, That's not it." The woman was anxious, and the old lady wanted to hit someone. "Do you recognize him?" "It's not what you think, just tell us quickly. At this moment." Move aside. Go to the sides." Several officers came out from the door to clear the way, and the crowd finally made a path. "It's fine to watch, but not to block the road." Shen Yan and his son stood outside. When the officers appeared, Shen Yan saw several people showing something, and the officers let them pass through the corridor. "I used my spiritual sense to scan. Was it a nameplate? Ordinary people can't enter the official government building." Scholars and successful candidates can. The new successful candidate's nameplate hadn't been issued yet, so today he carried a scholar's nameplate. Father, let's go in and see. All right, inside the government building, just a few meters ahead was the main hall. Scholars and successful candidates gathered to watch the court session, standing on both sides of the corridor. The excitement of the newly appointed top scholar was rare. About 30 or 40 people stood quietly, exchanging glances and messages without making a sound. The governor hadn't arrived yet. In the hall, a man stood with his back to everyone, kneeling a young boy with a childlike face. Shun Yan recognized him. During the local exam, the person standing behind him was called Xian Sheng. Someone said his father was just SO, but a drum test for paternity? Daqing's household registration system was very strict. The law clearly stated that unless a child was born out of wedlock or through normal means, paternity had to be verified before registering the child. If a child was recovered after being kidnapped, lost, or swapped, paternity verification was required, costing 1 or 2 silver coins. Aside from these reasons, if paternity was verified, the child's household registration was updated, costing 1 or 2 silver coins. If the child's parent wanted to claim the child's household registration, they paid 100 taels and had to beat the drum 13 times to publicly verify paternity. If the child was not registered and inherited property, they would be reported and the property would be confiscated. If the child was removed from the family tree without verification, only 300 coins were needed. So, what's going on here? Could it be that this child is the biological son but has never been registered? Or is he registered under someone named Onling? According to Daqing law, if a child is born to a woman who marries or adopts and is registered under another man's household, the biological father has no right to reclaim the child. The bond of nurture outweighs blood ties. The child cannot leave the adoptive family's household. The only exception is if the biological father is of higher status than the adoptive father. Then he can beat the drum, verify blood, and reclaim the child, paying compensation to the adoptive father. Daqing law ultimately protects the upper class. Was Onling not successful this time? I couldn't figure it out. My head was spinning. Governor is here. Before Shen Yan could get himself more confused, the governor of Xianzhou finally appeared and sat down to preside over the court. Who is present? A loud knock on the wooden block signaled the start. Xianzhou's newly appointed top scholar, Tian Xiansheng, greets the official. Tian Xiansheng quickly bowed. 13 drum beats for paternity verification and 100 coins first. The prefect first focused only on the silver, ignoring everything else. Tian Xiansheng stepped forward and presented a large silver ingot worth 50 taels. The prefect nodded and signaled, and the clerk beside him examined the silver before nodding to the official. Once the silver was received, the prefect asked, "Where is the head of the Tian family?" Tian Xiansheng looked back and saw a crowd outside the government office corridor. He was a bit surprised but didn't mind and loudly called out, "Family head, the official summons you. Hurry and come in." The onlookers looked at each other. An old man with white hair stepped forward with a cold face and knelt inside the hall. The prefect looked at a small child kneeling on the ground, head bowed, not moving, and ordered, "Go outside and choose someone." They prepared 4 bowls of water for the verification, 1 for the government, 1 for the clan, 1 for the father, and 1 for outsiders. Shunyan remembered that this child was called Mauer and attracted mosquitoes. Tian Xiansheng pulled Mauer and shouted, "Go outside and pick someone." Mauer trembled but dared not lift his head. He went out and grabbed the nearest tall, thin man. Tian Xiansheng saw this and his face changed slightly. The tall, thin man smiled, patted Mauer's head, and led him into the hall to bow politely. Xianzhou Jiranzhongming greets the official. With everyone gathered, the prefect picked up the large silver ingot, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, "I grant you 15 minutes. Prepare water." After the prefect left, Tian Xiansheng wanted to speak with Zhongming, but Zhongming ignored him and took Mauer to find water. 15 minutes later, Shun Yan's spiritual sense checked the 4 bowls of water. The blood of Tian Xiansheng and Mauer had not mixed. "What's going on?" The prefect's face darkened. Tian Xiansheng, what is this? Are you mocking me? Do you come for blood testing without prior notice? How could your intelligence still be that of a top scholar? My apologies, Your Excellency. I came today to test blood with 100 taels of silver. Please uphold justice. The prefect's expression eased slightly. Of course, he wouldn't refuse the large silver ingot. What do you mean? Speak clearly. My wife, Guiyao, and my friend, Wang'an, are having an affair. This child is their illegitimate son. Not my biological child. The prefect was speechless. The laws of Daong prohibit adultery. You coming to me is useless. Yes, Your Excellency. I understand. I just want to use this opportunity to expose these adulterers and thieves, and also remove this illegitimate child from the household register. Dinyo. Outside the government office, an elderly couple and a young man and woman tried to rush in but were stopped by guards. The prefect signaled for them to be let in. The 4 entered the hall. 3 knelt, and 1 bowed deeply. After paying respects to the prefect, the elderly couple embraced Tian Xiansheng's legs from both sides and pleaded, Dinyo, you can't do this. Even if Mauer doesn't carry our old Tian family's blood, you've raised him for 6 years. What are you saying? You originally. Shut up. Tian Xiansheng sternly scolded and interrupted his parents, then angrily asked, Didn't I tell you to watch over the person at home? The magistrate, annoyed, struck the wooden gavel and said, Today's paternity test is complete. You can handle your small family matters yourselves. Court dismissed. If it weren't for the large silver ingot, he would have already thrown this person out. Wait a moment, sir. The student still needs to verify paternity. Hearing this, the magistrate sat back down and Tian Xiansheng offered another 50 taels of silver. The elderly couple, hearing this, couldn't believe it. They tightly grabbed their son's leg, eyes filled with hope, trying to confirm. Dinyo, are you saying? Guiyao and Wang'an, who had been silent, looked up with tears.
Wo Guiyao questioned. Danyu Chia.
What do you mean? You shameless woman. How dare you ask me? Today, I will divorce you. Tian Xiansheng's face twisted as he pulled out a divorce letter from his coat and threw it at Guiyao. The paper was clearly prepared in advance. Guiyao tremblingly opened the divorce letter, then crumpled it up, wanting to tear it apart. Wang'an stopped her and coldly asked, Are you going to remove Mao's official registration? How can a bastard be my son? Good. Wang'an turned to the outside of the hall. I am Wang Huayan, a scholar from Xianzhou. Could I borrow 100 taels of silver? I will return it when I go home today. I'll lend you some. Zhang Ming spoke up. Zhang Ming seemed to enjoy watching the chaos and didn't mind making trouble. Wang'an thanked him and handed over the 50 taels of silver to the magistrate. Sir, since Tian Xiansheng, the old scholar, has already divorced his wife and wants to remove his son's registration, I am just a humble scholar, not as impressive as the old scholar. May I kindly ask for your mercy to verify paternity and recognize my son? Paying 100 taels of silver for the paternity test could make it private property. The magistrate, hearing this, gained 300 taels and wasn't in a hurry to leave. He enjoyed the lively scene. He went with the flow and said, Since Tian Xiansheng has made his decision, though the formalities are not yet complete, the fact is settled. I will allow you to verify paternity. Thank you, sir. My parents passed away early, and I am alone in Xianzhou City with no relatives. Please summon the head of Shifang Lane. Bring him quickly. Tian Xiansheng, feeling he had lost control of the situation, was dissatisfied and stepped forward. Sir, since I arrived first, may I verify first? The magistrate was indifferent. That's fine. Who do you want to verify with? He looked curiously at the elderly couple on the ground, tears in their eyes.
Could it be?
Tian Xiansheng's face twitched uncontrollably. Sir, wait a moment, I will find him. He left the yamen and searched among the crowd. After a long time, he found nothing and looked anxious. The onlookers looked at each other, unsure what the new scholar was searching for. Tian Xiansheng couldn't find the person, but the head of Shifang Lane arrived just then. The magistrate ordered Wang and to verify first. Mao Er still pulled Zhongming over and prepared 4 bowls of water. Xin Yan's consciousness saw Wang and Mao Er's blood drops in a water bowl. After a faint spiritual aura gathered and circulated, the blood gradually merged together. In the womb, a person's innate energy creates 3 souls and 7 spirits, which fuse with the blood of their biological parents. It seems that although this world lacks divine rules, bloodlines and kinship cannot sense each other's spirits, but blood can still merge. Wang took the opportunity to request, "Sir, I wish to register my wife Guiyao and my child." The official called the household registration clerk, saying, "Bring them down to handle it." Tian Xiansheng, the removal fee is 300 coins. You pay first. These 300 coins are public funds, not private money. Tian Xiansheng, feeling unhappy, could only pay. The elderly couple tearfully pulled people aside, saying, "Yao Nyang and Lang, we are sorry." Guiyao avoided them, and Wang loudly interrupted, "Uncle and aunt, no need to apologize. It's my fault for trusting the wrong people and being deceived. It's better to cut ties now." Tian Xiansheng's face darkened. The paternity test was temporarily paused, and outside, onlookers began to discuss. Master Tian is really unlucky. His wife and close friend had an affair, and he raised someone else's son for 6 years. Shameless. And he's a scholar, probably didn't even read his books properly. Maybe not. Didn't that Wang's scholars say? Maybe there's a hidden reason he trusted the wrong person. How could there be a hidden reason? Cheating is cheating. By the way, don't you think this family looks a bit like a play? Which play? Oh, you mean Wang Xing's story? That's different. In the play, 3 people love each other deeply, and their life looks enviable. What's that supposed to be? Stop envying. And that theater, wasn't it the one Tian Xiansheng's family destroyed? Women and an elderly woman pushed a man, asking, "Aren't you from the same village? What's really going on?" The man was shocked, saying, "I didn't know before." Wang's scholar always stayed at old Tian's house. I wondered why he was so good to the Tian family, buying meat for them every day. Turns out he liked the lady of the house, and their son is his. In the midst of the faint gossip, Wang continued, "Tian Xiansheng, you secretly took my mosquito-repellent medicine first, and today you betrayed me. I was blind to see through your false feelings. From now on, we are no longer friends or allies." Guiyao stopped crying and said bitterly, "Tian Denyo, you can't have children. Your parents forced me to borrow seed from you. Wang En is much more handsome than you. I fell for him later. Even if I made mistakes, you are worse than an animal." Tian Xiansheng faced the accusations from the 2 people, veins bulging on his forehead. "Stop spreading false words." The adulterer and the adulteress are still trying to argue. Wang En did not want to bother anymore, turned around, and bowed to the outside of the hall. It's hard to find true love between husband and wife in this world. Can 3 people stay together forever? Everyone, Wang and my wife, have no guilt in their hearts. We are not afraid of rumors or what others say. We only want the truth to be clear. After speaking, he pulled Guiyao with his left hand and Mao Er with his right, and left quickly. The crowd watching was shocked, and Tian Xiansheng felt a burning pain on his face. The magistrate, after watching the lively scene, lost interest. "Tian Xiansheng, since you haven't found the person yet, let's do the test another day." Tian Xiansheng was anxious. "Please wait a moment, sir. I want to go see again." The crowd looked at each other, and the women and elderly women nearby suddenly noticed a charming woman standing beside them, holding a baby in her arms. "Why are you so late? Give me the baby now." Tian Xiansheng scolded and hurried down the steps of the government office. He reached through the crowd to try to take the baby. The woman sidestepped to avoid him. Seeing the official approaching, the crowd moved aside. The woman carried the baby and walked out, avoiding his hand again. After reaching the steps, she headed straight into the government office. Tian Xiansheng quickly followed. The woman kept muttering, "You blame me? Why didn't you come to pick up the baby? I was blocked at the door by the magistrate's son and almost couldn't get out." Tian Xiansheng was impatient and didn't answer. He only heard the magistrate's son sounding nervous and urgent. Tian's parents saw the baby in the blanket and knelt on the ground. very excited. If it weren't for the magistrate, they would have jumped up to see it. The woman knelt down, kept her distance from Tian's parents, and saluted the magistrate. With everyone present, the paternity test began. Zhang Ming didn't go this time. The magistrate called a scholar to fill in. The blood was drawn into 4 bowls of water, but no baby cried. Tian Xianxing couldn't care less about this. He stared excitedly at the 2 drops of blood in the water, his heart gradually cooling from warmth. After about 20 breaths, there was still no movement, no sign of merging. Tian Xianxing muttered, "How is this possible? How could it be?
Impossible.
Not mine? Not mine? How could it not be mine?" His parents crawled to his feet. "Danny, what's going on? Isn't this baby ours?" Tian Xianxing pointed at the woman and asked, "I clearly tested it." "It's you, you wicked woman. You moved in the water earlier." The woman, holding the baby, backed away and knelt in the corner of the hall, denying, "I never said this child was yours, and I didn't know you tested the blood. You kept thinking that, so don't blame me." There are no silver ingots to take, and the local official gradually loses patience. "Tian Xianxing, this time you didn't have a close relative to verify, did you? The drum test only verifies parent and child. I consider you a newly successful scholar, so I won't pursue this further. In the future, focus on your studies and avoid dishonest tricks." The official's gavel strikes. Court dismissed. The official leaves, but the crowd doesn't disperse, nor does anyone chase after them. The onlookers continue to gather, and the guards stand alert, listening carefully and glancing toward the main hall. Tian Xianxing is convinced the woman is deliberately deceiving him. "You said the governor's son liked you and wanted to take you as a concubine. If you hadn't lied to me and forced me, why would I rush to send Yao Nyang and Enlang away? You caused my wife to leave me and broke my friendships. You wicked woman." The crowd guesses. What does this Tian Xianxing mean? Isn't that baby also not his? His ex-wife said he couldn't have children. Could that be true? If this woman is lying, it would be exposed in a paternity test. I think Tian Xianxing might have been set up. Who would do this to him? Now his family is broken, and he's ruined. Tian Xianxing is furious. He steps forward and raises his hand to hit the woman, but someone grabs his arm and pushes him away, causing him to fall to the ground. Zhang Ming wipes his hands and steps in front of the woman. Tian Xianxing looks up and recognizes Zhang Ming's action. Suddenly, he realizes, "Ah, I see now. It's you, Zhang Ming." "Zhang Jiuan," Zhang Ming calmly admits, sneering. "So what if it's me?" Tian Xianxing, seeing him admit, laughs wildly. "Ha ha. So you wrote the play and you brought this woman here, didn't you? And the child is yours too. You hate me that much." Zhang Ming doesn't reply, just mocks. "Tian Danyu, Tian Xianxing, your ex-wife was right. You're worse than an animal. You betrayed me first. I succeeded in the exam, but you didn't. You envy and ruin my reputation afterward. Today, this is your punishment. It's all your fault." After speaking, he ignores the crazy man on the ground and takes the woman and the baby away. Tian Xianxing falls to the ground, laughing wildly. His parents crawl over. His father advises, "Danyu, go apologize to Yao Nyang and Enlang. Change the household registration for Mauer back." His mother also encourages him. "Yes, you can have children, but our family can't be without an heir. Mauer has been raised for 6 years. I treat him like my own grandson." The man lying on the ground, tears dry from laughter, gives no response to his parents. From the pride of being a top scholar to losing all reputation, from scheming to nothing, it all happened in just one night. The head of the Tian clan feels ashamed and has already left. The crowd gradually disperses, chatting as they go. The news of the successful scholar scandal is enough to keep them talking for a long time. The alley is silent. Zhang Ming looked at the baby in the woman's arms.
Is he sick or something?
Why didn't he cry when his finger was cut earlier? "TSK, he cried so loudly I couldn't stand it. I gave him medicine," she replied. Zhang Ming frowned. "Is that how you're supposed to be a mother?" The woman seemed completely indifferent. "TCH. If you hadn't paid, I wouldn't have had him." I don't know which ghost child this is, and I don't want him. I'm giving him to you. Do whatever you want with him. She tossed the baby into Zhang Ming's arms and spread her hands. We agreed before, the show is over now. Where's the rest of the money? Zhang Ming hurriedly caught the baby and took out a silver ingot to give her. The woman took the silver and left without looking back. At the government office, the clerk had just registered Wang An's family. Zhang Ming was brought in by an officer and took out a few coins. Please help me register him. After watching 3 scenes of family verification dramas, Shen Yan only found them amusing and didn't feel much. At most, he thought that if Gui Yao and Wang An weren't a good match, Wang An might have some conscience, but it could end in tragedy. As for whether he was worried about ending up like that kid, expelled from the family? No way. His father was 10,000 times better than that beast Tian Daniu. Now, the father and son were leaving the government office with a crowd, walking down the street. Shen Zhihui looked at the ground, lost in his thoughts. Shen Yan worriedly asked, Dad, what are you thinking about? Shen Zhihui slowly replied, Yan, what's wrong, Dad? It's nothing. I'm thinking about a question. Yes, what's the question that's bothering you? Father is thinking. If Tian Xiansheng was a scholar and Wang An was a jiren, how would Wang An try to get his biological son back from Tian Xiansheng? Shen Yan's steps paused briefly, then he kept walking as if nothing had happened, seeming curious. Dad, why do you think of that? He suddenly thought of something. As they moved, the shadows of the trees flickered. Shen Yan felt as if those shadows gained weight, pressing down on his father's shoulders. Father, yes, is that adoptive father like Tian Daniu untrustworthy, forcing his wife to have children a wicked person? Shen Yan asked seriously. It probably isn't. Shen Zhihui responded vaguely. Do you think someone who has a biological son would still coldly abandon the adopted one? No, that's not it. That adopted son, is he truly ungrateful? Does he only care about wealth and status when he sees his distinguished biological father ignoring his foster father's kindness and turn against him like a white-eyed wolf? Of course not. Shun Jifu firmly denies this. Before Shen Yan can ask further, he softly adds, but if the adopted son follows his biological father, his future might be better. Father. Shen Yan interrupts. He assumes confidently, is it possible that the adopted son doesn't want a bright future or riches? Maybe he just wants to stay a child forever, to remain with his foster father. Hearing this, Shen Jifu suddenly becomes clear. He shouldn't have asked. He pulls his thoughts away from his chaotic emotions, worried that his son might overthink and discover something. He quickly clarifies, the adopted son is just an ordinary person. Yen, don't project your feelings onto him. Shen Yan can only smile. Ah, father, you figure me out. Half joking, half promising. When you asked about the biological father claiming his child, what should the foster father do? I think it doesn't matter. If the biological father causes trouble, he needs legs to walk and a mouth to speak. If he's crippled and mute, he's useless. How can he succeed? That makes sense. Shen Jifu dares not say more and changes the subject. It's getting late. Let's go back first and visit the academy tomorrow. Shen Yan looks up at the big sun in the sky, doesn't argue, and follows his father. Song San waits anxiously at home, no longer lying around. At noon, he jumps off the bed, grabs a strip of meat, and pushes the plate to the main house door. After slowly finishing the meat, there's finally movement in the alley. The courtyard gate opens, and the little wolf eagerly jumps out. Master, why did you come back so late? I didn't see clearly, and jumped onto Shen Jifu. Shen Jifu reaches out to hold him, but the little wolf stiffens and stays rigid. Where's late? Shen Yan takes the little wolf, pats his belly, checks that he's full, and relaxes. Entering the courtyard, he puts down the little wolf. Master, when can I transform? Shen Jifu goes to boil tea. The owner, Healy Shindashan, returns to Xinjia village, leaving Shen Yan a large tea cake. While washing the special big plate for the little wolf, Shen Yan breaks his fantasy. I advise you not to think about it. Only celestial tier monsters can transform into humans. With weak spiritual energy, it's as hard as climbing to the sky. This isn't a joke. Even on the Spirit True continent, celestial tier monsters are rare. Moreover, the cultivation method the little wolf practices is based on Shun Yan's half-blooded demon clan inheritance, chaotic, incomplete. Shun Yan sorts and tweaks it, barely usable for Tsong-san. The little wolf sighs, disappointed. All right. Shun Yan takes a big sip of tea, gently pats the little wolf's paw to comfort him. Juha County Office. Gao Zhixian stands before the shrine, hands clasped in front of him, motionless. Under the large white paper in the shrine, there lies an unopened letter. Sir? Open it already, the steward urged from beside, unable to bear the weight. Yesterday, the county exam results were announced, and the urgent letter from the local officials was delivered that very night. The letter was sent through official courier, directly delivered by the courier master, but the governor refused to open it. He said it should be kept in the shrine first, to absorb the aura of the scholarly deity. All right, that's enough now. The governor finally bowed sincerely, then handed the envelope to the steward. Your turn. He was unlucky every time, never winning. The steward, helpless, quickly reached out. With a quick motion, he pulled out the letter and unfolded it. The governor watched closely, nervous, his right foot nervously tapping. The steward's eyes widened first in surprise, then he shouted excitedly, "Ha! I got it! I finally got it! Sir, you passed." Hearing the great news, the governor was so happy he lost his voice, panting like he was catching his breath. He tremblingly snatched the letter, unable to see anything else, only noticing Shin family father and son both passed, their names on the list.
2.
The words were clear and bright on the paper, eye-catching. The governor covered his eyes with his hand, trying to laugh loudly. Ha!
Ah.
Heaven has opened its eyes.
Ha ha ha.
Who, sir, who, too happy. He laughed so hard he nearly fainted. Meanwhile, Tsong-san was left watching the house alone, looking pitiful. The next day, Shunyan came up with an idea. Master, is this okay? Of course, just don't make noise. Shun Zhihui waited in the yard, curious for once. His son was tinkering inside the house for a long time, but he didn't know what he was doing. Father, let's go. Shunyan stepped out of the main house. Nothing seemed wrong, just slung a bag over his shoulder. A cloth strap tied in front. Something felt strange. Father and son went to 2 different academies in the east of the city. The academy managers were quite friendly and gave detailed introductions. Tuition and miscellaneous fees weren't a big deal. But the main point was, the first academy was chaotic, with mixed students and disorderly management. Though the manager took them aside, Xinyan's spiritual awareness saw that wealthy young men were acting arrogantly, without anyone controlling them. The second academy. After leaving, Xinyan complained, "Father, I think this one isn't good either. That old teacher is unreasonable. He makes mistakes himself, and when students point it out, he even punishes them." At that time, the 2 of them stood outside the study hall, witnessing the old man loudly curse and fiercely hit with a wooden ruler dozens of times, causing the student's palm to swell greatly. There was hardly any sense of teacher's virtue. The school supervisor was nearby, feeling awkward but stubborn. Haha, our academy's teacher teaches with dedication, but sometimes it feels like he's disappointed in us, blah blah. Shun Jiwoo nodded in agreement with his son's thoughts. If the knowledge isn't deep enough and the teacher's conduct isn't proper, then it's no wonder. Shun Yan was complaining. Since their 2 academies are opposite each other and the supervisor knows them well, they secretly played cricket together. Did Sun Shan and his father also visit your place? Yes, but I think they weren't satisfied. The old guy got angry, and they happened to see it. Then good. They'll definitely come to mine. Don't be too proud. I think that young one is also hard to manage. How so? Did you see the lump on his back? It's either a small dog or a big cat. Isn't that strange? What if it's a wolf? It doesn't matter. Our academy even keeps snakes. No big deal. Not far away, Shun Yan and Song San. This year, The Xiangzhou Prefecture provincial exam only had 29 candidates passing, not the full 30. Shun Yan got first, Shun Jiwu second. Song San moved his paws. Master, I've been discovered. It's a small matter. Yen, is that Song San on your back? Shun Jiwu remembered the strange look from the school supervisor earlier and took a step back. He saw that on his son's back, for small paw prints were clearly visible on the thin cloth wrapping. There was also a wolf's head. Ha, Dad, you've noticed? After leaving the study hall, Shun Yan took off the wrap, took out the little wolf, and held it in his arms. The little wolf looked a bit shy, burying its head. Shun Jiwu looked at both and shook his head with a helpless smile. Soon, the two of them, along with the wolf, stood on a busy street. Shun Yan looked at the small noodle shop on the left and the large restaurant on the right. Dad, how about the restaurant? He didn't want noodles today. Okay. At noon, the restaurant's main hall was almost full, and sitting at a table with others on the first floor wasn't suitable with the little wolf. Father and son went to a quiet second-floor private room as usual. As for private box, just a simple meal. Too luxurious. 2 guests, what would you like to eat? The waiter finished serving other tables, brought a list of dishes, and asked. Shun Yan ordered 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, then added, cut some raw meat too. The waiter wasn't new here, so he wasn't surprised and didn't ask further. While waiting for the food, Shun Yan listened to the chatter at several tables in the hall. Mostly, they were talking about the scandalous affairs of the previous day involving the old Mr. Tianjuan. Gossip spread quickly, and some idle people tried to piece together the vague causes and effects. Master Wang Xiucai's parents died early, leaving him alone in the West District. He owns shops and good farmland, so he has no worries about food or drink. He is also handsome, and no woman has trouble finding him. Yet, he insists on living at the Tian Jimon family's house to cause trouble. You ask what he is after? The Tian family can coax him easily, just a little persuasion, and they could get 2 oxen and 100 acres of land. Why can't I get such good luck? You should ask the people in Tianjia village about their hard times. Their father and mother tighten their belts, and their wife stitches all day and night, barely able to afford him studying at a big academy in the city. It's heartless. He's crazy about his son, so foolish. If I say so, it's all karma. Dinner is ready. Shun Yan picks at the meat with his left hand, occasionally feeding the little wolf, while his right hand eats rice. He listens attentively, ears perked. You really dare to say that? Are you afraid Lord Jiaming will punish you? What's there to fear? Everyone in the city is talking. His 2 hands can't silence all the mouths. Yesterday, his parents carried him home, and he's probably still crying in bed now. Losing 200 taels yesterday was a big waste. Will he be able to recover? Maybe the local gentry won't send him money anymore. The rest are just repetitive nonsense. Shun Yan isn't interested in listening anymore. When asked about the plans, Father, where are we going this afternoon? There's a school in the West City, and the others are outside the city. Seeing his son only listening and not eating, Shinju picks up a dish, removes some meat, and replies, first to the West City, then outside the city tomorrow. Good, Father, you eat too. If nothing suits us, we can go to the government school. The rules are strict, and classmates focus on studying. No worries about trouble. Shun Yan knows what his father worries about. Strict rules are fine. At worst, he can sneak out at night after checking the dorms. Master, there's a child watching me. Song Sen suddenly bites a strip of meat and curls up in Shun Yan's arms. Shun Yan looks in the direction of his gaze. Near the door of the closest private room, a 6 or 7-year-old boy with a spiky hairstyle stands at the door, staring intently at the little wolf with bright eyes and dimples when he smiles. His feet are restless, about to rush over. Is this a naughty little troublemaker? Yuana. A woman's voice calls from inside the room. The boy hesitates, then looks back at the wolf, uncertain. Shun Yan quickly tucks Song San into his cloth wrap. Another call, and the boy, looking regretful, enters the room and doesn't come out again. Shun Yan and Shun Juwu have traveled for 3 days, but in the end, they decide to go to the government school. The 6 academies inside and outside the city are all unsatisfactory. On September 10th, In the morning, they go to the government office to receive the scholar's documents and badge, then return to pack their belongings to go back to the village. Song Sen brought out a large tray, and Shin Jiwoo picked up a bag to pack his belongings, saying, "First visit Gao Darren in the county, then return to the village." Shan Yen guessed, will Gao Darren stay overnight again? Probably. At this moment. Bang bang. Bang bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Someone outside the yard called out, "Is Mr. Shin here?" The father and son exchanged puzzled looks, put down their things, and went to open the door. When they opened it, it was a constable. He bowed politely, handed over 2 envelopes, and said respectfully, "A noble person specially sent someone to deliver these letters." Shunyan was confused but took them. "The letters have arrived. Please keep them safe. I'll take my leave now." The constable left. Shun Jiwoo closed the door, and the two stood in the yard. "Dad, what's going on? Could it be Gao Darren sending a message? Maybe a recommendation letter for the academy?" Shin Jiwoo also couldn't figure it out. "I don't know. Let's open them and see. Gao Darren probably wouldn't be so impatient." Shun Yen opened one envelope first. A recommendation letter? It really was a recommendation letter. A finely made, firm card, slightly heavy in hand. But when he saw the 4 large characters in the middle of the letter, Shun Yen was even more confused. How could it be from Zhongnan Academy? He handed it to his father. Shun Yen then opened the second one, which was also from Zhongnan Academy. Shun Jiwoo looked at it and understood, smiling. "It's not Gao Darren. It must be Song. Lord Song." "Huh?" Shun Yen opened it and was surprised. Song Dai, the inside page of the recommendation letter in the lower left corner, listed the recommender, exactly Song Dai, Yuan Shan. Outside Xianzhou City, on the official road, several carriages headed south. The wheels kicked up dust, and amidst the creaking sounds, the largest carriage was faintly heard talking. "Why not go see him? The mountains are high, the roads are far. Maybe we won't meet again." Wang Jiao gently tousled his son's small bun and asked with a smile. "No need. If it's fate, we will meet." The steady man leaned against the carriage, hearing his wife ask, and snapped out of his thoughts. "Father, where are we going this time?" "Very far this time." "Will you honor go?" "Of course I will. Wherever Dad and Mom are, you honor is there." "Good." Song Dai looked at his wife and child with gentle, satisfied eyes. Even if they traveled through mountains and rivers, not knowing if they'd return, it didn't matter. His bright moon was not in his hometown but beside him. Shun Yen went to the county and government offices to inquire and learned that Song Dai had been transferred to be the governor of Lingnan Prefecture. He traveled south from Yongjing City through Shunjiang Prefecture, stopping specifically to visit the prefect, but had already left in the morning. The recommendation letter for Zhongnan Academy, which he had recommended, was located outside Xianzhou City, on the hillside of Zhongshan. Zhongshan is the tallest mountain in Shunjiang Prefecture. Shun Jiwoo estimated it would take him half a day to climb to the middle of the mountain. Most of the luggage was packed, and the carriage had already been rented. Therefore, the father and son did not visit Zhongnan Academy for inspection and still followed their original plan to return to the village. "Father, are we going to Zhongnan Academy or the local school?" Shun Yen asked his father hesitantly on the carriage back to Jua County. Previously, they never considered Zhongnan Academy because its entrance requirements were too high. It only accepted Jiren recommended scholars, with no entrance exams, and only those in the top 10 of the provincial exam could enter. Shun Yen and Shun Jiwoo ranked at the bottom, so in the eyes of the academy, they were definitely poor students and not considered suitable. However, there was another way to get in if a graduate from the academy passed the imperial exam and became a Jinshi advanced scholar. They could recommend students for admission. One Jinshi could recommend 3 students from the first class, and one Jinshi from the top class could recommend 3 students. Earlier, the Mountain Master of Zhongnan Academy had your poetry published in his new work. I wonder what his intention was? He is very knowledgeable, but his character is unknown. Shun Jiwoo hesitated. The poem Shun Yen wrote last year, which was included in the Mountain Master's new work, was profound and impressive. Perhaps Lord Gao knows. "Let's ask him later," Shun Yen suggested. "Good idea." The carriage arrived at the north gate of Juha County, and as they entered, officials immediately took them away. They were taken to the largest tavern in the county, where the esteemed county magistrate personally greeted them at the door. As Shun Yen and his father stepped down from the carriage, the magistrate quickly pulled them onto the steps. His voice rose sharply. "You father and son have made this official wait long enough. Today you are not allowed to go anywhere. After the banquet, you will stay overnight at the county office, and tomorrow I will send someone to escort you back to the village." The magistrate's once sharp and commanding expression seemed to falter slightly. He led them into the tavern, one in each hand, looking far less composed and authoritative than usual. Villagers gathered at a distance, watching in surprise. "Are those the during this time? Lord Gao finally has good luck. That's not easy. In Juha County, does this mean the curse is broken? I heard they are father and son." The young scholar is only 13. Every day at the county office, there's laughter. "It sounds like Lord Gao's voice. Have you thought about how many Jinsure they might pass? Only then can Lord Gao get promoted. Lord Gao is so kind, I don't even want him to leave. Forget it, he's too pitiful. May heaven bless him with a quick rise in rank." They entered a private room in the tavern. The county magistrate sat at the head. Shen Jiwu and Shun Yen sat on either side. On the large round table were 8 big bowls, 12 small bowls, and 16 plates. It was overwhelming. Shun Yen was stunned. He had never seen such a large spread in both his lives. Trying to keep a calm face, he finally couldn't hold back when he saw a big bowl of meat strips. He placed the small wolf, Song-san, in front of the bowl. The little wolf tilted its head. "Owner, is this for me?" "Of course," Shun Yen replied. "Wow, this big person is so nice." Kochi County was overly enthusiastic, constantly urging them to share dishes. The father and son's bowls gradually piled up higher, and they worried they might spill everything. While others raised their cups to drink, Shun Jiwu asked, "Do you know about Zhongnan Academy?" Zhongnan Academy? Kochi County was slightly tipsy, but still clear-headed. He put down his cup and explained carefully Zhongnan Academy is the top of the 3 great academies in Daeong. The head and the dean come from the same family and are both great scholars. They were childhood friends, married sisters, and took the imperial exams in the same year. In the first round of exams, they both ranked high, one as the top scholar and the other as second. In the final imperial test, they both achieved top ranks, one as the second place and the third. Their future looked very bright. Kochi County first spoke with admiration, then suddenly sighed and raised his cup again. It's a pity they are more interested in politics than officialdom. After the exams, they resigned and returned home to teach. In the 17th year of Jeyuan, they founded Zhongnan Academy in Shunjiang Prefecture. In just over 10 years, Zhongnan Academy surpassed many hundred-year-old schools and became the top, attracting students from all over Daeong. Shun Yen listened, surprised, so the so-called head of the academy was so impressive? Shun Jiwu asked at the right moment, "So, that head of the academy is a famous scholar of the time. Do we know about his character?" Kochi County, sensing the tone, realized he was slightly tipsy and responded, "You're asking about him? Are you interested? If so, I can help you get a recommendation letter." Though he said this, he was troubled inside. He probably couldn't get close to him, but he could buy one with money. He wondered if his savings over the years were enough. Or maybe he should gather wealthy merchants and local gentry. Kochi County paused, holding his cup midair, thinking about his secret stash. "Your kindness is appreciated, but I already have a recommendation letter from Master Song," Shun Jiwu quickly said, saving him from his worries. "Who is Master Song?" he asked. "He's a good man," Shin Jiwu replied. "Do you remember 7 years ago when there was a kidnapping case in the county? He was the one who sent clues to the county office?"
Song Dai?
Kochi County remembered and sighed. "Of course I remember. I heard he was a Jinsher in the 25th year of Jeyuan. When he was reporting in the prefecture, the neighboring Huai County's fool was bragging about him. Those memories were very vivid." Not wanting to dwell on minor details, Kochi County decided, "I originally wanted you to enter the county school, but now that you can get into Zhongnan Academy, that's even better." The chance of passing the imperial exams at the county school was much lower than at Zhongnan Academy. Thinking back to Shen Jiwu's earlier question, Kochi County summarized, "The head of Zhongnan Academy is a noble person, pure in conduct, not interested in fame or profit, dedicated to teaching and passing on knowledge. If you can be taught by him, your chances of passing the exams are certain." The father and son looked at each other. Shunyan blinked and signaled, "Dad, this is the Zhongnan Academy." Shen Jiwu replied, "Thank you, sir, for your guidance. After this provincial exam, I realized that my past studies are lacking in many ways. I will prepare for the next exam in February." Gao Zhixian agreed, saying, "That's what I was about to suggest. You two should spend more years studying at the academy. Passing the imperial exam and becoming a successful scholar would be ideal. If you only become fellow scholars, your career might be limited. It would be a shame." 2 scholars could only be equal to 6 successful candidates, which wasn't enough to guarantee his promotion. After a banquet, it was late, and they stayed overnight at the county office as usual. The next morning, Gao Zhixian sent 4 officers on horseback to escort the 2 back to the village. When the carriage was near Shen's village, Shunyan released his spiritual awareness and saw the 3rd uncle waiting at the village entrance, eyes sharp and staring down the road. He was holding the village chief's gong again. Not wanting to cause trouble, as soon as the carriage reached the village entrance, Shunyan shouted from the window, "3rd uncle, I'm back. Don't ring the gong." Suddenly, the sound of the gong rang out continuously. Shunyan covered his face in frustration. How could the 3rd uncle be so quick with his hands? "Xiaoyan, I was just playing with the gong." Haha. The 3rd uncle laughed loudly. As soon as the gong sounded, the quiet village erupted with noise. Many villagers came running with bamboo poles, setting off firecrackers at the entrance. The 3rd uncle didn't let them get off the carriage, but let it pass directly. The villagers led the way, and after entering the village, the driver turned onto the main road. 2 officers stayed at the entrance, while the other 2 continued to escort from behind. More villagers gathered on both sides of the main road. The carriage headed toward the ancestral hall, and firecrackers exploded along the way, crackling non-stop. "Father, cover your ears quickly." Shenjiwu reached out, and Shunyan shook his head. Shunyan and Little Wolf weren't afraid of the firecrackers, but Shenjiwu smiled helplessly and covered his own ears. When they arrived at the Shin family ancestral hall, Shenjiwu and Shunyan lit 2 new long-lasting lamps, this time bigger lamps. They offered incense to Grandpa Shin and Grandma Shin, then returned home with Little Wolf. The 2 officers left the village and stayed at the entrance. A local gentry came to visit, but was turned away by the guards. Gao Zhixian was anxious and told the 2 to go back, pack their luggage, and settle their families. The officers would escort them to Zhongnan Academy the next day. With many things to handle, the father and son were busy with their tasks. The gifts from the house owner were brought back earlier by Shindashin and placed on the main hall table. Since they weren't needed immediately, Shunjiwu asked Shunyan to deliver them to others. "Dad, which family should I deliver to?" "Just go anywhere. A yen can decide." Shunyan scratched his head and left. Seeing his son's figure disappear, Shunjiwu carried a stone into the yard and locked the gate. He stood expressionless in front of the main house. For 12 years, the main house's door lock had been rusty and old, so the key naturally wouldn't fit into the lock. Shinjiwu, who was usually very proper and disciplined, never thought he would one day struggle to lift a big stone to break the lock and open the door. Song San heard strange sounds and poked his head out from the side room, his furry face showing confusion. Shunjiwu grunted and hammered at the lock for a long time until it broke, and the door opened. He ignored the cobwebs and dust inside and walked straight to the corner. He opened a large wooden box and found a small wooden chest at the bottom. Inside the chest, there were dozens of copper coins and a blue jade pendant. The pendant had no writing or marks, and it wasn't a high-quality piece, but it was definitely not an ordinary farm tool. It should have been destroyed long ago. Shunjiwu squatted down, turned the chest upside down, and the jade pendant fell to the ground with a clear, ringing sound. Without hesitation, Shun Jiwoo raised a stone to smash it. "Father!" Suddenly, a loud voice startled him. Shun Jiwoo's hand trembled, and the stone fell to the ground, missing its target. The jade pendant flew up and then fell again. Whether intentionally or by coincidence, it was stepped on by someone approaching. Shun Jiwoo stood up calmly and turned around. Yen, why are you back so soon?" he asked quietly. Shun Yen moved his feet slightly and smiled. "Oh, I ran into Uncle Dashin and Uncle Dajwang, so I just sent them off." "Father, do you want to send anything else?" "No, nothing. Then I'll go say goodbye to Godan and the others." Seeing his son leave, Shunju looked around the room but couldn't find the jade pendant. After searching for a while, he finally spotted a piece of green powder where his son had just stood. Shunju, Shun Yen ran out of the yard and looked at his shoes from a distance. Sure enough, they had dirt on them. The greenish stuff made Shun Yen dislike it very much. He washed his shoes in the creek and scrubbed them on the grass. Godan saw this and curiously asked, "Brother Xiao Yen, did you also step in dog poop?" His foot paused on the grass. Shun Yen corrected him. "No, I stepped in mud." He warned Godan with a stern face, "Don't spread rumors." Godan had been kidnapped years ago and developed a high fever. His life was saved, but he didn't become mentally slow. However, perhaps because of the trauma, he had a slight facial paralysis. His face could wrinkle but not smile, and he could cry but not laugh. Despite that, he was very talkative and had a big mouth. His normally expressionless face, paired with bright, shiny eyes, made everyone in Xinjia village love to tease him. "Oh," the little guy nodded maturely and then stepped on the same piece of grass with his shoe. "Shun Yen." "Big brother," two young boys called from afar. Years passed and Godan was still chubby, and Nyo Dan was still strong. "Big brother, are you leaving tomorrow?" Godan ran over and asked. "Yes, probably not coming back for a long time. You and Nyo Dan follow Brother Z and study hard. Don't be mischievous," Shun Yen advised. In Su family village, a group of elderly men and women gathered around a tall, honest-looking middle-aged man. "Delin, I heard your little nephew became a successful scholar." "Wow, he's so young. It looks like good days are still ahead for you and your father. Last year, he passed the provincial exam. This year, he became a successful scholar. Next year, he might even become a top scholar." According to the town's landlord, a successful scholar doesn't have to pay taxes on 200 acres of land. Your family's 10 acres are nothing to him, just a drop in the bucket. You should hurry and find him, Dad. Exactly. All this hatred and grudges, your sister died so many years ago. Why bring it up now? There might be things we don't know. Haha, we know your family is honest. Honesty is good, but working for the landlord and working for a successful scholar are very different. Don't you think? If I may say, your brother-in-law caused my mother's death. You all know that. But when he came to break off the engagement, your family refused. Your sister's death isn't his fault. Sure, sister. Don't say that again. The successful scholar wouldn't be happy to hear it. Surrounded and attacked with sharp words, Su Lin felt each sentence like a dagger to his heart. He still had to endure and pretend not to understand, a simple smile on his face almost breaking apart, nearly tearing off his own skin. Seizing the moment when the conversation drifted, he broke free from a few strong hands and hurried home. At the Su family courtyard, 3 daughters-in-law were busy with their chores. Su Dalin stormed into his own room full of anger, but dared not slam the door. No one paid attention. At noon, Su's mother called him out for a meal, and his expression returned to normal. "Dalin, if you have time, go visit your nephew," said Su's father, unusually speaking with the authority of the head of the family at the dinner table. In the past, he disliked speaking so seriously at the table, feeling it was inappropriate. But what was more unusual was what he said now. His words drew everyone's attention to his face, except for Su Dalin. A short sentence sparked a deep, hidden anger in Su Dalin's heart. The marks from past slaps seemed to be engraved in his bones, causing pain even now. Su's father looked at the whole family with a steady expression. Seeing that his eldest son lowered his head silently, He raised his voice slightly. As an uncle, you never go to see your nephew, which is not right. This afternoon, go and visit him. Seeing that his father had made up his mind, the second daughter-in-law felt annoyed. She lowered her mouth and, in a sharp voice, suggested, "Dad, I'll be honest with you. The uncles don't seem sincere about visiting. Of course, it's you, the head of the family, who should go. Otherwise, the nephew might think you don't care." Suddenly, she slapped her own useless hand away. That guy from the second family was again under the table bothering her. After the slap, she continued, "The nephew might think you don't care about him." Her voice trailed off. Sue's father's face darkened terribly, and the second daughter-in-law dared not say more. One by one, the children stopped eating. The youngest, Joa, clung tightly to his brother's clothes. But this time, Sue's father did not get angry. His face twitched a few times, then settled into a gentle smile. Second brother's family is right. He patted the table, and everyone resumed eating, though their food lost its flavor. Sue's father relaxed his smile and gave a clear order. "After eating, we'll go work together. We're going to open up the mountain ditch in the east today and clear the road." After confirming the plan, he smiled again kindly. "This road will be a gift for the little grandson, so that both families can travel through the mountain ditch more easily in the future. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you all to meet the people." Haha, the whole family going. That shows more sincerity, right? Before dawn, Shun Yen woke his father and, with the little wolf and the wolf cub, carried them to the carriage outside the courtyard. The little wolf was dreaming, flying up and down. Something was wrong. His big round eyes opened wide, filled with surprise and amazement. "Master, so early?" You sleep on your own," Shun Yen replied. A father and son had little luggage. After Shin Zhihui finished washing up and baked a large pancake, Shun Yen had already packed up. Before locking the courtyard door, Shun Yen looked back at the small yard. It was dark and dim, but it didn't affect his sight. The water in the small bucket by the well was still damp, and the clothesline stretched out alone. The mint grew thick and lush, even more so than before. Seeing his son holding the door handle and not moving for a while, Shin Zhihui softly called, "Ayen?" Shun Yen snapped back to himself, a little regretful. "Dad, I don't think you like mint. I forgot to dig some up. Should I bring a small one?" Picking a plant and wrapping it in cloth was easy. Shin Zhihui looked in the direction of his son's gaze and only saw dark shadows. Thinking of something amusing, he chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "No need. It was already unnecessary." All right. After locking the courtyard door, the carriage headed toward the village entrance. Father and son leaned against the carriage, and as it jostled, the small yard grew farther behind. Shun Yen gently picked up the sleeping Song San from his nest. Holding him close, the little wolf didn't wake this time, only nuzzled and flicked an ear lightly, then slept peacefully again. Feeling the wolf's sleepiness, Shun Yen closed his eyes in the rocking carriage, ready to catch a quick nap. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. "You little rascal!" Shun Lao Lu poked his head through the carriage window. Shun Yen opened his eyes and saw Huazi. "Old Lu Grandpa? Why are you here?" Shun Lao Lu cursed and explained, "Your carriage is at your Grandpa Heir's house. How do you expect me to come?" Didn't even say a word. "I wanted to see you off." Shun Yen sighed helplessly. "I wanted to leave early. Worried you'd wake up early." Oh. Uncle Dashin also learned to talk big. Not only Shun Lao Lu came to see them off. Dog Egg's mother and Cow Egg's mother pressed against the other side of the window. At parting, Shin Xiao Ju Ren didn't shout anymore but said reluctantly, "Xiao Yen, you're leaving so quickly." Auntie didn't have time to prepare. "These 2 pairs are good. The other pair's stitches aren't good, so you can wear them at night after washing your feet. Don't dislike them. Xiao Yen, you're growing up fast." Auntie made 2 bigger pairs, too. "If these don't fit, just make do." She handed over 4 pairs of cloth shoes. Shun Yen reached out to take them. Although she said the stitches weren't good, Shun Yen couldn't tell. All 4 pairs were sewn tightly. "Thank you, Annie." No matter how many times he read books, words still felt thin. How could he fully express his gratitude? The father and son stood up to leave the carriage. Shen Laolu reached out with both hands and pressed them down. Sit for a while longer. Don't rush. I just want to see you moored. The little old man's eyes turned red again. He turned his head in a hoarse voice and called, Wife, from Dazhuang's family, come here. Let's give way for you. Shen Laolu moved aside, and Dog Egg's mother and Cow Egg's mother also stepped back. Shen Lu's wife and Shen Xiaoxian each moved to one side. Shen Xiao. Mr. Shen, keep your shoes. Rest assured about the house. Auntie will take good care of it. Thank you, sixth aunt. Shen Jiwa replied, accepting the shoes and the oil paper-wrapped cake. Sixth Aunt Shen looked at Shen Yan, tears unable to be held back. Yan, eat the egg pancake while it's hot. It's very tasty. Your dad made it. If you're hungry on the road, eat it then. Do you understand? Yes, his chest felt tight, as if another piece of flesh and blood was growing inside. Chen Xunyang handed him some clothes, silent all along, patting the young boy's head. Tears fell, and she hurriedly caught them. Xunyang, Shen Yan looked up. Chen Xunyang forced a smile, patted Shen Yan's shoulder, then touched his fluffy little head again. The boy had grown taller, but in her eyes, he still looked like a little child. Auntie doesn't really know what's going on. You're not coming back, but Auntie still feels very sad. Sorry if Shen Yan is making fun of us. Shen Yan didn't know what to say to comfort her, so he slightly leaned his head against her soft hand. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart, as if he had missed something before. But fate had been so kind to him this life. After all the twists and turns, he had never lacked anything. No joke, Xunyang auntie. I will definitely come back. He reached out to wipe the tears from Chen Xunyang's face, finally speaking to comfort her. At that moment, Xunyang, Xiaoyan brother. Two light calls came from outside the carriage window. Little Tao sister? Shen Yan recognized Shen Xiaotao's voice. Chen Xunyang moved aside, and Shen Xiaotao handed over a jar. I made some pickled vegetables. The jar is washed clean. 16-year-old Shen Xiaotao, after coming of age, was no longer thin and frail. She was engaged now. Shen Yan cupped the jar in both hands, sniffed it closely, and surprisingly detected a sweet and sour smell. It smells so good. Thank you, little Tao sister. Hearing the familiar words, Shen Xiaotao smiled shyly. The carriage started moving, and the daylight grew brighter. In the mountain valley west of Xinjia village, more than a dozen members of the Su family were chopping the last zhang of grass and wood. Rumors said there were poisonous snakes in the ditch. Although the green bamboo snake was dead, no one dared to go there anymore. Who would have thought that even after years of abandonment, the mountain path could one day be restored? By the river, early in the morning, women washed clothes while chatting idly. Every time Xiaoyan leaves, the village feels much emptier. Today he's gone again, and I wonder when he'll come back. Xiaoyan is so young, yet he's already a scholar. I said he's a lucky star. The women in Su's village said he's cursed his mother. But now, do they dare to say that again? There are fewer mentions of Xiaoyan, but more about Shen Xiao. Shen Jiren's situation is even more outrageous, being cursed by parents and wife, as if cursed by some heavenly force. Oh yes, the lone star of bad luck. What nonsense about the lone star? Clearly, it's the Wenkuxing descending. Who's spreading these rumors? Hu Tianyang was swinging her clothes in the river, pouting. You guys don't know yet? It's none other than the old scholar from Gajia village. The other women looked confused. Gajia village is over 10 miles from our village, more than 8 poles apart. Why is he so talkative? Hu Tianyang washed her clothes thoroughly, squeezing out the water into a bucket. That old man from Ge, his wife died, and now he wants to remarry. He's after Su Sijia now, she finished, lifting her wooden bucket and grabbing a water basket to leave. Hey, don't go. Which Su Sijia? What's her connection to Shinjiren? Tell us more. Hu Tianyang ignored her, eager to return home and get her son to school. She hurried back, seeing a group of people on the main road from afar. There were men, women, and children, more than a dozen, completely unfamiliar. She quickly crouched down, hiding behind the rice stalks as these people passed nearby. From about 20 meters away, Hu Tianyang recognized one tall, thin woman. She was from her mother's village and married in Zajiakan. Su family. Once the group was gone, Hu Tianyang jumped up and hurried to find the village head. She left her bucket and basket behind, and little fish jumped from the basket into the rice field. Father, will the nephew recognize us? Erlin was worried. After so many years without visiting, suddenly showing up to reconnect didn't seem right. He didn't know us before, but once he sees us, it'll be fine, Su's father reassured himself. Su's mother walked to the side, feeling very pleased. She had said this before, and now her husband finally listened. Following the familiar path, they encountered 2 or 3 people from Xinjia village. Su's father wanted to greet them, but they all turned and ran as if they saw ghosts. Soon, they reached the gate of Shun's house. Father, the gate is locked. Su Daling held back his anger and looked at Su's father. Yesterday, they endured the villagers pointing and whispering, chopping in the mountain valley all afternoon. It was supposed to be a family effort, but that old man didn't go. Su's father smiled kindly and said slowly, "They probably left. Xinjia village set off fireworks all day yesterday. They must have returned. We'll wait here. They'll come back." Su Daling's wife rolled her eyes and muttered quietly, "Where could they go so early in the morning? They definitely left." Before long, instead of seeing anyone they wanted, they encountered village head Shin, village chief Shin, and a large group of people. The villagers from Xinjia village surrounded Su's family, their eyes unfriendly. "Who are you? Why have you come to Shin village without registering at the village entrance? What are you trying to do by sneaking in?" the clan leader asked knowingly. Su's father honestly replied, "Are you clan leader Shin? No misunderstanding. I am here to see my top scholar grandson." He then looked at the person next to the clan leader and asked, "Is this village chief Shin? We've met before. Do you remember?" The village chief stood with his hands behind his back, expression serious and silent. The clan leader smiled warmly. "Oh? So you're from the neighboring village. It's been over 10 years since we last met. Over time, it's easy to forget these things." Su's father's face twitched, but was subdued by his words. Seeing that clan leader Shin avoided talking about the Shin family father and son, he had no choice but to say, "My grandson has gone out? It's no big deal. I'll wait here. Please don't wander around your village. If clan leader Shin has matters to attend to, please go ahead." The clan leader shook his head regretfully. You're not early. People have already left far away. They went out to study for at least 3 years, maybe 10.
Well,
Who knows when they'll return? What did you say? Su's father stepped forward excitedly, realizing he had lost his composure, then stepped back and gritted his teeth. "If clan leader Shin knows where they are, please tell me. As his grandfather, I should know if my grandson has gone out." "I don't know," said clan leader Shin slowly, stroking his beard. "The magistrate sent officials to take them away. Who can say where they were taken? Since you're his grandfather, why not ask the magistrate or the officials at the county office?" Village chief Shin also spoke seriously. "To enter our Shin village, you must register and report to the county office. If they're not here, finish registering quickly and leave." Hearing this, Su's father's face turned red. The pride of being a top scholar's grandfather was torn down. He had no face left. The Su family turned back along the same path. Clan leader Shin watched their departure thoughtfully, then said, "The Western Mountain Valley also sent people to guard it. Let's use some large stones to block the entrance." Yes. Inside the Western Mountain Valley, Su's father lost his temper. Never before had he been so insulted face to face, especially since he had come willingly to be humiliated. Clearly, he had already gone all out. He kicked the grass, slapped the leaves, and roared, "I am the grandfather of the top scholar. That little clan leader and village chief from 5 generations away. How dare they scold me?" The others kept their distance from Su's father, afraid to approach. "It must be that sickly person's idea. It's him. Why isn't he dead?"
Ah!
A cry of pain, and Su's father fell to the ground. "Help! Help!" Su's mother and second Lin hurried forward, worried, asking, "Father, what's wrong?" Seeing Su's father hunched over, clutching his legs, Su's mother rolled up his pant leg. 2 small, bleeding holes were clearly visible. Dalbin and Samlin stood indifferently in the distance, only seeing a thin, yellowish snake-like tail flicker past the grass and trees. The carriage hadn't gone far, after leaving the village and turning onto the main road, for guards on horseback followed behind. They wound around and headed north past Zajayakan. Song Song woke up from Shen Yan's arms and opened his eyes to see him smiling. The little wolf shivered suddenly. Master, your smile is so scary. Really?
Well, it's not that bad.
No way. It scared the wolf to death. What is Ah Yen laughing at? Shun Zhihui asked confusedly. Song Song had a nightmare and was trembling. Ha! Shun Yen improvised.
I see.
Shun Zhihui didn't know if wolves dream, but Song Song definitely did. Master, bad. The little wolf kicked and pushed his head against the big villain's chest, only to get a good rub in return. He huffed and rolled to the side, awkwardly licking his fur. Shun Yen took out an oiled paper package, split it in half for his father, and bit into a chicken pancake, feeling the fragrant aroma fill his mouth. Grandma Lu's chicken pancake, with green onions. So delicious. The father and son left the village, entrusting all the fields to Shin Sunjong. The top scholar was exempt from taxes on 200 acres, and the father and son shared 400 acres. They didn't plan to buy more land. Shun's village had over 200 households, each exempt on 1 acre. Shun Zhihui's exemption wasn't enough. Shun Yen used a little, leaving the rest unused, which felt a bit wasted. The tax-exempt fields in Daong were registered under a name, so no need to change the land deeds. Shun Zhihui had already discussed this with County Magistrate Gao. The villagers in Shun's village didn't know yet. After this year's autumn harvest, taxes would be collected. The carriage reached Xianzhou City. Everyone stopped for lunch. After eating, the carriage moved through the streets, heading out of the North City gate toward Zhongshan. Shun Yen peeked out the window, looking at the distant, towering green mountains. From afar, he saw Zhongshan's main peak with Zhongnan Academy on the mountain's midsection, its deep courtyard partly hidden among the trees, with pavilions and towers rising, swallows returning in circles. At the foot of Zhongshan, one guard watched the horses, while 3 others helped carry luggage. Shun Yen stood at the mountain's base, looking up at the winding stone steps that seemed endless. Can his father climb this? Ah Yen, let's go? Shun Zhihui slightly lifted his robe and stepped onto the first stone step, looking very calm. Coming. Shun Yen shook his head, holding the little wolf and catching up. Master, I can climb by myself. Are you sure? I can do it. Shun Yen raised an eyebrow, indifferent, and set Song Song down. The little wolf placed his front paws on the steps, pushed off with his back legs, and darted up quickly. After 15 minutes. Dad, are you tired? That's still okay. Half an hour later. Dad, can you still walk? Dad, I can. After an hour. Father, can you still move? Rest. How? 3 guards carrying luggage went ahead, and their figures disappeared. Little Wolf was also gone. Shun Yen accompanied his father as they slowly climbed. After a 15-minute rest, father and son continued their journey. Half an hour later, Shin Jihua was exhausted and could no longer climb. Father, let me carry you, Shun Yen offered before he could respond. He quickly lifted his father onto his shoulder, and Shin Jihua had to agree. If he kept climbing, he wouldn't reach the top before dark. Will you become an official in the future, father? Shun Yen stepped lightly onto the stone stairs, jumping 3 steps at a time, still able to chat. The stairs seemed to fall away quickly beneath him. Shun Jihua closed his eyes and replied, If lucky, I'd like to visit the Hamlin Academy. I hear the books inside are vast like the sea. What do you want to do, Ah Yen? Follow father, Shun Yen said. Floating plants have no roots. Wherever his father was, he was. After climbing for about 20 minutes, they saw a small pile ahead, where someone was lying motionless. Master, I can't climb anymore. Hey, aren't you able to climb?
Ha ha ha.
What's wrong, Ah Yen? It's nothing, father, it's just Song San. Shun Yen reached out to pick up Little Wolf, holding him in his other arm, and continued upward. Near the mountain gate, he put Shin Jihua down. Only about 100 steps remained, and father and son climbed to the mountain gate. When they reached close, they saw white walls, flying eaves, green bamboo brushing the gray tiles over the wall. It was sunset, and bamboo shadows stretched on the wall. The light and shadow flickered, like broken gold. The official once said, "If either of you needs anything, you can go to the Nine Rivers General Store north of Xianzhou City. The shop owner has seen your portraits." In front of the mountain gate, 3 guards rested on a nearby open space. Seeing the two approach, they stood up and handed over their luggage. "Since we've delivered them, we'll take our leave." Entering Zhongnan Academy, family members, attendants, servants, and maids are not allowed. From the moment you enter the mountain gate, everything depends on yourself. Outsiders cannot enter. The father and son thanked them and watched as they descended the mountain. Shen Yan turned around and looked up curiously at the mountain gate, where an ancient, simple plaque hung. The 4 characters, Zhongnan Academy, were written, but only the Zhong character stood out with a sharp, fierce style, as if about to break free from the plaque. The other 3 characters were elegant and restrained, yet slightly flowing, showing they were written by different people. At this moment, the mountain gate was closed. Suddenly, 3 deep bell sounds echoed from inside, their long reverberations spreading through the mountains, startling nearby birds into chirping. Listening carefully, Shun Yan heard faint footsteps and whispers inside shortly after the bell rang. "Father, I am going to knock on the door. As evening approaches, it's better to arrive early at the hospital." Shun Yan stepped forward and knocked on the door handle. The latch opened easily, revealing an elderly man with white hair and a white beard. After observing the father and son and seeing their luggage, he understood their purpose and said directly, "Please wait a moment. I will go ask the academy's administrator to come." Soon, the administrator hurried over. Shun Yan handed him 2 recommendation letters. "Song Yuan Shan?" "Yes, he is a second-class successful candidate from Zhongshan Academy." "Let me see your scholar's documents and nameplate." After taking the recommendation letters and verifying their identities, he led the father and son into the mountain gate and towards their lodging. As he walked quickly, he briefly explained, "Zhongshan means bell and spirit, and the academy is located south of the mountain, so it's called Zhongnan Academy. Since its founding, many talented people have come from here, famous all over the world. It truly lives up to the meaning of bell and spirit." "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Chung, and I am one of the academy's administrators." Shen Yan and his father carried their luggage and followed Chung through winding paths to the back of the academy, yet they did not meet anyone along the way. As for Tsong San, the little wolf had already been packed into Shen Yan's luggage and smuggled in.
"We've arrived."
"This is the place." Chung stopped in front of a row of garden houses. These houses are located deep inside the academy, just outside a 3-zhong high wall, beyond which stand tall mountains and ancient trees. Chung led the father and son into one of the houses. Outside the garden gate was a small stone hill with a plaque that read, "Qingzhu Garden." Inside there were several rooms, mostly empty and seldom occupied. Chung unlocked one room and handed the keys to Shinjuwu. Shun Yan looked inside. Although simply furnished, it was spotless, clearly cleaned often and with care. A single room costs extra silver. "Since you are father and son, why not share this room?" Chung suggested. Before they could reply, he added, "You probably haven't eaten yet. Drop off your luggage first. Don't tidy up now. The academy's dining hall has a schedule. It closes on time, so come with me quickly." His tone was quite urgent. Shun Yan realized that he thought Chung was just a quick-tempered person. Turns out, he was just rushing to eat. They quickly left their luggage, locked the door, and followed him to the dining hall. Just as the door closed, Cheng's glance from the corner of his eye accidentally slipped through the crack. Is the luggage moving? Is there a living creature? Before he could look closer, the door shut completely. Chung Xueguan? Shun Yan looked at him with suspicion. What's with that look? Isn't he in a hurry to eat? Ha, nothing. Follow me now. Maybe he saw it wrong? The older one looks very refined, but the younger one, well, the younger one doesn't seem quite right. Shen Yan and Shun Jiwu followed Qing Xueguan to the dining hall. The man walked very quickly and with big strides. Hurry up, the dining hall opens at the hour of you, around 7 to 9 p.m., and closes 2 quarters later. This is the only place in the academy to get food. Up on this mountain, even if you want to go out to buy something, there's nowhere to buy it. He kept muttering as he walked, continuing to explain the rules of the academy very responsibly. From his words, the father and son began to understand the basic rules. An advanced scholar, Jiren, is exempt from taxes on 200 acres of land and can receive 1 stone of rice each month and 30 taels of silver per year. Zhongnan Academy only admits advanced scholars, and the government directly provides rice and silver to the academy, so there are no extra fees for studying or lodging. The academy supplies writing brushes, paper, and other books, and basic necessities like lamp oil are distributed monthly according to need. If the rice and silver are not enough, students can pay extra after passing the imperial exams and becoming Jinshe, presented scholar. No matter how long they study, if they pass the provincial or palace exams, they pay 500 taels, for second-class Jinshe 300 taels, for first-class Jinshe 100 taels. If they haven't succeeded after many years and don't want to take exams anymore, it's possible, just pay 3,000 taels. Once inside the academy, with great scholars giving lectures, how could you fail? But no one is forcing you to come. If you come and then talk about quitting easily, who else would you blame? If you can't afford it, that's okay, just become a student manager instead. Qing Xueguan paused briefly before continuing. The main classes are taught by the head of the mountain and the principal, alternating each morning for an hour. The small classes are taught by the teaching masters. He had also heard from Gao Zhixian before that Zhongnan Academy is quite relaxed about student studies. Now, Qing Xueguan's tone suggested that even if students sleep all day in their dorms, no one would bother them. Everything depends on their own initiative. With 3,000 taels on their heads, being able to sleep peacefully is quite an achievement. Just ahead is the dining hall. It offers 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. If you want extra dishes, you can ask the steward and pay with silver. The dining hall was not far from the students' quarters, and along the way, they didn't meet anyone. Shen Yan, before Qing Xueguan turned around, put his father down from his shoulder. When Qing turned back, he saw the father and son closely following behind and nodded to himself. Not bad. They climbed over 3,000 stone steps and still managed to keep up with him. Stronger than before, when they were weak and feeble. Inside, the large dining hall was empty, with only a few people hurriedly eating. The father and son followed Qing Xueguan, received a plate of fresh vegetables, 2 small bowls of meat, and helped themselves to vegetable soup. The taste was decent, though obviously much better than what they could cook themselves. Qing Xueguan, are there rules in the academy against bringing dogs inside? Qing Xueguan paused while drinking soup and guessed, are you bringing a dog? Looks like he didn't miss it. A small dog, not barking or peeing everywhere, Shenyan assured him. Qing Xueguan recalled for a moment before nodding. The academy doesn't forbid bringing pets. You can take good care of it. If it disturbs others, that's not allowed. The students accepted into Zhongnan Academy were mostly the top 10 scholars from various provincial exams. Others who came with recommendation letters were here to study. Who would bring cats or dogs? I've never seen that. Clearly, they are young, playful, and restless. Good. The little wolf, able to see the light, made Shen Yan happy. I live in the west side of the study management garden. If you need anything, just come find me. After dinner, Qing Xueguan took his leave. The father and son hurriedly ate, then, before the door closed, went to find the dining hall steward. Raw meat? 3 servings a day. The steward was surprised, looking at the 2 thin, much smaller boys in front of him. Were they preparing for an evening snack? They didn't seem like they could eat much. But the academy didn't forbid students from cooking for themselves. The steward took the silver, had the kitchen staff cut a plate of raw meat, and packed it in a food box. As it grew dark, the father and son didn't stay outside long and returned to Qingzhou Garden. The neighboring door was shut, with light shining through. They carried their plates without disturbing anyone, entered the house, and Tsong San had already come out of the luggage. Master, you're back. The little wolf wagged its tail, lifted its head, and looked at him eagerly, sounding pitiful. Shun Yan's heart softened. He took out a plate from the food box and fed him a strip of meat. I asked if I could take you out. Just follow me or my father and don't run off. Hearing this, the little wolf forgot about eating and brightened with excitement. Great. I definitely won't run off. Shun Yan fed the wolf, while Shun Zhu lit an oil lamp and began packing his luggage. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Shun Zhu opened it. Outside stood a young scholar in his 20s, raising his hand in a polite bow, with a serious face and a smile. I am Su Fenghe, here to visit. I suppose you are also new today. Shunzhu, I haven't finished tidying up the house yet. When will you arrive, brother? Shunzhu hadn't finished speaking when he noticed his son peeking out from behind him. Yen, he asked with a puzzled tone. Shen Yan, who was crouching and feeding the wolf, recognized the voice. Very familiar, as if he had heard it not long ago. Especially the words, brother. Who was that? Oh, it's the constipated brother. Song San was chewing on meat, satisfied. But suddenly, someone stuffed a mouthful into his. Master? Shen Yan looked up and asked, Are you Su Fenghe? Outside the door, Su Fenghe saw the elegant neighbor's face, and behind him, another head appeared. Two faces very much alike. When asked by this small head, he was unsure whether he was scared or what, and his heart beat a little faster. Exactly, Su Huashi Fenghe. May I ask, young sir, what questions or guidance do you have? No specific guidance, just many questions. The night isn't deep yet. I hope Brother Su can clarify them one by one, Shunyan said with a meaningful smile. Su Fenghe felt confused, but as the night breeze blew and the weather wasn't cold yet, he felt a chill all over. Shin Yan stepped past his father, grabbed the other's arm, and turned back. Father, you go ahead and prepare. I want to have a good talk with Brother Su. Shunjigu's brow twitched slightly. Though puzzled, he didn't ask further. Shen Yan pulled the person into the next room and closed the door. Su Fenghe, feeling like a grown man, knew he was a delicate scholar, but he was much taller than the young boy. Just now, he couldn't break free from Shen Yan's grip. Slightly at a loss, he looked down and stole a glance. Shen Yan leaned against the door and spoke softly, Brother Su? Emphasizing the Su with a strong tone. What do you mean, little brother? I don't know what I might have done to offend you. Please forgive me, Su Fenghe said, truly confused. Are you not called He Huasher? Shunyan asked. This question made Su Fenghe freeze in place, and he finally remembered something, his face turning red. Shunyan continued, You said you live in Hejia village, that your family is very poor, with 80 elderly mothers at home, 8 brothers in the family, and 28 nieces. You're the 8th. Your older brother died early, and since you were young, you've shouldered the burden of supporting the family. Shinyan moved closer. Brother Su, or should I say Brother He? Am I mistaken? It's you. I was just making things up back then. Please don't take it seriously. Su Fenghe hurriedly wiped his sweat, feeling regretful. After the provincial exam, he waited until most people had left before daring to leave the exam hall. What a coincidence to meet him here. And to recognize someone by voice? Shunyan leaned back against the door frame. So, Su Fenghe honestly explained, I live in Xianzhou City, my family runs a business. My father is still alive, my stepmother is only 18, I am the only son in the family with a wife, children, and a daughter. I really am the pillar of the family now. He then bowed and apologized. Young brother, please don't mind. I was forced to bother you at the exam hall. Please forget the foolish words I said earlier. Although he had been annoyed by Shunyan's tricky behavior before, seeing his sincere apology, Shunyan no longer pressed the issue. Shunyan Shinyanqing. The person next door is my father. We live in Jiuhe County, below Xianzhou City, Shunyan briefly introduced. Hearing that the young boy didn't ask about the awkward exam situation, Su Fenghe breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, Then I shall call you Yanqing. Since you are new here, have you visited the academy? Why not join me for an evening walk? I heard that the Zhongnan Academy's library has lights on at night. shining like daytime, until half an hour after midnight, but seating is limited, so everyone has to rush for a spot. This person really is quite familiar. I won't go. If Brother Sue is interested, you can go by yourself. I'll head back first and chat another day. Shunyan doesn't want to go. His father probably can't walk that far.
Hey,
Brother Yanqing. Su Fenghe reaches out to stop him, but Shunyan quickly opens and closes the door. Back inside, Shin Zhihui is still packing his luggage, and Shunyan helps. Dad. The neighbor said the library's lights stay on at night, and the door closes at half an hour after midnight. We can go there at night to read, without hurting our eyes. Shunyan can't wait to share. It's easy to find a seat. He's quick. Shin Zhihui laughs. Yes. Do you want to go to the study hall tomorrow morning? Shunyan asks. In the morning, the mountain master or the dean will give lectures, so you should go listen. In the afternoon, your father can take you around the academy, and you can also visit the library. Okay. At the end of this garden house, there's a water supply. After washing up, father and son go to bed early. Song Sin climbs onto his little wolf bed, but before lying down, someone pulls him up. Little wolf. Early the next morning, 3 chimes ring out, waking the students in the garden houses. The peaceful silence is broken, sleepiness gone. Shunyan gets up and notices that after climbing the stone stairs yesterday, Shin Zhihui and Song San are paralyzed. The little wolf can still crawl, but his father struggles for a long time and can't get up. Dad, take a rest today. No rush. We can go again tomorrow, Shunyan advises. Shin Zhihui isn't in a hurry to attend the lectures. He just feels it's unfair to make his son take care of him. After washing up, Shunyan pulls out a silver needle and picks up his food box to get breakfast. The little wolf lies in his quilt, stretching his legs to signal. Master, my legs are numb too. Oh, your beast face is all over the place. Just lie down. I've used up my spiritual power. The spiritual power stored before the provincial exam is completely gone now. Another one can't get up either. Brother Yanqing? Could you please bring some food? The window next door opens, and 2 trembling hands reach out. Only the voice is heard, no face visible. The dining hall opens at 1/2 the hour of Mao in the morning, only for 2/4 of an hour, no exceptions. Shunyan returns with 3 food boxes, and on the way, he sees several students rushing by. Some glance back curiously, but quickly turn away, eager to eat. When he reaches the neighbor's window, he knocks and hands the food boxes to the 2 raised hands, receiving a thank you. Thanks, Brother Yanqing. Thanks isn't enough. The food isn't just for helping. Shunyan borrowed a book. Ha, Dad, you haven't read this one. Today you can pass the time. Okay. After receiving acupuncture, Shin Jiwoo was able to stand up. Now he was sitting by the window, taking a book and shaking his head with a smile. His son was outside, not suffering any hardship, which made his father very happy. He thought it was better to be a bit cold in dealing with people. He was afraid that if he raised his son kindly one day when he was gone, his son would suffer without anyone to protect him. For breakfast today, there was plain rice porridge with steamed buns. Shunyan opened the pickled vegetables sent by Shin Xiaodao. Xiaodao sisters' pickled vegetables with porridge taste very good. Dad, try some. By evening, the little wolf had recovered, but Shin Jiwoo could only walk a few steps. Shunyan told his father to rest more and went to fetch dinner. When Su Fenghe saw him leave, he followed bravely. Yanqing brother, you're in good health. I climbed for 3 hours yesterday and rested all afternoon to recover. I thought I was fine, but this morning I couldn't stand on my legs. I wonder if Brother Shin is okay? I'm fine, his father said naturally. Su Fenghe dragged his feet and talked more. No wonder in Xianzhou City, we rarely see students from our academy. Coming down the mountain and going back up, it's like risking your life half the time. Brother Su, do you know when the next rest day is? Shunyan asked, having forgotten to ask yesterday. 1 day of rest every 10 days, and you can request 3 days off every half year. But I guess not many go home. As far as I know, in the entire Great Yong, there's no higher-ranked academy. Inside the dining hall, they met Qing Xueguan, who looked at their legs. You three weren't at the academy today. Are you feeling unwell? Shunyan nodded, and Su Fanghe explained, yes, we're fine. We'll leave tomorrow. Cheng Shuiguan didn't say much and told Shunyan, you and your father came late yesterday, so your contracts haven't been signed. Later, go to the Academic Affairs office to sign them and bring them back tomorrow. The contract was the 3,000 liang agreement which Shunyan agreed to. Su Fanghe stayed in the dining hall. Shunyan ate simply, carried his lunchbox, and then went to the Academic Affairs office. It was near the front of the academy, close to the mountain gate. As the sunset fell, Shunyan took the contract and left the gate, planning to head back. But at the mountain gate, he saw a large, unknown object on the ground, and Cheng Shuiguan standing nearby. The object lifted a big head and shouted, I am the son of the prefect. Come quickly and help me. Cheng Shuiguan was not used to him and said awkwardly, Student Zhang, cough cough, I really can't move you. Since you managed to climb up, why not keep climbing? The road isn't far. The big head was unhappy and squinted at Shunyan. I am the son of the prefect. Come on. Both of you help me. Cheng Shuiguan saw where he was looking and said to Shunyan, Student Zhang, that's even worse. He's only 13 years old. He can't help you either. The big head glared. I am the son of the prefect. Shunyan wanted to stomp his foot. Was this person not embarrassed at all? Brother Yanqing, a soft voice called from the bushes nearby. Shunyan walked over, and Su Fanghe was crouched inside. Don't mind him. That's just his habit. He used to shout like that every day at our academy, and after a while no one paid attention to him anymore. Oh, is he really the son of the prefect? Shunyan asked curiously. Yes, but Prefect Zhang is quite old now and will retire soon. He's focused on his grandson and doesn't care about his son anymore. Shunyan had no intention of getting involved. He thanked Su Fanghe, turned to leave, and stepped back. Behind him, someone shouted anxiously, I'll pay you. 50 taels, 100 taels, 3 steps for steps 5. An original copy. Shunyan stopped. Seeing an opportunity, he promised, I have many original copies in my luggage. If you help me, you can borrow them all you want. Moved by this, Shunyan tore his scholar's contract and tucked it into his pocket, then turned around and walked to the person. A chubby man was lying at the door threshold, with his upper body inside and his lower body outside. The high threshold pressed against his large belly, probably uncomfortable. As dusk fell, the light dimmed. Sweat stung his eyes, and Zhang Shicheng blinked, tears forcing their way out. Looking up, he saw that the scholar hadn't lied. The young man was indeed a slightly thin boy, just as described. He felt disappointed. He raised his thick hand, wiped away the sweat on his face, and looked into the boy's eyes, speaking in a pleading tone. Could you call some people to help me? I just promised you, and I intend to keep my word. Hearing this, Cheng Shuiguan's conscience suddenly ached. How could this person have 2 faces? He was so aggressive earlier, making him seem like the villain now. Zhong Nanshu Academy, backed by a prestigious family, had a very strong style. Whether you were the son of a prefect or a district official, once inside the mountain gate, you were just an ordinary student. Unaware of this, Zhang Shicheng thought that if Cheng Shuiguan insisted on using his power to pressure him, he wouldn't be able to enter the mountain gate today. Cheng Shuiguan tried to smooth things over, wanting to restore his image. Ahem. Ahem, cough. However, stunned and frightened, he started coughing genuinely. The young boy suddenly grabbed Zhang Shicheng's shirt and effortlessly lifted him, swinging him up into the air. He caught him with both hands and held him above his head. I am the son of the prefect, Zhang Shicheng shouted in fright. Hearing him shout his habit again, Shunyan almost felt soft-hearted. If you shout again, just crawl yourself. Your shouting makes me lose strength in my hands. I'm sorry. I won't shout anymore. Zhang Shicheng lay in his hands, panting, clutching his arms and looking at the sky, not daring to move. Cheng Shuiguan, where does he live? Shunyan was unsure which garden to visit, so he asked, Huh? Oh, your garden. Cheng Shuiguan responded after a moment. Shunyan carried the person toward Qingzhou Garden, while Cheng Shuiguan hurried to pick up the luggage on the ground. Su Fenghe stood up from the bushes, looking dazed, muttering, "Brother Yanqing is truly a divine person. Student Su, come help quickly." Cheng Xueguan struggled to carry many items. As night fell, in Qingju Garden, Shen Jiwu slowly moved away from the water supply area and returned with water. He met his son at the garden gate, carrying a large object. "Ah, Yen, what are you doing?" "Father, this is the newcomer. He's staying in our garden." He climbed the stone steps. "I apologize for the rudeness." "Please forgive us, sir and brother," Zhang Shiqing said, unable to see clearly and feeling awkward. "No worries, just go inside," Shunyan said, helping the person into the garden. All the empty houses were locked. Just as he was about to set the person down, Cheng Xueguan hurried over. He left the luggage and locked a room, which was on the right side of the father and son's rooms. "Hurry, lay him on the bed." Shunyan gently set Zhang Shiqing down. Cheng Xueguan asked quickly, "Is your arm okay?" Shunyan shook his arm and said, "Don't worry, Cheng Xueguan. I've been strong since I was young. It's nothing." Cheng Xueguan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was strong, but perhaps a bit too much. Looking at this student, he estimated he weighed at least 150 kilograms. With such strength, what use would he have for a pen? He might as well swing a big hammer. Su Fenghe brought in the luggage, and Shinjuwu also came back with water. "Student Zhang, are you staying alone or?" Before he finished asking, Zhang Shiqing, catching his breath, answered without hesitation, "Just alone is fine. If there's extra silver, I know. I'll pay, yes, an extra 10 taels of silver for a year," Shanjiwu replied. Zhang Shiqing looked at Su Fenghe and asked, "Brother Fenghe? From the old academy? Please hand me the smallest parcel." Su Fenghe was surprised, seemingly not expecting this person to recognize or remember him. He took the parcel and handed it over, curious, asking, "Brother Zhang, how did you come here? Could he have climbed up with his hands and feet?" Taking out the silver, Zhang Shiqing couldn't get up himself. Cheng Xueguan stepped forward to help. Zhang Shiqing said self-deprecatingly, "Honestly, I know my weight. I definitely can't climb up on my own. I hired a small sedan chair, and 4 attendants carried me. But halfway through, they all collapsed from exhaustion, so I had to come up myself." Shunyan looked at his torn fingers and tugged on Cheng Xueguan's sleeve. Cheng Xueguan glanced and understood. "Cough, you all go about your business.
"I'll take care of him," he said.
As the steward, it was his duty to look after the students. Shunyan and the others wanted to leave, but Zhang Shiqing hurriedly called out, "Young sir, thank you for your help. I still have the original copy." Shunyan shook his head. "If you can get up tomorrow, we can talk then. I live next door." Zhang Shiqing forced a smile and said, "I'm afraid I won't be able to get up tomorrow. When I feel better, I'll send it to you." "All right." Shunyan was indifferent. He couldn't run away anyway. For some reason, Zhang Shiqing smiled even more happily. His chubby face relaxed as the tight muscles loosened from inside out, and his appearance changed. Cheng Xueguan hurried to get medicine. The father and son returned to their room. Shunyan remembered the learning contract. He took it out and placed it on the table. While grinding ink, he smiled and said, "Father, do you think anyone has really paid 3,000 taels to the academy?" Shinjihua held his brush, dipped it in ink, and signed his name. "Maybe not much money, but perhaps they're willing to buy back 5 years of freedom." After Shinjihua finished signing, Xinyan took the brush and signed on another sheet, asking, "Is father feeling better? Will you go to the lecture tomorrow?" "Yes." He handed the learning contract to Cheng Xueguan. The father and son went to rest early. Meanwhile, in the teacher's courtyard on the east side of Zhongnan Academy, 2 learning contracts and recommendation letters were delivered. Shunyan, the mountain dean, was handed one of the contracts. 17 brother, is that the young poet? The mountain dean put down his tea, took the contract, and sighed several times. First time bullying a small kid, and not long after, someone comes knocking on the door. Shameful, shameful. The next morning, the bell did not ring. Shunyan got up, fetched water, and woke Shinjihua. The 2 hurriedly washed and dressed. They packed dried herbs in a large cloth bag and carried it on their backs. When they arrived at the dining hall, there were already dozens of people outside. At 1:30 of Mao, the bell rang 3 times, and the hall opened. Everyone entered in order. After receiving breakfast, the students ate quickly, without wiping their mouths, and left. Shen Yan watched nervously. Yan, eat more slowly, someone said. It's not good for your health. Hearing this, Shen Yan took big bites of his bun, now eating small bites. Little Wolf sat in Shen Yan's arms, twitching his ears, and slowed down his eating of the meat strips. After finishing their meal, the father and son hurried to the main hall of the study courtyard, the tallest building called Manhwa Tower. Inside, hundreds of cushions were laid on the ground, arranged in 15 rows, about 20 rows in total. The front 10 rows were already full. The father and son sat in the middle of the 11th row. Shen Xiong, Yanqing Xiong. Soon, Su Fenghe arrived. The 11th row was full, so he sat in the 12th row, diagonally behind Xinyan. The three exchanged greetings. Su Fenghe pointed at Xinyan's back and asked, "What is Yanqing brother carrying?" "It looks like claws." Xinyan reached back and patted the cloth bag. Little Wolf, still holding the unfinished meat strips, peeked out. Wow, Su Fenghe was startled, but he was speechless. Suddenly, he saw a living creature nearby and instinctively exclaimed. Shen Yan introduced, "This is my little dog called Song San." Su Fenghe looked at it but couldn't tell it was a dog. However, his concern was not about its breed. "Yanqing, bring it in. When the headmaster starts the lecture, if the dog barks, it might cause trouble." Before he finished, Shen Yan understood. "Nonsense. Brother Su, don't worry. He has never barked since he was a puppy." Shinji chuckled and explained, "My son is telling the truth. Brother Su, you don't need to worry. This dog often listens to my father and me recite, so it's probably used to it and never barks to disturb." Song San. Hearing Shinji speak seriously, though it sounded odd, Su Fenghe seemed to believe it and nodded. "That's good." The others around didn't care about the dog. Seeing three strangers, they introduced themselves to start a conversation. "New visitors? Which county scholar? How did you rank in the provincial exam?" They were more interested in rankings. "From Shenzhen County, Su Fenghe, ranked 7th. The father and son also introduced themselves, but the group lost interest and only talked with Su Fenghe. Shen Yan glanced at his father, who patted his son's head. But Su Fenghe didn't talk much with the group. He kept trying to chat with Shen Yan and his father. Soon, an old man with a thin build and a long beard sat on a large cushion at the front. "The headmaster has arrived," someone whispered, and the hall immediately quieted down. Shen Yan looked forward. "Who is this headmaster?" The headmaster looked around the hall. Maybe it was just his feeling, but Shen Yan sensed that when the headmaster looked at him and his father, his gaze paused for a few moments. At the hour of Chun, around 7 to 9 a.m., the lecture began. What the people like, do it. What they dislike, avoid. The hall was silent, only the gentle, steady voice of the headmaster speaking. At the back of the hall, several rows of late-arriving students without seats stood, listening intently and absorbed in the lesson. Only Shen Yan was distracted. He feared he could only listen to his father's lecture. The headmaster's slow speech made it boring, and Shen Yan lost patience. He released his spiritual awareness a little, covering the hall, counting the students, 385. After counting, he found the hall dull, so he expanded his awareness to cover the entire academy. The academy was very quiet, with no one on the streets. The old man guarding the gate was watering the vegetable garden outside the wall. The dining hall, library, and academic office all seemed uninteresting. In Qingzhou Garden, Zhang Shicheng was wrapping a rice dumpling, and Cheng Xueguan was feeding the students. Shen Yan paused briefly and then extended his spiritual sense to the back mountain of the academy. It was too far away. He could only see the towering trees on the outskirts. He had seen them yesterday in Qingzhou Garden. Zhongnan Academy was built on a large, gentle flat area extending from the mountain slope. After the academy is the main peak of Mount Zhongshan, with steep slopes covered in dense vegetation. From Shen Yan's spiritual awareness, he didn't see any fierce wild animals. When climbing the stone steps the day before yesterday, there was a wooden fence around the mountain's edge, probably to keep out wild animals. The mountain is right in front of him, and Shunyan feels eager to go. I want to go. Master, where do you want to go? Song-san, who was dozing in his pouch, was awakened by the noise. I want to see the back of the mountain. How about it? Are you bored here? The little wolf hears the mountain and gets very excited. Not bored. I can sleep, and I also want to play on the mountain. The little wolf can sleep, but Shunyan can't sleep easily because he's too noticeable by himself. If I go, you won't go. If you go, I won't go. Someone needs to stay with my dad. What if someone bullies him? Shunyan doesn't trust this place because it's not Shin family village. A young boy hides among the crowd, sitting cross-legged on a mat, sitting straight, looking ahead, chatting with the little wolf through his spiritual awareness. It seems like he's listening carefully, and he thinks he's not noticeable. Unbeknownst to him, the mountain master sitting on the stage keeps glancing at him repeatedly. This student, not exchanging a single glance with him. The outside is chaotic, the people fight over benefits. The mountain master leisurely strokes his beard, then shifts his gaze and continues. Fighting for profit will eventually turn the people's hearts away. Shunjiwoo turns to look at Shunyan and pats his son's shoulder. Shunyan comes back to himself and looks at his father. Shunjiwoo has already turned back to listen seriously. Master, haha, you got caught not paying attention in class. Shut up. Shunyan forces himself to focus on listening to the mountain master, while the little wolf gently clicks his tongue and drifts into a relaxed sleep. Shufang He, slightly behind, is distracted and looks surprised at the pouch. It's been half an hour, and he really isn't calling out? I want to raise him. After an hour, the mountain master finishes his lesson for the day. The students split into two groups. A small group surrounds the mountain master asking questions, and most head to the side study hall to listen to the teacher's small lessons. Dad, where are we going? Shunyan stands up, stretching his stiff legs. Take a walk around the academy, then go see the book collection hall, Shunjiwoo decides. Shufang He has already looked around and is more interested in the small lessons. He greets the two and hurriedly leaves. The study hall is in the west, and the book collection hall is in the east. The father and son walk quietly through the peaceful academy, heading from west to east. The three-story book hall is quite noticeable, with windows on all four sides. They climb 6 steps to the entrance, then step closer to the door. The gatekeeper greets them. Inside, they see tall wooden shelves arranged in circles around the perimeter, filled with books. A narrow passage is left open for 3 people to walk through, leading inside. Inside is a slightly sunken large pit. Around it are several low tables, with a circle of bronze lamps fixed to the ground around the perimeter. It looks like a place for students to read at night. Shunyan walks around and finds a good spot. Dad, how about this spot? He pointed to his father. Shin Jihui looked away from the bookshelf and circled around the lamp. After thinking for a moment, he replied, It's good. Without backlighting, the lamp's glow wouldn't block the view at night, and it was easy to move around. Will you come tonight, Dad? Yes. Seeing so many books for the first time, Shin Jihui didn't want to move his feet. If you want to read, just stay here. I'll go ask the manager. All right. Shin Jihui picked up a book that interested him and sat down to read. During the day, the window was open, and the library's design was clever. No candles were needed, and the lighting was good. Shunyan went to find the manager. The library opens at noon and closes at the evening. It opens halfway at night and closes halfway. The manager understood Shunyan's intentions and reminded him, books in the library are not for borrowing. No one is allowed to occupy 2 seats or use objects to hold seats. Seats are limited, so only the bottom floor is open at night. The upper 2 floors are closed. Shunyan took notes and thanked the manager, leaning against the bookshelf in thought. The cafeteria at Jongnan Academy opens at the evening hour and closes at 2 minutes past. However, the library is only half open at that time. The schedule is strict, designed to keep students busy all day. After dinner, students line up to grab seats, and they can stand for over 2 minutes to digest. After lunch, the father and son spent the afternoon in the library. Shin Jihui was immersed in his books and couldn't stop reading. There was only a quarter of an hour left before the evening hour, So Shen took his father to line up at the cafeteria while other students were still in class. Dad, after we eat, take Song-san and walk slowly behind. I'll go line up at the library, Shen instructed. No need to rush. Even without a seat, it's fine. The shelves are sturdy enough to lean on. My body is fine standing for an hour now. Since his son had acupuncture 7 years ago, Shin Zhihui felt much healthier. He didn't plan to stay long in the library tonight. The half hour after the evening hour was too late, and his son was still growing. Staying up late wouldn't help him grow taller. That's not right. Dad, I want to sit. Shen hesitated, looking for a good excuse. Shin Zhihui shook his head with a helpless smile. At the third chime of the evening bell, students finished class and the cafeteria opened. After the father and son finished their meal and sat down to eat, someone arrived. By the time Shen finished eating at his normal speed, the other students had already finished and left quickly. The little wolf was chewing the last strip of meat. Shen put him into a cloth bag and handed him to his father. Shin Zhihui took the bag in his hand, and just then, his son disappeared. Near the library, 6 students hurriedly walked away. One in front, turning back proudly as he walked, said, "Today I finally went first. Watch me tonight take the best spot, and my ideas will flow freely, and I'll write a great piece." Suddenly, like a gust of wind, the person froze in shock. The next 5 people caught up with him and lined up behind him. Suddenly, a nearly instantaneously moving shadow stopped, and a young boy spun around to stand still in front of the empty library. The 6 of them finally realized what was happening. How disgraceful! How uncivilized! The second oldest man angrily shouted. How can he run away? Before he finished venting, the other 5 people around him ran far ahead. Are they all running?
Then.
I can run too. The second oldest man lifted his coat and started chasing after them. The once dull and still Zhongnan Academy was now broken by this event. One day, the students reminisced about the past and only remembered the young boy's swift and powerful movements, like a flood rushing through a pond. From that moment, things spiraled out of control. Whoosh! Look, the next day during class, several students who left the dining hall early were overtaken by the flood of students' parents. Shen helped his father and stopped in front of Wenhe Tower. This time, the father and son arrived early and sat in the 3rd row. "Dad, are you feeling dizzy?" "It's okay," the son kindly said, "Old father," and gently straightened the wrinkles on his father's back. In the afternoon, Shin Jihu still went to the library, while Shen planned to run away. "Master, you go ahead and explore. I'll switch with you tomorrow." The little wolf curled up beside Shin Jihu's leg, obediently studying. "If you need to pee, let my dad take you." The little wolf looked embarrassed.
Oh.
After reminding Song-san, Shen told his father where he was going. "Dad, you read your book. I'll take a walk outside the academy." Shin Jihu looked up from his book and warned, "Be careful, no need to guess, he's definitely not going down, his son will go up the mountain." Lightly jumping over a 3-meter-high wall, Shen entered the forest of ancient trees in the back mountain, which was not particularly interesting or fun. Further up, the terrain became steep, and the higher he went, the shorter the trees. Near the mountain top, spiritual energy grew dense. Zhongshan truly lives up to its name as a place blessed with spiritual power. The spiritual energy at the top was several times richer than in Shun's village on the West Mountain, and Shen was satisfied. From now on, he would have a good place to cultivate, and his father's interrupted daily acupuncture treatments could resume. Sitting on a large stone, he activated his mental method, and the exhausted Dantian finally received a nourishing flow of spiritual energy. He only cultivated for an hour, not greedy for more. There's plenty of time ahead. Well, this was his first time going up the mountain. Everything was new and interesting. After viewing Xianzhou City from the mountaintop, Shen wandered around. Although the spiritual energy was abundant here, there were no ginseng or other spiritual herbs. He felt curious but didn't think much of it. However, on the way down, he was attracted by a wild pheasant. Because the pheasant didn't fly away when it saw him, it flapped its 2 claws left and right. "Goo-goo. Goo-goo. With its bright neck and vivid red comb, the lively bird hurried straight toward Shunyan. Its colorful tail feathers and energetic presence made it seem full of life. Shunyan crouched down, reached out with his magical claws, and caught a wild chicken wing. When he looked at it, he thought, "Wow, this is rare." A divine chicken, the colorful big bird on the west mountain of Xinjia village, is a special spiritual bird. Unfortunately, it only has half-developed intelligence, or Shunyan would have already cooked it for his father's soup to improve his health. The ginseng that contains spiritual energy also has medicinal properties. Shunyan asked old Dr. Sun from Maya Chuntang, who said ginseng is too nourishing. Using ginseng to extend life is good, and occasional use in soup is fine, but his father's body shouldn't have too much. But this unawakened spiritual chicken, with a little hypnotic suggestion, the silly little wild pheasant closed its adorable bean-shaped eyes and never opened them again. The little troublemaker even whispered to the chicken, "Since you came to me willingly, I won't be polite." Not long after, the mountain forest returned to silence. The eastern gate of the academy opened, and a thin, elderly man stepped out. One hand behind his back, the other holding a small bowl, he strolled leisurely toward the back mountain. Standing before the giant trees, he called out, "Goo-goo." Stroking his long beard, the old man waited for his beloved pheasant to appear from the woods as usual, happily running toward him. But after calling out 3 times, he received no response.
Goo-goo, 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 goo-goo.
No response at all, which had never happened before. The old man's calm and gentle face cracked, a sense of unease rising in his heart. His goo-goo chicken? After plucking the wild chicken feathers from the giant trees and roughly processing them, Shunyan placed the wild chicken in his quarters. He went to the kitchen in the back garden to buy necessary items like a clay pot, salt, and a soup bowl. Returning to the bamboo garden, he began to stew the chicken. He cleaned off the blood and dirt, then put the whole wild chicken into the clay pot. His cooking skills were simple, just add water and salt. The tender meat of the spiritual chicken simmered gently, releasing its essence into the broth. Shunyan thought it probably wouldn't taste bad. He lit a small charcoal stove in the courtyard, placing the clay pot directly on it to simmer with charcoal fire. Grandma Lu once said, "Chicken soup simmered slowly, over low heat is fragrant." Shunyan sat on the steps watching the fire, when Su Fenghe suddenly returned. He entered the garden, saw the young boy's stove with the clay pot and a pile of cooking utensils. He asked in surprise, "Brother Yanqing, what are you doing?" "Cooking chicken soup for my father," Shunyan replied honestly, feeling puzzled. Why didn't Brother Su go to the study? Su Fenghe didn't pay attention to the clay pot. Since the chicken didn't appear out of nowhere, it must have been bought from the dining hall. Hearing Shunyan ask, he replied, "I was just looking for you. I didn't see you or Brother Shin the past 2 afternoons. I went to the library, saw Brother Shin, but didn't see you." Su Fenghe earnestly advised, "You are young and have already passed the provincial exam, so it's natural to feel a bit proud. But during the imperial examination, talented people from all over gather in Yanjing. Many are gifted, so while you're young and energetic, you should study hard. Shallow conversations can be dangerous." Fortunately, Shunyan is not someone who takes offense easily and does not feel insulted. He gently stopped his small paper fan, looked up at Su Fenghe, and said seriously, "Brother Su, I understand your good intentions. However, I am different from my father. I have been active since I was young and have limited patience. Sitting still to study for half a day is my limit. He needs to practice cultivation, and having passed the provincial exam, he can now join his father in the imperial examination." Shunyan's motivation has decreased. Hearing this, Su Fenghe remembered the boy's great strength and understood. Talent is a gift, but it comes with sacrifices. Nature is hard to change. Su Fenghe smiled and said, "Perhaps I spoke too much." "Don't take it to heart," Shunyan teased back. "Brother Su, do you think I am that kind of petty person? Good intentions and malice are clear to Shunyan from birth." "Of course not." Su Fenghe brought over a small wooden stool. They joked and talked about other things, and the quiet garden suddenly became lively. Zhang Shicheng woke up and heard people talking in a yard, struggling to get up. With a creak, the door opened. Shunyan looked back to the right. Seeing him come out, Su Fanghe politely asked, "Brother Zhang, are you feeling better today?" "Thanks for your concern." "Much better. I should be fully recovered tomorrow." Zhang Shicheng supported the wall and moved closer, handing Shunyan a bundle of books, fulfilling his promise. "Young brother, I only brought 6 books today. I have 3 more at home. If I get a chance, I will bring them to you." The books Shunyan borrowed from Su Fanghe had been read by Shinjihua that day, so Shunyan returned them. Zhang Shicheng's books are rare and valuable, as they are unique editions. Shunyan planned to finish reading them quickly and return them, then quietly show them to his father. He took the books and thanked him. "Thank you." "Shunyanqing, what about you?" Zhang Shicheng, feeling unsteady, sat on the steps like Shunyan. His round face showed a smile as he asked hesitantly, "Zhang Shicheng, are you the little third-tier candidate?" "I know you, and your father and son are both little third-tier candidates, right?" Shunyan was confused about what he meant by little third-tier. Even if a young third-tier candidate finished at the bottom of the list, they would still be admired by the unsuccessful scholars. But in Zhongnan Academy, many candidates saw the last place as a sign of insufficient knowledge. Poor students among talented ones no longer attracted attention. This was the first time Shunyan heard someone mention little third tier after arriving at the academy. "Recently, didn't someone spread rumors that you caused Yuan Xuezheng to leave? If I'm not mistaken, you still don't understand that the head of the mountain is publishing your exam essays intentionally." The young boy indeed looked curious, and Zhang Shicheng kindly explained, "Yuan Xuezheng comes from Langping Yuan family. He's the nephew of the mountain master and the court official. Perhaps he's upset and used that poem to teach some people a lesson." Hearing this, Su Fanghe was puzzled and asked, "Brother Zhang, what do you mean?" "It's just my guess." "Su brother, you previously studied at my family's academy. You might have met some classmates. Think about how crazy last year's mountain master's book was. Yuan Xuezheng suddenly resigned before the imperial exam, maybe to catch those people off guard." Although his father was a prefect, Zhang Shicheng wasn't very familiar with Yuan Xuezheng. His father thought he was embarrassing. They had only met a few times, so he could only guess based on limited information. He looked around and said, "By the way, the location of this academy was chosen by him back then. Was Yuan Xuezheng from the same family as the mountain master?" Shunyan understood, but now he was more interested in asking, "Nephew, having seen Yuan Laotu during the exam, he felt that he was about the same age as the mountain master." "Yes, Yuan Xuezheng is younger. He's from the main branch of the Yuan family. The mountain master and the court official are from the side branches." In the first year of Jieyuan during the palace exam, all the top scholars came from Langping Yuan family. Yuan Xuezheng was the top scorer. Seeing the young boy interested, Zhang Shicheng was happy to share. The Langping Yuan family has a 1,000-year history. Today's scholars regard the 4 books and 5 classics as classics. It was actually the Yuan family who, hundreds of years ago, kept their well-preserved collection of books open to the world, so the literary tradition could continue. "What does that mean?" Shunyan was confused. "I just happened to hear my father mention it. I don't know the details." It said that these 4 books and 5 classics, along with many other ancient texts, have existed for a long time. Zhang Shicheng smiled shyly. Before Dayan was day, what came before day? Shunyan, who studied the 4 books and 5 classics and read exam essays, occasionally saw mentions of the foolishness of the Dai dynasty, but no mention of earlier dynasties, as if they were unimportant. This was the first time he realized that the stories of emperors in those texts were from a very long time ago. How long ago? Shunyan suddenly became curious. There were a few short-lived dynasties before Dai. They're mentioned in rare books. You can take a look. I don't know much more. If you're interested, go to the library. Maybe you'll find something, Zhang Shicheng suggested. The Yuan family produced great scholars and has many books. Most family members don't like official positions. Someone like Yuan Xuezheng is an exception. Maybe he's realized something like uncle and wants to resign and teach. Don't worry, Yuan Xuezheng's resignation isn't because of you. Thank you, Shunyan said gratefully, but inside he felt uneasy. Of course, it's not because of me, but he had a strange premonition. As they talked, the chicken soup had started to boil. The clay pot bubbled and released a fragrant aroma that filled the small courtyard. Gulu, someone's throat-clearing sound. Would you like some? Shunyan generously offers, saying he can share 2 chicken wings. Thank you, but no need. Brother Yanqing can eat his own. Su Fenghe and Zhang Shiqing quickly wave their hands to refuse and leave. They're children showing respect to their father. They don't feel right to eat. Even if they are tempted, not to that extent. Soon after Su Fenghe and Zhang Shiqing leave, the charcoal fire goes out. Shunyan takes a clay pot from the stove, pours the wild chicken soup into a bowl, and adds 2 chicken drumsticks. The chicken soup cools and becomes greasy. Shunyan bites into a chicken wing and hurriedly carries his food box to the Tongshugra book collection pavilion. On the way, he sees the mountain head wandering ahead and takes a detour to avoid him. The Tongshugra is filled with the scent of books. It's not suitable to carry food smells inside. Shunyan greets the steward, then carries his food box inside to call someone out. Song San is sleeping soundly, and Shunjiwu already has a new book in hand. His nose Mingan, the little wolf, faintly smells a fragrant aroma and wakes up. Father, I've made chicken soup. Want to try it while it's hot? Master, is there a portion for me? He didn't put much salt, so Song Sen can eat without affecting him. It's left in the room. I'll heat it up for you tonight as a late-night snack. The little wolf is happy, and his tail helps clean dust in the Tongsuga. Great. Shun Jiwoo puts the book back on the wooden shelf, confused, and follows out. Where did I get the chicken? Shin Jiwoo instinctively thinks it's not from the dining hall's chicken. Father, it's a wild chicken. I caught it in the back mountain. The two, with a wolf, arrive at the nearby octagonal pavilion. Shunyan places the food box on the stone table, opens the lid, and takes out the soup bowl. Shun Jiwoo takes it, lifts the lid, and sees 2 chicken drumsticks. Why isn't Ian eating? Father can't eat much. Oh, eat. Of course, the chicken drumsticks his father gives taste better. Shunyan eats half, the little wolf eats the other half, bones and all. The water used for the chicken was not much. All the essence is in the soup, only half a bowl. After Shun Jiwoo finishes drinking, Shunyan asks, How does it taste, father? Very good. Shun Jiwoo praises. The chicken soup is indeed delicious, with a rich aroma. Drinking half a warm bowl makes him feel comfortable all over. Shun Jiwoo doesn't think much, just assumes his son's cooking talent is focused on making soup. In the east, in the scholar's courtyard, the mountainhead's desk has some bright tail feathers. The steward reports responsibly, Mountainhead, today only one young boy came to buy cooking utensils, probably around 10 years old. There is only one young boy in the Dongnan Suyan. The Mountainhead doesn't need to think. Besides the one called Shin Yanqing, who else could it be? Thinking of that young boy avoiding him, he glimpsed a fragment of a chicken wing, and the Mountainhead sighs his 36th breath today. Alas, things done against the heart are not feasible. It seems all debts must be repaid. A few days later, students from the outer court arrived at Zhongnan Academy and settled in Qingzhou Garden. Shunyan also learned that everyone living in the neighboring cottages were new scholars from Shunjiang Prefecture. However, they had arrived a few days earlier and quickly adapted to the academy's rhythm, making it hard to tell who was a veteran student and who was new. The newcomers to Qingzhou Garden, including Su Fenghe and Zhang Shiqing, were soon assimilated. The entire courtyard had 2 more different types of students. Shin Jihua spent every afternoon in the Tongshuga book collection room, which puzzled the steward. Previously, those students only found the new environment interesting for a few days. They believed listening to the teacher's small lessons was the real learning. But Shunyan? He had never seen someone so eager to read books. Shunyan and Xiaolang took turns studying together each day. When bored, he finished reading rare editions that only recorded the dynasties within 1,000 years. According to the books, the current imperial examination system had been perfected during the previous dynasty's Kai era. Shunyan was curious about what the world was like 1,000 years ago. He returned the rare book to Zhang Shiqing and then began browsing through the library's collection, one book at a time. Shen Jihua watched quietly while Shen Yan flipped through the books. His rapid page-turning caught someone's attention. That evening, the second-rank scholar sat beside Shen Jihua, secretly observing the young boy by the bookshelf. He whispered softly, "He just gobbles up books without understanding much, probably just a little scholar." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his father staring at him, so he quickly smiled and apologized. "Brother, don't mind me. I was just talking about myself." Life wasn't always so relaxed. About 7 days later, the mountain master assigned a current events essay, and 3 days after that, the Yanzheng, head of the academy, assigned a policy essay. After the father and son submitted their work, the mountain master and Yanzheng both sighed. These two shouldn't be at the bottom of the list. The examiners from the previous dynasty probably graded based on personal preference. "It's not just a possibility, it's certain," Yanzheng said, opening Shen Jihua's essay. "This student's writing style suits me. What do you think, Brother Shichi?" The mountain master put down Shen Yan's essay and, thinking for a moment, asked Yanzheng for his opinion. "If I were to take him as my disciple, what do you think?" Yanzheng was surprised. "Why would you consider that, brother?" Yan Shu Yuan family rarely took disciples, fearing suspicion. They were both quite old and had never taken students before, nor did they usually treat students as close as teachers and apprentices. The mountain master didn't explain further but made a decision. "His writing style suits us both. If we take one, it's not a bad idea. Let's do it." The mountain master's decision to take the last-ranked candidate from the county exam as a disciple caused a stir in the academy. The students, full of envy and jealousy, watched as Shen Jihua followed the mountain master into the Shanmundan Fairy Literature Hall to pay respects. Shen Yan held Song San and pinched Xiaolang's paw, sitting in front of the temple's flower bed waiting. "Master, why isn't the old master taking you? It's strange if he takes me. Of course, he's taking my father." Xiaolang didn't listen and was distracted by the scene inside the hall, pawing at Shen Yan's arm.
"Huh?
"Master, why is your father bowing before the big stone tablet?"
What?"
"Release your spiritual awareness." Shen Yan was surprised. His father was indeed worshipping a large stone tablet. Well, not exactly a tablet, more like a stone monument, standing in the center of the main hall. Its base was about 10 feet high, engraved with 4 large characters. "Wen Chu Immortal Venerable. Wen Chu Immortal Venerable? Who is that?" Shen Yan was still confused when Shen Jiwu came out. "Yan, you've been waiting a long time." "Not too long, Dad." "What's inside?" "Just a stone monument, the position of the Wen Chu Immortal Venerable." "Dad doesn't know much. The mountain master only said there would be a ceremony." Shen Yan smiled and corrected him. "Dad, you should call him Master Mountain." Shen Jiwu also smiled. "Yes, Yan should call him Master Uncle." The mountain master accepted Shen Jiwu as a disciple, but Shen Yan felt that life didn't change much. His father only occasionally went to ask for advice. Most of the time, he read books himself. If there was anything different, "Master Uncle, hello?" At some point, Shen Yan started greeting the mountain master whenever he wandered outside in the afternoon. When he bowed to greet him, the mountain master's face would always show a strange smile. "Hello," Shen Yan replied, then turned around with his hands behind his back. When he came down the mountain again, he would meet him again. Watching the old man's back, Shen Yan scratched his head in confusion. But besides the strange behavior, it didn't affect anything. Shen Yan shook his head and jumped over the wall. 17th brother, what are you smiling about again? In the courtyard, Shen Yan looked toward the distant high wall along the mountain master's gaze. He sighed, "This kid is really stubborn. He's been here for quite a while, and his classmates are all studying diligently, but he's not affected at all." The mountain master squinted for a moment and answered vaguely, "The day of rest is here again. This time I plan to go up the mountain. Tomorrow is a day off." "What are Brother Shen and Yenqing planning?" During dinner, Su Fenghe and Zhang Shiqing came over with their bowls. Su Fenghe asked. Shen Yan thought for a moment and discussed with his father. "Dad, I'll go down the mountain tomorrow. The academy wouldn't give out tea leaves, only paper, but no blank notebooks." Shen Jiwu didn't plan to go down. He didn't want to trouble his son anymore. "What about Brothers Su and Brother Zhang?" Shen Yan asked. Zhang Shiqing shook his head. Nothing special planned, just going to the library. I'm also going down the mountain. How about we go together tomorrow morning? Su Fenghe suggested. Go on your own, I wake up late. Shen Yan politely declined. Finally, on a rare day off, Shen Yan wanted to sleep in and relax. But the next day, Brother Yanqing? What's wrong with you? Su Fenghe set out at dawn. Halfway down the mountain, he heard sounds behind him and turned around, surprised. Shen Yan, after sleeping in, left his little wolf to stay with his father and went down the mountain alone. After passing the over 100 steps at the mountain gate, he felt it was too slow and started bouncing all the way down. Brother Su, I'll go ahead. Shen Yan jumped over him in the air, landing and then leaping again. To consider Su Fenghe's feelings, the number of steps was reduced from dozens to just over 10 in one step. Soon, he disappeared from sight, leaving Su Fenghe standing alone and confused. In a tea house in Xianzhou City, at the end of the 3rd floor, there is an elegant private room facing the street. 2 old men sit across from each other at a small table. On the table, 2 tiny cups of tea emit steam. The old man on the left sits calmly, gently blowing on his tea. He occasionally sips, looking relaxed. The old man on the right sits cross-legged, leaning on the table with one arm, his hand ruffling his messy hair. He glances at the silent man across from him and can't help but speak first. 17th uncle is getting old. His arms and legs are weak. It's better for him not to go down the mountain often. It doesn't sound very kind. The old man on the left, the mountain master, puts down his tea and laughs. Occasionally going down the mountain isn't a big deal. I should thank you. If you hadn't insisted on building the academy on the mountain, I wouldn't have had this chance to strengthen my body. The man across, formerly the head of the Shangjiang Prefecture School and now the owner of the tea house, Yuan Jianxin, stops scratching his head and questions bluntly. You? Taking in disciples? What kind of talent? Can he really be accepted by you? A candidate from the prefecture? Certainly not from Shangjiang Prefecture. He's not worse than me and better than you. He suits my taste. The mountain master speaks straightforwardly and without mercy. As if knowing his nephew's thoughts, he smiles slightly and looks directly at his nephew, who is glaring at him. He is indeed a candidate from Shangjiang Prefecture. Yuan Jianxin slaps the table loudly, raising his voice. Impossible. How could the mediocre talents of Shangjiang Prefecture catch your eye? If there really was someone with such talent, I would have known. He suddenly pauses, guessing. Could it be that boy? Just a year, and he's already taking the imperial exam? Such boldness. No, that boy wouldn't match 17th uncle's expectations. It's not him. The mountain master glances at his thoughtful nephew, pours tea from a teapot into a cup, and replaces his nephew's cold tea. You just returned recently, so you probably haven't seen this year's provincial exam results. He continues after setting down the teapot. My disciple's style of writing isn't in line with Feng Daogu's old-fashioned preferences. He only ranked at the bottom of the provincial exam. Yuan Jianxin takes a few sips of the hot tea, then gulps it down angrily. That old guy Feng Daogu, no one can compare to his rigidity. If the emperor wasn't worried about him, he wouldn't have sent him here. The headmaster shook his head and sighed gently. Fortunately, he came. A talented writer won't fall behind easily, so rankings are less important. Yuan Jianxin was noncommittal. He put down his empty cup, poured tea to let it cool, and revisited the previous topic. Your disciple suits your style. It seems his writing is like yours. I've overseen the academy exams many times, but I haven't met him. He must be quite young. Exactly. You probably know him. The last candidate from Shenzhen Prefecture's small 3rd exam was in the 13th year of Jiyuan. You hadn't yet taken your post there, so you probably didn't pay much attention to his talent. Shinshang, the father and son from the small 3rd exam? That boy's father? Seeing his nephew react, the headmaster smiled subtly. Haha, yes, he continued. His son was taught by him. They both passed the provincial exam, but unfortunately, he ranked near the bottom. He's now in the academy. Yuan Jianxin slammed the table again. Nonsense. Why rush? Let him settle for a few more years. The top scholar is still within reach. That's not certain. After you return, You spend all day hiding in this tea house. Are you really planning to ignore the world? The headmaster denied it. He explained further. Before coming here, I went to the education department. The official told me that Fong Daoga's provincial exam paper made Sun Shan so angry he fainted. He was unconscious for 2 days before waking. Ha! Is that true? Yuan Jianxin burst into laughter, delighted. Probably exaggerated, but I saw his exam paper. If you graded it, he would definitely be in the top 10. He wouldn't be at the bottom. If you're interested, go see for yourself. The headmaster finished, wiped the tea stains from the table with a cloth, and sighed softly. It's a pity. Young people are wild and restless. They can't settle down. He sneaks into the academy every day, climbing over the walls. I'm afraid he'll follow Zhongyang's path. Yuan Jianxin's laughter suddenly stopped. His tone seemed to hint at something deeper. He squinted suspiciously at his uncle.
What?
Did that kid offend you? The headmaster paused briefly, stroked his long beard, and shook his head calmly. How could that be? It's just that earlier, you asked me to publish his poetry, and then spread rumors to involve him in trouble. I felt guilty, and didn't want such a talented young man to ruin himself. Do you feel no guilt? Yuan Jianxin stubbornly replied. Why should I feel guilty? That boy mocked my talent. I just gave him a small lesson. Besides, how could I know he would participate this year? It just happened that I was involved. The headmaster didn't answer directly. He continued, no matter what, because of this, last year's book profits increased. It was enough to keep the academy running. I owe him that. Then he finally spoke about his purpose. You resigned from your official position to travel and enjoy the scenery, but you came back halfway. You can't let go of past matters. Why not take him as a disciple? When he eventually makes it to the top of the list with brilliant writings, surpassing talented others, the name Yuan Jianxin will once again echo through Yongjing. His persuasive words influenced his young nephew, making him feel as if he were there, standing beneath the ranking list, seeing. Wait. Yuan Jianxin suddenly snapped back to reality. The Yuan family was quite cunning, and his uncle was no exception. I'll think about taking him as a disciple. But more than that, my nephew is curious. How did that boy offend Uncle 17? The mountain master coughed softly, realizing he couldn't avoid the question, so he told the truth. He passed away. Ha ha. Good boy. Ha ha ha. Yuan Jianxin looked up and laughed loudly. The mountain master narrowed his eyes, a faint light in his gaze. Yuan Jianxin didn't mind his uncle's sharp stare, finished his laughter, then stood up quickly without warning and left. Soon after, he returned holding 2 wooden boxes, one large and one small. He sat down and handed them to his uncle. The brush is for your disciple, the paperweight for mine. Let him wait obediently on the mountain. Once I finish my work downstairs, I'll go up. The mountain master took the 2 boxes with a smile. Good, I'll tell him. When he hears the good news, he'll be delighted. Of course. With me as his master, he should be smiling in his dreams. Yuan Jianxin sipped his tea, but it was slightly too hot. Where's my cold tea? He wondered. The mountain master across from him quickly stood up to leave. Haha, nephew Jian. I'll wait for you in the courtyard. No need to see me off, I'll go now. Before he finished speaking, he had already walked away. But on the long street, a young boy passing by a tea house faintly heard loud laughter. The sound blended with the noisy crowd and didn't catch his attention. Little did he know, his chaotic academy life was about to begin. The street was bustling with people. Shen Yan bought tea leaves, blank notebooks, and other supplies, then went to a noodle shop for lunch. Afterward, he wandered around Xianzhou City. Most candidates and scholars had left after the provincial exam, but the city was still lively, just less noisy. The damaged opera house reopened, but with new scripts and fewer spectators attended. Passing by the 9 Rivers General Store, he saw an old man tidying the shelves behind the counter. Shen Yan remembered the shop's address but had nothing urgent to do, so he didn't go in. Wandering alone felt dull, so he carried his heavy bag and headed toward the northern city gate, eager to return to the academy. At the foot of Mount Zhong, he didn't carry his father this time. Shen Yan leapt into the air, crossing over more than 10 steps, moving very quickly uphill. Halfway up, he saw someone ahead and slowed down. Master? I unexpectedly encountered his master. Shan Yan hurried to catch up, turned around walking backward, and looked at the person beside him. The old man had neat hair, his clothes half unbuttoned, climbing slowly. The mountain wind blew, but he showed no sweat. The mountain head did not stop. He slowly took steps and kindly asked, Haha, Xiao Yanqing has come down the mountain. Just coming down to buy what we need. Why isn't the master riding a sedan? Can he still climb? Maybe I should carry you, Shen Yan suggested, intending to show filial piety to his young disciple. The mountain head shook his head with a smile and refused. No need. I walk slowly to stay healthy and set an example for the students at the academy. Xiao Yanqing can go ahead.
Oh, all right.
Then I'll go first, Master. The old man was reluctant, but Shen Yan didn't insist. He turned around with a big bundle on his back and hurried away, soon disappearing from sight. The mountain head slowly climbed behind, his gaze following the lively little black ahead. Although the person was far away, his smile never faded. The mountain wind masked the involuntary laughter. Shen Yan hurried along the path, carrying a cool breeze on his back, and knocked on the mountain gate. Students returning from their day off had to register. The gatekeeper handed him a register book. Shen Yan signed his name and headed to the library. On rest days, the library was crowded. Shen Yan looked around after entering. Many students sat or stood along the wooden shelves. The second-ranked student leaned against the shelves, absorbed in reading, when suddenly he was tapped on the shoulder a few times. Startled by the interruption, he looked up from his book and saw the visitor, his face brightening with joy. He whispered in surprise, "You're back so soon? Did you get what you wanted?" Shen Yan took out a small bottle and a few copper coins from his pocket and handed them over. The second-ranked student happily accepted, opened the bottle, sniffed the scent, which refreshed him, and gratefully said, "This is the right medicine." "Thank you. I'll come to you next time." Shen Yan raised an eyebrow and left to find his father. Today, he slept in and didn't fight for a seat. The second-ranked student gave up his seat, and Shen Yan helped him carry things. Shen Jihua sat in his usual seat, with a small wolf lying beside his legs. Shen Yan tiptoed quietly. Both he and the wolf seemed to sense something, and looked up together. "Master, you're back." Shen Yan gently patted the small wolf's head and quietly informed his father of their whereabouts. "Dad, I'll go back to my room first." Shen Jihua looked at his son's face, no sweat, no fatigue, and relaxed. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, "I am the son of the prefect." A loud shout echoed through 3 floors, startling a student in the pavilion. After the shout, there seemed to be an argument on the 2nd floor. Shen Yan told his father to continue reading and went upstairs to check. On the 2nd floor, Zhang Shiqing's face was flushed red as he glared at the tall student beside him. The brave student glared back without showing weakness and retorted, "The son of the magistrate is impressive, but I am still the younger brother of the governor. If you want to show off, go down the mountain, and do it. If you have the guts, call Zhang Shibua to teach me a lesson." "I'm not afraid of you." Zhang Shiqing heard this, and his hands hanging at his sides trembled uncontrollably, with his eyes slightly reddening. His broad body filled the seat, and all the surrounding gazes seemed to carry disapproval, pressing down on him. "Why you?" His voice trembled, hesitant but only able to shout helplessly, "I am." Before he finished shouting, he was interrupted, lifted off the ground.
I.
Someone lifted him from behind. Normally, Zhang Shiqing should have been more frightened, but this feeling of floating was too familiar and brought a sense of comfort. In the courtyard, the students who could lift him most likely included his friend, Yanqing. "Yes," Yanqing said, holding him and glancing around. The students around opened their mouths wide in surprise, then either looked down at their books or looked at the trees. When his gaze landed on the student next to him, I didn't bully him." The student couldn't hold it anymore, muttering softly, curling up and sitting on his seat, burying his head in a book like an ostrich. Yanqing put down Zhang Shiqing, didn't ask about right or wrong, and turned to leave. Zhang Shiqing quickly packed his paper and belongings and followed the young boy. The two went out of the house toward Qingzhou Garden. Zhang Shiqing lowered his head and quietly said, "Thank you just now." Yan Qing replied. Zhang Shiqing received the response and relaxed a little. When they entered Qingzhou Garden, Yan Qing unlocked the door, set down his bag, and tidied up. Zhang Shiqing didn't go inside, worried the young boy might misunderstand. So he stood outside the window trying to explain. "Yan Qing, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to show off. It's just a habit." His words sounded weak, and Zhang Shiqing didn't know how to explain clearly. He was anxious, clutching the paper tightly. Yan Qing carefully took out a tea cake, put it into a box, and then leaned against the window to ask, "I see that Brother Zhang doesn't seem like someone who would act arrogantly. Why do you have that habit? How could Magistrate Zhang have raised such a son?" Zhang Shiqing leaned against the wall with a bitter smile, understanding his subtle implication. "Yan Qing, are you wondering why a magistrate's son like me is like this?" Before the young boy responded, he continued, "My father is now a magistrate. In the past, he was just a descendant of a declining minor family. My mother passed away early. My father was talented and got into the main family school. I left home with him and moved to the main branch." Yan Qing left the house, brought a wooden stool for Zhang Shiqing. "Thank you." Zhang Shiqing expressed his gratitude, and then continued, "My father was promoted to a county magistrate before he turned 30, and he was assigned outside the city, but he didn't take me with him. When he became the prefect, he brought me over, but I wasn't the talented son he hoped for. Seeing that I was just a fool, he was very disappointed. I entered the school in Xianzhou City. Since my father was the prefect, my classmates flattered and fawned on me, unlike in our family school, where I was bullied. I paid for all my meals and outings. I knew they looked down on me, but it was much better than before. Gradually, they saw I was weak, and they became even more aggressive. When I refused, they mocked me. Later, they dared not do it openly, but did it secretly. I suffered many losses because of this, but I didn't dare to ask my father for help to teach them a lesson. A few of my wives saw my difficulties and came up with an idea." Zhang Shiqing smiled shyly. "Several wives?" Xin Yan's attention drifted away, but Zhang Shiqing didn't explain. "They taught me that if I felt someone was about to bully me, I should loudly shout those 6 words. After I did, no one dared to bully me anymore, but they also ignored me. After shouting for a long time, I couldn't control myself and became more sensitive to others' feelings. It became a habit." Zhang Shiqing suddenly looked up and said kindly, "That's how it is, Yan Qing brother. You're a good boy. I don't want you to misunderstand." The good boy Xin Yanqing was confused. Why was this person suddenly so kind to him? "I didn't misunderstand. Was that the brother from the library who bullied you earlier?" "No, it's just that I am too fat and take up too much space." He felt crowded and spoke harshly. I instinctively shouted out those words. Zhang Shiqing smiled. "Actually, this place is much better than my old school. My classmates study hard and don't pay much attention to me, which is fine. When I feel down, I eat more. Here, if I don't add dishes, I eat less, and I think I can lose some weight." Shun Yan suggested, "You should move more. And your hands." Zhang Shiqing looked down and saw that the paper in his hand had already been torn. "It's okay. I can rewrite it. I have a distant cousin who is supposed to come with me to the school, but recently he got a baby doll from somewhere and can't leave. So, I plan to let the head of the mountain lecture. I will remember what I can and write it down for him." "Cousin, last name Zhang?" "Yes, he's much better than me. He used to live at my house, but later, rumors in the city damaged his reputation. He's afraid it will affect my father, so he moved away." Zhang Shiqing explained simply. "Damaged reputation, and his last name is Zhang." The woman from the county office seemed to mention that the prefect's son blocked her door. "Zhang Ming, you also heard about that Yan Qing brother. He is originally from Xianzhou. After his parents died early, my father became the prefect, and he came to stay with us." Zhang Shiqing sighed. "My cousin studies hard and is very talented. He passed the imperial exam early and had a bright future. But after some setbacks, he became depressed for many years. I persuaded him for many days before he agreed to come with me. I didn't expect more trouble to happen, Shunyan listened without asking more, worried that Zhang Ming was not just depressed but had been hiding his feelings for many years. His mind was focused on finding a chance to get revenge on the villain Tian Dainyu. In the teacher's courtyard on the east side, the old teacher sat behind his desk and said, "I see your writing has deep meaning and good ideas, but your understanding of current events is still shallow. The imperial exams and palace exams focus more on current affairs. In the library, there are books about the policies of the Great Yong Empire and the people's lives in different regions. You should read more. If you have questions, come ask me." The headmaster reached into his sleeve and took something out. "Understood. Thank you, master," Shen Zhihui replied and took notes. During the provincial exam, he also noticed that his answers about current events were a little awkward, not as smooth as his essays. The headmaster took a large wooden box from his left sleeve and placed it on the table, then reached into his right sleeve. Shen Zhihui was about to leave for the library when the headmaster finished and handed him 2 wooden boxes. "I went down the mountain this time and met with my nephew. He heard about you and Xiao Yanqing and prepared gifts for you too. Please accept them. The paperweight is for Xiao Yanqing. As peers, it's not proper to accept gifts." "Thank you, master." The headmaster waved his hand to stop him. He feels guilty. This small gift is nothing. In a few days he will come to visit the mountain himself. He just take it. Yes, Shen Zhihui's eyes flickered with suspicion. After leaving the teacher's courtyard, he didn't go to the library. Holding the wooden box, he headed to the Qingzhou garden, with Little Wolf following. "Master, your father is here." Xinyan was about to leave the garden to go to the library when he heard Little Wolf call out, so he took a different path. "Dad, are you going to see the master?" "Master asked me to come over." Shen Zhihui handed the small wooden box to his son. Xinyan hesitated but took it. "Did the master give this to you?" The box was a little heavy. Xinyan opened it and saw a small paperweight about 3 inches long. It was made of white jade, smooth and delicate, with no carvings or inscriptions. Compared to the ordinary jade pendant given by Xie Jianfu, this one looked very expensive at first glance. Master said it was a gift from his nephew. His nephew? Xinyan felt the paperweight suddenly grow heavier in his hand. Could it be Yuan Xuezheng? "Dad, Brother Zhang said Yuan Xuezheng is the nephew of the headmaster and the court official." Shen Zhihui remembered the old nephew comment and smiled. "Dad, I guess it's him." The master said his nephew feels guilty and probably came up with the idea to print poems and writings. So, is this a gift of apology? Xinyan felt something was not quite right. The head of the mountain didn't say clearly, and Shen Jiwu couldn't guess. Perhaps, according to my master, he still wants to come to the academy. He's coming? The old man is coming. Is Yan still afraid of him? Shen Jiwu smiled. Of course not. Although Shunyan had a bad feeling, he was not really afraid. Shen Jiwu handed another wooden box to his son. "This is for Yan." "What is it, Dad?" Shunyan was curious as he took it. He asked while opening the box. "A brush, the jade tube with purple hair, stiff bristles, carved bamboo pattern, also very precious." Xinyan shook his head and returned it to his father. "Use this, Dad. This brush suits you, I don't need it." Shunjiwu smiled and didn't refuse anymore. Xinyan took out a rare edition by Zhang Shicheng. Tonight, Shunjiwu didn't go to the library again. Su Fenghe hadn't returned either. After dark, he lit an oil lamp and read. Xinyan continued copying the second book nearby. The little wolf was in its den, playing with the small pigeon cart Xinyan bought for it. As he moved his brush, words appeared. The 4 directions have extremes. The Guhab is endless. The East Sea has a boundary. This book records the geography of this world from 800 years ago. The East Sea, Western Mountains, Northern Plains, Southern Marsh. As he copied, Xinyan suddenly had an idea. "Dad, do you think this was a mountain here 1,000 years ago? Fengqi Plain has been flat for 10,000 years, and Qimo Cliff, 100 zhang high, has remained unchanged for 3,000 years. At most, it's been worn down a little by lightning." His son always asked strange questions, and Shinji was used to it. He thought briefly and answered. Maybe it was a mountain, or perhaps a lake. The world changes over time. Anything is possible. That makes sense. Shunyan finished reading the first floor of the library and found no record of 1,000 years ago. Maybe it's too long ago to leave a record? The more he couldn't find, the more curious he became. Just as he was about to ask again, there was movement outside the courtyard. Su Fenghe had returned. Shunyan put down his brush and looked out the window. Brother Su has been climbing for 3 more hours? Have you eaten dinner? Su Fenghe pushed open the door, legs trembling from exhaustion, unable to stand straight. Yes, I checked the time. I planned to leave early and return to the courtyard, but unfortunately my family's gate was unlucky, so I missed dinner. I bought many noodles and pastries today. Brother Su, please eat more to fill your stomach. That's too polite. On his way back, Su Fenghe brought a stomach full of frustration. He was eager to register at the courtyard but hadn't brought anything to eat or use. It's nothing expensive, Brother Su. No need to be polite. Shunyan kept a few of his father's favorite snacks, wrapped the rest in oiled paper, and handed them out the window. He poured water and moved a stool, and Su Fenghe sat under the window, repeatedly thanking him. While eating pastries and drinking water, he let out a deep sigh and began to tell a story. The young boy leaned on the window, warm yellow lantern light flickering occasionally behind him. The person flipping through the book looked up and smiled softly.